Dragon Ball Daily Gift Pack Chapter 101-120. 101. Beerus wakes up, Super Saiyan God. Hearing what Suyi said, Sun Wukong showed a look of shock on his face. In his opinion, Suyi's strength was no longer a terrifying existence that he could chase. And now, there is a person who is stronger than Suyi's strength. No, it should be a god. How can this not shock him? I really can't imagine what kind of terrifying existence surpasses Big Brother Suyi. Sun Wukong was amazed. In response, Suyi smiled lightly and said, "It won't take long for your strength to reach this level." If the plot of the original book comes, Sun Wukong, the Hanging King, will gather the energy of several Saiyans when Beerus arrives to reach the realm of Chaosai_God Red in a short time. And this realm is equivalent to 60% of Binus' strength. Terms of combat power, the Red Sun Wukong, the super race god at that time, had the strength of about 6 Beijing. After all, the strength of Binus, who does not use destructive energy, is only about 10 Kyo. You must know that Sun Wukong's strength is only 1 in Kyoto and has not reached the level of the capital. Just a super race god Red has raised his strength to such an exaggerated level. It is conceivable that the title of Sun Wukong's Hanging King is simply well-deserved. Work hard. Sun Wukong immediately moved away from the earth. In response, Suyi glanced at the unfinished field and the machine placed there, shook his head and laughed. It is conceivable that when Wukong comes back, I am afraid he will be scolded to death by Chi-Chi. After informing Goku that Binus was coming to Earth, Suyi informed Vegeta and the others in turn, and then everyone started to practice hard. As for Suyi himself, he is experimenting every day whether he can transform into Super Saiyan Blue on the basis of Super Saiyan IV, and he is not tired of it. The first month passed quickly, and Suyi's transformation into Super Saiyan Blue's combat power has reached 3 Beijing. The second month also passed quickly. At this time, he was initially able to control the Super 4 and enter the realm of God for a short time. In this realm, his combat power is about 4.5 Beijing. Soon, in the third month, Suyi had completed about 50% of this realm. He has initially been able to stabilize this state within half an hour without degrading. At this time, his combat power has surpassed that of Sun Wukong's super race god Red in the original book, reaching the strength of 7 Beijing. In other words, his strength at this time has reached 70% of the strength of Binus who does not use destructive energy. Not bad. It took 3 months to reach this point. Although I took advantage of the convenience of the time house, it was the result of my own practice. Suyi was very satisfied with the results of her practice in the past 3 months. After careful calculation, there is at most a month before Binus will come to Earth. At this moment, Beerus should have woken up and dreamed of the Super Saiyan God. System, open the time-space tunnel. I want to go to the Dragon Ball GT world. Suyi is going to go to the Dragon Ball GT world to see if the Super 4 plus 50% realm of God will control Super Saiyan 5 in that world. He didn't know. In short, he might find out after trying it. ... When Suyi entered the time-space tunnel of the Dragon Ball GT world, at the same time, outside a certain exploding planet in the main time-space world universe. Although it's a bit unpleasant, the bright light of the planet's explosion is really fascinating. The person who spoke was Binus, the god of destruction in the 7th universe. At this time, he put his hands behind his back, looked at the exploding planet in front of him with a very indifferent expression and said a word. Don't you think it's a pity for that dinosaur meat just now? Beside Binus was his teacher and servant, the angel Weiss. He looked at Binus and asked. He, not only is it a pity. Binus chuckled lightly and paused for a moment. What do you mean? Weiss frowned. That's right, a powerful planet explosion that reminds me of the name of the guy in my dreams. That's the ultimate warrior that no one has ever seen, very powerful. Binus became excited. The master's name is. What's the name? Weiss was also interested. What is it? Binus tilted his head and seemed to have forgotten the name again. Super. It seems to be super something. He shook his head, thinking about it. Super Saiyan. Whis' eyes narrowed, and he immediately thought of the little guy on Earth that he had sensed a few months ago who had initially stepped into the realm of gods. He's a Saiyan, and he can transform into a Super Saiyan. So, after stepping into the realm of God, is he the god of Super Saiyans? Yes. Whis, how do you know it's the Super Saiyan god? When Binus heard Whis' uncertain voice, he immediately clapped his hands and called out excitedly, his name is the Super Saiyan god. However, since he is a god, then he is a god. It's really troublesome. What? There is no Super Saiyan god in the 7th universe. Whis replied. That's great, but this Super Saiyan god should have something to do with the Saiyans, right? Huh, it seems that the Saiyan planet Vegeta was destroyed by Frieza's hands. Binus thought for a moment and said. Destroy the planet before you wake up, as you ordered. Whis nodded. Oh, that's it. Well, it's true that they are very unpleasant to look at, especially King Vegeta. Well, I'm too lazy to pay attention to them. However, so the Saiyan race and planet Vegeta have disappeared. Is it? Binus yawned and waved his hands lazily. No, some Saiyans on other planets survived. Whis explained. Okay, but where the hell is this Super Saiyan god? Binus still wanted to know how strong the opponent in his dream was. At this time, Whis narrowed his eyes, guessing that the little guy on Earth might be the opponent in Lord Binus's dream. Thinking of this, he opened his mouth and said, if Lord Binus' dream is this Super Saiyan. In the words of the god of men, perhaps I know where he is. You know. Binus was stunned. Yes. Whis smiled and nodded. Where? Earth. The 4th one is delivered. 102. This is Super Saiyan 5. Chapter 5 for subscription. Dragon Ball GT World. At this time, there is an island on the Earth. Drink. Suyi transformed into Super Saiyan 4. And then suddenly raised his momentum, and soon the realm of God was blessed on Super Saiyan 4. At this time, his combat power was not only a simple double increase, but a 5-fold increase, and soon it was at least 20 times stronger than before. He didn't estimate his combat power, but Suyi understood that at most, his strength was just over 7 o'clock. Get stronger, get stronger, get stronger. Suyi roared angrily, and his aura exploded completely. Roar. As Suyi's momentum fully erupted, his body swelled up in a state of over 450% of the realm of the gods. After a while, not only did his body change again, but the body hair, 233, changed from red to almost half of white, and the fireworks rising all over his body slowly changed from the previous blue to silver white. What is this? Suyi glanced down at himself. At this time, his body swelled hugely, similar to the shape of a giant ape, but his body was much shorter than the height of the giant ape. In a careful sense, it looks like a humanoid ape. What a powerful force! Suyi was amazed, touched his face, and then pointed in the void. A mirror appeared in front of him. At this time, in the mirror, his hair grows to his buttocks, red and silver and white, which is obviously a very strange color combination, but in his opinion, it is so cool. Not only that, his appearance has undergone some changes. Unlike the handsome man before, now he looks like a giant ape. After taking a second look, Suyi found that his pupil on the left was red and the pupil on the right was silver. Is this my very own Super Saiyan 5? Suyi shook his tail. The end of the tail was silver and white, and the rest were red, which was no different from the red tail of Super Saiyan IV. At this time, his combat power in this state is close to 8 Beijing. No, this shouldn't be considered Super Saiyan 5, at most. Suyi whispered. It can only be regarded as a half body at most. No, I'm afraid it can't be regarded as a full body, it can only be regarded as an experimental body of Super Saiyan 5. He looked at his appearance again, maybe when the fireworks rising from his hair, tail and pupils turned silvery white, that would be the real Super Saiyan 5. I'm looking forward to it. I'm looking forward to what the fighting power of this Super Saiyan 5 will reach. Suyi grinned, very happy. Soon, he returned to his normal appearance, then took away the surrounding magic circle, and used teleportation to come to a nearby city to find a restaurant and start eating. The two worlds are the same anime, so the money is the same. Naturally, there is no such thing as a different currency for Suyi, and he can't afford to eat. After a meal, his stomach was full, but his wallet was deflated. Therefore, Suyi also returned to his own time and space world. As soon as he came back, Suyi felt a powerful thought sweeping the earth. This is a divine sense technique that only gods can possess. It seems that there was a god who scanned the earth just now. Suyi's face showed a dignified expression. There are good gods in the universe, and there will also be evil gods. As for the god of destruction, Binus, how can I say it? Could it be Binus, or Wes? Suyi thought about it. If it is one of the two, then it is obvious that the Saiyans on Earth have been noticed by them. In other words, the peeps from a few years ago were to destroy Wes or Binus in the realm of the gods. Thinking of this, Suyi smiled nonchalantly. His current strength is equivalent to 80% of Binus's. As long as he is a little more stable, it is even more likely that he will be tied with him after a while. Don't worry, don't worry. Before Weiss and Binus come to Earth, they should find some delicious food to fill their stomachs. Therefore, in a month, I must initially control the initial transformation of Super Saiyan V. Quote. Suyi's eyes narrowed, and now his imperfect state is equivalent to the fusion of Dragon Ball Super World and Dragon Ball GT. So, to a certain extent, he alone is actually equivalent to a super soldier after the fusion of Monkey King and Vegeta. The days that follow will inevitably be a bit boring. Suyi basically spends a month in the time house. After all, he has been practicing for several years. It is worth mentioning that the Super Saiyan 5, which is exclusive to him, has completed the initial transformation, and he can control it perfectly. This is very good news, but one thing is that this transformation can only last for 10 minutes. What can you do in 10 minutes? For an ordinary person, it may be time to squat on a cigarette and play with a mobile phone for a while. However, for Suyi, who transformed into this preliminary Super Saiyan 5 realm, he could easily beat Beerus, who did not use destructive energy, several times. In that state, I have the combat power of 12 Beijing. Just by initially controlling this transformation, I can have such a perverted strength. If I really reach the point of perfect control, how strong should I be at that time? Suyi laughed, although he could only transform for 10 minutes, but in these 10 minutes, Binus, the god of destruction, might not be able to make a few moves in his hands with full firepower. When Suyi left the customs, at the same time, on the planet where the Northern Realm King was. The King of the Northern Realm was looking at Beerus and Whis in horror, his body trembling uncontrollably. As for Wukong and a gorilla, the little ant was hiding and watching Beerus and Whis, except for the curious look on Wukong's face. 5.3. The gorilla and the little ant were sweating coldly on their faces, and they couldn't be scared. Is that guy Beerus the god of destruction? After being curious for a while, Sun Wukong looked at Wes very solemnly. He remembered that a god Suyi had told him before would come to Earth. So, is this guy the god who is more powerful than him? In the mouth of brother Suyi. Please, be quiet, it will be discovered. The little ant on the side was sweating profusely, and said in horror. Ah, I know. Sun Wukong smiled at the little ant, then stuck his head out and looked at Wes. The dignified expression on his face was a little heavier. 103. Goku vs. Beerus, Beerus shock. At this time, in the field, the king of the Northern Realm slowly said to Beerus, who was hiding behind Whis, Dear Beerus, it's been a long time, I welcome you to visit my planet. Long time no see, king of the Northern Realm. Beerus stood up from behind Whis and greeted him likewise. Sun Wukong stared, saw Beerus coming out, and said in surprise, That is Beerus, the god of destruction. At this moment, Beerus suddenly noticed Sun Wukong with his head sticking out and looked at him. The two looked at each other, and an inexplicable smile appeared on the corner of his mouth, and he whispered, Saiyan. Huh. Seeing that Beerus noticed Sun Wukong, the king of the northern realm changed his face and hurriedly stood in front of Beerus, smirking. Lord Beerus, I am preparing food for you now, look. Get out of the way. Beerus glanced at the northern realm king indifferently, and said coldly. Beerus is older. Just as the king of the north was about to speak, Beerus pointed a finger at him. In response to this, the king of the northern realm slowly stepped aside, and the cold sweat on his forehead was pouring down. You, come here. Beerus hooked his finger at Sun Wukong 25. Sun Wukong pointed to himself, then tilted his head and glanced at the little ant and the gorilla who had already escaped, then looked directly at Beerus, and said, Me. That's right, it's you, Saiyan. Beerus nodded. Sun Wukong scratched his head and walked out slowly. Seeing the king of the northern realm on the side giving him a wink, he smiled naively, jumped in front of Beerus, and bowed politely, Hello, bye Lord Ruth. Beerus rubbed his chin with his hand, looked at the Saiyan, and after a while, asked Whis, is this guy the Super Saiyan God? No. Whis smiled and shook his head. Super Saiyan God. When Sun Wukong heard these words, his eyes lit up in vain. He knew that Suyi had initially entered the realm of God. Perhaps. Is this Super Saiyan God brother Suyi? You know the Super Saiyan God. Beerus couldn't help asking when he saw Sun Wukong's eyes flashing. Should. No. Sun Wukong smiled naively. On your Earth, isn't it? Beerus rode. Whis told him that the Super Saiyan God is on Earth. If he hadn't come here to meet his old friend, he must have headed straight to Earth. Yes, Brother Suyi, his strength has initially entered the realm of God, very powerful. Sun Wukong's eyes showed admiration, and he was full of admiration. It's my ability that was taught by Brother Suyi. Oh. When Beerustin became interested, he glanced at Sun Wukong, nodded and said, I heard that you Saiyans can transform into Super Saiyans, so you can transform and let me see. Yes, Beerus-sama. Sun Wukong rolled his eyes, responded very quickly, and said, however, can I fight Beerus-sama? Goku. Hearing this, the king of the northern realm changed dramatically, and hurriedly scolded, Master Beerus's strength is unattainable, how can you fight against it? Yeah, but I really want to see how strong Suyi's brother is to say that it is not an opponent's existence. Sun Wukong scratched his head in distress. What a big idiot, he wants to see my power. Beerus shook his head and laughed, okay, then let you see my strength. Ahahaha, thank you Beerus-sama. Sun Wukong hurriedly bowed, then jumped aside, clenched his fists with both hands, and roared, drink. Seeing that Sun Wukong's momentum instantly improved, Beerus raised his brows. Lord Beerus, this is Super Saiyan 1. Quote. Sun Wukong rose golden fireworks all over his body, and his hair also turned golden yellow. Beerus was just a little surprised, waved it casually, and responded. Drink. This is Super Saiyan 2. Monkey King roared once again, and once again transformed into Super Saiyan 2. This strength is so-so. Beerus yawned without raising his eyelids. Ha ha ha, it sure is Beerus-sama. Drink. Sun Wukong laughed twice, roared for the last time, and at the same time transformed into Super Saiyan 3, which is currently his strongest state. When they were on Earth, Suyi had probably told them how to enter the realm of the gods, but it was a pity that Sun Wukong and Vegeta were temporarily out of control. It's interesting. Smiled when he saw Goku in Super Saiyan 3. A 400-fold increase is indeed impressive. However, in Beerus' eyes, he was still so weak. Well, your strength is not bad, then I will use a finger. Beerus stepped forward, his left hand behind his back, and his right hand only stretched out a finger, looking at Sun Wukong indifferently. Hearing Beerus' words, Monkey King said with indignation on his face, I will definitely use all my strength to force out your second finger, Lord Beerus. Drink. Sun Wukong roared, clenched his fists and rushed towards Beerus. Run away everyone. When the king of the Northern Realm saw the upcoming battle, he hurriedly ran towards the house on the side, and then half of his head leaked out to look at the field. Drink. Sun Wukong slammed his fist at Beerus, but he was easily dodged. Is that so? Beerus laughed. Look at my turtle Qigong wave. Sun Wukong roared in bursts, and instantly moved the turtle Qigong wave and released it. Boom. The explosion sounded continuously. The strength is good, no wonder he was able to kill Frieza. Soon, the smoke from the explosion dissipated, revealing the figure of Beerus. Goku, who was in Super Saiyan 3 state, nodded and said, Saiyans are indeed a very powerful race. It seems that they used to be. Neither know how to use their true power. Quote. Drink. Sun Wukong exploded again, and at this time, his whole body exploded with lightning crackling 733, and his combat power was stronger than before. Ah da 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 da. Call out. Sun Wukong rushed over, roared in anger, and punched and kicked Beerus. Beerus easily dealt with this with just one finger. Ha! Sun Wukong gets more excited the more he fights, the power of a punch is more surging than a punch. In the end, when he hit the 100th punch, his aura reached the peak, activated the strength of the king of the world, and punched Beerus. Boom! The power of this punch made Beerus, who was dealing with one finger, take a few steps back. Ooh! At this moment, Weiss, who was on the other side, stared with a surprised expression on his face. Ah da 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 da. Sun Wukong's offensive is getting more and more fierce, and Beerus, who only uses one finger, gradually finds himself a little powerless, and his heart is even more shocked. You know, the power he used has increased to nearly half of his strength. 10. How strong is Beerus? Half of Beijing's combat power. 10,000 trillion is equal to 1 capital, which is 10%. Half of it, that is, the combat power of 5 gigabytes, that is, the combat power of 5 trillion. And this Saiyan has reached this level of combat power that is close to the level of an ordinary god. How can Beerus not be shocked? 104. Beerus comes to Earth and sees Suyi for the first time. Terrible. Wukong is so powerful. The king of the Northern Realm on one side exclaimed, even though he knew that Lord Beerus didn't fight seriously, he could tell how terrifying Sun Wukong's fighting power was. Thank you for letting me know that the power of Saiyans is indeed powerful. It can be seen that the Super Saiyan God must also be very powerful. In the field, Beerus and Sun Wukong looked at each other, the former smiled, flew forward slowly, and said lightly, however, I have to let you understand a truth. That is, the god of destruction, but it is very scary. Boom. Beerus stretched out his hand and flicked Sun Wukong's forehead lightly, and then saw Wukong fly upside down. Ha! Sun Wukong exclaimed. Call out. Beerus flew behind Sun Wukong in an instant, raised his hand and stretched out a finger, lightly pressing it on his shoulder, as if a planet was pressing over. Sun Wukong instantly lost his fighting power and fell to the ground in a normal state, unconscious. Past. Goku. The king of the Northern Realm hurried over, followed by the gorilla and the little ant. Let's go, Whis. Go to Earth and show me how powerful that Super Saiyan God is. Beerus slowly landed from the air, with his hands behind his back, and said indifferently. Okay, Beerus-sama. Weiss came over with the staff, with a faint smile on his face, and then tapped the ground lightly with the staff in his hand. Rub. A dazzling light flashed for a moment, and then the two disappeared. ... At the same time, on a certain sea area of the earth, a yacht is slowly parading. Suyi is holding a banquet with Bulma and the others, because today is his wedding anniversary with Bulma and Akatsuki. You can eat whatever you want, you're welcome. Bulma and Mato Akira were greeting Kiki, Elu, Vegeta and the others, and their faces were full of happy expressions. At this moment, Vegeta suddenly heard a voice in her ear. Vegeta, I am the king of the northern realm Tilda. Vegeta got up from the beach chair and said impatiently, what's the matter with me? Vegeta, listen to me quietly. Otherwise, the earth will be destroyed. The king of the northern realm said calmly. Speak. Vegeta was still impatient. Master Beerus, the god of destruction, is about to arrive on earth. You must tell Mr. Suyi not to be too aggressive. This master is very powerful, and remember to prepare some delicious food. The voice of the king of the northern realm came, and Vegeta, who was full of impatience, was stunned for a moment, then jumped up from the beach chair, and said in shock, You. What did you say? Who? Destruction god Beerus. Yes, it is the god of destruction Beerus-sama. The king of the northern realm said earnestly. In short, you must not provoke him, otherwise the consequences will be disastrous. I get it. Vegeta lowered her head, recalling in her mind that King Vegeta had entertained Beerus, the god of destruction, when he was a child. Moreover, in front of him, his father was trampled under the feet of Beerus, and despite the past so many years, he is still vivid in his mind. God of destruction, Beerus. Vegeta gritted her teeth. Time passed minute by minute, and several minutes had passed since the notification from the Northern Realm King. Vegeta came to one of the fences of the yacht with a worried face, thinking about how to deal with Beerus, the god of destruction. Call out. At this moment, a figure flashed past behind him. Huh. Vegeta nodded hurriedly, but there was no one behind her. Is it my delusion? Vegeta's eyes narrowed and she murmured in a low voice. Call out. At this time, another figure flashed away. Damn. Vegeta gritted her teeth and glanced around, but she still saw no one. As he cursed inwardly, a figure came quietly behind him, and a finger slowly approached him. Bang. Ah. Vegeta panicked for a while, and was frightened and quickly fled from the place. Ha ha ha. Beerus' laughter sounded, and Vegeta looked back, her expression suddenly changed. Bye, Beerus-sama. Vegeta was in a hurry and hurriedly bowed to Beerus respectfully. Prince Vegeta, I remember you. Beerus chuckled lightly and walked towards him slowly. Gudong. Vegeta swallowed several times as Beerus walked. Ah, Vegeta, are you here? At this time, Vegeta's wife Elu suddenly appeared, and when she saw Beerus, Whis and the others, she asked in surprise, who are these two gentlemen? Elu. Vegeta exclaimed. Huh. Elu responded strangely, seeing him sweating profusely, she couldn't help but feel even more strange. Just as she was about to speak, Whis smiled and said, Diaresis, this beautiful lady, we are Vegeta's friends, this time passing the earth, so I came to see him. Ah, welcome, warm welcome. When Elu heard this, she immediately laughed happily. Why doesn't this guy Vegeta know Elu's temperament? It's a blessing to have one friend. Now he has two friends. Elu was so happy. Thank you. Beerus turned his head, and Whis smiled and nodded in thanks. Today is our friend's wedding anniversary, so we held a party with a lot of delicious food. You are from an alien planet. You must have never tasted our planet's delicious food. Ha ha ha, come with me. Elu was very enthusiastic, and brought Beerus and Whis to the yacht and left the fence. As for Vegeta, she was sweating profusely as she watched the backs of Beerus and the others leaving, her legs softening for a while. After a while, he seemed to have thought of something, Wang Zhao's, and hurriedly ran towards the yacht center. At the same time, Suyi, who had just walked out of the training room in the yacht and came to the yacht center, was stunned when he saw Beerus and Weston on the small stage in the center. At the same time, Beerus and Whis also set their sights on him. Weiss is okay, his eyes are very peaceful, and the smile on his face is also very soft. As for Beerus, he stared at Suyi and narrowed his eyes. As a god of destruction, he has a strong perception of dangerous characters. In this seventh universe, there has never been someone who made him feel this way, but this time it appeared, which made him very dignified and shocked. Weiss. Yes, Beerus-sama. Weiss smiled. Is he the Super Saiyan God? Beerus asked in a low voice. Probably, yes. Weiss replied hesitantly. 105. Weiss's reminder, Beerus is cowardly. In terms of breath, Weiss can feel the power of Suyi. However, he couldn't be 100% sure that he was the Super Saiyan God in Beerus' dream. Are you the Suyi that Sun Wukong said? Beerus put his hands behind his back and looked at Su Yedao indifferently. Suyi also responded coldly, with his strength not afraid of Beerus at all. 10 minutes, he had suppressed Beerus' Tu Jing in combat power, and he could easily kill this terrifying god of destruction a dozen times back and forth. Seeing Suyi's gesture, Beerus narrowed his eyes. As for Weiss, he looked like he was watching a good show. For so many years, it was the first time he had seen someone in this seventh universe dare to be so indifferent to Beerus. Do you know who I am? Beerus' face became gloomy, and his tone was very unkind. God of destruction, Beerus. Suyi walked slowly, stretched out her hand to cover her mouth and yawned, very calm, pulled up a stool and sat down slowly. I am a very casual person. If you deal with a cold face, I will naturally be cold too. Face to deal with. Quote. If it wasn't for the scrutiny in Beerus' eyes and his icy attitude, Suyi wouldn't be so direct. Still the same sentence. If 977 is not stable, then beat it. Weiss is indeed stronger than him, but he knows that this angel is not a last resort, and he never dares to shoot. As the god of destruction, can't beat the people in the universe that you govern. Then, what qualifications do you have to be this god of destruction? Therefore, once the angels act favorably, even if their father is a great priest, I am afraid it will be useless. The momentum of the two of them was a little cold. Seeing this scene, Bulma and others understood. These two guys, where are Vegeta's friends? Obviously it's here to find fault. Hey, I don't care who you are. I tell you, if it's not a friend, please leave. If it is a friend, Bulma will naturally serve you the best food in the world. Bulma stood up and looked at Beerus and Weiss coldly. Seeing that Bulma got angry, Suyi blinked. My dear, is this a husband and wife soldier in battle? Thinking of this, Suyi chuckled and shook his head, slowly getting up and coming to Bulma in an instant. As a man, you can't let your woman have any possibility of injury. This guy Beerus is very polite to the lady, CFCE, however, it doesn't mean that he is still very polite after being slightly irritated by him just now. Beerus-sama, is deliciousness more important, or face? Weiss laughed lightly and reminded in a low voice. This man looks very powerful in my eyes, you have to think about it clearly. Beerus stared. He thought that this guy Suyi was extremely dangerous, and now he was reminded by Weiss. He suddenly had a heart in his heart, and said in a low voice, is this guy really so powerful? Weiss smiled slightly, answered and came near Bulma, and gave a gentleman's salute very elegantly. Beautiful lady, we are not enemies, please don't get me wrong. Hearing this, Bulma glanced suspiciously at Weiss, then at Beerus who turned his head to look elsewhere, and finally pulled his husband Suyi, and whispered, Husband, what do you say? Suyi turned around, reached out and tapped her forehead, smiling, what else can I say? I ordered someone to prepare the most delicious food for Mr. Beerus and Mr. Weiss. Okay. Bulma laughed, then turned and left. Call. Seeing that there should be no more waves, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Weiss, who was on the side, saw Suyi turn his head. The two looked at each other, nodded and smiled in unison, as a greeting. Then Suyi glanced at Beerus. The guy kept staring at Suyi. The two looked at each other. He snorted and turned his head away. Yo, it's quite arrogant. Suyi laughed inwardly and shook his head. At this time, Vegeta ran over from one side, sweating profusely. Seeing that Beerus was not unhappy, he breathed a sigh of relief. Mr. Suyi, this is Lord Beerus, this is. Vegeta trotted to Suyi and introduced him to him, but he was a little embarrassed when he introduced Weiss. Because he doesn't know Weiss. My name is Weiss, and I'm Beerus Sama's servant. Weiss smiled and said to Vegeta that Suyi knew his name. Although he was curious about how he knew his name, he did not ask. Mr. Suyi, come here, I have something very important to tell you. Vegeta glanced at Beerus with an indifferent expression, then pulled Suyi to the side. What? Suyi wondered. That is the god of destruction, Lord Beerus. His strength is very terrifying. If he disagrees, he may destroy the planet. If it makes him unhappy, be careful of our Earth. Vegeta announced in a low voice. Well, I see. After he finished speaking, Suyi nodded lightly. Huh, Mr. Suyi, you just understand. Vegeta breathed a sigh of relief. He was afraid that Suyi didn't know that there was someone outside, and there was a sky outside the sky, and angered the disaster star Beerus, which would really bring bad luck to the whole Earth. Soon, one by one servants brought delicious food. Beerus and Weston stepped forward greedily, and then started to eat. As for Suyi, Bulma, Mato Akatsuki, and Lazuli chatting on the side, there were 2 laughs from time to time, and the atmosphere was very harmonious for a while. Time passed by, and when everything that should be eaten and drink had been finished, Sun Wukong rushed back from the planet of the Northern Realm King. Brother Suyi, nothing happened, right? As soon as Sun Wukong came back, he glanced at Beerus with great trepidation, then walked quickly to Suyi's side and asked in a low voice. It's all right. Suyi smiled and said, Beerus is here to find the Super Saiyan God this time. Super Saiyan God. Sun Wukong was stunned for a moment, and then said, hasn't Big Brother Suyi already reached this realm long ago? Well, but you can get there very quickly too. Suyi smiled mysteriously. All in all, the kid Sun Wukong was seen by him since he was a child. What kind of benefits are there? He was naturally the first to think of this kid. This time, there is a chance to transform into a super race god Red, and he naturally wants to fight for Sun Wukong. So, he wasn't going to fight Beerus first. Huh, can I get to this state soon too? Sun Wukong's eyes widened, he pointed to himself in shock, and said in surprise. 106. Suyi also turned into Super Race God Red. Suyi nodded and didn't explain much. He expected that Beerus would soon come over and ask. Sure enough, within 5 minutes, Beerus and Whis walked over. That. Beerus put his hands behind his back, looked at Suyi and said, are you the Super Saiyan God? No. Suyi shook his head, pointed at Sun Wukong, and said, however, he can become the god of Super Saiyan tilde. Beerus glanced at Monkey King, and he was really impressed by this guy's Super Saiyan 3. However, how long would it take for him to become the Super Saiyan god and grow to the point where he could rival him? You don't think he can? Suyi smiled lightly, walked around, gathered Vegeta and the others together, and said, it's not actually the case, the Super Saiyan God is a very special realm. In fact, the transformation is actually very simple. It only needs 5 Saiyans with a heart of justice to inject energy into a Saiyan who also has a heart of justice to transform successfully. Huh. Everyone was stunned when they heard Suyi's words. Beerus glanced at Whis and found that his face was also a little surprised. Obviously, he didn't know this secret either. 1, 2, 3, 4, plus 5 of me. Vegeta, Son Gohan, Trunks, Son Wushan, plus Suyi himself, just made up 5. Come on, let Mr. Beerus see the power of the Super Saiyan God. Suyi laughed. Does Vegeta really have a heart for justice? At this time, Kalen suddenly waved his hand and complained. Swish swish. As soon as those words came out, everyone turned their attention to him. The last time he was manipulated by Babidi and led to demonization, they knew that this guy had an evil heart in his heart. Hey, how can you look at me like that? Vegeta was immediately unhappy, and why did he suspect that he did not have a righteous heart? Ha ha ha, alright, let's all stand around Wukong. Suyi laughed twice and asked everyone to stand up. Soon, 5 people stood around Sun Wukong hand in hand, led by Suyi, and soon each turned into a Super Saiyan. All 6 of them turned into Super Saiyans. This powerful aura made Krillin and others change color, especially Suyi's breath, which made Beerus almost exclaimed. He has seen the transformation of Sun Wukong in various stages, and he can also see the increase in his combat power in each stage. Now it seems that this Suyi's strength is indeed terrifyingly strong. Super Saiyan 1 alone has been raised to such a terrifying realm, so will the next Super Saiyan 2, Super Saiyan 3. Or even Super Saiyan 4. Thinking of this, Beerus looked solemnly on this man, and he found that he really couldn't see through this guy. At this time, a golden light burst out, and Sun Wukong slowly floated in the air. Kakarot, do you feel anything? Vegeta asked impatiently. Ah, if you say that, I've never been a god, so I don't know. Brother Suyi, can you feel the change in me? Sun Wukong replied Vegeta, and then asked Suyi, who had stepped into the realm of God a few months earlier. Well, your aura is much stronger than before. Also, Vegeta, you should be able to find that his aura is getting shallower, right? This is the realm of being close to a god, and humans cannot tell the aura of a god. Suyi organized the language and explained. As soon as these words came out, Vegeta and a few people felt it, and they were indeed surprised to find that as time passed, Sun Wukong's breath became more and more obscure, and it was not easy for people to perceive the breath. Soon, the 6 people floated towards the sky in unison. At this time, everyone can see the sky, and the sea has a dazzling golden light. Rub. The golden light continued to flicker, and soon a blue light flashed again. Everyone stared at the 6 people in the field, and Kaylin and the others had a look of anticipation on their faces. Looks like something is going to happen. Beerus and Whis floated in the air, and the 2 communicated. Yes, I have felt a breath from God. Weiss nodded, a look of surprise on his face. It's raining. At this time, it rained unexpectedly in the sky, which made Bulma and the girls exclaimed. Katakana middle dot flowers katakana middle dot. Huh, why are we getting hail here? Turtle Immortal and Oolong stood together, so they both exclaimed at the same time. Just then, the weather changed again, and it was snowing again. Suyi looked up at the sky. At this time, a dazzling golden light had descended on Sun Wukong, and then a red light burst out. Most people could not open their eyes at this moment, only Suyi, who had stepped into the realm of God, also Beerus and Whis can see. Sun Wukong's body is undergoing a qualitative change. A breath of God was exuding from his body. The dazzling red light slowly subsided, and when everyone thought that the transformation was about to end, a golden light that was even more dazzling than before shone down on the sky. 0. This time, it was not Sun Wukong, but Suyi. Not only Beerus and Whis were stunned, but the Piccolo people on the side were also stunned. What's the matter? Suyi was also very shocked and didn't understand why he was also illuminated by the golden light. Moreover, his body was also changing slowly. It was obviously golden light, but the surface of his body was covered with a red light film. Boo! Like the sound of the bottle cap being pulled open, the red light film on Suyi's body and Sun Wukong's body shattered in vain. Kaka! Rot! Vegeta and others returned to normal. Vegeta looked at Sun Wukong with an inexplicable look on his face, and whispered his Saiyan name. Is this the Super Saiyan God? Also, why are there 2 Super Saiyan gods born at the same time? Beerus' face was cloudy, very strange. Lord Beerus, as far as I know, Suyi has already stepped into the realm of God a few months ago. Weiss' eyes flashed and he said something. What? This guy stepped into the realm of the gods a few months ago. Beerus had a look of shock on his face. Then, after a few months, did this guy get a blessing and be promoted to a rank again? Thinking of this, he suddenly felt a strong sense of fear in his heart. 107. Suyi's power, Beerus' excitement. Just because of his previous strength, I heard that Weiss said that he is not an opponent. Now that he is promoted again, wouldn't he be even more an opponent? Weiss, who is this guy? Beerus frowned and asked. Logically speaking, such a powerful guy should not be famous, but he was sure that this was the first time he had seen and heard of such a guy. Lord Beerus, he's a Saiyan. Weiss replied. Hearing this, Beerus glanced at Weiss. Of course he also knew that Suyi was a Saiyan, but how can a Saiyan be so powerful? He can't believe it. Lord Beerus, there was also a powerful Saiyan in ancient times. Weiss smiled slightly. According to ancient books, that Saiyan is very powerful. I don't know how powerful it is. I only know that my father always respected him very much. What? Beerus was startled again. Of course he knew who Weiss's father was. Even the one who respects the Saiyan from ancient times, how powerful should he be? This guy may be a direct descendant of that powerful Saiyan in ancient times. Weiss laughed out loud. Boom. Two powerful auras erupted in the field, originating from Suyi and Sun Wukong. At this time, both of them had red hair and red eyes, their faces were slightly thinner than before, and their breath was obscure, making it unpredictable. Is this the Super Saiyan God? Vegeta looked at Sun Wukong with incomparably fiery eyes, and he really wanted to achieve this state. In other words, he wants to control a powerful force. What a powerful force! Sun Wukong clenched his fist, and after feeling it, he exclaimed. Well, the power is really pure. Suyi nodded. He also felt the power of this super race god Red. It was not as powerful as super race god Blue, but it seemed more pure. This is not the point. The point is why he also turned into Super Saiyan Red. System, why did I also turn into Super Saiyan Red? Suyi asked in his heart. After a while of silence, the system did not reply. Obviously, it didn't know, and perhaps didn't want to tell him. Beerus and Weiss flew down from midair and came to Sun Wukong and Suyi. Beerus-sama, I kept you waiting. Sun Wukong shouted politely and bowed. You want to fight me again? Beerus saw Sun Wukong's plan and said lightly. Hopefully I can see a more powerful power than Lord Beerus. Sun Wukong looked at Beerus with full of fighting intent. Beerus glanced at Suyi, saw his expressionless face, pondered for a moment, nodded and agreed. Thank you Beerus-sama. Sun Wukong laughed excitedly, and flew into the sky. Beerus also raised his body slowly with his arms behind his back. The two looked at each other in the sky, and Beerus smiled. It seems that you are really eager to try. Then, let me see the power of the Super Saiyan God. As he spoke, he lowered his gaze and glanced at Suyi who was standing on the yacht. He also wanted to try this guy's strength. After all, except for the angel family, his strength belongs to the absolute top level. Invincible loneliness, he has experienced for many years. If he can try and fail this time, he is naturally very happy to feel it. Hearing Beerus' words, Sun Wukong made an attacking hand gesture with a confident smile on his face. He had never felt such a powerful force before, so he was confident that he could compete with Beerus, the god of destruction. Drink. Sun Wukong charged towards Beerus, but since it was the first time he had obtained such a powerful power, he rushed directly over Beerus. This power doesn't feel like my own body. Sun Wukong is unbelievably authentic. Huh. Beerus laughed, turned around slowly, and reached behind Sun Wukong who was still sighing at this moment, a finger stretched out and pressed down on his shoulder. Boom. Lord Beerus, you can't use the same move twice. Sun Wukong turned around and punched Beerus' finger with a smile. Not bad. Beerus nodded in appreciation and slowly backed away a short distance. Thank you Beerus-sama for your compliment. Sun Wukong's eyes narrowed, and he was completely serious. Drink. With a roar of Sun Wukong, the battle officially started. On the yacht, Suyi and the others looked up at the sky. Beerus and Sun Wukong were not equal to each other, and it was impossible to see who was stronger for the time being. This guy Kakarot. Vegeta gritted her teeth for a while, and roared in her heart, I must defeat this guy Beerus. How do you feel about Mr. Suyi? Weiss came to Suyi's side and asked softly. The red-haired and red-eyed Suyi glanced at Weiss and thought for a moment. Mr. Weiss asked about the battle between Beerus and Goku, or what it feels like for me to turn into Super Saiyan Red now. Super Race God Red. When Weiss heard this, he was stunned for a moment, and then his eyes lit up in vain, as if he had remembered something, and said, "So, I do remember that you can transform into a blue Super Saiyan God." "Yes." Suyi nodded and didn't hide it. Then he shouted. His powerful aura exploded completely, and saw a blue light burst out. His hair changed from red to blue, and the fireworks around him were blue and red, like a previous life. In the animation, the appearance of Sun Wukong's Super Saiyan blue state and then reopening the king's fist. In this state, his strength is infinitely close to 10 Jing, stronger than usual. He suspected that if he added a preliminary transformation of Super Saiyan 5 at this level, then his combat power must be 0.7 stronger than the previous 12 Beijing. He guessed for a moment, maybe it should be able to reach the combat power of 14 Beijing. This isn't your strongest fighting stance, is it? Weiss guessed. Suyi nodded, didn't say anything more, returned to normal. He looked up into the sky. At this time, he should have felt the power of Suyi. Beerus was unconsciously distracted during the battle, so he was pressed and beaten by Sun Wukong. This guy is very powerful. I really want to fight him once. Beerus' eyes were erratic, and the excitement of longing for a strong enemy rose from the depths of his heart. However, Sun Wukong in the state of Super Saiyan God is indeed a strong enemy, and Beerus immediately showed a little serious attitude and began to fight with Sun Wukong. 108. Suye vs. Beerus. Does Weiss know the Six Veins Excalibur? Facts have proved how terrifying the combat power of Beerus is when he shows a little seriousness. Transformed into a Super Saiyan God, Sun Wukong, whose combat power has reached 6 Beijing, is still no match for Beerus. The battle started quickly and ended very quickly. According to the words in the original work, Sun Wukong can at least hold on for a while, but there is one more variable such as Suyi. Excited, Beerus, who is full of fighting spirit and wanted to compete with him, quickly dealt with Sun Wukong. Suyi, how about a fight between you and me? Back over the yacht, Beerus looked at Suyi with fiery eyes. Yes. Suyi nodded. He was going to fight Beerus without turning into a preliminary Super Saiyan 5. After all, with the red transformation of the previous Super Race God, his current strength is extremely close to 10 Beijing. Extremely close to 10 Jing is somewhat different from the combat strength of Beerus, who is only 10 Jing. But Suyi still has this confidence. He can at least remain undefeated. 22 Suyi turned into a Super Race God Blue, with red eyes. The fireworks around him were blue and red, and the breath was strong, making Beerus' face even more excited. Come on, it's far from enough for us to fight. Let's fight with me in the universe. Beerus burst out laughing, just about to fly out of space. However, Suyi shouted to stop him in time, and then spent 100,000 exchange points to exchange for a magic circle, which directly covered a radius of thousands of miles with a wave of his hand. Within a radius of thousands of miles, you and I are in the arena. Fight to your heart's content. I want to see your strongest strength. Suyi smiled slightly. It's amazing, this little guy should be the descendant of that ancient Saiyan. Otherwise, it would be impossible to come up with such a magical thing. Whis, who was on the side, felt the intensity of the space around him, and showed an expression of amazement. He had heard too many legends about that person from his father when he was a child, and now seeing all kinds of situations, his childhood memories suddenly emerged. Soon, Suyi and Beerus slowly ascended into the sky, and the entire yacht was protected by Whis. As long as the attack did not exceed his strength, it would all be ineffective. This point is similar to Suyi's magic circle effect in a sense. Please. Please. The two bowed to each other in midair, which is respect for the strong. Whether it is Suyi or Beerus, the strength is already in the top ranks of the 7th universe. This duel is not a duel of life and death, but a duel with the nature of sparring. The battle has officially started. Everyone on the yacht raised their heads one after another. This wonderful matchup is absolutely not to be missed. The two first confronted them with physical skills, and the speed was so fast that everyone on the yacht couldn't see it at all. It's too fast, even I can't watch the whole battle at this level. Sun Wukong shook his head. He turned into a super race god red, and his strength increased greatly. The power of the gods had entered his body, and his strength had reached at least 3 Beijing or even 3.5 Beijing's combat power. Now, with such a powerful strength, he still can't even see the specific collision movements of the two people in the sky. It is conceivable how high-end this level of collision is. When Vegeta heard what he said, she snorted coldly, found a seat and sat down. Since she couldn't see clearly, just wait for the battle to end. However, looking at him looking up from time to time, and the beads of sweat on his forehead, you can still see the restlessness and expectation in his heart at the moment. Sword come. At this time, in the sky, after the collision of physical skills, Suyi reached out and grabbed in the void, and a lightsaber glowing red and blue light condensed in his hand. 6-Pulse Divine Sword. This is what my father told me, that ancient Saiyan's unique trick, 6-Pulse Divine Sword. At this moment, Weiss on the yacht exclaimed when he saw the lightsaber condensed in Suyi's hand. Before, he only had a 50% guess, guessing that Suyi was the descendant of that ancient Saiyan. Now, when Suyi saw this unique trick unique to the ancient Saiyan appeared in Suyi's hands, he was 100% sure. This Suyi is the descendant of that one horrible race. Weiss' eyes were full of fear, and he was not a god. He had grown to the level of a god, and even surpassed that of a god. This Saiyan race is indeed terrifying. It is a pity that the rest of the Saiyans have been destroyed before. Otherwise, led by this man named Suyi, I am afraid that the first race of the 7th universe will be occupied by the Saiyan race. Not only that, but other universes are rarely able to compete with this race. Moreover, if he remembered correctly, the 6th universe seems to be a parallel universe with the 7th universe, belonging to the brother universe, so the 6th universe also has the race of Saiyans. Perhaps, there is a chance to tell Vados to take care of this race. Weiss' eyes flashed, and at this moment, a lot of thoughts rose up in his heart. In the sky, the battle is nearly over. The two seem to be evenly matched, but in fact, both sides understood that Suyi's strength was always weaker than Beerus. However, Beerus didn't think that Suyi's strength was that simple. Could give him a sense of danger could be inferior to his strength. I am very happy with this battle. Beerus stopped his hand, his momentum subsided, and smiled at Suyi. In this battle, he didn't win or lose, but he really fought heartily, and it couldn't be more fun. Suyi also had a smile on his face. This battle was also the most hardy battle he had ever fought, because basically, there were not enough people who appeared to fight him, let alone those who could fight with him. Have been. The two landed and returned to the yacht. Beerus-sama must be hungry, right? Weiss stepped forward and smiled. Hearing this, Beerus was stunned for a moment, and then saw Weiss's twinkling eyes, and suddenly he was stunned. Here, I have something to tell him. Well, I'm pretty hungry. Beerus nodded and smiled at Suyi. We and I will go back first, and we will visit again another day. Goodbye Mr. Suyi. Weiss held the staff a little on the ground, and saw the two of them turned into a golden light soaring into the sky, and finally disappeared from everyone's sight. 109. In the third stage, it will be the ultimate free will. After Beerus and Weiss left, however, with the interruption of Beerus, everyone didn't have much thought to continue the party for a while. Wukong, you are so powerful now, we have to practice hard. Piccolo and others also left one after another. No one wanted to be too far behind. They all prepared to practice hard, not to catch up with the pace of Sun Wukong, but not to be left too far. Vegeta snorted coldly, glanced at Sun Wukong, and left with Elu and Trunks. Soon, the Sun Wukong family and the Suyi family were left on the entire yacht. Wukong, your strength is already very strong now, but you can't expand, you still have to practice hard. Su Yi said. I understand. Sun Wukong naturally understands this truth. From childhood to adulthood, he heard the most admonition from Su Yi to him. Cultivation is like sailing against the current. If you don't advance, you will retreat. Okay, in a few days, you may be able to wait for the opportunity to let Weiss teach you the practice. Su Yi's eyes flashed and reminded. Although Weiss is Beerus' servant, but in a sense, he is Beerus' teacher. If you follow him, you will definitely learn a lot. Huh. Hearing Su Yi's words, Sun Wukong's eyes widened. He thought Beerus was the most powerful person, but Su Yi told him that Weiss was Beerus' teacher. In that case, if you can really practice with Weiss, I am afraid that you will not only learn a lot of things, but also have more experience. This generation of teaching experience has been passed down, and they can also give their descendants a perfect tutorial, at least there is no worry in practice. But, I'm afraid it's a little difficult. Sun Wukong hesitated. Where did the existence of this level come from so much time to teach them? Beerus loves food, and Weiss loves food too. So, use the food on earth and let Weiss teach you diaresis tilde. Su Yi smiled. Good. Sun Wukong's eyes lit up. If it is really feasible, then his next strength will probably skyrocket even more. ... This is the end of Beerus' first visit to Earth. Not only Sun Wukong and the others began to practice, but Su Yi also practiced very hard. Soon, a week passed quickly. Sun Wukong and Vegeta obeyed Su Yi's instructions and used the food of the earth to make Weiss agree. The two naturally followed Weiss to the destruction god realm and began to practice. On this day, Su Yi entered the training room, and then let the system open the time-space tunnel and entered the world of Dragon Ball GT. It had been 2 months since he last entered. Entering this time, Su Yi asked how long ago the system was in the Dragon Ball GT world. The last time the host entered the world of Dragon Ball GT was 2 months and 3 days, and it has been half a year since the world of Dragon Ball GT. The system replied. Half a year. Su Yi thought about it. The last time he came to this world, Monkey King Vegeta could already transform into a Super Saiyan IV, and his strength was not even a little bit more terrifying than before. Now, half a year has passed, has it become stronger again? Thinking of this, Su Yi smiled and closed his eyes to search for Sun Wukong's breath. Soon, his breath was found on Baozi Mountain. Using teleportation to arrive, Su Yi found that Sun Wukong was not alone here, but was teaching Sun Wuxian and Xiaofang, the granddaughter of Wukong, how to control his qi. Yeah, brother Su Yi, you're here. When Sun Wukong saw Su Yi, he was used to his elusiveness, appearing for a while and then suddenly disappearing. Su Yi smiled and nodded. Sun Wukong has returned to his adult state. He looks the same as Wukong in the main time and space, but he looks a little older. But all in all, this is Goku enough. I'm here today to show you my Super Saiyan 5. Although it may not be suitable for your future transformation, it's always good to have a look. Su Yi opened his mouth and said, Saiyans in this world can't break through the realm of Super Saiyan, so naturally they can't learn Super Saiyan 5 that is exclusive to him. But if you look at it, it doesn't do any harm. Super Saiyan 5. Sun Wukong's eyes lit up. Since he was able to transform into Super Saiyan 4 proficiently, he is also thinking about whether he can go further and reach the realm of Super Saiyan 5. However, there is still too much difference, not to mention Super Saiyan 5, it is the realm of Super Saiyan 4 that surpassed Super Saiyan 4 in the previous Dragon Ball GT anime, and he has not been able to control it at present. Diaresis yes, Super Saiyan 5. Su Yi nodded, then roared, first transformed into Super Saiyan IV, and then blessed the realm of God, and finally silver-white fireworks flickered around him, and his eyes were also different from the previous one. Red, and one eye is silver-white. Now, both of his eyes are silver-white. Especially his long silver-white and red hair, silver-white and red hair and tail. At this point, there is only one single color, and that is silvery white. Now he is not the second stage of Super Saiyan 5, not the initial control of his exclusive Super Saiyan 5. All of this stemmed from the blessing of God in the main time and space world a week ago, which gave birth to the power of God in his body. If it weren't for the power of this God, Suyi might not be able to completely integrate the realm of Super Saiyan IV with the realm of God, Jiao of Jiao. It is even more impossible to reach the current state. In the second stage of Super Saiyan 5, the whole body is full of silver-white divine light. In other words, this is already a preliminary white god. However, different from the appearance of the Super 5 white gods in the anime of the previous life, Suyi is his own Super 5 white gods. The next stage of Super Saiyan 5 should be to completely control the realm of Super Saiyan 5. At that time, I will practice the realm of the gods to a higher level, that is, the freedom of extreme mind power. Suyi whispered, then looked up to see Sun Wukong, Sun Wuxian and Xiaofang looking at him with a demented look, which made him smile. This is my Super Saiyan 5. 110. The Resurrected Frieza, in time for revenge. Sun Wukong, Sun Wuxian and Xiaofang were stunned. If it wasn't for the fact that Suyi, the Super Saiyan 5, had actually appeared in front of them, I'm afraid they would never have believed that such a powerful character existed. It's too powerful. In front of you, Suyi, I can only feel my insignificance, and I don't dare to look at you at all. Sun Wukong smiled bitterly. This is not that he is bragging about Suyi, but that he does not dare to look at Suyi, let alone that he wants to gain valuable experience in Super Saiyan 5 by watching it. Huh, what's the matter? It shouldn't be. Suyi is a little strange. Although his current strength is very strong, Sun Wukong's strength is not too weak. Sun Wuxian and Xiaofang would feel this way. He felt a little normal, but if a powerful person like Sun Wukong would have this feeling, he felt a little abnormal. But this kind of feeling does exist, as if it was born and suppressed by blood. You are the king, and I am an ordinary person. Sun Wukong vividly compared it, which made Suyi frown. Could it be, his realm made him appear atavistic bloodline? Can he suppress the blood of the rest of the Saiyans? Thinking of this, Suyi asked in his heart, System, is what I thought just now really 763? In a sense, the host's bloodline is not an atavistic phenomenon. Because you are a bloodline of your own, and in terms of the purity of your bloodline, you are the ancestor of the Saiyans. Saiyans do bloodline suppression. It took a few seconds for the system to reply to Suyi. Hearing this reply, Suyi's eyes flashed, and a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. That being said, his idea was still right. Moreover, in this case, his future achievements are definitely not limited to ordinary Saiyans. Because he is the first ancestor and has the power of his own blood, not inherited from the blood of others. If this is the case, let's not say that he will not be suppressed by others, but say that his growth will change from limited to completely infinite. Very good, it seems to be determined to walk down this path and walk out of my own Saiyan way. Suyi showed a happy smile both on his face and in his heart. Goku, since that's the case, Super Saiyan 5 should need you to practice and transform yourself. Suyi opened the mouth and said, at this moment, he suddenly had a flash of inspiration. He remembered the advanced requirements of Super Saiyan 5 in the Dragon Ball fantasies in the previous life. In addition to his own strength, he must be familiar with his own emotions to be more powerful. From the point of Super Saiyan IV, it is inevitable to see how powerful a Saiyan who can perfectly control his emotions will be. Now that he thought of this, Suyi naturally told him what he knew about transforming into Super Saiyan 5. In a sense, Dragon Ball GT belongs to the Dragon Ball fandom world, so the setting of fandom Dragon Ball AF, he guesses, can also continue. Soon, after Sun Wukong digested what he said, Suyi was ready to leave. Brother Suyi, wait a minute, I have a question for you. Sun Wukong suddenly stopped Suyi. You said. Suyi is not in a hurry. Since Sun Wukong has something to ask, he knows that he will naturally tell him. Brother Suyi, how strong is he in your time and space? Sun Wukong asked with a fiery gaze. Hee hee. Suyi laughed, understood what he was thinking about asking this question, and said, at this stage, he is stronger than you, so you need to practice harder. Good. Sun Wukong's eyes were full of fighting intent. In the future, it may be possible for you to meet and fight once. So, you understand what I mean. Before stepping into the space-time tunnel, CFFC, Suyi reminded again. Later, seeing the joyous look on Sun Wukong's face, he also smiled, and then walked into the time-space tunnel. ... Earth, Western capital, Suyi's home. It has been a month since Suyi returned from the Dragon Ball GT world last time. After estimating the time, he guessed that Frieza should be resurrected and planned to take revenge again. Suddenly, a breath was sensed by Suyi, which made a faint smile appear on the corner of his mouth. Oh. I just remembered you, but you're here. I really miss Frieza, Frieza. That's right, the breath that Suyi sensed was the resurrected Frieza, and a large group of shrimp soldiers and crab generals with good fighting power. This kind of scene may have been in the past, and it is definitely not something that Z warriors can solve. As for now, the times are progressing, and people are naturally progressing too. Not to mention Sun Wufan, who completely abandoned literature and martial arts. He was a Krillin who easily slaughtered Frieza's shrimp soldiers and crabs. In the original book, Frieza in this period is the Golden Frieza, and he is in a 50-50 stage with the Super Saiyan Blue Monkey King. Suyi recalled Frieza's strength, and I have to say that the fighting strength of this Dragon Ball Super section is really crumbling. There are too many complaints in the past life, and everyone can have a relationship with Super Saiyan Blue. But now in Suyi's view, animation is always animation, and now this is reality. The disparity in strength is too great, and unless the water is deliberately released, there is absolutely no hope of victory. Without thinking any more, Suyi teleported directly to a small island. After perceiving it for a while, he suddenly remembered, isn't this the place where Frieza came for revenge for the first time and was slaughtered by Trunks in the future world? This guy really picked a good place. Suyi shook his head and laughed. He had already seen the huge spaceship in front of him parked high in the sky, with a large group of shrimp soldiers and crab generals standing in midair. On the other side, in midair, Piccolo and the others looked at Frieza, who was being supported in the center, with extremely solemn expressions. Suyi dodged and arrived in front of everyone in an instant. Mr. Suyi. Suyi. Uncle Suyi. When Piccolo and the others saw Suyi's appearance, the dignified expression on their faces dissipated a lot. Obviously, apart from Monkey King and Vegeta, they were also their reassurance pills. Suyi is the biggest reassurance pill in everyone's mind. 111. The swollen Frieza, die in seconds. Oh. At this moment, Frieza in the sky smiled, looked at Suyi and the others, and said indifferently, they are all old acquaintances. Sun Wufan, and that Namekian, and you, Suyi. Frieza, you are really insane. Tilda. Suyi shook his head and laughed. The system told him just now that Golden Frieza's combat power was only 5 capitals. With the strength of 5 Jing, you feel that the world is invincible. In this regard, to be honest, he really wanted to laugh. Ha ha ha, do you think I'm still the Frieza I used to be? Frieza laughed, got up slowly from his flight seat, put his hands on his waist, looked at Suyi coldly, then raised his hand and stretched out a finger. Kill you scum, just one finger is enough. Quote. Oh. Suyi responded indifferently, then took a step and came to Frieza in an instant. Looking at him with a horrified expression on his face, he grinned, just say what I said just now. You. Frieza's expression changed, and she was about to step back. However, in front of Suyi, how could he retreat? Suyi stretched out his hand, directly pinched his neck, and slowly raised it. His voice was extremely cold. Just say what I said just now, and listen to it again. Frieza struggled to utter a word, sweat dripping down her face. Boom. Suyi's eyelids drooped, his hand shook slightly, and an energy cannon shot out from his palm. Frieza died on the spot without even a single scream. That's it. Suyi shook his head, a flame appeared in the palm of his hand, and burned Frieza's body directly. He tilted his head and glanced at the army of Frieza's men, and said indifferently, "Stupid things that think they are invincible in the world or not knowing the strength of the enemy makes you think you have won. To die is to pay the price for your own ignorance." Quote. After saying this, Suyi raised his hand and waved, and the sky-filled energy cannons fell from the sky like rain. Ah! While the killing was going on, screams kept ringing. Suyi was very indifferent, but Piccolo and the others were really frightened. This is all life. Uncle Suyi, your anger is a little heavy today. Suyi came, and Sun Wukong smiled bitterly. I can't stand the clamor of this crap. Suyi covered his mouth and yawned, saying lazily. Hearing his reply, everyone looked at each other with wry smiles on their faces. They thought that there would be a big war, but it turned out to be a simple massacre that couldn't be simpler. ... When Suyi and others left the island, at the same time, the Destruction God realm in the 7th universe. The Destruction God Elephant Pa and the Angel Vados from the 6th universe have arrived in Beerus' sacred tree. Vados, do you really think Beerus will agree to a friendly exchange game with us? Shangpa asked in a low voice. Lord Shangpa, according to the character of Lord Beerus, he should not agree. Vados covered his mouth and laughed. Damn it, the last Super Dragon Ball is left, why can't I find it? The Destruction God Elephant Pa of the 6th universe gritted his teeth for a while. As the twin brother of Beerus, he naturally liked food. He has already tasted the delicacies of the 6th universe, and now he has crossed over to the 7th universe to search for Super Dragon Balls, so that Super Dragon Balls will give him the most delicious food in the world. Vados smiled lightly and did not answer. At this moment, in the central area of the Divine Tree, in Beerus' palace. Wes, is that nasty guy here? Beerus in pajamas slowly got up from the bed with a look of indifference. Oh ho 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 oh tilde yes, Beerus-sama. Weiss covered his mouth and smiled happily. Huh. Beerus smiled coldly, stepped out, and a light burst out from his body. After the light dissipated, his pajamas had changed into his usual travel clothes. Notify Goku and Vegeta to come out to welcome guests. Beerus walked out of the palace slowly with his hands behind his back. Soon, Beerus and his party were directly blocking a road, and the God of Destruction and Vados of the 6th universe were walking slowly. Bangpa, what are you doing here with me? Beerus stepped forward and looked at Elephant Pa coldly. You can't control what I'm doing here. No, I'm here to discuss something with you. Shangpa first blurted out a sentence, then immediately remembered the purpose of his arrival, and hurriedly said, I want to have a competition between the 2 universes with you. Asking for flowers katakana middle dot katakana middle dot. Ha, ha ha ha, Shangpa, are you kidding me? Hearing Shangpa's words, Beerus' eyes widened, and then he hugged his stomach and laughed. What are you laughing at? Shangpa's face darkened instantly, and he said coldly, I tell you, Beerus. If I hadn't been able to find the last Super Dragon Ball hidden in your 7th universe, I wouldn't. Lord Elephant Pa. Vados on the side coughed twice, the staff in his hand tapped the ground lightly, and shouted Shangpa as a reminder. Oh. Weiss's eyes flashed, looking at his sister Vados, with an inexplicable smile on the corner of his mouth. Elephant Pa. Beerus' face suddenly turned gloomy, staring at the sweaty elephant, and said coldly, So, didn't you just come to my 7th universe? Yes, why not, if you don't believe me, ask Vados. Shangpa wiped the beads of sweat from his forehead, then shifted his eyes and said this sentence, from beginning to end, daring to look at Beerus at all. Huh. Beerus just smiled coldly, how could he not understand the temperament of this guy like Pa? He pondered for a moment, and said lightly, Tell me the real purpose of holding this competition. Don't play tricks on me. You know my character. Shangpa put a smile on his face and hurriedly said, this is very simple, that is, if our 6th universe wins, then you have to help me find the last Super Dragon Ball hidden in your 7th universe. What if you lose? Sun Wukong suddenly interjected. Swish swish. As soon as these words came out, everyone in the field immediately turned their attention to Sun Wukong. +1 gaze from Idol of Destruction. Gaze from Angel Vados +1. Even Vegeta, who was beside him, looked at Sun Wukong with a sad look. In this regard, Sun Wukong, whose emotional intelligence is severely injured, is stunned, and he does not know what happened to himself. Well said. What if your 6th universe loses? When Champa was about to get angry, Beerus burst out laughing. 112. The contest between the 6th universe and the 7th universe. Lose. When Champa heard this, he immediately grinned, glanced at Vados, and said to himself, it is impossible to lose, you probably haven't seen the strength of my 6th universe. I said, you lose, so what? Beerus stretched out his hand, interrupted the confident elephant, and asked with a squinting smile. My 6th universe lost, whatever you want. Cough cough. Just as Champa was about to put down his rhetoric, Vados coughed twice and reminded in a low voice, Lord Champa, you can't talk too much. Huh. When Champa heard Vados' reminder sound, his eyes widened and he opened his mouth to say something, but he lowered his head and pondered for a moment, then raised his head and said solemnly, if you win, the 6 superstars that I took great pains to find. How about Dragon Ball to you? As soon as he said, 770s, Beerus' eyes flashed, and he turned his head to meet Wes, who was just looking at him, and then clapped his hands and smiled. Okay. I hope you don't cry when you lose. Huh. Champa sneered, gave Vados a wink, and said, 3 days later, I will bring the 7 masters of the 6th universe to the 7th universe. Vados, let's go. Rub. As Vados tapped the ground with the staff in his hand, a light appeared on the 2 of them, and finally disappeared in place. 7 people. Beerus sneered, if it wasn't for a 1v1 duel, then Mr. Suyi would definitely be able to wear 7 in one go. Anyway, Champa, wait and cry. ... A day later, in the western capital of the earth, Suyi's home. Mr. Suyi, that's how things are, can you help suppress this guy's arrogance? Beerus asked Suyi politely, after all, as an existence whose strength can be compared with him, participating in such a small-level duel is really enough to lose his identity. However, he was still a little worried that this guy like Pa had really found a very powerful person, so he was ready to put the treasure on Suyi for the first time. The tournament. Suyi was indeed a little surprised when he heard the news. Frieza died not long ago, and a new plot is coming so soon. Yes, do you see if you can take a moment to participate? Beerus asked very sincerely. Beerus' attitude is very good, and since he didn't know each other before, to be honest, Suyi's sense of this guy is quite good. After thinking about it for a while, Suyi nodded and smiled. Okay, but I'll be the last one to play. If Wukong and the others are not opponents, I'll play again. He is familiar with the plot of the original book, and he naturally knows that this competition must be the victory of the 7th universe, but this is just an appetizer. The real dinner, that is the subsequent conference organized by the whole king, that is the real highlight. At the same time, the plot of Dragon Ball Super was almost over at that time. Naturally, Suyi doesn't know the follow-up plot, because when he traveled through the Dragon Ball world, the plot after Dragon Ball Super had not yet appeared. However, even if he didn't know the follow-up plot, Suyi didn't panic at all. He believes in his own strength and can grow up as soon as possible. King Quan's strength, in his opinion, does not lie in his combat power, but in his supreme status and the ability he controls. No problem at all. Hearing that Suyi agreed, Beerus was naturally very happy. I'll pick you up in 2 days. Okay. Suyi nodded. Beerus and Weiss left, while Suyi thought about it at home. In 2 days, he was going to beat Sun Wukong and the others. Now they should have been able to transform into the realm of Super Saiyan Blue, and their strength has increased by more than 1 grade compared to before. After making up his mind, Suyi naturally called Sun Wukong and the others to his house very quickly, and then opened a time room with 100 times the speed to them. 2 days were joined by 100 times, so that Sun Wukong, Vegeta, Piccolo, and Sun Wuhan spent 200 days of pleasant days. When the time arrived, Whis and Beerus came as promised, and took Suyi and the others to an unnamed planet in the 7th universe. At first glance, there is no one around, and even the air is very shallow. This is the edge of the 7th universe, surrounded by uninhabited planets. Weiss smiled and explained to Sun Wukong, who kept exclaiming, and the others. Then will the planet we compete on be equally shallow? Sun Wukong asked. This is naturally impossible. If there is no air, you can't breathe, let alone exert your own strength. I am afraid that it is very difficult to survive. Weiss laughed. Chatting, a group of people soon came to Wumingxingwai. Before it landed, Suyi saw at a glance that the planet was surrounded by many super dragon balls, which made people unable to help but keep casting their eyes away. These super dragon balls are so big. Krillin was amazed. When they were amazed, everyone had already fallen to the ground. Beerus, are these people the powerhouses in your 7th universe? The destruction god Elephant Paw of the 6th universe swaggered over. Vados followed behind him. His eyes were on Suyi, and a look of surprise flashed in his eyes, but she soon calmed down. Huh. Beerus didn't want to pay any attention to him at all, just smiled coldly, turned his head to Whis and said, Wes, let's build a competition arena. Then, let's get the spectator seats by the way. Hearing Beerus' words, Shangpa said the same thing to Vados next to him. Okay, Mr. Shangpa. Okay, Beerus-sama. Weiss and Vados each responded respectfully, and then raised their hands to face a point in the void, and a ripple appeared in front of them and slowly spread out around 4.9. After a while, a huge ring appeared in the open space not far away, and there were auditoriums on both sides, and photos of Beerus and Shangpa were hung high in the positions of their respective factions. Sir Beerus, what do you think? Weiss smiled and bowed. It's great, it's great. Beerus applauded in admiration, glanced at the elephant who was gritting his teeth in hatred to the side, snorted coldly, and brought Suyi and the others to the auditorium of the 7th universe to sit down. Next, for the first duel, please send someone from the God of Destruction from their respective universes to fight. Weiss and Vados acted as referees, and the voice rang in the ears of everyone in the field. 113. Crush. The shock brought by Super Saiyan Blue. I'm coming. A yellow-skinned bear in a red vest flew from the audience seat of Universe 6 to the ring, with his arms folded on his chest. His face was very confident, his eyes slowly swept over Suyi and the others, and the corners of his mouth twitched inadvertently. Disdainful arc. Suyi looked over and recognized him. Bodama, this guy's combat power is not of the type that stands out and is powerful, but his anti-strike ability is really strong. This is not difficult to see from the fact that Suyi's previous life animation is as powerful as Sun Wukong, and he can't hurt him even if he fights with him normally. Who are we here? Beerus glanced at Bodama and didn't pay much attention to it. In his opinion, the existence of this level was nothing but soy sauce. All come. Sun Wukong looked at Bodama in the ring with full of fighting intent. He was madly educated by Suyi in the time room for the past 2 days, and he couldn't bear it any longer. Now, after he said that, this guy got up and flew directly to the ring, and looked at Bodama on the stage, and both of them smiled. However, this Bodama smile seemed a little contemptuous. 25. Saiyans. Oh, I didn't think there were Saiyans in the 7th universe. Seeing that Sun Wukong was a Saiyan, Bodama became even more disdainful. In the 6th universe, the Saiyan race belongs to the general race, and the individual combat ability is some strong, some weak. In the eyes of people like Bodama who think they are strong, the Saiyan Sun Wukong naturally belongs to that kind of weak guy. Huh, are there Saiyans in your 6th universe too? Sun Wukong's eyes lit up. There are only so many Saiyans in the 7th universe. If there are Saiyans in the 6th universe, they can get to know them. Okay, there will be a posture in the ring. Come on, let me see how strong your Saiyans in the 7th universe are. Bodama no longer wanted to waste time, and hooked his finger at Sun Wukong. Okay, then you have to be careful. Sun Wukong roared, and he was in a normal burst of gas, and charged towards Bodama. Drink. The two collided and began to fight in close combat. Too weak, your strength. Bodama easily resisted Sun Wukong's attacks, and even had the heart to comment on his power. It seems that the people of the 6th universe are indeed quite powerful. Sun Wukong took a few steps back, suddenly shouted, and transformed into a Super Saiyan 1. Huh? What's the situation? Gabe, you Saiyans can still transform. At this point, off the field, everyone on the side of the 6th universe stared, saying that Saiyans can transform. They have never seen the Saiyan Gabe in the 6th universe. I don't know. Anyway, we haven't seen anyone who can transform, and this gentleman's strength has suddenly become stronger. Gabe scratched his head and looked at Sun Wukong, who was transformed into Super Saiyan 1, with the same wonder in his eyes. That's a Super Saiyan. After successfully transforming, he will gain 50 times the normal combat power. Vados, who was on the side, explained, this race is indeed powerful. As for your Saiyans in the 6th universe, they should also be able to transform successfully. Super Saiyan, 50-fold increase in combat power. The most important thing is that the Saiyans of our 6th universe can also transform. Hearing Vado's words, Gabe suddenly became excited. You know, no matter which world it is, there is a truth, the weak eat the strong. Strength is always the embodiment of status. Just like the Saiyans in their 6th universe, there are even many people who can't afford to eat. The biggest reason is that the race is not strong. If it is strong, how can it even be a problem for something as simple as eating? Lord Vados, do you know how to transform into a Super Saiyan? Gabe saw that Sun Wukong had gradually suppressed Bodama in the field, his eyes lit up, and he asked Vados on the side. When Vados heard the question, he glanced at him lightly and said, you need to understand this by yourself. I can help you the first time, but I can't help you the second time. Hearing this, Gabe fell silent and bowed respectfully to Vados. This is also true, if you are lucky enough to transform once, I am afraid it will be difficult to control the second time. So, it's better to realize it yourself. However, if he could comprehend on his own, after all these years, it would be time for him to break through the limit. Hey, when the time comes, ask the gentleman on the court. I hope he will tell me about my transformation skills for the sake of being a Saiyan. Gabe sighed in his heart, the desire for power is the nature of every Saiyan. Boom. At this moment, Bodama in the ring was directly blasted out of the ring by Sun Wukong, who transformed into a Super Saiyan. The first game, the 7th universe wins. The voices of Weiss and Vados rang in every ear in the arena. Beerus and Elephant Paw looked at each other, the former showed off his might, the latter gritted his teeth and turned back viciously. Who will play next game? I don't want to lose another game. Hearing this, the remaining few people looked at me, I looked at you, and after thinking for a long time, a guy who looked very similar to Frieza stood up. Oh hoo, you are all hesitating, then let me play. Frost smiled and walked out, then flew 007 to the ring. Ah, Frieza from Universe 6 has appeared. He should be a strong enemy. When Sun Wukong saw Frost, his eyes suddenly lit up, and his face also showed a solemn expression. In order to show respect, he even directly transformed into Super Race God Blue. What? At this time, the expression of Shangpa outside the field suddenly changed greatly. A Saiyan actually possesses the breath of God. Moreover, it seems that he has already initially entered the realm of God. Vados, am I misunderstanding? Shangpa turned his head to look at Vados and exclaimed. No, Master Shangpa. This Saiyan from the 7th universe has indeed stepped into the realm of God. Vados smiled and replied. My God. Shangpa was even more shocked, and his eyes suddenly turned to Beerus, who was looking at him from the side. Feeling his smug gaze, he couldn't help but feel annoyed. However, in the corner of the light, he glanced at someone on his side, and his heart suddenly calmed down a lot. Even if you have someone who has stepped into the realm of the gods, the strength of this guy on my side is not weak. HMPH, Beerus, how can I let you win? Shangpa sneered in his heart. 114. Push all the way. The power of the 7th universe. You did a good job just now, Saiyan from the 7th universe. Frost felt the breath of Sun Wukong, and a slightly shocked expression appeared on his face. However, he soon hid it and walked towards Sun Wukong with a smile. Sun Wukong was at a loss. Why didn't this guy play cards according to the routine? It's a great honor to play against a warrior like you. Hello, my name is Frost. I'm not the Frieza of the 6th universe as you say. Please give me more advice. Frost stretched out his hand and had a polite conversation with Sun Wukong. Oh. Sun Wukong blinked, then stretched out his hand and shook hands with Frost, with a smile on his face. Please point out. Before the word was spoken, Frost's face suddenly turned black, showing a gloomy color, and he suddenly exerted strength while holding Sun Wukong's hand. Oh hoo 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 hoo. Saiyans in Universe 7, your brains are indeed similar to those of Saiyans in Universe 6, what a pitiful idiot. Frost laughed, and an energy ball appeared on the other hand, which gradually grew larger, and then he slapped Sun Wukong with a slap. Boom. The bombardment hit Sun Wukong and directly blasted him out. In midair, the state of Sun Wukong's Super God Blue has become the norm. Oh hoo 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 hoo. Frost's loud laughter sounded in the field, and then he slowly walked towards Sun Wukong, who fell on the ring. Goku, this idiot. Outside the auditorium, Beerus reached out and patted his forehead, shook his head and scolded, expressing helplessness for Sun Wukong's carelessness. Is that the end of it? Kling and the others in the audience sighed. As for Vegeta, he folded his arms and looked at the field indifferently. If Sun Wukong really lost like this, he would not be worthy of being his opponent. Yeah, you really have the same temperament as Frieza. When Frost reached out to Sun Wukong and stretched out a finger, Sun Wukong, who had fallen to the ground, slowly rose from the ground, rubbing his head and looking at Frost speechlessly. Oh tilde. Frost smiled coldly, and a dazzling light appeared on his fingertips. Boom. A blast of energy blasted out. Ah, that's not okay. Sun Wukong shook his head and smiled, his casual gaze suddenly became serious. He tilted his head to avoid Frost's energy cannon, then roared, instantly transformed into Super Saigon Blue, and punched Frost out. Boom. With just one punch, this Frost from Universe 6 was blasted out of the ring. Such a rapid scene made everyone in the audience of Universe 6 outside the field stunned for a moment. What a powerful force. Especially Gabe, now his whole face is full of shock. He never thought that as a Saiyan, he could have such a powerful power. Be sure to learn how to become a Super Saiyan. Gabe's eyes are full of determination. If he learns how to transform, it will definitely be a very good thing for the Saiyan family in the 6th universe. Second game, the 7th universe wins. The voices of Weiss and Vados rang in everyone's ears. Oye! Kling, Oolong, Turtle Immortal, Kiki and Trunks, who were in the 7th universe auditorium, immediately shouted excitedly. Shangpa, are you a master of the 6th universe at this level? Beerus looked at Shangpa proudly, with a sarcastic smile on his face. His voice was deliberately spread out using the power of amplification, and everyone heard his words for a while. In this regard, Shangpa's face suddenly became gloomy, if it was not stipulated in advance, otherwise he would have to end the game and find his way back. Hit, I'll leave it to you next, others feel the same as if they didn't. Shangpa said something in a muffled voice. Sir Shangpa, they have to experience what they should have. If hit is your secret weapon, it must look like a secret weapon. Vados whispered something. Hearing this, Shanpa squinted at her, frowned and thought for a while, then looked at the little Gabe, who was also eager to try, and immediately waved his hand. Go, go. He really didn't expect these wastes at all. The most important thing was, how could he think that the Han Han Sun Wukong he saw in Beerus Destruction God Realm before was so powerful? The third game, the official start. When Gabe came to the court, the voices of Weiss and Vados sounded. Hello, Mr. Saiyan from Universe 7. Gabe gave Sun Wukong a very polite salute. Hello. When Sun Wukong saw Gabe, he immediately recognized him and knew that he was a Saiyan in the 6th universe. My purpose is not to fight you, but to ask you to give me some pointers on how to transform into a Super Saiyan. Gabe looked at Monkey King very sincerely. Diaresis, can none of your Saiyans in the 6th universe be transformed? Sun Wukong was stunned for a moment. According to reason, the Saiyans in the 7th universe have developed into the Super Saiyan transformation stage. The opposite brother universe does not even know how to transform into a Super Saiyan. No, if I hadn't come to participate in this competition this time, I'm afraid I wouldn't have known that our Saiyan family could actually transform. Gabe exclaimed. Well, then I'll tell you. But you have to fight me first. Sun Wukong wants to see how powerful the Saiyans in the 6th universe are. This. Gabe hesitated a bit. If Sun Wukong didn't transform, he still had some chances, but once he transformed, his combat power would be increased by 50 times, what would he use to resist? As if seeing the worry and hesitation in Gabe's heart, Sun Wukong returned to normal and smiled at him. Zhao Hao, come on, attack me. Seeing Sun Wukong returning to his normal state, Gabe bowed deeply to him, then raised his body and charged towards him. Drink. Gabe tried his best to fight against Sun Wukong. The latter seemed to be at ease and very calm. He commented on Gabe from time to time, and chatted with him along the way. At this moment, Su Yi, who was outside the arena, glanced at the ring lightly. This was originally what Vegeta did, but now it happened to Sun Wukong. There really is a butterfly effect. Boom. Just as Vegeta in the original book deliberately angered Gabe, Sun Wukong also deliberately angered Chunggong Gabe, and an amazing momentum burst out in the field. Gabe has transformed into Super Saiyan 1. 115. The ace hit of the 6th universe, Goku is in danger. Seeing Gabe's Super Saiyan 1, Sun Wukong's face showed excitement. Gabe, you are very powerful now. Thank you, Mr. Wukong. If it wasn't for your intentions, I would not have been able to transform into a success. Gabe's face was also excited, but he bowed to Sun Wukong very gratefully. Ha ha ha, no, come on, let's have a good fight. Sun Wukong laughed and transformed into Super Saiyan 1. His fighting power is also very terrifying. In Super Saiyan 1 state, he can actually defeat Gabe easily. However, he saw that Gabe was initially in control of the Super Saiyan, so he deliberately released water and gave this guy a free sparring. The talent of the Saiyan race is so powerful whether it is the 7th universe or the 6th universe. The two didn't fight for a while, but this guy Gabe has completely controlled the realm of Super Saiyan 1, more stable and stronger than before. A few minutes later, with a turtle Qigong wave from Sun Wukong, Gabe flew out of the ring just like that. The third game, the 7th universe wins. The voices of Weiss and Vados rang out. Ha ha ha. 613. Beerus couldn't hold back, and laughed wildly. Humph. Hit. It's your turn. Teach me a good lesson for this Saiyan from Universe 7. Quote. Shanpa didn't turn his attention to Beerus this time. Just hearing this guy's annoying voice was enough to be irritable, and seeing his hateful ugly face again, wouldn't it make him sick to death? Good. A man stood up from the audience and slowly flew towards the ring. The fourth game, the official start. The voices of Weiss and Vados sounded again. Su Yi in the audience narrowed his eyes. Needless to say, the strength of this guy, Hit, is indeed very powerful. He used the system to check the Hit's combat power, 8.8 Beijing. This strength is more than a little bit stronger for Wukong, who has only 8.2 Beijing combat power. This guy from the 6th universe is very powerful, and this one is enough for Goku to fight. Suyi laughed, and the eyes of the people next to him became solemn when they heard his words. Can Suyi say that he is a very powerful guy? Can he be an ordinary person? At this moment, even Vegeta couldn't help but look forward to it. CFBJ, come on with your greatest strength. On the field, Hit looked at Sun Wukong indifferently. Ah! Sun Wukong was stunned for a moment, not understanding what he meant when he said this. Huh! The corner of Hit's mouth twitched, and then he punched the air in such a bland manner. Boom! The 6th universe's Hit was obviously hitting the air, but Sun Wukong screamed in pain as he hugged his stomach as if he had been punched firmly. Say, bring out your most powerful strength. Otherwise, it's too boring. Hit's face remained unchanged, very calm and indifferent. This guy's speed is too fast. Outside the auditorium, Kaylin and the others stared and exclaimed. Except for Suyi, who knew the inside story, Beerus and Weiss, Hit's shot just now, everyone else didn't see how he shot. Well, it's quite fast, and I can't see the trajectory of his shot at all. Vegeta frowned solemnly, but he hadn't seen the movement trajectory of the guy from Universe 6 just now. However, he felt that something was wrong. Even if a person's speed was fast enough, logically, there should be a trajectory of movement. And this guy has no trajectory. What the hell is going on here? Vegeta is really puzzled. Drink. At this time, Sun Wukong in the ring slammed the ring hard, then slowly stood up, and with his roar, he turned into a super race god Blue. Huh, it seems serious. Seeing Goku, who had transformed into a super race god Blue, Hit showed a faint smile, stepped forward, his figure wandered for a moment, and then threw a straight punch in front of him. Boom. Without reacting at all, Sun Wukong found himself being punched once again in the abdomen. Damn, this guy is so fast. Off the field, Piccolo gritted his teeth for a while. No, that's not the reason for the speed. Suyi explained, this guy from the 6th universe uses a kind of kung fu called flash time. Flash time. Everyone was stunned for a moment, and all turned their attention to Suyi. That's right, flash. Suyi continued to explain with a smile on his face. The universe is huge, and there are all kinds of wonders. This flash is the time that some people can jump flash for a very short time. In abbreviated form, this is flash. But what the hell is this? On the other side, Kaylin asked aloud while listening to the fog. You can think that this 6th universe guy can skip a short period of time without being noticed. Suyi thought for a while and said, the time for this flash is about 0.1 second. I still don't quite understand. On the other side, Keelan, Oolong, Vegeta, and Piccolo all expressed their opinions. Mr. Suyi means that the person who controls Flash Kung Fu is equivalent to being able to freeze other people's time for 1/10 of a second. Whis, who is also proficient in time control, suddenly spoke up. Yes, that's what Weiss said. Suyi nodded. Scary. What a terrible ability. Piccolo was sweating profusely and cried out in shock. If he encounters such a person, he can't help but feel a big head. In the battle between masters, let alone Zero. The battle of Wukong is difficult. Beerus sighed and spoke. Wow, ha ha ha, Beerus, where did your arrogance go? At this time, Shunpa suddenly became complacent, flew directly from the auditorium of Universe 6, and made a face in front of Beerus. Huh. Beerus ignored him and just smiled coldly. Shampa's 6th universe has ace players, but does his 7th universe have no ace players? Do you think you are already a winner? To this, Beerus just wanted to tell him, naive. However, the more proud he is now, the more swollen his face will be after being beaten. Beerus still understood this truth. Therefore, he resisted not telling the news that he also had the trump card, and was going to let this guy like Shunpa fuss for a while. 116. Suyi appeared, absolutely crushing. Crush. It is indeed ruthless crushing. In the animation of the previous life, Sun Wukong entered the game as a backup player, and he had some understanding of Hit's flash, and his fighting talent was a match for Hit. Now, he is the first to enter the field, because of reasons he does not understand, so this defeat is so irresistible. The fourth game, the sixth universe wins. As Sun Wukong was thrown out of the field by Hit, the voices of Weiss and Vados sounded in the field. Ha 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 ha, Beerus, your ace player is not as strong as my ace player in Universe 6. How is it? You're not angry. Shangpa, who returned to his position, immediately laughed when he saw that the game had been won. Oh, be proud. When Suyi enters the arena, you won't be too proud. Beerus turned his head and glanced at Shangpa, who was very arrogant, and smiled coldly in his heart. Vegeta, give Goku the super beans. Next game, I'll do it. Suyi said to Vegeta on the side. Okay. Vegeta hurriedly got up and flew to the ring, thinking in the eyes of others that he was going to continue to the next match. However, the eyes of everyone looking at the arena suddenly flashed, and Suyi's figure appeared on the ring inexplicably. The fifth game, the official start. Weiss and Vados announce the start of the fifth game. Use your greatest strength. Suyi put his hands behind his back and looked at Hyder indifferently. Oh. Hit raised his brows, not understanding why this guy from Universe 7 was so confident. However, since this guy is so confident, Hit said that he naturally had to blow his self-confidence. Raising his hand, he was about to punch out, but his body froze in vain. Boom. Hit was inexplicably punched in the abdomen and fell directly to the ground. Flash time. Suyi, he actually used the skill of flash time. On this side of Universe 6 on the stage, the expression of Shangpa, who was smiling all over his face, gradually solidified. Flash is not Hit's exclusive skill. This guy from the 7th universe can also do this kind of kung fu. Friends of the 6th universe, are you alright? Suyi stepped out, but at this moment, several afterimages appeared, and finally several afterimages were combined into one, and then formed his figure. But the difference is that at this time he has come to Hit and looked at him condescendingly. Cough cough. Hit squatted and looked up at Suyi, his eyes full of shock. The flash time was born to him, and Suyi's flash time was definitely not innate, but he might have learned his flash power stealthily. Because, no matter which universe it is in, the power of Sheshi can only be possessed by people of their own family. Do you want me to take you down, or do you go down obediently? Hit's stubborn stare made Suyi shake his head and chuckle. This guy's only powerful ability is the ability to flash, and facing him who also has flash, he is naturally powerless and has no resistance at all. Speaking of why he also has the ability to flash time, it is not that he has mastered this ability himself, but that he has copied this ability for a short time. That's right, he has the ability to temporarily replicate the abilities of others. This is a perverted ability obtained by a diamond-level gift package he gave out a few days ago. Even if it is destructive energy, as long as Beerus releases it, Suyi can steal your hand in seconds. He was under his control for a short period of time. Hit didn't speak, and looked at Suyi unwillingly. If he is the first shot, Hit said there is definitely still a chance. Suyi looked at this guy, the corner of his mouth curled up, reached out and took out a super fairy bean, and said lightly, I know what you are thinking at the moment, eat this super fairy bean, how about I let you shoot first? Hearing this, Hit's face changed, and then the cloudy weather became uncertain. He was hesitating, and even more moved. Hit, what are you hesitating about? At this time, the elephant in the audience roared. Hearing Shangpa's roar, Hyder gritted his teeth, reached out and took the super fairy bean from Suyi's hand and put it into his mouth to eat. In such a scene, he naturally wouldn't believe that Suyi's words were false, so he didn't hesitate at all. Soon, Hit, who ate the super fairy bean, recovered. Go ahead. Suyi stepped back, then smiled and looked at Hyder. He was so confident that he even felt that once hit him, he could easily complete the counterattack. Right, at present, Suyi's strength in transforming into an ordinary Super Saiyan Blue has completely reached the combat power of 10 Beijing. Facing a hit with a combat power of 8.8 Beijing, he can easily defeat him without spending a little bit of effort. Katakana middle dot 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 katakana middle katakana middle dot 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 katakana middle dot. You must know that at this level, the combat power of 0.1 Beijing is less, and that is a comparison between the sky and the underground. Not to mention, Suyi has a combat power of 1.2 Beijing. Hit stood up from the ground, raised his hand and punched it out. At the same time, he used the ability of Flash to freeze Suyi's time for 0.1 seconds. Boom! Suyi's body swayed, and Hit's punch hit him firmly. Oh, you will pay the price, arrogant fellow. On the side of the 6th Universe Auditorium, seeing Suyi being punched by Hit, a cold smile appeared on Shankpa's face. Beerus, is this your trump card? Ha, it's just an arrogant guy. I thought how powerful. 0. Shankpa couldn't hold back, and showed off his presence again. Beerus glanced at him and chose to ignore it. He is very confident in Suyi's strength, knowing that he will never be defeated by this 6th universe person. At this time, on the field, Hit looked at Suyi in shock. It was the first time he had seen someone who could withstand his punches. How strong is your physical resistance? Hit punched again, and found that Suyi just shook his body. Other than that, there was nothing at all, which made Hit, who knew his own strength very well, not shocked. Let you see what real power is. After Suyi finished speaking, he clenched his fists with both hands and roared, and silver-white flames swirled and danced around him. He has not transformed into a Super Saiyan, neither his body nor his appearance has changed from the usual one. The only thing that has changed is the silver-white radiant airflow circling and dancing around him, as well as the pair of silver-white pupils. Feeling this breath, Beerus, Shankpa and Vados, who were sitting in the audience seats of Universe 6 and Universe 7, all got up from their seats and squinted at Suyi in the arena. Vados, did this guy have initial contact with that realm? Beerus and Shankpa were in their respective areas and asked in unison at the same time. Yes, Lord Beerus, Elephant Paw. Weiss and Vados also responded in unison. 117. The tournament is over, the king of all is here. Yes, Lord Beerus, Elephant Paw. The voices of Weiss and Vados rang in the ears of Beerus and Elephant, making their hearts skip a beat. This realm is a realm that many gods have never set foot on. And this Saiyan, who has already come into contact with this realm, how powerful is his strength and potential? Beerus knew that Suyi's strength was strong, so it was reasonable for him to initially come into contact with the realm of Zizai Jigong. And like Pa, the god of destruction in the 6th universe, it was inevitable that he felt a little uncomfortable in his heart. As a god, he was surpassed by a Saiyan monkey, which made him feel aggrieved and very uncomfortable. This guy Suyi is really unpredictable. In the 7th universe, Beerus looked at Suyi dignifiedly several times, and couldn't help but exclaimed in amazement. Lord Beerus, Suyi should be the descendant of the ancient Saiyan from 213. Weiss suddenly spoke up. Is it related? Beerus was stunned, but didn't react immediately. If I guessed correctly, that ancient Saiyan was the founder of Zizai Jigong. Weiss smiled and said, so, as a descendant of that lord, Suyi may have some tricks that make him more relaxed and at ease. What? Beerus was completely shocked. He thought that Zizai Jigong was created by Weiss's father, the great priest, but he didn't expect it to be created by a Saiyan. But this is just my conjecture. After all, I heard my father say that his master of freedom was taught to him by this lord. Whis spit out the shocking secret again, making Beerus' eyes almost fall off, which is too scary. The potential of a Saiyan can be so terrifying. Who can believe it? Who could have imagined that? Is this the race of the gods? Beerus really smiled bitterly. From the days when Sun Wukong and Vegeta were practicing in the Destruction God realm, he had already seen the horror of the Saiyan race. Unexpectedly, in the ancient times, the leader of this race was even more perverted. No, the birth of the race of gods is the pinnacle, and the potential has been finalized. The Saiyan race, born means unlimited potential. Of course, it varies from person to person. Weiss said lightly, as a member of the angel family, he naturally understands this better. His strength of 15 Beijing has long been stuck for many years. Compared with the potential of the angel family, the potential of these Saiyans who have been growing is really unlimited. Beerus fell silent and looked towards the field. The strength of Su Yi, who was initially exposed to Zizai Ji Gong, was deeply rooted in the hearts of the people. Don't underestimate the difference of one capital. Beerus of 10 capitals is full of firepower. I am afraid that Su Yi will not be able to make a few moves at this time. There is no suspense at all. Hit of the 6th universe is defeated. 7th universe victory in Game 5. The voices of Weiss and Vados sounded in the field, and for a while, no one in the 6th universe said a word. Failed. Elephant Paw clenched his teeth, his face full of unwillingness. It wasn't just that he lost the game, lost 6 Super Dragon Balls. It was also because he lost to this guy Beerus, which made him really unhappy. At this point, the game is over. Hit glanced at Su Yi on the ring, clenched his teeth, and flew to the audience seat on the 6th universe side. I don't want the shuttle cube, let me go. Hit said indifferently, there is no respect for a god of destruction at all. Sitting in the auditorium, Shangpa narrowed his eyes, raised his hands slowly, and said coldly, you're pretty good at joking, Hit. Oh, I guessed it right. Hit smiled indifferently and clenched his fists coldly. The atmosphere froze at this moment, and the battle seemed to be about to break out. I thought you were strong, but you're still a waste. Shangpa's palm slowly condensed a ball of light, and said coldly. Seeing that the battle was about to take place, Gabe, a Saiyan from the 6th universe, hurried out and said, Master Shangpa, please let Hitter go. You too, scumbag. Shangpa roared, and the ball of light in his hand aimed at Gabe. Ah! Gabe was taken aback by surprise. He subconsciously took a few steps back, and looked at the angry elephant with sweat profusely. You guys, you've lost all my face. Oh, what's the value of living in this world? Shangpa's gloomy eyes glanced at Bodama and Frost on the side. As for the others who didn't take action, he ignored them and roared, I will destroy you all. Su Yi, who had just returned to the auditorium of Universe 7, suddenly narrowed his eyes and turned his head to look at the auditorium of Universe 6. Su Yi, the incident is over, don't worry about it in the future. Beerus said lightly. That's not the problem is that there are big guys coming. Su Yi glanced at Beerus. If he remembered correctly, the ruler of all universes, King Quan is coming. Hearing Su Yi's words, Beerus was slightly taken aback. Yes, Lord Beerus, Lord Quanwang, coming soon. Weiss, who was on the side, glanced at Su Yi strangely, wondering how he knew. However, he still reminded Beerus. What? Quanwang. When Beerus heard the name, his eyes widened. At the same time, the 6th universe auditorium is here. Vados stretched out his finger and pointed to the ring, and said lightly, Lord Shangpa, look. What? Shangpa turned his head and looked in the direction of Vados' fingers. When he saw 2 tall men and a small one standing on the ring, his eyes suddenly stared. Lord Beerus. On the side of the 7th universe auditorium, Weiss pointed to the ring. Beerus also looked over. His face changed suddenly, and exclaimed, My God. 1.7. So, Is it really okay for us to sit at a high place and look down? Weiss said with a smile. Yes, yes, yes. Beerus hurriedly got up and flew down towards the arena in the arena, and the elephant pagoda in the audience seat on the other side of Universe 6 also flew down in a panic. Suyi in the audience looked at the other gods of the two universes and flew down in panic, his eyes narrowed. King of all. Whether it is voice or body shape, it is just like a child's feeling, but such a childlike person is the controller of the 12 universes of the Dragon Ball world, and controls the life and death of countless creatures. 118. Who is Suyi? Why is the status so noble? Warmly welcome King Quan to come. At this time, Beerus and Shangpa, who had already flown to the ring first, bowed deeply to King Quan and called them very respectful. Hem. King Quan responded swiftly, with a faint smile on his face. Greetings from a long time, Lord Quanwang. Whis held his staff and greeted him with a smile. As a family of angels, he was not as respected and panicked as Beerus and the god of destruction like Pa. Hem. King Quan still maintained that crisp response. You are all right. Vados looked at King Quan with a smile on his face. Hem. King Quan responded, and suddenly, a breath entered his perception, causing him to turn his head and take a look. At the same time, Suyi flew down from the auditorium with everyone from Universe 7. In midair, he was stunned when he saw King Quan set his eyes on him. Long time no see. Long time no see. What surprised everyone even more, the dignified Quanwang waved his small hand at Suyi and shouted excitedly. Swish swish. The guard beside King Quan saw Suyi, with a shocked expression on his face, and then his straight body bent a little in vain, and his head was slightly lowered. 25. Seeing these two full king guards being so respectful, Weiss and Vados looked at each other with surprise in their eyes. Shocking. Others may not know the strength of these two guards, but the two of them know. So far, the strength of these two bodyguards ranks among the top 15 terrifying existences in the entire universe. How can Weiss and Vados not be shocked by being able to make such a respectful gesture from the top 15 horrors in a large universe? Brother Suyi, is that kid greeting you? Soon, Suyi and his party flew down from the sky. Sun Wukong saw King Quan's very excited appearance and couldn't help but ask a question. Hearing that Sun Wukong actually called the noble King Quan Wang a child, his face suddenly changed. Beerus hurriedly raised his body, arrived in front of Sun Wukong in the blink of an eye, raised his hand and slapped him on the head. Ow, Lord Beerus, why are you hitting me? Sun Wukong was in pain, stretched out his hands to cover his head with a dazed face, and didn't understand why Beerus suddenly attacked him. However, Beerus didn't have time to pay attention to his words, and hurriedly bowed to King Quan again. King Quan, don't care, this guy doesn't know you, if there is any offense, please don't blame him. Huh, Beerus-sama. Sun Wukong's eyes widened, just as he was about to say something. Beerus turned his head and stared at him with incomparably cold eyes, scolding, shut up. Seeing that Beerus was completely angry, Sun Wukong shrank his neck, as if he had noticed something, and immediately covered his mouth and stopped talking. However, being very curious, he leaned over to Suyi and couldn't help but whispered, Brother Suyi, who the hell is he? Because King Quan greeted Suyi just now, Sun Wukong felt that this child should be someone Suyi knew. He is the king of all. There are 12 small universes in the whole big universe, and the king of all is the master of these 12 small universes. Suyi explained, and before Sun Wukong was shocked, King Quan jumped up to Suyi. Long time no see. Long time no see. Have you forgotten me? King Quan jumped up, his face full of excitement, and he waved his small hand at Suyi. In this regard, Suyi was indeed quite astonished, and did not know where he had intersected with this Quanwang. Not to mention, this King Quan has a very friendly attitude towards him. This kind of relationship is like he is this little guy's friend. For a while, to be honest, Suyi didn't know how to respond. It's really embarrassing if you say you should come down and forcibly talk to you. Because he really has no impression, he doesn't remember having contact with King Quan at all. But this shouldn't be said, wouldn't that embarrass King Quan again? At this stage, his strength can be compared to the god of destruction, and he may be comparable to the two angels Wes or Vados after a period of cultivation. But the master above, he is indeed impossible to be an opponent for the time being. After all, even in the plot of the original book itself, it is not revealed how much the great priest and the combat effectiveness of the two personal guards, King Quan, are. Yeah, you don't even remember me. Seeing Suyi's slightly dazed expression, King Quan suddenly lost his mind, and then looked at Suyi several times, and found that he did not recognize the wrong person. Damn it, I forgot to ask your name before. Ah, it's so annoying. King Quan's crisp little boy's voice sounded, coupled with the depressed look on his face. It was really cute enough in Suyi's eyes for a while. I only know that you are the king of all. Suyi coughed twice and finally spoke. King Quan, but you used to call me Ah Quan. King Quan widened his eyes and said disappointedly, it's so sad, we are obviously such good friends. Boom. As soon as King Quan came out, Beerus and Champa fell to the ground in shock. Especially the destruction god Elephant Paw of the sixth universe, the whole person's head was a little dazed at this time. You know, he had resentment towards Suyi before, and even had the idea of obliterating this hateful Saiyan. Now, how dare he come up with this idea? Weiss, who is this? Who is this? The brilliance in the beautiful eyes of Vados is repeated. She has seen too many powerful people, but it is the first time she has seen someone who can make King Quan call a friend. Sister, I said I'm not too sure, do you believe it? 833. Weiss smiled bitterly, his eyes flashed suddenly, and he said in amazement, this gentleman, I always thought he was the descendant of the legendary Saiyan ancestor in ancient times, in case. When Weiss said this, he suddenly covered his mouth and didn't dare to continue. Vados's eyes narrowed, and Weiss didn't say what he said next, but she didn't understand how. Just in case. Now this gentleman is the legendary figure, doesn't that explain the current situation? But, he is too weak right now. Weiss soon discovered something was wrong, even though Suyi's current strength was comparable to that of a god of destruction level powerhouse. However, compared with the strong men of their angel family, they are still too weak. A terrifying existence that can make their fathers respectful, it makes no sense that even they are not opponents, right? I don't understand. In short, we can't speculate anymore. Vados reminded, no more words. They just need to understand that no matter who Suyi is, it is definitely not something they can provoke at will. 119. King Quan is going to hold a competition, a crisis from the future. Suyi was really helpless about King Quan's attitude towards him. In the end, he could only use his temporary loss of memory as an excuse, which made the little guy King Quan stop being so affectionate. However, the little guy looked at Suyi with a very kind look. Beerus, Elephant Paw. King Jaeon suddenly turned around and stared blankly at Beerus and Elephant Paw, who were sweating profusely. Yes, King Quan, what are your orders? When Beerus and Champa heard King Quan calling them, the two powerful gods of destruction shuddered and responded stiffly. Don't be so nervous. King Quan must have seen Suyi, and his mood was much better than usual, with a smile on his face. Today, I want to remind you. But when I looked at it, I found that there were calls coming and going. It was fun, really super fun. Quote. As he spoke, King Quan happily clapped his hands and jumped. Yes. Beerus and Champa glanced at each other, then bowed respectfully. I hope to see a very good-looking fight scene again, so next time, it's better to gather the masters from all over the universe to compete for a wonderful duel. The king was excited. Huh. When they heard King Quan's words, everyone glared. Really? Ha ha ha, I think this proposal is really great. When everyone wondered why King Quan wanted to hold this competition, Sun Wukong suddenly roared excitedly. Swish swish. At this moment, all eyes shifted to Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong. Beerus was so frightened by the sudden interjection of Sun Wukong that his legs were a little weak. He turned around and glared at Sun Wukong, and said coldly, "Hurry up and shut up. Don't you understand the truth that disaster comes from your mouth?" As he spoke, Beerus kept giving Sun Wukong a wink, hoping that he would be smarter and shut up immediately, otherwise there is a real possibility of disaster. However, with Sun Wukong's emotional intelligence, he understood so much. Seeing Beerus winking and blinking, he scratched his head and said, "Lord Beerus, have your eyes got sand? Ah, do you want me to give it to you? Foo foo foo. Ha ha ha, it was me when Kiki's eyes got into the sand before. Tilda. Shut up." Beerus saw King Quan, who slowly turned around again, with a look of horror on his face, panicked, and hurriedly fell to his knees, trembling, and said in a panic, "King Quan, don't worry about it. I can expel this ignorant Saiyan from the 7th universe." Beerus. King Quan's crisp voice was slightly muffled. Beerus' body trembled uncontrollably, and even his voice trembled. "Who is he?" King Quan pointed to Sun Wukong and asked with a wink. Beerus slowly raised his head and looked in the direction of King Quan's finger. "Isn't the person pointing at Sun Wukong? He is Sun Wukong, the Saiyan of the 7th universe." Beerus replied. "Saiyan, Sun Wukong." King Quan's eyes lit up, and suddenly he turned his gaze on Suyi again. "Is he the Sun Wukong you said? Ha ha, he is indeed an interesting guy. Ah, forget that you lost your memory, and forgot what you told me before." King Quan scratched his head, an embarrassed smile appeared on his face. "Huh." Beerus, who was kneeling on the ground, glared his eyes, and his eyeballs almost fell. At this moment, a huge wave was simply set off in his heart. This guy Suyi, who is so holy. I'll be darling, fortunately I didn't release my violent temper against these guys before. Shangpa, who was kneeling on the ground also respectfully, stretched out his hand to wipe the cold sweat on his forehead. At this moment, he was extremely grateful that he had suppressed the anger that was uncomfortable because of losing the game. Otherwise, it would really be a dispute with these guys in the 7th universe, and the consequences would be unimaginable. Ahahaha, I didn't expect Big Brother Suyi to mention me to you to Ah Quan. Seeing that King Quan was so kind, Sun Wukong hurried over, squatted down and stretched out his hand to hold King Quan's hand, and then lifted him up. "Oh!" the king shouted happily. Seeing this scene, Suyi smiled. Although he doesn't know what's going on, he just needs to know that the plot is slowly moving forward. The next step is naturally the plot that the original book should have. After notifying the news of the recent conference, he left with the 2 guards. After 3 days, the Earth, on the island of Turtle Immortal. Suyi and others are eating barbecue. For him, when he can relax, he will never suppress himself. Moreover, he, who has always liked liveliness, naturally does not want to barbecue or something by himself. Diaresis, speaking of which, Suyi, how far has your strength grown now? The old man Guixianren drank a few bottles of beer, shook his head and put his hands on Suyi's shoulders. Normally, he would not dare. Now that he is a little drunk, his whole body is a little flirtatious. My strength. Hee, it's hard to say. Suyi shook his head and smiled, not because he didn't want to say it, but because it was really hard to say. You said that he only has a combat power of 10 Jing, but he has other transforming strengths. With the growth, he can reach the combat power of 11 or 12 Jing. You said that he only has the combat power of 12 capitals. In fact, he has added a realm of God, and matched it with Zizai Ji Gong. Really need to add some fighting power. So, it's really hard to say. Call out. When a large group of people were communicating, a dazzling light suddenly appeared in midair, followed by a familiar time machine in midair. Yes, a time machine. Suyi raised his head and glanced at it. He was stunned for a moment, and then a thought suddenly flashed into his mind. Now that the plot is going, it seems that there is a problem in the future world, and it is Goku Black and Zamasu who are doing things. Tsuyu put down the food in his hand, and then vacated close to the time machine in midair. He glanced at the glass outside, and saw that Trunks in the future world was lying unconscious in the time machine. What's the matter? At that moment, I felt a familiar aura. After all, it was his own son who had an accident, and after a while, this guy Vegeta came from nowhere. The future world, once again fell into the hands of evil. At this time, Date, who had already taken a super fairy bean, slowly woke up with a sad look on his face, and said solemnly. 120. Black Goku, since he's here, stay. Yeah, it's Trunks of the future world. At this time, Sun Wukong, who also did not know where to teleport back, saw Trunks in the future world, and immediately stepped forward with a smile. Boom. Die. When Date saw Sun Wukong, his face suddenly changed. He suddenly thought that his mother, Elu, died in the hands of the owner of this face. Trunks, what's the matter with you? It's me, don't you know me? Sun Wukong easily avoided this energy cannon of Date, stared at him with wide eyes, and exclaimed. Trunks, what the hell is going on? Vegeta frowned. Undoubtedly, Trunks must have inherited his good genes, so it is absolutely impossible to attack Kakarot for no reason. So, obviously, the enemy of the future world can also be Kakarot. As soon as this idea came out, Vegeta's face changed. He turned his head and glanced at Sun Wukong, and said to Date, the future world disaster you mentioned, shouldn't it be the ghost of Kakarot? As soon as these words came out, not only did Date's face change, but Sun Wukong and the others also showed shocked expressions on their faces. Tsuyu glanced at 187 Vegeta in surprise. To be honest, he was very surprised how he knew. That's right, the disaster in the future world is Uncle Goku. No, it should be another Uncle Goku. Date glanced at Sun Wukong in horror, slowly got up from the capsule bed, gave him an embarrassed salute, and then told everyone about the future disaster. After a while, Vegeta gritted her teeth and roared. Damn it, damn it. Even Sun Wukong was full of anger. Although he doesn't know now that Goku Black is actually his own corpse in the future, he is very unhappy that his face is an evil person. Is that guy an android? The relatively calm Piccolo asked suddenly. I don't know, in a word, his strength can't be more terrifying. After Uncle Suyu's training, my strength is not too weak. However, in the hands of that guy, I can't fight back. Date clenched his teeth with indignation on his face. He thought that his strength was enough to protect his homeland, but he was still so unbearable, which made him not feel uncomfortable. Trunks, calm down. Although Vegeta was furious at the moment, she still calmed down. He is not what he was before, he will be so impulsive. Thinking before you act is the best sentence Tsuyu warned him, and it was also deeply remembered in his heart. Dad, I can't stand it. Mom, in order to buy me time, she died at the hands of that guy. I hate it so much, I hate why I'm so weak. Date burst into tears, he was very sad, beat his chest, and only hated why his strength was so weak. If he is half of Uncle Suyi. No, it is 1/10 of the strength, that is definitely the most important person who can easily protect him. Seeing Date like this, Vegeta, who was a father, was also very uncomfortable. He reached out his hand to touch the crying son with his head down, but he retracted his hand halfway and narrowed his eyes. With a cold drink, Trunks. Dad. Date raised his head and looked at Vegeta blankly, with tears all over his face. I don't know if I have taught you the truth in the future, but since you are my son, the blood of my Vegeta flows. Then, I tell you. Vegeta's expression was very cold at this moment, staring at Date, and said solemnly, a man doesn't cry easily, no matter how painful it is, he has to hold it back for me. You have to remember, you are a man now. Then have CFAJ, the responsibility of being a man. Quote. Once the big truth was said, Date, Sun Wukong, and Piccolo were all fascinated and moved, and Suyi was embarrassed and couldn't be more embarrassed. What is the reason? Naturally, it was because when Suyi honed Vegeta a few months ago, he hit this guy's self-confidence, and as a result, the 10-year-old man burst into tears on the spot. Suyi was naturally embarrassed about this, so he told him a big truth with a sullen face. And these big truths are exactly the words of Vegeta education. So, it's no wonder that he was really embarrassed to listen to it on the side. After coughing twice, Suyi couldn't help but take a few steps back when he saw Vegeta, father and Sun Wukong's sensational and consoling feelings. However, just after taking a few steps back, Suyi's eyes suddenly narrowed. Someone is coming. Sun Wukong, who was comforting Date, suddenly narrowed his eyes and turned to look at a vortex of airflow in the air. Inside, a man in black clothes, black pants, white shoes, and a red belt around his waist slowly came out. Sun Wukong glanced at the man, and he suddenly gasped. Although he knew from Date that the evil person in the future world looked exactly like him, but when he finally saw it, he couldn't help but be shocked. Sun Wukong. Hey Wukong, who came out of the time-space tunnel, glanced around, and suddenly his eyes were fixed on Sun Wukong, and his eyes suddenly narrowed. It's him, Black Goku. Date suddenly noticed Goku Black in the sky, his face changed, and his emotions that had just been appeased exploded in an instant. Boom! Date directly transformed into Super Saiyan 2, just about to fly into the sky and rush to Black Goku, but was caught by Vegeta, then suppressed him, and silently transformed into a Super Saiyan. He will not be able to avenge the revenge of killing his wife in the future. Then, let him in this era report it. Black Goku right. Vegeta slowly rose to the sky, his eyes were extremely indifferent, looking at Goku Black as if he were looking at a dead man. I can't kill Kakarot, but it's okay to kill someone who looks exactly like him. Quote. Since you're here today, stay here. Dragon Ball Daily Gift Pack Chapter 121-140. 121. Time and space are distorted and come to ancient times. Suyi, who was on the side, heard Vegeta's words with a strong and pretentious atmosphere, and the corner of his mouth twitched. Good guy, he has a feeling that Vegeta in Dragon Ball world has slowly deviated from the character of the Tsunere Saiyan prince in the original book. Just you. Goku Black glanced at Vegeta who was rushing into the sky, and smiled coldly. He has seen the power of Super Saiyans, but he doesn't think they are so powerful. So, Vegeta wasn't, in his eyes at all. Vegeta sneered, and an energy cannon blasted out from his palm, then flew forward and scuffled with Goku Black who avoided his energy cannon. After a while, Wukong He did find that he was a little powerless, and as soon as his eyes rolled, he had already given birth to the idea of running away. As soon as the thought of escaping came out, He Wukong glanced at the time machine below, a sneer appeared on the corner of his mouth, and then he stretched out his hand and blasted a black energy ball out. Suyi's eyes were quick, and he raised his hand and pointed out to defeat the black energy ball. In the original book, this guy just blew up the time machine, so he dragged Sun Wukong and the others for a lot of time. Suyi, who is familiar with the plot, naturally knows his thoughts and has long been vigilant. It's dangerous. When Date saw Suyi's shot, he breathed a sigh of relief. Seeing that his plan was broken, He Wukong gave Suyi a gloomy look. He was about to speak, but a strong suction suddenly came from behind him, and the vortex of black air he came from before sucked him in again. What's the matter with that guy? I can't feel his breath anymore, this guy, completely gone. Vic and the others were dumbfounded. At this moment, Beerus' voice, which appeared at an unknown time, came. He didn't disappear by himself. This is probably due to the time-space distortion caused by the time machine traveling through, reacting to the power of the time-space ring, and bringing that Black Goku into this era. Whis continued Beerus's words, but twisted, as if the wound wanted to heal, trying to restore the original state, so the ring of time also forcibly sent Black Goku back to the future world. Hearing Weiss, explanation. Beerus nodded in agreement, but soon he thought of something and whispered, "The Ring of Time." So. That's right, this guy may be a kaiju god. Weiss nodded, his eyes flashing with a strange brilliance. Everyone just felt foggy, but for Suyi, who understood everything, it was very clear. You can go to the future world now. With your strength, it is no problem to fight against the current Black Goku. Suyi said lightly. However, in front of the gods of destruction Beerus and Whis, is it really okay to discuss the topic of time travel so arrogantly? Thinking of this, Suyi glanced at the two of them awkwardly, and found that the two guys were discussing which food on earth is delicious. In this regard, Suyi did not understand what they meant. Let's hit the road. Suyi was the first to enter the time machine, and then the big special Monkey King Vegeta also entered the time machine. Return. Date roared and activated the time machine. Call out. A bright light rose into the sky, and the time machine disappeared from everyone's sight. Weiss, that Black Goku looks like Goku, and he has the Kaiwang God's time ring, and he's wearing a Patara earring on his left ear, right? Beerus looked up at the sky, his eyes narrowed. Yes, Lord Beerus. Weiss smiled and nodded. Check it out. Beerus said lightly. Yes. Boom. Weiss responded, tapped the ground lightly with the staff in his hand, and then the two of them turned into a streamer and disappeared from everyone's sight. At this time, Suyi is here. Oops, we've encountered time-space turbulence, time-space is distorting. Date, who is driving the time machine, suddenly exclaimed. What? Vegeta's face changed, and when he looked ahead, he saw that a block of stones passed by the time machine. At this moment, a hurricane blew past, wrapping the time machine in it, and began to spin. During the rotation, everyone passed out. ... After an unknown amount of time, Suyi woke up. My head hurts. Suyi frowned, lightly reached out and patted his head, then after a lot better, he scanned the surrounding environment. System, where is this? Suyeshin felt it for a while, but there was not a single creature in the surrounding area, and Monkey King Vegeta had disappeared. Back to the host, you have come to the ancient times of Dragon Ball world due to the influence of time and space distortion. After a few seconds of the system, a sweet and pleasant voice sounded in Suyi's mind. Huh, what did you say? Suyi's head short-circuited for a few seconds when he heard the system's words. You are affected by the distortion of time and space. 0. Okay, I see. Suyi interrupted the system and squinted his eyes. He now not only understands his current situation, but also understands why King Quan knows him and is friends with him. It now appears that it is for this reason. He traveled to the ancient times of the Dragon Ball world and met King Quan. So, can I go back to my time? Suyi asked in a deep voice. Yes. The system replied. Suyi breathed a sigh of relief, and did not ask how to go back, but flew into the sky and sensed the planet he was on. Empty. Do not. Not only that, there is not even one living creature. This should be some unmanned star in the universe, but I don't know which universe this is. Suyi murmured in a low voice. There are all kinds of food in his system mall space, so he is not afraid that he will starve to death. Spaceship, I need a spaceship now. Suyi Shinian entered the system mall space, and then used the exchange point to exchange for a spaceship, and left this unmanned star. 122. The Saiyan family in full swing. A month later, Suyi randomly landed on a planet. This is because the system detected this life, so he chose to land here. Floating in midair, Suyi glanced at the surrounding environment. The mountains are ups and downs, and it is indeed like an ancient no-man's land. However, in Suyi's induction, several breaths of life have been found. Call out. Use teleportation to rush to the places where these lives are. Soon, Suyi came to the sky where these lives were. Black skin, blue hair, and the overall look is a little weird. Hey, You tell me which planet this is. Suyi flew down and stopped in front of them. The words he said were automatically converted into the language of ancient times by the system, so Suyi was not afraid that they would not understand what he said. Saiyan 050. When these creatures saw Suyi, their expressions suddenly changed, and then they looked up at the sky, and when they saw that there was no full moon, they immediately breathed a sigh of relief. Which planet is this? Suyi frowned and continued to ask, still a little surprised that they recognized him as a Saiyan. This is the planet Debudo. Are you a lost Saiyan? We are very far from the planet where your Saiyans live. Several creatures looked at each other, and the man in the middle stood up and bowed politely to Suyi, and said, Do you have a navigation map of the universe? Suyi asked again. This kind of small planet is still too small to get much information at all. However, since this is the ancient times, I am afraid that there will be a lot of powerful people in this world. Hearing Suyi's words, a few aliens looked at me again, I looked at you, and after a while, the person who spoke before said again, Follow us to the village, my patriarch has seen the world. People should have what you call a space navigation map. Good. Suyi didn't even think about it, and agreed directly. The fighting strength of these native planets is less than 100, and they are all a group of ants. Naturally, he will not be afraid that these people will have any bad thoughts on him. Soon, a group of people brought Suyi to a small village. At a glance, many people in the village fixed their eyes on him, and their faces showed surprise. In this regard, Suyi was slightly surprised. Don't these guys say the Saiyan planet is very far away from them? So why do all these people know his identity the same? After a while, the group brought Suyi to a small courtyard. My clan chief is inside, Mr. Saiyan, please come with me. The native invited Suyi in, then pushed open the door of the yard and walked in. Suyi looked at the layout of this small yard. The flowers and plants were very planted, and there were also some small areas of land for vegetables. Wait a moment, I'll report. After speaking, the person knocked on the door in the center of the small courtyard. An old voice sounded, Come in with the guests. The man respectfully said yes, and then walked in with Suyi. Suyi walked into the room. A green-skinned man with 2 tentacles on his head, turned around with an old face. Seeing this person, Suyi was stunned. The patriarch of this village turned out to be a Namekian. Keda, you go out. The old-fashioned Namek glanced at the man leading the way and waved. Yes. Keda respectfully exited the room and closed the door. Hello, Mr. Saiyan. The old man came over, looked at Suyi and said hello with a smile. I would like to ask, do you have a navigation map of this universe? Although Suyi was a little curious about a Namekian being the patriarch here, she still asked her own question first. Yes. The old man nodded, with a faint smile on his face from beginning to end. Suyi looked at him, waiting for his next words. Get something for no reason. He doesn't believe it. Sure enough, the old man continued, however, I need one of your items in exchange for me. What? Suyi frowned and asked. Something that will get us off this planet. The old man's eyes flashed with wisdom, staring at Suyedao. Spaceship. Suyi was stunned. Yes. The old man nodded. Simple. Suyi laughed. He had a lot of redemption points, and he didn't need a lot of redemption points for a spaceship. He didn't feel that it was a loss in exchange for a space navigation map. The deal was reached like this. After Suyi left a spaceship, he took the spaceship map and entered his spaceship to prepare to leave. However, when leaving, Suyi suddenly asked the old man, which universe is this? The 7th universe. The old man smiled slightly. Who is the god of destruction in this universe? Suyi's eyes flashed and he asked. God of Saiyans, Lord Emoshi. ... With a little emotion and thoughts, Suyi left this planet and set off for the center of the 7th universe, planet Shidara. This planet was the original planet of the Saiyans. Later, because of civil strife, after the destruction, the Saiyans moved to the planet. In the end, he arrived at the generation of King Vegeta and was completely changed into Planet Vegeta by him. In the spaceship, Suyi is practicing in the training room. While cultivating, he also became distracted and thought. According to the old man's words, the god of destruction in Universe 7 at this time was Amoshi, the ancestor of the Saiyans, so in this Universe 7, the status of the Saiyans was naturally at the height of the sky. It's no wonder why his identity was seen by those people at a glance. Unfortunately, the old man in the past life did not clearly point out the history of the ancient times, so I don't know what happened in this period at all. 0.7. Suyi shook his head and sighed. If he understood the direction of the plot in the ancient times, then he must know what to do next. Fortunately, there are some clues, at least that can provide him with what he is looking for. By the way, system, how can I go back to my era? Also, is the flow of time in the two periods the same? Suyi suddenly thought of something, stopped cultivating, and asked curiously. If the time ratio is the same, then he must work harder to find a chance to return to his own era. Otherwise hundreds, thousands, even tens of thousands of years have passed, then his wife, daughter and friends have become one. A pile of dust. 123. The Shadara planet suddenly rioted. Back to the host, because you are currently traveling through the past of parallel time and space, the time before you travel will be stopped. The system replied. Nice. Hearing this answer, Suyi immediately laughed. Next, Suyi continued to practice. A month later, on the planet Shadara. Putting the spacecraft back into the system space, Suyi glanced around. Inhabited planets do look very different from uninhabited planets. At least, the green environment of this Shadara planet is very good, and the air is very clean. Along the way, there are Saiyans and tourists from other planets, but these tourists from other planets walk with their heads lowered and they don't dare to hold their heads up. In this regard, Suyi has some new understanding of the prestige of Saiyans in this era. Soon, Suyi came to a city. Are you a Saiyan? Please show your Saiyan ID. Stopped by the gate guard 25 guarding the city. Suyi glanced at him, shook his head and said, I don't have any Saiyan identity certificate, because I am a Saiyan who has been wandering for a long time, and now I finally return to my hometown. Suyi's mouth is not bad, and he made up a story of a wandering Saiyan with a very miserable life in minutes, making the two guards at the gate of the city almost cry on the spot. You go in. Remember, this morning, I asked someone to process the Saiyan identity certificate on the planet Shadara, which can provide you with a lot of convenience. Live well, poor little guy. The two guards waved at Suyi who walked into the city. He could see that tears were flashing in the eyes of these two guys. In this regard, Suyi was really embarrassed. He also waved to the two guards, and then walked into the central area of the city. System, can you sense the combat power of the most powerful person in this city? Suyi stopped and walked, while he communicated with the system in his heart. The person with the highest combat power at present is the host you. The system replied. Hearing this, Suyi smiled casually. This system, at this time, even told a cold joke. Besides me, who has the highest combat power? Suyi explained his question clearly. Drip drip. The voice of the system rang in Suyi's mind, and soon, a message entered his mind. Turk, the city lord of this city, a superior warrior, has 100,000 combat power. 100,000 combat power. Suyi's mouth twitched, and it was inevitable that he looked down. To be reasonable, the master of a dignified city has only 100,000 combat power, and if it is replaced by a stronger person to invade, wouldn't that be? Thinking of this, Suyi patted his forehead and was speechless at this thought. Obviously, the seventh universe god of destruction in the ancient times was the ancestor of the Saiyan family, Yamosi. Boom. When Suyi just rejected his previous idea, explosions suddenly resounded near him. What? Is my mouth still open? Suyi was stunned for a moment, turned his head to look at the city not far away. A huge giant ape with red eyes was beating the surrounding city houses angrily, and then spewing energy cannons out of his mouth. It's not an invasion, it's a civil unrest. Suyi's eyes narrowed. This Saiyan giant ape's combat power is as much as 1 million. Lenovo's previous system said that the city's lord's combat power is 100,000, so it is not difficult to guess. The fighting power of the giant ape-turned Saiyans has increased tenfold, so this giant ape-turned Saiyan should be the lord of the city, Turk. Hoa ho ho. The giant ape incarnated by Turk ran rampant, the roar continued to sound, and the entire city fell into chaos. For a time, countless casualties. Suyi looked at all this indifferently and had no plans to take action. As long as this giant ape like Turk is smart and doesn't provoke him, Suyi will naturally not stop his rioting. However, most of the Saiyans in the giant ape are irrational. Soon, the giant ape Turk has stepped all the way to Suyi's side. Roar. With his roar, a shock wave spurted out of his mouth. It's really looking for death. Suyi shook his head, raised his hand and stretched out a finger to point a Qigong cannon at the huge Turk, killing him directly. The turmoil in this city ended, but at the same time, riots similar to this city occurred in all the cities belonging to the Saiyans on the entire planet Shadara. All the city lords incarnated in the form of giant apes, and started riots against various cities. These Suyi didn't know. After the disaster in this city was solved by him, Suyi also found a place to stop and think. He is not very clear about the next plot direction, so he can only take a step by step. Why not go to the center of the Shadara planet and see the legendary Saiyan ancestor, Yamosi? Moreover, he should be able to do his best. Maybe exchange it. Maybe it will make my realm better. More complete. Quote. Suyi thought about it and finally made a decision. Soon, Suyi hit the road. 227 flew at high speed, and it didn't take long for him to reach the planet Shadara, but the city riots along the way made him keep an eye on it. Could it be? The riots on the planet Shadara in history have just begun. Suyi pondered, and frowned. He has read the external history of Dragon Ball. Didn't he say that the initiator of this civil strife was the ancestor of Saiyans, Amoshi? So, how did it become someone else? The winner is the king, the loser is the bandit. The winner writes history. Even if he is a villain, he can be called a great hero. At this moment, the sweet and beautiful voice of the system sounded in Suyi's mind. Let him be stunned for a while. So, in this battle, Yamosi is sure to lose. Thinking of this, Suyi's eyes narrowed, hesitating whether to choose to help the ancestor of the Saiyans, and most importantly, he was very envious of this Zizai extreme willing art. It has been so many months since he came to the ancient times, and his strength has reached the combat power of 12.5 to 13 Beijing, which is not 1 point or 2 points stronger than the previous combat power. If he can perfectly control the realm of Zizai extreme will, then how high will his strength soar? Can't imagine, can't imagine. 124. The ancestor of the frozen demon family. A city in the center of the planet Shadara. At this time, Suyi floated high in the sky and glanced down indifferently. A large group of people besieged the city. The invaders included Saiyans, demons, and people of the race of gods. I'm so disappointed. The god of destruction in the seventh universe, Yamosi, is not as powerful as the legend. Suyi set his sights on a ring in the center of the city. It was Yamosi who was standing on the ring. His combat power was indeed explosive, and he was very powerful, reaching about 10 Beijing. However, this combat power is only the same as Beerus, not as powerful and terrifying as the legend. Not to mention, this guy simply doesn't have the ability to control Zizai extreme intention. Sure enough, foreign history is foreign history after all, which makes it impossible for future generations to understand. Suyi yawned, and all the thoughts of making friends with Yamosi disappeared. There's a Saiyan here. At this time, Suyi in the sky was noticed, and someone from a demon clan called him excitedly. Swish swish. Hearing the cry of the demon clan, many shrimp soldiers and crab generals set their sights on him. A bunch of scum. Suyi stretched out his hand, grabbed it in the void, and grabbed a lightsaber in his hand. In reality, it was just a lightsaber made of his chi. However, he did this action completely to satisfy his inner second disease. I always feel that this action is very cool. Fall. Suyi held a lightsaber, raised his hand and swung the lightsaber in his hand, and the sword energy sprayed out. This is similar to a qigong cannon, but the sword chi sprayed from Suyi's hands is even more terrifying. In the blink of an eye, the group of intruders who didn't know whether to live or die were all dead. Suyi slowly descended, and with a flick of the lightsaber in his hand, it dissipated into a stream of light. Da da da. He walked through the fight, and the sound of footsteps caught everyone's attention. Immediately afterwards, the people in their respective battles continued to fight. This is war. Suyi glanced around. There were corpses all over the place, and every dead person's eyes were filled with a look of hope for survival. However, this can only be hope. As Suyi walked step by step, his Zizai Gong appeared spontaneously, and his whole body was full of silver-white light, causing the nearby invaders and guardians who were fighting to stop. What a powerful man. No, it's a god. Who is he? It looks like a Saiyan. I don't know if it's a rebel Saiyan or a Saiyan who stands firm. ... The discussion sounded, as if Suyi hadn't heard it. He walked to the center of the city step by step, where there was a ring. On the ring, standing is the ancestor of the Saiyans, Amoshi. Not only him, but next to him, there is a man who looks very similar to his descendant Frieza. Yamoshi, only smart people can live to the end. As the god of destruction in the 7th universe, you don't preside over the destruction, but you want to create. How could the adults above let you do this? This man from the Frozen Demon clan, who looked very similar to Frieza, had a cold smile on his face, and cold air swirled around him. Oh, Cooks, can you cover up your dirty little mind by saying so much? Yamoshi sneered. He has been the god of destruction of Universe 7 for so many years, and he has never been accused by the above people. This time his planet was suddenly invaded and attacked. Take his position as god of destruction. The current system is not as complete as the descendants, and it is progressive, and each god of destruction is appointed by King Quan. In this era, whoever has the bigger fist is the god of destruction in this universe. Very rough rules. Cooks competed with Yamoshi for the position of god of destruction many years ago and lost the election. This guy should have been killed, but the kind-hearted Yamoshi still did not kill him and exiled him outside the 7th universe. Unexpectedly, after many years, the powerful Cooks returned to the 7th universe and immediately rushed over to take revenge. Oh hoo 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 hoo. Cooks laughed, and Suyi, who was behind, was inexplicably irritable when he heard the laughter. To be honest, this kind of laughter sounded so yin and yang to him. Kinda want to beat this guy up. Da da da. The sound of footsteps sounded, and Yamoshi turned his eyes away and put his eyes on Suyi who was walking over. When he saw him, his eyes suddenly narrowed. What a powerful Saiyan. Who is this guy? Yamoshi was shocked. Compared with Suyi, he found that he was really too weak. Cooks, who also heard the footsteps, turned around slowly, and then flashed in front of him. Suyi was just one step away from him. Diaresis you are a. That who only spoke halfway. A fist with silver and white brilliance reached his face. Boom. 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 3 punches hit the bridge of this guy's nose. Cool. It's finally more comfortable. Suyi looked at Cooks who had broken the bridge of his nose and let out a comfortable cry. Giggle. Cooks, who was punched 3 times for no reason, turned gloomy, and his teeth clenched. There's a look in his eyes that asks for another punch. Well, then I'll reward you with another punch. Boom. Seeing Ku's vicious gaze, Suyi raised his eyebrows and smiled, and punched out again. This time, Cooks reacted and tilted his head to hide. Unexpectedly, He was kicked in the abdomen, and he was kicked and flew directly to a building, sinking deep into it. Stupid guy. Suyi shook his head, pulled his legs back, reached out and patted Wangda's, his trousers, then turned his eyes to Yamozi, and said with a smile, "Young man, call me master, I will make you stronger." Quote. ... A minute ago, Suyi, who was slowly walking towards the ring, suddenly heard the sweet and beautiful voice of the system in his mind. Ding! The quest has been generated. Teach the first stage of the Saiyan ancestors, Yamoshi, the ultimate freedom. Quest reward. Obtain the control method of the second stage of Zizai Jigong. Accept or reject. Nonsense. Who would choose to refuse the pie in the sky? Therefore, this is the scene where Suyi smiled and watched Yamozi say these words. 125. Control the second stage of the ultimate freedom. The ancestor of the Saiyans, Yamoshi, looked at Suyi with a bewildered expression, and when he asked the same sentence a second time, he replied in amazement, "What can you teach me?" If it wasn't for Suyi easily knocking out cooks of the same level as him, and the powerful aura he showed at the moment, otherwise Yamozi would think he was joking. "I can make you stronger," Suyi said with a smile. His expression was kind enough. In order to be able to control the second stage of Zizai Jigong, he could not allow the ancestor of the Saiyans, Amoshi, to reject him. Even if it is to fight, it has to be beaten so that he can be taught by himself to learn the ultimate freedom. You, be careful. Yamozi thought for a while, and was about to speak, but unexpectedly saw Cooks silently kill from behind Suyi, and suddenly reminded him. Boom. This kind of scum, there's no need to pay attention to him. Suyi raised his hand and clenched his fist without even turning around. Cooks, who rushed over, slammed into his fist on his own, and then flew out again. Too powerful. A look of shock appeared on Yamoshi's face, especially the silver-white divine light wrapped around Suyi's body at the moment, which was really like a god. 690 inches. When you become my disciple, you can be so powerful. At that time, a little Cooks is nothing, but it can be killed with a slap. Suyi smiled slightly and induced language. Hearing this, Yamozi was completely moved. Although he didn't know what Suyi was thinking about him, he knew that if he didn't grow up quickly, then he would definitely be a real defeat. The winner is the king, the loser is the bandit. Yamozi has been the god of destruction for so many years, and he has been the controller for so many years. How can he be willing to be controlled by others? Okay, I'll be your disciple. I hope you can really make me stronger. A thoughtful look appeared on Yamoshi's face, and after a while, it turned into a firm look and said to Suyi. Suyi laughed. At this time, Cooks, who was knocked out twice by him, woke up from the coma. This time, he didn't dare to do it. He knew that Suyi was definitely not something he could fight against. Yamoshi, just wait, sooner or later I will take back what belongs to me. Cook CFAJ said a cruel word, ready to leave. Do you need me to kill him for you? Suyi's cold voice sounded in the field, and it was even passed into the ears of Cooks, who was just about to leave, causing his body to froze in vain. Moreover, what frightened him even more was that, as Suyi's words came out, Cooks found that he could no longer move. Teacher, no, this guy is waiting for me to kill myself. When Yamoshi's cold voice sounded, Cooks realized that the pressure on his body had vanished in vain. He hurriedly turned around and looked at Suyi. He didn't dare to say any more cruel words, and hurriedly flew away from the place. In the days that followed, Suyi began to teach Yamozi. Originally, it is a realm that cannot be taught and needs to be understood by oneself. However, who told Suyi to have such an invincible bug in the system? Day by day, 3 months passed quickly. For 3 months, Suyi took a daily gift pack every day, and then instructed this guy Yamozi. From the first month, he couldn't learn anything, to the initial contact in the second month, and then to the first month. 3 months of complete control of the first stage of the ultimate free will. Suyi paid a lot, and this guy also paid a lot. On this day, Su Yi, who received the reward from the system, was also ready to leave. Teacher, you are also a Saiyan, can't you just leave? Yamozi retained it, saying that if he could, the throne of the Saiyans could be given to Su Yi. One day, when you want to be stronger, you will choose to give up these so-called positions. Su Yi smiled and shook his head. After saying this, he stepped on the spaceship and left. ... Another month passed. Su Yi wandered in the universe for a long time, and finally arrived at a planet. This is what he came here according to the guidance of the system, and this planet is an important point for him to control the third stage of the ultimate freedom. In this month's time, his strength, who completely controlled the second stage of Zizai Jigong, came to 15 Beijing. Don't underestimate the improvement of Jijing. Now he, combined with the perfect posture of Super Saiyan 5, is enough to transform into the first form of Super Saiyan God that he named himself in 15 minutes. That's right, this fusion has the realm of the gods, the ultimate freedom, and the transformation of Super Saiyan 5 is called the first form of Super Saiyan God. This form, he has a combat power of 17.2 Beijing. He doesn't know whether this strength can be regarded as a master level in this ancient period, but for him before, this strength is indeed a terrifying existence at this stage. By the way, system, I remember that I had 50 silver level gift packs that I haven't opened yet, right? Su Yi was already wandering around on this unknown planet, while walking, distractedly sinking into the system and asking. Yes, host. The system replied. Okay, then help me open all the 50 silver level gift packs. In fact, Su Yi didn't think that the 50 silver gift packs could give him good things. After all, the 49 gift packs in front of him opened a lot of garbage, which was really enough to make him uncomfortable. Soon, when Su Yi entered a city, all 50 silver gift bags had been opened. Congratulations to the host, open the silver package to get Super Fairy Beans X200. Congratulations to the host, open the silver gift bag to get the dog fighting stick X1. Congratulations to the host, open the silver gift bag to get. 50 beats sounded in Su Yi's mind, except for the second silver gift bag, only the last gift bag left him slightly moved. The second silver gift package is the dog fighting stick method. Although it is not a very powerful martial art, it is still a slightly famous martial art. The last gift package is a bit more powerful, the 18 palms of subduing the dragon. That's right, it is the stunt of Chao Feng Chao Daxia, the 18 palms of subduing the dragon. Learn. He learned both martial arts, and soon reached the state of perfect control of the two martial arts. 126. Receive today's gift pack, a master level gift pack. However, he was guided to this planet by the system, and so far he has not found anything good for him. System, is this planet my chance? Su Yi wandered around for a long time and couldn't help but complain. Host, you haven't received today's daily gift package, do you choose to receive it? The system did not answer Su Yi's words, but instead asked a question tilde. Huh. Hearing this, Su Yi was stunned at first, he really did not receive today's gift package. However, with such an obvious hint, no matter how stupid he is, I am afraid he will understand, right? Wow, system, you are so simple. Shower, you should be called Shower from now on. Su Yi laughed and said excitedly. The system refuses to host your name. The system replied, and then sent a gift package to Su Yi's system package space. Let me see what level of package this package is today. Su Yi murmured in a low voice, and then sank into the system's package space, a colorful gift package shining brightly. I'll go, it's even added special effects. Su Yi was startled, he saw the light, his eyes flashed for a moment, and after the dazzling light dissipated, he glanced at the introduction. Master Level Daily Gift Package. Immortal Body, Final Stage, the third stage of Zizai Jigong, 1 million exchange points. There are more than a dozen things in total, but apart from the first two things that moved him and showed shock, the rest he was a little calm. Immortal body, final stage, non-lethal wounds, heal in seconds. Fatal wounds, within 10 seconds, the soul will not be broken, and the body will recover. After Suyi glanced at the introduction of the final stage of the immortal body, the whole person fell into a sluggishness. My darling, the final stage of this immortal body is simply a blast. After a long time, Suyi recovered from the sluggishness, swallowed, and exclaimed. This final stage of the immortal body is put in a crude sentence, that is, as long as your soul is immortal, your body is immortal. Then I've become an unbeatable little guy. Suyi's eyes widened in surprise. It stands to reason that as long as your soul is not destroyed, as the host, you are indeed a Shaoqiang who can't be beaten to death. The system's voice sounded in Suyi's mind. 666. That system, is there a soul-strengthening technique in the system mall space that matches this undead body? Suyi praised, then thought of something and asked hurriedly. Host, please see how many exchange points are needed for the exercises in the first row in the system mall space. The system returns. Farewell. Suyi said goodbye immediately. He had seen the exercise points exchanged in the first row of the system mall space, and his eyes were dazzled by the long list of zeros in the back. With the fact that he has only broken through the tens of millions of exchange points, he is temporarily out of ideas about this technique to strengthen his soul. However, at this stage, I should still belong to a very powerful level with the undead body. Suyi whispered, and then directly learned the final stage of the immortal body. The best thing about the system is that it can be controlled in seconds, which makes Suyi really full of praise. Soon, the immortal body was in control, and he turned his attention to the third stage of Zizai Ji Gong. Learn. After taking a look, Suyi learned it directly, and soon, the realm of Zizai Ji Gong was released by him, and the powerful combat power soared directly. In the realm of God, the Super Saiyans will be blessed at the same time. Soon, Suyi found that his combat power had soared from 18.2 Beijing to 22.8 Beijing in an instant. At the same time, he can maintain this transformation state for an hour. It's very good. The current state should be said to be the second form of Super Saiyan. As soon as Suyi pointed out, a mirror appeared in front of him. He glanced at himself in the mirror and showed a satisfied smile. Compared to him in the first form of the Super Saiyan God, the silver-white fireworks around him were much darker at this time. And his eyes, tail, and the hair on his body, which used to be only shallow silver-white, but now the same color has deepened a lot. I am so powerful now. Suyi couldn't help but sigh, but unfortunately, there is no powerful person who can make him understand what level of strength he is currently at. Katakana middle dot 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 dot. After stopping on this planet for about a week, Suyi hit the road again. With the previous master level gift packages, this week, various silver level gift packages have come one after another, and most of them are small things, and there are no substantial good things. But it's still okay. At present, he has mastered the final stage of the immortal body and the third stage of Zizai Ji Gong. Except for the cultivation method to strengthen the soul level, he really has nothing to ask for the time being. As it is currently unavailable. Etc. Suyi suddenly recalled a very speechless question. That is, he asked the system 2 questions before, but the system only answered the question he knew, and he went to practice. There is also the question of how he can go back to his time. System, how can I go back to my era? Suyi asked again. After waiting for a while, the system replied, the host has always wanted to return and can return. Do you want to return to your era now? Huh. Suyi was really shocked when he heard this reply. Just as he was about to ask the system to get him back, he suddenly recalled that he had inadvertently come to this ancient period. Would he have the opportunity to control the complete freedom of the ultimate mind and go back? Anyway, there is no time limit for him in this ancient period. As long as he does not enter the era of his existence, he is not afraid of crashing with himself. Forget it, don't go back first, I want to see King Quan. Suyi remembered that King Quan knew him. Maybe the ultimate free-spirited skill might be used on this little guy. Thinking of this, Suyi was ready to go to the place where King Quan was. However, when Suyi inquired about the system, he learned a piece of news that made him extremely stunned. Host, the current era is under the control of King Dequan. King Xiaochuan is in the growth stage. Hearing this news, Suyi suddenly appeared several big black question marks on his forehead. Why isn't this the same as the Dragon Ball history he was searching for on Dunyoung? 127. The chaos provoked by the dragon god Salama. Host, although this is the world of the anime Dragon Ball, you must know that this is not all the plots in Dragon Ball. The general plot may be similar, but the background may still be slightly different. In the end, not everything is real. When Suyi complained in his heart, the voice of the system suddenly sounded in his mind. In this regard, he complained for a while, but he didn't say anything more, thought for a while, and said, if that's the case, then I should go to see King Quan. And, King Dequan has always been mysterious figure, I also want to see what a powerful figure this can be. Quote. He knew that there was a gap between himself and these top-level masters. However, he felt that this gap should be able to catch up slowly. System, tell me where King Quan is. Suyi asked. He didn't want to meet King Quan directly in person, but wanted to find a chance to see who the legendary King Quan was. Just as many Dragon Ball fans in the previous life thought, 5 and 90, Quan Wong is so awesome, the controller of 12 universes, who controls the life and death of an unknown number of people. On top of this, will there be someone more powerful than King Quan? Therefore, everyone has guessed the father of King Quan. Now that the system has confirmed that there is indeed a person like the great king in the world, Suyi naturally wants to find out. Curiosity killed the cat. No. Suyi is a very B-numbered person. In this day and age, no one can kill him if he wants to. Because, he can go back to his era anytime, anywhere. As long as King Quan did not clear him in seconds, no one could kill him. Host, you can wander in the universe for a few more months. The system sold a pass and didn't tell him directly. Okay. Suyi understands that the system doesn't tell him directly, and naturally there is a reason for it, so he didn't bother much about this topic, turned on the automatic flight mode, and then entered the training room and began to practice. It's a little uncomfortable that this ancient period cannot allow him to use the perverted item of Time House, otherwise, he will be really cool. That's it, in the past few months alone, his combat power has also grown at a leaping rate. Now, Suyi's second form of Super Race God can last for an hour and a half, and in this state, his combat power has broken through to 24 Beijing. The combat power of 22.8 Beijing in a few months has increased by 1.2 Beijing. But don't underestimate the strength of this 1.2 Beijing. In comparison, if he beat him a few months ago, he can definitely form a second kill in seconds. Moreover, the strength of this 1.2 Beijing is definitely not enough to win in front of him. This trip to ancient times was indeed a great experience for Suyi. Whether it is the growth of strength, or the loneliness of a person for so long, his Xinxing has become much more mature than before. The system. Suyi, who came out of the training room, shouted, and was about to ask if the time should come, but the roar and explosion from outside his spaceship attracted his attention. This is. Suyi took a look out of the glass window of the spaceship, and saw the Angel family, the Frozen Demon family, the Namek family. Too many races were fighting outside a planet. With the previous knowledge, Suyi naturally understands that these guys are fighting in the stratosphere outside the planet. Therefore, there is no such thing as the absence of oxygen. Still, there are plenty of people fighting outside the stratosphere. This made Suyi's eyes narrow. System, according to my current strength, can I survive in a vacuum outside the stratosphere? Suyi's strength is also very strong now, and don't forget that in his era, he was recognized as the Super Saiyan God by the 7th universe, and he has the power of God in his body. Ordinary gods can't survive in the universe, but now you are free from this restriction, so please rest assured. The system replied. Sure enough, if Suyi's guess is normal, he is not subject to this restriction now. With a smile, Suyi moved out of the spaceship in an instant. He breathed tentatively, but there was no air as he imagined, but a stream of air was sucked into his nose by him, making him uncomfortable for a while. Host, you won't die even if you don't breathe, you don't need to suffer yourself like this. The system laughed. Suyi's face darkened, he obeyed the system, and was not ready to breathe. Now that he has reached his realm, there is basically nothing that can hurt him. The only thing he is afraid of is what he said before. The Great King used the ability to clear him directly in 1 second. Otherwise, as long as his soul doesn't die, his body can quickly reorganize and recover. At present, the ability to clear this kind of ability, I am afraid that only the level of the whole king can do it. In addition, the destruction energy of the God of Destruction is also a kind of clearing ability. However, the destruction energy at the level of the God of Destruction is definitely useless to Suyi, so he doesn't need to worry about anything at all. Huh, who is that? Salama, the dragon god. Suyi retracted the spaceship into the system space, then turned to look at an explosion and roar. When he saw a golden body that was bigger than a planet, his eyes suddenly widened. This guy's body is too big. After a while, Suyi still couldn't help exclaiming. The dragon summoned by the Super Dragon Ball in the anime is already big enough, right? And now, at a glance, the dragon god Salama's body is much bigger than the dragon summoned by the Super Dragon Ball. Not to mention several times, but twice as big, it is absolutely appropriate. Salama, how dare you betray the Great King? When Suyi was shocked by the huge body of the dragon god Salaman, an angry shout resounded in the entire universe. Suyi turned his head and saw that a short figure, blue-green skin, white long curly hair, and a large light blue halo suspended behind his head was floating in front of the dragon god Salama with his hands behind his back. Roar! The roar came from the mouth of the dragon god Salama, and then a golden light shone for a while, and then his body slowly became smaller, and finally turned into a golden skin, with 2 golden tentacles on his forehead, and a pair of golden tentacles on his back. Xenomorph with wings. Karen, that old guy is about to die, so he should give up the throne of the whole king. Why should his son continue to be in office? The dragon god Salama was furious. As the top 3 terrifying beings in the universe, as long as the Daquan king died and he ascended the throne, he would naturally be able to rule the world. However, all this was destroyed by the son who was brought back by the old guy. Because this old guy wants to give the throne of the whole king to his son. Sarama, your greed is too heavy. The position of the great priest is under 1 person and above 10,000 people, so why is this position not high? Listen to me, be your great priest and help King Xiaochuan well. 2.3. Karen, the great priest of later generations, showed a sad expression on his face, sighing and persuading. Both of them are subordinates of King Daquan. They have known each other for many years and their relationship is not bad. Therefore, he did not want to see Salama end up dead. Karen, you don't need to say more, I've made up my mind. Ha ha ha, since he wants his son to be on the throne, then I'll kill his son and see how he gets his son on the throne. Suddenly, the dragon god Salama laughed loudly, stretched out his hand and pointed in the void. A ripple slowly swayed, and a baby who was in the swaddle was crying. Huh, is that the Quanwang of my time? Suyi's eyes narrowed, and she looked at the baby in the swaddle with a startled expression. 128. The Great King appears, and the shivering Salama. No, Salama. When the great priest saw the baby in the swaddle in the void, his face instantly turned pale. He roared, and flew towards the dragon god Salama. System: what is the current combat power of the dragon god Salama and the Grand Priest? Suyi glanced at these two guys and felt that he could not see through them. Dragon god Salama's combat power is 120 kyo, and the Great Priest's combat power is 100 kyo. The sound of the system sounded 120 Beijing, 110 Beijing. Hearing this reply, Suyi immediately looked at the two of them again, and his eyes were full of shock. Thinking of his current strength, it is not difficult to imagine how terrifying the strength of these two guys with a combat power of over 100 Beijing would be. Karen, you're no match for me. I want to kill you as easy as the palm of my hand. Step back, this baby, I'll kill him. When Suyi was shocked, the roar of the dragon god Salama came from the sky. Salama, you will be wiped out by the king of all. The high priest had already flown in front of Salama, for fear that he would kill King Xiaochuan directly, so he began to move with affection and reason. Trust me, we have been friends for many years. If you are willing to let go, son of King Quan, then I will certainly plead with King Quan for you. Idiot fool. 25. The dragon god Salama snorted coldly. He is about to die, why should I be afraid? Karen, if I were you, I would follow the great Lord Salama against this old guy. The high priest's eyes flashed, and he seemed to be tempted. After a while, he said, Salama, do you have full confidence? Seeing the high priest say this, Salama's eyes lit up and laughed. I have 100% confidence, that guy is on the verge of death. Okay, I'd like to go with. Call out. The great priest was talking, and suddenly used the ability of teleportation, came to the position of King Xiaochuan in a breath, and then stretched out his hand and patted him flying. Suyi opened his mouth on one side, and it seemed that the great priest had already noticed his existence, because the direction of Xiaochuan Wangfei was on his side. Ding! Task generation. Save King Xiaochuan, teach King Xiaochuan. Mission reward. The final stage of Zizai Jigong. Accept or reject. Just when Suyi was hesitating whether to save King Xiaochuan, a system prompt suddenly appeared in his mind. Accept. He is not a fool, he naturally chooses to accept it directly. Immediately, the whole person flew up, reaching out and hugging Xiaochuan Wang in the swaddling clothes. At the same time, the high priest who flew to the dragon god Salama saw that Suyi had rescued King Xiaochuan, with a relieved smile on his face and a big sigh of relief. Salama, although I am not your opponent, it is enough to fight for the chance of life for the future king of all. For Suyi, the great priest was completely relieved. He was a family of angels with a pure heart. He also saw that Suyi was not an evil person. Therefore, he is not worried that something will happen to King Xiaochuan. The two scuffled, and Suyi, who was teasing the infant King Xiaochuan, suddenly heard a voice. It was the voice of the great priest Karen. Mr. Saiyan family, please help take care of this baby. Suyi looked up at the sky and found that although Salama's strength was much stronger than that of the great priest, he still couldn't win the great priest for a while. System, if you want to escape, which route is the best? Suyi asked about the system on the spot. With the metamorphosis in the final stage of his immortal body, he was naturally not afraid of the dragon god Salama's attack. However, the little guy Xiaochuan Wang might not be able to withstand Salama's attack. Host, you don't have to run away, the great king is rushing here. The dragon god Salama will be punished soon. The system opens up. Oh, is it that powerful? In this case, Suyi naturally has no intention of running away. He had experience holding Luli many years ago, so this time he was not in a hurry to hold King Xiaochuan. I snapped my fingers, and a small sofa appeared in the air, and I snapped my fingers again, and this small table appeared again in the air, with a lot of food on it. Host, is it really good for me to cooperate like a middle schooler? Suyi sat down on the small sofa, crossed Erlang's legs and held King Xiaochuan in one hand, and put something in his mouth with the other. When he watched the fierce decisive battle between the dragon god Salama and the great priest in the sky, the system's spit sounded in his mind with a delay. Then you didn't communicate with me at all, did you cooperate directly? Tsuyi snorted coldly. Admit it, system, you also have the soul of the middle school in your bones. Oh, of course, provided you have bones. God make up the knife. Mouth is too loud. When the system heard Tsuyi's words, it silently squatted in the corner and drew circles. Tsuyi looked at the field again. The dragon god Salama had completely suppressed the great priest, and his eyes were already on his side now. Boy of the Saiyan family, now, immediately, crush the baby in your hand to death, and I will accept your lackey. The dragon god Salama stepped on the great priest under his feet, his eyes fixed on Tsuyi, and his indifferent voice entered his ears. Oh, how arrogant. Tsuyi stood up slowly, looked coldly at the arrogant and domineering dragon god Salama, and said, I hope you can be so arrogant when King Quan arrives. Dragon god Salama 120, Tsuyi naturally couldn't go forward to fight him stupidly, it was too meaningless. Ha ha ha, that old guy slumped on the bed, he was about to die, can he still come? Boy, it's impossible. If you don't kill, then I'll kill you and kill you along the way. The dragon god Salama laughed, but when he stretched out his hand to attack Tsuyi and King Xiaochuan, a figure suddenly appeared in front of him. Tsuyi raised his brows when he saw the figure, and asked in his heart, System, is this the great king? Yes. How much combat power does he have? Tsuyi continued to ask. In the 18 small universes in this ancient era, the strength of the great king belongs to infinity. The system opens up. It's too windy, I didn't hear it clearly, what did you just say? I said. Okay, I got it. Tsuyi's eyes flashed a shocking color. Infinity, what is the concept? In other words, in the 18 small universes under his jurisdiction, King Quan is a symbol of invincibility, and no one can fight against him. Salama. The voice of King Daquan was very calm, and his sky-blue eyes stared at Salama, the dragon god, which made this powerful figure in the top 3 in the universe tremble uncontrollably. Impossible, aren't you dying? Why are you still appearing in front of me? The dragon god Salama roared. No matter how loud he roared, he couldn't cover up his trembling body and the sweat on his head. Nothing is impossible, Salama, I have always seen your ambitions. I am indeed dying, and I guess that you will rebel after my death. The voice of King Daquan is still very calm, without any waves, but what I didn't expect is that you are so courageous. You are definitely not the king of all, absolutely not. The dragon god Salama roared, and then killed the great king. Boom. King Daquan just raised his eyelids and glanced at him, only to see this big man with the strength in the top 3 levels in the universe just flew out like this. Seeing this scene, Tsuyi took a deep breath. Immediately afterwards, he complained again, to be reasonable, this infinite combat power did not stare at the dragon god Salama at a glance, he felt a little strange. Salama, your strength is good. If you are willing to swear allegiance to my child, you can save your life. The voice of King Daquan without any mixed feelings rang out in the field, and it entered the ears of the dragon god Salama. After his face changed, he laughed like crazy. King Quan, even if I die, I will pull your child on the back. The dragon god Salama's body gradually grew, and finally turned into his own body, raised his head and roared, and the sound was deafening. 129. Control the power of the law of the universe. I cast a curse on my own lifespan. King Quan's children will never grow up in their entire lives, and their minds will not be sound. I cast a curse on my own lifespan. King Quan's children will never grow up in their entire lives, and their minds will not be sound. 10 times the same words resounded in the universe, and King Daquan's expression changed, and he roared, looking for death. This controller resented his kindness. If this guy was eliminated immediately, his descendants would definitely not suffer from this curse. Old guy, I thought about it for a while, and I won't let this little guy die. Because, in the future, I will kill him with my own hands. The dragon god Sarama shone with golden light, which was extremely dazzling. The sound resounded throughout the universe, deafening. Boom! With a burst of golden light, the dragon god Salama's body was divided into 7, and each flew into the 7 universes. Damn! King Daquan looked back at King Xiaochuan, who was swaddled in Su Yi's arms, with a look of anger on his face. He saw that a black light had entered King Xiaochuan's body. So, here's the curse already in effect. Call out. In an instant, King Daquan arrived in front of Su Yi and looked at King Xiaochuan in Su Yi's arms with a sad face. The little guy knew his father and stretched out his hand with a smile on his face. Seeing this, the guilt on King Daquan's face deepened. He looked at Su Yi, bowed deeply to him, and said gratefully, "Thank you for this, gentleman." "It's all right." Su Yi waved his hand, but he didn't seem so respectful because he was the great king, but he was very indifferent. Karen. King Daquan turned around, stroked the void with his hand, and a white light entered the body of the seriously injured great priest, and after a second, he saw that he was back to normal. Master Quanwang. The grand priest flew over with a remorseful expression on his face. "I failed to protect King Xiaochuan well, Lord Quanwang, please punish me." "No, you're good enough." King Quan's eyes flashed with strange brilliance, and he said, "I will die soon, and I need you to help him." "Please rest assured, Lord Quanwang." The grand priest bowed respectfully. "From today, you are a high priest." After King Quan said this, he turned around and looked back at King Xiaochuan, who was in Su Yi's arms, and finally looked at Su Yi, smiled at him, and then turned into a ball of brilliance and floated towards King Xiaochuan. In vivo. However, Su Yi saw that a small part of the brilliance disappeared into his body. System, what is this thing? Su Yi's complexion changed, for fear that this great king could be reborn just like the old monster in the novels of his previous life. This is the power of law in this universe. A little excitement can be heard in the sound of the system. The power of law. Su Yi was stunned for a while, but did not respond for a while. Yes, such is the destruction energy of the god of destruction, the time control and healing energy of the angel family, these are all law forces belonging to the universe. System explained, it's not his combat power that makes King Quan great, and he can even be said to have no combat power at all. It is the power of this law that dominates these 18 universes. Hearing this, Su Yi completely understood. So, he also has a bit of the law power of the whole king. More than a little bit. Host, you are now absolutely invincible in all these small universes. Even the king of the future generations cannot use the power of law to erase you. The system is excited. Calm down. Su Yi suppressed his inner excitement and said it very indifferently. In fact, if you think about it carefully, this is just an external force, and it does not belong to his own powerful force at all. He is invincible in these dozen or so small universes, equivalent to the status of a full king. But what if there were other universes? Just stay here for the rest of your life, be a land tyrant. Impossible. People, have dreams. Just like the line said in a movie by the star in the previous life, if people have no dreams, what is the difference between them and salted fish? Therefore, the power of the law can be used. However, practice must never fail. Next, in order to complete the tasks released by the system, Su Yi acted as an enlightenment mentor for the future King Quan. 1 year passed, 2 years passed, 3 years passed. Just so quickly, 3 years passed quickly. In the past 3 years, Su Yi has been able to transform into the second form of Super Saiyan at will. His combat power has even reached 40 Beijing. 40 Beijing in such a short period of time is not without fear. King Xiaochuan is 3 years old and has a very good relationship with Su Yi. On this day, Su Yi, who received the system reward, has quietly left the ancient times and returned to his era. Earth, Western capital, Su Yi's home. He glanced at the time, and it was still the day he set off for the future world. System, are Goku and the others all right? Su Yi asked. They should have failed in time travel and were bounced back. The system replied. Hearing this, Su Yi nodded, and used the power of law to sense the location of Sun Wukong and the others, on the immortal Turtle Island. Call out. In an instant, Su Yi came directly to Guixian Island in a breathless time. Brother Su Yi, where have you been? Seeing Su Yi who suddenly appeared, Sun Wukong waved and shouted. For Su Yi, he has spent several years in the ancient times, but in fact his main time and space world is only a few seconds at most. Diaresis failed to travel through time and space. I woke up in my own home. Su Yi smiled and replied, but did not tell them that he had traveled to the ancient times, and even controlled the power of the law that could only be used by the king of all. Let's continue to the future world, shall we? Vegeta asked. He had already decided to kill Goku Black, and he couldn't quell the monstrous anger at the moment. Will there be another time-space turbulence that will bounce us back? Dat frowned. No. Su Yi smiled, and under everyone's suspicious eyes, he stretched out a finger and swiped towards the void, and then a time-space tunnel appeared in everyone's sight. What? Seeing this time-space tunnel, Weiss showed shocking affection on his face, and exclaimed directly. Su Yi he. Beerus also had a shocked expression on his face, and Su Yi's hand made him feel inexplicably frightened. This is by no means a means that God can make. Even a master like Weiss, I'm afraid he can't draw a time-space tunnel between them. Let's go. Qian Zhaozhao. Su Yi stepped into this time-space tunnel first, followed by Sun Wukong and others. You look at me, I looked at you, and then walked in. Whis and Beerus on the side also looked at each other and stepped into this time-space tunnel. They wanted to see if Su Yi's power was really strong to this extent. Soon, a group of people followed into the time-space tunnel to the future world. Is this the future world? Piccolo and the others who followed up glanced at the surrounding ruins with a surprised look on their faces, and asked. That's right, this is the future world. The big feature nodded. Hearing this answer, Beerus and Weiss looked at each other again, and Chi-Chi turned his eyes to Su Yi, his scalp tingling as he was shocked by the man's methods. Is this an ordinary person? 130. The Realm of God, Black Goku's Super Saiyan Pink. When everyone was shocked, a tornado struck, and then lightning crackled around the tornado. Everyone turned to look up, and there was a person in the tornado. It was Black Goku. Black Goku. Date looked at Goku Black, who had a very cool way of appearing in the air, and gritted his teeth and let out a low growl. Oh, Trunks, and so many Sun Wukong. Goku Black glanced at everyone present, and finally fixed his gaze on Beerus and Whis, raised his brows, and clearly recognized who they were. Huh. At this time, Vegeta suddenly sneered, burst into aura, turned into Super Saiyan Blue, stepped forward, pointed her thumb to herself, and said coldly, I only tell you one thing, that is you will end up dying at the hands of this Super Saiyan Blue. Hearing Vegeta's words, Su Yi's mouth twitched. To be honest, the world of Dragon Ball has formed a very regular law. That's when Vegeta pretends to be aggressive, that's when he becomes the Tower of Tragedy. He was definitely the one who died or fainted. In the sky, Goku Black looked at Vegeta's Super Saiyan Blue state. His face did not change, and he was very indifferent. This gesture, his eyes narrowed, and he thought to himself, why does this guy look like he's seen Dad's Super Saiyan Blue? Bang bang bang. In the sky, Wukong He finally had an expression and movement, clapped his hands with a smile on his face, nodded and said, it's not bad. Is this the way the Saiyans, a fighting nation, are dressed in the breath of gods? Call out. 317. As his voice fell, the figure of Black Goku disappeared from the sky, and when he reappeared the next second, it was already in front of Vegeta. Vegeta, you have been practicing for a long time. Goku He put his index finger and middle finger together, put his chin on Vegeta, and said sarcastically, "But, after all, he is still a human being." "Damn!" Vegeta roared and punched Black Goku. "Too weak." Black Goku tilted his head, easily dodging Vegeta's punch. Giggle. Vegeta was very angry at the moment when his fist was dodged by Black Goku. Humans are human beings after all. Even if they wear the breath of gods, they are still human beings. Black Goku's eyelids twitched, his left hand touched the time ring on his right index finger, and he looked at Vegeta lightly and said. Hearing this, Vegeta became even more angry. With another roar, he quickly charged towards Black Goku. "I said, you are too weak." Black Goku easily dodged the attack of Vegeta, who turned into Super Saiyan Blue, and the sarcasm at the corner of his mouth made him completely go berserk. "Oh." Seeing that Vegeta's breath was stronger, a look of surprise flashed across Goku Black's face. "That's right, it's really a bit powerful." "Well, since you think it's very strong to transform into Super Saiyan Blue, then I'll tell you, your transformation is nothing but pediatrics in my eyes. Drink." "Ah." After saying this, Goku flew into the sky, clenching his fists with both hands and roaring. Crackling. With the roar of He Wukong, bolts of lightning exploded around him. Huh. Seeing this scene, everyone was shocked. Could this guy still transform? Soon, the Black Goku in the sky has completed his transformation. With peach-colored hair, peach-colored fireworks rose all over his body. The breath is very noble, equivalent to Vegeta's Super Saiyan Blue. He seems to be the real Super Saiyan stage. How's it going? How strong is it? Can you feel it? Ha ha ha. This is the real Super Race God. You mortals are just wearing the breath of God, and I am the real God. He Wukong laughed loudly, pointed at Monkey King Vegeta, and Trunks, and said, "In my eyes, you are just a bunch of scumbags. Now let me end your lives." The voice fell, and Black Goku raised his hand and a Qigong wave flew towards Vegeta. Ah! This Qigong wave hit Vegeta firmly, causing him to lose his combat effectiveness in an instant, from Super Saiyan Blue to normal, and even fainted. I've said it all, you guys are too weak, it's not worth letting me show the strongest strength at all. He Wukong's strength is very strong at this time, and his heart is also very swollen. He glanced at Sun Wukong and the others indifferently, raised his hand and hooked his fingers at them. "Come, show me your real strength and let me see, it's you guys. The strength of a human being clothed with the breath of a god is still me, a god who is a god in the first place." Quote. Hearing Goku Black's words, Whis and Beerus looked at each other on the side. "Wes, who the hell is this guy? I don't remember any god that looks exactly like Monkey King." Beerus frowned and thought about it, but after thinking about it for a long time, he didn't expect it. Suddenly, CFFD, his mind flashed and he exclaimed, "Wait a minute, could this guy be Sun Wukong himself?" When Whis heard Beerus' words, his brows were equally wrinkled, he raised his head and glanced at Goku Black again, and also thought about it, because Beerus' idea was not reasonable. Trunks has already said that the Monkey King of this era is dead, so... Thinking of this, a light suddenly flashed in Whis' eyes, and he tilted his head to glance at Beerus, who also looked at him. A time, both eyes flashed with strange brilliance, as if thinking of something. But the two of them didn't say anything else and looked at the field again. Black Goku arrived in front of Vegeta in an instant, raised his hand and punched, just about to blast out. It seemed that he was about to kill Vegeta on the spot. At this time, Sun Wukong, who had turned into a Super Saiyan Blue color, ran over quickly, punched the fist of Black Wukong, and then the two of them each took a few steps back. Well, as expected of Sun Wukong, your strength is indeed much stronger than Vegeta. He Wukong laughed, clapped his hands, and praised Black Goku. Sun Wukong shouted, then found a little embarrassed and then turned his mouth. "You are so hateful, you injured Vegeta, and you even wanted to kill him. What does it have to do with the high gods killing you humans?" He Wukong laughed, and then his body slowly took off, his aura grew stronger, and the pink fireworks around his body swelled even more. Drink. Sun Wukong was completely furious. This guy didn't treat him like a human being. He roared and rushed into the sky. Ah da 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 da. Sun Wukong, who was full of firepower, roared, and then kept punching and kicking at Black Wukong. In this regard, Black Wukong is very relaxed and comfortable to deal with the attack of Sun Wukong. For a while, the two fought back and forth, and it was impossible to see who was stronger and who was weaker. Ha tilde. Watching the battle between the two, Suyi yawned at the bottom. With his current strength, watching this level of duel, he really felt bored for a while. Compared to Suyi's boredom, Piccolo, Son Gohan and Trunks on the side just looked very thrilling. Come on, Dad. Come on, Uncle Monkey King. Goku must defeat this guy. A group of people waved their fists and looked at the sky, cheering for Sun Wukong. Soon after the two punched each other, they each retreated more than 100 meters. Turtle. Turtle. The two of them also put their hands on their waists, in a calyx start-up gesture, and roared at the same time. This guy actually knows how to send Qigong waves. Everyone was shocked to see that Black Wukong could also send Qigong waves. Pi. Pi. ... As the last word, wave, of the two men shouted, a dazzling blue light ball erupted from their palms. Seeing this scene, Suyi suddenly became interested. As the saying goes, Bo Na will definitely die miserably with the Sun family, but if both of them are Sun Wukong, what should I say? 131. Fitsamasu is very powerful. One trick second. Soon, the turtle Qigong waves emitted by the two at the same time collided, and the dazzling blue light made everyone around them dazzling. Drink. Sun Wukong roared angrily, pushing his hand forward as if he had used up all his strength. And the expression on his face has not changed. Boom. The explosion sounded, and two turtle Qigong waves exploded in the middle, causing a burst of dust, and then it was over. What a powerful force. It was a very wise choice to acquire your body in the first place. Black Goku laughed. As soon as he said this, everyone's faces showed shock, and Whis and Beerus had such expressions on their faces. What did you say? Sun Wukong was stunned for a moment, then said in shock, You mean, is your body now mine? That's right. Hey Wukong put his hands behind his back and said lightly. How could you take my body? Sun Wukong said it was very strange. Anyway, you are about to die, and I'm not afraid to tell you. With a time-space ring, I can travel through time and space at will, and I can search for Super Dragon Balls to fulfill all my wishes. Black Goku's strength is very powerful, plus he has an immortal body, he is not afraid of the strength of Whis and Beerus at all. Not to mention, maybe these two guys might not be able to beat him yet. Hey Wukong's words made everyone's faces show a shocking look again. It is unexpected that this person has such a means. Sun Wukong's face became extremely gloomy, and then he opened the tenfold World King Fist, using the ability of teleportation, came to the Black Wukong in a blink of an eye. Black Goku didn't panic, and waved his fists to deal with it easily. Soon, the two scuffled again. However, Sun Wukong, who was in a state of anger and increased by 10 times the king's fist, was obviously stronger than Black Wukong, and he beat this guy so much that he couldn't lift his head. Damn it. It's terrifying that I, as a human being, should be pressed and beaten like this by a person. Black Goku was also enraged, and his aura was much stronger. At this moment, a laughter came from the sky. Hearing this laughter, Black Wukong and Sun Wukong stopped at the same time and looked in the direction of the sound. A man with green skin and white hair and an earring on his ear stood aloft. Zamaz, you are finally here. When Black Wukong saw this guy, a look of surprise appeared on his face. Zamaz. Weiss glanced at the man named Zamaz, then narrowed his eyes, and said to Beerus, It seems that this guy is the evil manipulator of this future world. Well, I know. Beerus nodded. Wukong, step back. At this time, Suyi stood up and shouted to Sun Wukong, he knew that this guy's current physical condition could no longer support it. Don't look at the tenfold world king. Boxing is indeed very powerful, but the damage to the human body is also very large. Brother Su Yi. Sun Wukong turned his head back and said solemnly, I want to defeat this guy myself. The time you talk and the time you look at him are already draining your stamina. Next, it won't take long for you to collapse. Su Yi's body slowly rose, not because he didn't want Sun Wukong to defeat Zamasu, but because they couldn't beat him at all. Vegeta's state is not good either. Even if the two fuse, they can only be regarded as Vegeta with residual blood, so they may not be able to beat Zamasu, who is combined. Hearing Su Yi's words, Sun Wukong fell silent, then with a wry smile, he returned to his normal appearance and went to rest. In fact, he really wanted to say that he had a super sign and could fight for a few more rounds, but after thinking about it, since Big Brother Su Yi wanted to fight, he could only watch the show on the side. But fortunately, Su Yi's strength is very strong, maybe he can learn a lot on the side. Seeing Su Yi, Zamasu and He Wukong set their eyes on him, and a strange brilliance flashed in their eyes. Who are you? I can feel your strength, why have I never met you? Zamasu and Black Goku spoke in unison. Huh. Su Yi smiled lightly. Ordinary humans are scum to Zamas, and this Zamas is not an ant in his eyes. Raise your foot to be trampled to death, reach out and squeeze to death. Seeing Su Yi's posture, Zamasu and He Wukong squinted their eyes at the same time, their faces became gloomy, and the corners of their mouths evoked a sarcastic smile at the same time. Looks like you think you're strong, I tell you, you're actually nothing in my eyes. Do you think this is my strongest form? No. Goku Black and Zamasu were like twins, and they said the same thing in unison again. Well, you fit together. Su Yi stretched out his hand to cover his mouth, then waved his hand lazily. Others don't know that Zamasu and Black Goku can fit together, doesn't he? A Dragon Ball fan, no. Zamasu and Black Goku are indeed powerful after they are combined, but this power is only considered powerful for people of the level of Sun Wukong and Vegeta. Not to mention in front of Su Yi, he knew that Beerus and Whis could easily crush them. However, the two were crushed and crushed, but it was still very difficult for Beerus and Whis to kill Zamasu, who was immortal. After all, this world is not the main time and space world, and the destructive energy of the god of destruction cannot pose a threat to the people of this world. Katakana middle dot 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 katakana middle dot. Of course, this is much simpler for Su Yi. As the law power possessing all the universes, he can easily obliterate anyone except King Quan. Soon, Zamasu and Black Goku performed earring fusion. After a while, Zamasu, who was successfully fused, exuded a colorful aura of light and turned silver white, with the halo of God behind him, which looked very sacred. This is my true form. Zamas laughed wildly, and wave after wave of shock waves came towards Sun Wukong and the others. As for him, he ran directly to Su Yi. Drink. With a roar, the pink blade of Zamasu's right hand stabbed at Su Yi. Scum. Su Yi smiled coldly, raised his hand, and just stretched out a finger to casually point at Zamas who was rushing over. Boom. A gray-black ball of light shot out directly from his fingertips, and then bombarded Hamas, followed by the sound of an explosion, and a mushroom cloud created by the explosion formed in situ. After a while, the mushroom cloud generated by the explosion dissipated, and then a figure appeared. Not dead. It made him feel a little strange that Su Yi could not die in one blow. Although he did not fully use the power of the universal law just now, this blow was enough to kill this guy with exactly 10 Beijing combat power. Ha, you can't kill me. Boom. Zamas slowly got up from the ground, then glanced at Su Yi, suddenly burst into laughter, and even started talking. But before he finished speaking, his body suddenly exploded with a loud bang. Seeing this, Su Yi smiled. With his strength, even a casual blow would definitely not be something that Zamas could withstand. Not to mention, he used some law power in his attack to directly smash the soul of this guy Zamas. The matter is settled, let's go back. After killing Zamas, the crisis in the future world will naturally be cleared, so Su Yi is ready to go back. Date trotted over, bowed deeply to Su Yi, and thanked him. Next, let's practice well. Su Yi stretched out his hand and patted Date's shoulder, and with a swipe of his right hand, a time-space tunnel appeared in front of him, and then returned to the main time-space world. Here, Sun Wukong and the others have woken up after feeding the unconscious Vegeta with the super fairy bean. Damn. Vegeta, this arrogant guy, is naturally very upset, but fortunately, after hearing that Sun Wukong is also not an opponent, his face is much better. A group of people talked for a while, and they also walked into the time-space tunnel and returned to the main time-space world. 132. Leisure time, little girl's bikini. When the people who returned to the main space-time world from the time-space tunnel reappeared, they were already on the immortal island of turtles. Whis and Beerus, who were already hungry, once again proposed the suggestion of barbecue. In this regard, naturally, another small party began. Due to the food, and of course some Su Yi, Whis and Beerus have already been integrated into a group like the Z Warriors. However, the arrogant Beerus admitted that he was integrated, and it was estimated that it would really kill him, so there was still some respect for him, the god of destruction, among the people who were behaving and talking. Soon, this barbecue conference, which was handled by Su Yi, was over. It was after 10 o'clock in the evening that Su Yi returned to Exedu's house, but as soon as he came back, he was caught by Xiao Luli. Dad, where have you been today? The little girl folded her arms around her chest, and her beautiful face was full of sorrow. Hearing the little girl's words, Su Yi coughed twice and said, "Didn't you have a class today, so I didn't take you to Guixian Island for 990s. Besides, I also fought with people today. It's no use following along with a little girl who doesn't like fighting." To say whether the already invincible Su Yi is afraid of someone, then he will definitely express that he is very afraid of his little girl. This fear is not the fear of fear, but the fear of doting. Or in other words, pampering. This is indeed the case. After all, Su Yi has been such a precious daughter for so many years, how can she not be despised? Actually, Luli can also slowly like to fight for her father. Su Luli whispered something, but the girl's voice was too low. Basically it could be said that Su Yi, who was so close, couldn't hear it clearly. What did you say? Su Yi was surprised. No, nothing. Su Luli glanced at her father shyly, then jumped up and slapped his face, then ran away. Seeing the little girl like this, Su Yi shook his head and smiled, then returned to his room. At this time, the three daughters of Bulma in the house fell asleep early. Now they each have their own careers, and they are basically busy every day. This made Su Yi, who was either practicing or running around, feel a little embarrassed. After all, several couples have not been intimate for a week. Babies, husband is back. Su Yi took off his clothes, jumped directly onto the bed, and shouted. I hate it, can you please stop making noise? Damn, do you know you're back? Husband, I'll get up now and put you hot water and take a bath. The three daughters of Bulma lazily and Akatsuki Junhu said this, which made Su Yi burst into laughter. She leaned in front of Akira Junhu and kissed her, and said, Xiao still loves me, my husband wants me today. Pamper my darling Xiao first. As he spoke, he glared at Bulma in a little lace black dress and Razuri in a near vacuum nightgown, picked up Akatsuki, who was shy, and walked towards the bathroom. Bah, who wants the favor of you bastard? Right, Razuri. Bulma's embarrassed voice of disapproval came from behind, and said to Lazli, the good sister on the side. Rustling. Bulma didn't hear Lazli's answer, but heard the sound of undressing. She turned her head to look, her eyes widened, and she said in amazement, "Leslie, you." "Sister Bulma, I'm going to accompany my husband Tilda." Razori kissed the stunned Bulma's pretty face, then got up and ran towards the bathroom. "Damn it." Bulma gritted her teeth, and when she heard the wonderful sound from the bathroom, her body couldn't help twisting, and she felt a little uncomfortable for a while. What a bad husband. A blurred look flashed in Bulma's eyes, then slowly got up and got out of bed, also heading towards the bathroom. ... The next morning, Suyi also woke up early. With yesterday's reflection, today he is ready to play with his 3 sweet wives and precious daughter. Of course, Bulma and the others naturally didn't get up, so Suyi naturally practiced for a while, and at noon, the family got together. "Today, everyone take a rest. Luli, where do you want to go?" Suyi glanced at Bulma and the others, and finally fixed his gaze on his daughter's face, and asked with a smile. Hearing her father's question, Luli pondered, her eyes suddenly lit up, she snapped her fingers and said, "Dad, one of Xiao's mother's projects has been completed recently. I remembered it was a sunny beach, it should be very good, huh?" Hearing this, Akatsuki Mato's eyes also lit up, and he nodded and said, "Yes, it was completed yesterday. The environment is very good. There are mountains and seas. If the sunlight is not enough, there are also artificial intelligence that Bulma researched a few years ago. Little sun, perfect for sunbathing in summer in winter." Quote. Speaking of which, Mato Akatsuki was also tempted. "I think it works." Bulma and Rasiri looked at each other and nodded. The 3 sweet wives and 1 baby daughter have all reached a consensus, so everyone's eyes are on Suyi's face. In response, Suyi frowned, hesitated for a while, and said, "This sunny beach is by the sea, you must be wearing bikinis, right?" "That's right." Bulma's several women nodded. "That won't work. Don't go, don't go, don't go." Suyi hurriedly waved his hands, joking, "His women are like flowers and jade, how could others see them?" Seeing Suyi's resolute appearance, the girls were stunned for a moment, and then Luli coughed. Knowing her father Mo Ruanvi, she thought about her father's thoughts a little, and hurriedly said, "Dad, don't worry, then no one will go when it's finished. So, the bikinis of the 3 mothers must be all you can see." As soon as the little girl said this, Bulma's daughters were stunned for a while, and then they all started laughing. After a long time in the relationship, this guy is afraid that his and others' bikinis will be seen by other men. Cough cough. Suyi coughed awkwardly, and lowered his head to eat with vegetables. Soon, after the meal, the family rested at home for a while before packing up and set off. Sunshine Beach is a man-made sea area in the center of Exedu. Of course, this is the property of the Su family, and entry is prohibited without permission. Now, Suyi is holding Bulma in his left hand and Lazili in his right, while the girl next to him is Akatsuki and Luli holding hands. "Sister Bulma, your bikini looks really good." "Sister Lazli, your bikini is not bad." Several people arrived on the beach after a while, and the women cheered and ran into the sea one after another. "Dad, does my bikini look good?" When Suyi shook his head and teased that these women were still like children, her daughter Luli bowed her head shyly and walked over. Hearing Luli's words, Suyi took 2 steps back and rubbed her chin with her hands to look at her daughter. The pure white bikini is much more conservative than Bulma's bikini. Of course, if snapped. The follow-up thoughts came to an abrupt end. Suyi slapped himself in the heart. This is his own daughter, what are you thinking? It looks good, and my Luli looks good no matter what. Suyi smiled and nodded in appreciation. Hey, thank you Dad for your compliment. The little girl was as happy as she was drinking honey when she received Suyi's praise. The family went into the sea and started to play with water. After a few minutes of playing, Suyi got out and came to lie down on a beach chair. "System, I haven't received today's gift package yet, send it to me now." "It's okay anyway, Suyi is ready to try his luck." 133. The same gift bag, is it another master gift bag? Ding! Today's gift package has been delivered successfully. Please check in the package space, host. The sweet and beautiful sound of the system sounded. Okay. Suyi nodded, glanced at the girl who was still playing in the sea, and looked forward to it. His feelings have never lied to him. Usually, if he can have such an expectation at this time, his luck will not be too bad. Stop thinking. Suyi thought deeply into the package space of the system, only to see a white gift bag lying quietly in the package space. A white gift bag. Huh, I don't seem to have received such a gift bag. Suyi's eyes suddenly lit up, and he felt even more anticipation, and hurriedly opened the introduction of this white gift bag. Mysterious gift package. Congratulations to the host for receiving the mysterious gift package for the first time. This gift package requires you to complete a random task in the system to get the start gift package. Seeing the introduction of this gift package, 3 big black question marks appeared on Suyi's forehead immediately. What does he mean? System, come out and explain to me what this gift package means. Suyi hurriedly called up the system. In fact, from the introduction with the word congratulations on this gift bag, he could easily guess that this should be a welfare gift bag. However, he still didn't understand. Ding! Since you got a mysterious gift bag, the system is dispatching tasks. First, the first stage method of teaching Sun Wukong Zizai Jigong. Secondly, beat up Vegeta, and then teach him the first stage method of Zizai Jigong. Third, first and second add up. There were only 3 tasks, but Suyi shook his head and laughed. You system, you really have to treat it differently. If you teach Wukong, you will teach it directly. If you teach Vegeta, you must add a condition to beat him. Okay, I choose the third one. As soon as the mission was accepted, Suyi found that the white gift bag in the system package space had turned into a multicolored gift bag, which made his eyes light up in vain. If he remembered correctly, not long ago, in the ancient times, he obtained a master-level gift bag, and the surface color of the gift bag was such a 5-color. Immediately, Suyi became completely interested in this task. But he turned his head and glanced at the girl who was playing in the sea, and immediately suppressed the idea of that he wanted to teach Sun Wukong and Vegeta the ultimate freedom. As a man, the promises made are naturally fulfilled, so today I have to play with a few sweet wives and precious daughters for a while. System, shouldn't this task be in a hurry? Suyi asked. Just do it today. Hearing the system's reply, Suyi nodded. He still didn't believe that these women could play until 000 in the evening, so he had completely worn out his 5-color gift pack that might be a master. After 5 o'clock in the afternoon, Bulma and the girls lost interest and continued to play. They took out the capsule and threw them out of a changing room. After changing their clothes, they went home. Suyi secretly used teleportation to come directly to Baozi Mountain. At this time, the boy Sun Wukong had just returned from practice and was cramming the sea into his stomach. On the other hand, Chi-Chi, who was already old, looked at Sun Wukong happily with her hands on her cheeks. Seeing this, Suyi smiled knowingly. Ah, brother Suyi. Because Sun Wukong turned his back to Suyi, he didn't see Suyi for the first time. As for Chi-Chi, he saw him immediately, and hurriedly got up and said hello to Suyi. Because of the variable Suyi, Chi-Chi in this world made the Sun Wukong family not short of money, so she, who had always opposed Sun Wufan's practice, naturally changed to accept it. Otherwise, the Dyu Nobifan still exists, and there is no Sun Gohan who is very powerful now. Ah, is big brother Suyi here? When Sun Wukong saw Chi-Chi stand up, he hurriedly put down the big ham that was operated on, turned around and grinned and greeted Suyi with a smile. Well, Wukong, come out after dinner. Suyi smiled at him, then saw Sun Wuxian staring at him on the side, and couldn't help beckoning to him. The little guy glanced around him, then pointed to himself, with a look of surprise on his face, as if shocked that this Uncle Suyi would call him. Suyi nodded to him, and then walked out of Sun Wukong's house. Wu Tian, what are you still doing stupidly? Your Uncle Suyi called you. Qiqi knew Suyi's strength from Sun Wukong. Now that she no longer opposes her son's martial arts practice, she naturally raised her mind again. If the little guy can worship this big brother Suyi, wouldn't it be even more powerful? Thinking of this, Qiqi hurriedly pushed the dazed Sun Wuxian out the door. After a while, she walked in again, sat happily opposite Sun Wukong, and whispered, Wukong, just now, Brother Suyi was teaching Wuxian, and it seems that the little guy will become stronger again soon. Sun Wukong ate quickly, looked at Qiqi, who was thinking about it, and smiled from time to time. As soon as the meal was finished, Sun Wukong ran out the door. Brother Suyi, my God, when will you be able to transform into Super Saiyan 2, Goten? Sun Wukong just ran out of the house excitedly, but he saw that his youngest son, Sun Wuxian, broke through the shackles of Super Saiyan 1 and reached Super Saiyan 2. You know, the little guy is so young, how high should the future potential be? Immediately, Sun Wukong was excited. Ah, Dad, Uncle put his hand on my head and let me transform, and I found myself transformed into Super Saiyan 2 directly. Sun Wuxian is very strange and authentic. Hearing this, Sun Wukong put his eyes on Suyi and said in surprise, Brother Suyi, is this the ability of the great elder of Namek to stimulate potential? Almost. Suyi smiled and let Sun Wuxian enter the house. Then he hooked Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong arrived in a hurry, just about to speak, but Suyi made a silent motion, and then stretched out a finger to point between his eyebrows. I will teach you the first stage of Zizai Jigong, and then you will slowly experience it yourself. If you feel that you can't do it yourself, you can also let me teach you the follow-up control method. Suyi said. Sun Wukong was comprehending, so he didn't have time to reply to Suyi. He naturally understood this, so with a slight smile, he stretched his fingers back, a little between his eyebrows, and teleported to Vegeta's yard. Vegeta! Suyi shouted. At the same time, Vegeta, who had just taken a bath after practicing, heard Suyi's voice and immediately dressed and ran out. Mr. Suyi, do you have any orders? Vegeta's attitude towards Suyi is called reverence. This good attitude made Suyi embarrassed to beat him up, coughed twice, and said his intention. You have to beat me up to teach me the ultimate free-spirited skill. Vegeta was stunned for a moment, then hurriedly took 2 steps back. Under Suyi's stunned gaze, the guy squatted down with his head in his hands. Where did you learn the beating position? Seeing Vegeta's actions, Suyi was really speechless. The last time I ran into a hooligan on the side of the road, he told me it was the wisest choice to squat down with my head up when I was beaten. Vegeta's voice came. The corners of Suyi's mouth twitched, and in order to quickly complete the task, he started beating up Vegeta, and finally taught him the first stage of the ultimate freedom. Allowing him to slowly comprehend on the spot, Suyi naturally returned to his home excitedly, ready to open the 5-color gift bag in his wrapped space. 134. The gift package of the master level, meditation. Suyi has been impatiently sinking his thoughts into the package space of the system. He glanced at the colorful gift bag. Transformed from a mysterious gift bag to a master level gift bag. Open to get 100 million exchange points. Meditation, 100,000 super fairy beans. Another long series of gift package introductions. Suyi glanced at random and frowned suddenly. To be honest, this master level gift package is not a grade worse than the last master level gift package. However, this master level gift package transformed from a fan-like gift package is always much better than a gold and silver level gift package. Turn it on. Suyi didn't pay too much attention. 100 million exchange points, meditation and 100,000 super fairy beans. Wait, what is this meditation technique? Suyi suddenly noticed the meditation technique in the second position, and immediately clicked on this suspected cultivation technique. Meditation. Meditation cultivates spiritual power, so as to strengthen spiritual power. Note, this is the foundation for the future practice of spiritual practice, so meditation can be advanced in the future. After reading the introduction to this meditation technique, Suyi blinked and almost couldn't help slapping herself. This meditation technique is a good thing. Wow, almost missed this goodie. Suyi patted his forehead, and at first glance, he would think that the first item was the best item in the gift package. In addition to the 3 words meditation, it is too inconspicuous, so this is the incident that almost missed the eye. Learn to learn. Suyi directly learned this meditation technique, and soon, he discovered that he was unusual. The power system of this Dragon Ball world is composed of chi or energy, and the practice of meditation is to inhale the chi and energy in the air into his soul. This is called spiritual power. Once spiritual power grows, cultivation becomes soul power. At present, Suyi does not intend to cultivate the soul power immediately, but this spiritual power is gradually growing, and it will be very convenient for him to practice the soul condensing technique in the future. After studying, because it is self-cultivation and meditation, Suyi didn't put too much attention on it. He turned around and glanced at the gift bag he just opened. Maybe there is something good that got dusted. However, after taking another look from the beginning to the end, it was indeed a good meditation technique, and the rest of the things were just a bunch of groceries for him now. Combining work and rest, today was considered to be a relaxing time, so Suyi waited for a while after lunch, then entered the training room and opened a time room with 100 times acceleration time to start training. At present, the combat power of his second form of Super Saiyan is around 40 Beijing, and this power cannot be more terrifying at present. The great priest who already had a combat power of 110 Beijing in ancient times, and the dragon god Salama, who had a combat power of 120 Beijing, he was nothing but scum. Of course, if he used the power of the universal law, the result of the battle would definitely be different. But he naturally understands that at the juncture of life and death, he will never use this power unless it is a last resort. ... Naturally, the days of practice flew by quickly, and soon came the day before the day of the martial arts conference held by the Quanwang. Suyi focused on his practice and did not ask about things outside the window. Both Sun Wukong and Vegeta were immersed in the first stage of Zizai Jigong, so they were in a similar state to him. The convening thing naturally fell on Beerus, the god of destruction, and Whis, and he naturally had no complaints about it. After all, with Suyi, a big hand who knows how to go to the extreme, Beerus doesn't have to be afraid that his universe will be wiped out. Yes. The lost universe will be wiped out by the full king's power. This news was notified to them by the arrival of the great priest not long ago. However, since Suyi was practicing, the two of them were not able to meet successfully. After leaving the training room, Suyi happened to meet the girl Xiaoluli, and was kissed several times by his precious daughter. He was just about to find Beerus, but the girl insisted on following him. I'm going to a martial arts tournament this time, are you sure you want to come with me? Suyi knew that this little girl didn't like fighting, and she didn't like turning into a Super Saiyan with yellow hair, so she said this directly to make her stop thinking about following him. "Hey, sure." The girl came up, reached out and hooked Suyi's arm, and then dawdled for a while unintentionally. Suyi didn't pay attention, and said in surprise, "Don't you like fighting, girl?" HMPH, people are on vacation recently, so boring. The little girl's expression at this time is pouting and puffing her cheeks, which is indeed very cute and beautiful. Suyi squeezed his chin with his hand and thought about it. Daddy, please, let Luli go with you." Luli's beautiful eyes twitched for a while, and then she used a nirvana that was not satisfactory after 100 attempts, acting like a spoiled child. The little girl's big booling eyes, Suyi's heart was melted instantly. It is said that her daughter is the reincarnation of a lover from a previous life. In the face of such a petite lover's request, how could Suyi refuse? Then you can't run around. The little girl knew that her coquettish stunt would definitely make her father promise her, and immediately squinted her eyes and laughed. Muamua tilde dad is so nice, I like dad the most. The saliva dripping on her face, this girl is really not restrained enough. Suyi reached out and wiped his face, wiped off the saliva, and then a steam rose from his hand, and then he took his daughter's hand and teleported to the god of destruction realm where Beerus was. Diaresis, Mr. Suyi. Weiss didn't feel Suyi's breath for the first time, but when he walked in front of him, he realized his arrival and immediately smiled and said hello. Hem. Suyi smiled and nodded. Hello, sweet little girl. Weiss shifted his gaze and landed on Su Luli, showing a smile. Hello, Uncle Weiss. Su Luli pursed her lips and thought for a while, and called out such a name. Hearing this Uncle Weiss, Suyi and Weiss were stunned at the same time, then they looked at each other and laughed. Ha tilde. At this moment, Beerus in pink pajamas came out of the palace yawning. Lord Beerus, there is a lady here, you have to pay attention to your etiquette. Weiss smiled and reminded. Oh, excuse me. Beerus, who was wearing pink pajamas and a red and white nightcap on his head, rubbed his eyes and saw Suyi and Su Luli. Then he came back to his senses and hurriedly flew back to his nest to change. He came out in the exclusive costume of the god of destruction that he usually wears. Cough cough. Beerus is still very embarrassed. After all, as a god of destruction, of Lees, it is indeed a shame to be seen wearing pink pajamas. If the person he saw was someone else, maybe he could ask Wesses to clear that guy's memory. But this person is Suyi and his daughter, and he would not dare to give Beerus a million courage. All in all, since the last Black Wukong incident, he always felt that Suyi was much stronger than the period when he fought against him. It's still a day before the conference starts. I would like to ask you if you can bring your family to this conference. Suyi asked. It should be. It's possible. Beerus was not sure, and set his eyes on Weiss with an inquiring sense. Others may not be able to, but you can, Mr. Suyi. Weiss nodded and smiled. Okay, thanks a lot. Now that he was asked, Suyi was naturally ready to leave. Mr. Suyi, please wait. Weiss stopped him suddenly. What? Suyi looked at him, only to hear Weiss smile. Mr. Suyi, my father wants to see you. 135. The conference is about to start, sparring for Sun Wukong and others. The Grand Priest wants to see him. Hearing Weiss' words, Suyi pondered for a moment, and finally smiled and shook his head. Tell him, see you tomorrow. As soon as these words came out, Beerus stared at the side with a shocked expression on his face. It was the first time he had seen anyone who dared to refuse the invitation of the Great Priest. Well, that's okay. Anyway, the conference starts tomorrow. I'll tell my father about it on behalf of Mr. Weiss was not surprised, smiled and nodded. Well, then I'm leaving. Suyi took Xiaoluli's hand and teleported away, and he reappeared in the next second and arrived at the Immortal Island. While destroying the God Realm, Beerus looked at Weiss in shock and said, Weiss, what exactly is Suyi's identity? Hearing this, Weiss shook his head. He just had a guess, but he wasn't actually sure what Suyi's identity was. Lord Beerus, anyway, this Mr. Suyi is not someone we can provoke. I talked to my father about him a while ago, and his face showed surprise. This is the first time I have seen him in so many years. This look. Weiss laughed. I understand. Whereas Beerus not a person who knows the general, who can be provoked, and who can't be provoked, he still has a B number in his heart. Besides, as far as Suyi's strength is concerned, he is definitely stronger than him now. Earth, Turtle Immortal Island. Suyi and his party have gathered, and this conference requires 10 people. Suyi, Monkey King, Vegeta, Son Gohan, Piccolo, Boo, number 547 number 17, Trunks, Monkey King, and the last one is Krillin. Originally, this guy didn't want to participate, because he was afraid that he would be dragged back. Later, he was defeated by Sun Wukong, and his combat power suddenly soared. Anyway, the conference starts tomorrow, why don't you let me see your strength today? Suyi took out the magic circle and transformed Guixian Island into another uninhabited island. Everyone wasn't too shocked by Suyi's miraculous means, so this time everyone glanced at the surrounding environment, then nodded and rushed towards Suyi. Gotenks will definitely be able to defeat Uncle Suyi. The two little guys, Sun Wuxian and Trunks, found a place to fuse on the ground, turned into a Super 3 state, and flew towards Suyi. In the face of everyone's attack, Suyi seemed to be very at ease. Outside the arena, Su Luli watched her father show off his skills, and her beautiful eyes were full of brilliance. She couldn't worship her. Dad is so handsome. Su Luli is holding a heart in her hands, which is exactly the attitude of a little fangirl. Drink. In the field, in the sky, Suyi was hit by a punch from Sun Wukong, who was in control of the ultimate freedom, and flew backwards. Then, while flying backwards, his body changed for a while, and he directly transformed into the first form of the super race god. This form, he has a fighting strength of 20 Beijing. After thinking about it, he controlled some CFCB strength, for fear that he would accidentally kill them. Although, even if they were killed on the spot, Suyi could use the power of the universal law to revive them, but it is not a bad thing to suppress his own power as much as possible. With Suyi's transformation into the first form of Super Saiyan God, this battle will naturally become a one-sided situation, and no one can compete with him with the strength of 20 Beijing. Even if Gogeta appears, it is impossible to fight against Suyi, who has a combat power of 20 Beijing at this moment. In one sentence, Sun Wukong and these people are all scumbags in his eyes. Soon the battle was over. Sun Wukong and others all fell to the ground, looking at Suyi in disbelief. Brother Suyi, you must be too powerful. Fortunately, Sun Wukong and the others did not faint, lying on the ground one by one, and then looked at Suyi in the sky with a shocked expression. Ha ha ha, so you have to practice hard, so that you may have a chance to catch up with me. Suyi laughed loudly. This sentence is just that he is simply comforting them. Because with his current strength, if he slowly advances, it will inevitably soar to an unimaginable level. Sun Wukong and his talents are good, but it is still far from enough to catch up with him. We will definitely practice hard. Sun Wukong took the lead and roared. After sparring was over, Suyi and others had another small party, and then Beerus and Whis probably saw that they wanted to barbecue again, so they also appeared on Turtle Immortal Island. This small party lasted for almost a few hours, and then each went back to their respective homes. Back home, Suyi chatted with the little girl for a while, and then taught her some transformation skills, and began to practice with her in the backyard. What makes Suyi proud is that the little girl deserves to be her daughter, and this potential is indeed scary. When she came back, the little girl turned into a Super 2 with only a few trillions of combat power. After Suyi's training, she had grown to tens of trillions of combat power in just a few hours. As expected of Dad's daughter, the potential is infinite. Suyi applauded. Hey, of course. The little girl was naturally overjoyed when she was praised by Suyi. Well, let's rest early today, get up early tomorrow and we have to go to the conference. Suyi reached out and rubbed the little girl's head, and then he noticed that the little girl's hair had changed from the previous double ponytail to a single ponytail. Although still pure and beautiful, Suyi always felt that something was missing. Luli, I think double ponytails look good, how come it's a single ponytail? Suyi asked casually. Dad, does Dad like Luli's double ponytail? Su Luli blinked, then lowered her head with blushing cheeks. Swaying, the index fingers of both hands touched in circles, and asked such a sentence. Luli is my father's little princess. I like both single and double ponytails. Suyi smiled slightly, reached out and rubbed the little girl's head again, then teleported back to her room. Luli, who stayed in the same place, slowly raised her head with a firm look in her eyes, and whispered, Dad likes Luli's double ponytails, then Luli will have double ponytails in the future. The night passed quickly, and the next morning, Suyi, who was sleeping soundly, suddenly found someone scratching his nose with his hair. Heish. After a sneeze, Suyi woke up from her sleep and glanced dazedly at the little girl sitting in front of him in a duck posture. Huh, what time is it? But I'm still quite sleepy. Suyi yawned. Last night he didn't torture Bulma and the girls too late, but because he couldn't sleep last night, he slept very late after finishing most of the night's anime. Don't doubt, although this is the world of anime, it is not necessarily without anime. Dad, it's already 9 o'clock. You said yesterday that you're going to get up early today, so it's time to get up. The little girl reached out and shook Suyi's arm, and the twin ponytails on her head looked a little playful and cute. Good good. Suyi lifted the quilt and stood up directly. Ah! A high decibel scream sounded, and then Xiaonizi covered her face with her hands, blushing for a while. Huh. Suyi looked down, slapped himself, and hurriedly used teleportation to leave the room. Woohoo! Gudong! Su Luli was left in the room and put down her hands with a red face, then lay down in Suyi's bed with a face full of intoxication, and took a few deep breaths. After that, Suyi, who got dressed and came to Guixian Island to meet everyone, said hello, and then let the little girl call someone, but although the little girl called someone, she was blushing the whole time, and Suyi was heartbroken. The next embarrassment. How can I blame him for what happened just now? I slept in a daze in the morning, and I really didn't think about it that much. Soon, Suyi didn't think anymore, and the group followed Weiss to the location where the conference was held. 136. Everyone is guessing Suyi's identity. About half an hour later, Suyi and others arrived at the planet of the conference. Arriving at the venue, Suyi glanced at it. This conference was different from the conference in the anime he watched in his previous life. Initially, there was a warm-up match, but now all the people watching the universe are here. The game is gone. A total of 12 areas, a total of 12 auditoriums. They came to the auditorium where their universes were located. The little girl hooked Suyi's arm and looked around all the way, and whispered, "Dad, it's so strange that so many people look tall." Hearing this, Suyi shook his head and smiled, but didn't speak. It is naturally impossible that there is only one race of humans in the universe, just like the several werewolves they saw just now. In the true sense, those people are actually a race of humans, but they are a combination of wolves and humans. Also, Dad can't be like this morning in the future. I'm really ashamed to Luli. Su Luli bit her lip, and shyly reached out and pinched the soft flesh around Suyi's waist. Hearing this, Suyi was speechless for a while. How could he blame him? It was all because he slept in a daze, and then he didn't notice that he was not wearing clothes for a while. However, he could only respond, "Okay, Daddy remembers, this kind of embarrassing thing will definitely not happen again in the future." Humph. The little girl raised her head and hummed, her ponytails trembled, looking very cute and moving. Soon, people from all universes took their places. At this time, something similar to a seat floated in the sky, and it was King Quan sitting on it, with 2 guards standing respectfully beside him. All the people in the universe bowed their heads, kneeled down, and fell on the ground. Standing, only some angels and Suyi and his daughter. Seeing that 2 people in the 7th universe didn't kneel, the angels of the other universes and the god of destruction who looked up were shocked. Immediately, the shocked expressions on everyone's faces turned into sneer. They have heard of this person from the 7th universe, who is very powerful, and is more likely to win the title of the strongest universe among the 12 universes. So when they saw that this guy didn't kneel, they were naturally very happy in their hearts, because they might have lost a formidable enemy because of this. King Quan's majesty should not be offended. This guy doesn't kneel, and he doesn't bow his head or lie on the ground, so once he angers King Quan, he will definitely destroy this 7th universe. At this time, the great priest floated over, inadvertently glanced at Suyi, and a smile appeared on his face. Suyi and the great priest looked at each other and also smiled. After the two nodded, they said hello. Then, the martial arts that imitates the earth will officially begin. The voice of the Grand Priest rang out in the field, speaking very slowly, and the tone made people feel like a spring breeze. The people who participated in the competition entered the field, and the rest of the contestants returned to the auditorium with the god of destruction and the angels of their respective universes. After the big magic stick finished speaking, everyone slowly got up. Yo! At this time, there was a sudden shout in the field. Swish swish. In an instant, everyone's eyes turned to the seventh universe. Lord Shangpa, long time no see. Sun Wukong supported the fence of the auditorium, and waved his hands and shouted at the auditorium suspended in midair in the sixth universe. Sun Wukong. Beerus' face changed, and he just turned his head and scolded him in a deep voice, but it turned out that Sun Wukong had already flown to the sixth universe and greeted Shangpa. Master Shangpa, and hit, Gabe, everyone from the sixth universe. Stupid guy. Beerus flew over in a hurry, grabbed Sun Wukong by the neck, and threw him directly back to his seventh universe auditorium. Immediately afterwards, Beerus flew to the seat where the boxing champion was sweating profusely, gave a respectful salute, and then apologized. Master Quanwang, Wukong is ignorant, please don't blame him. It's alright, please continue. King Quan smiled and shook his head, then spoke in a clear voice. Wu. Seeing that King Quan didn't care, Beerustin breathed a sigh of relief, wiped the cold sweat on his forehead, and flew back towards the audience in Universe 7. Wukong, you can't be so bold in the future, you can't be so presumptuous in this situation. Sun Wukong was lost by Beerus just now, and he already had some injuries. Suyi helped the guy up and reminded him in a low voice. Hee, brother Suyi, I see. This guy, Sun Wukong, is fearless and ignorant. Basically, he is very courageous. If it wasn't for the protagonist's reason, I'm afraid he would have died many times. Suyi understood that the kid Sun Wukong actually agreed, but he didn't really care in his heart. He would still be noisy when he should be noisy. Next, there will be a warm-up match. The players of Universe 7 and Universe 9, please send one person to compete. The great priest in the sky put his hands behind his back and smiled. Respected High Priest, just now I saw that the people in the 7th universe did not kneel. Do you want to punish them? At this time, a green-skinned Murloc glanced at Suyi and the little girl on the side of the 7th universe auditorium, then bowed respectfully to the High Priest in the sky, and said. He is the god of destruction in Universe 12, Jin, and his strength is very strong. If the system is calculated, he should be able to rank fourth among the 12 gods of destruction. Katakana middle dot katakana middle dot katakana middle dot flowers katakana middle dot katakana middle dot. Hearing Jin's words, everyone's eyes flashed, and then they all looked at the 7th universe with a playful expression on their faces. As for Beerus and Whis, they looked at the group of people indifferently, not panicking. They don't know the specific identity of Suyi, but they can understand that the identity of those who can reject the High Priest must not be low. Not to mention that he was called a friend by King Quan, so they didn't even have to think about it. Naturally, there would be no problem if Suyi didn't kneel. You're the god of destruction in Universe 12, Kim, right? The High Priest's voice like a spring breeze sounded in the field, and then he set his eyes on Jin, the god of destruction in Universe 12. Yes, High Priest. Kim immediately bowed. He is no longer the god of destruction in Universe 12 from today. 0. The voice of the great priest sounded, which moved everyone. In particular, Jin, the god of destruction from Universe 12, showed a shocking expression on his face. He couldn't figure out why he was disqualified as a god of destruction. Grand Priest. Guard, get this guy out. The great priest said very plainly. Call out. Soon, two powerful guards appeared, directly pulling away the god of destruction in Universe 12, Jin. This scene instantly froze the atmosphere of the scene, and the rest of the people turned their attention to Suyi in the 7th universe auditorium. They are very curious, who is this human? It is possible to face King Quan without kneeling, and it is even more possible for the great priest to do something to abolish the god of destruction in the 12th universe. It seems that this guy is even more mysterious than we thought. In the 6th universe auditorium, Shampa and Vados looked at each other, and the two exchanged whispers. The game officially started, and the 7th universe sent Sun Wukong. This guy has been itching for a long time. The eldest brother of the three wolves, Red Wolf, was sent from the 9th universe. His strength may belong to a very powerful level in their universe, but in front of the Monkey King, who is stronger than the original work, he is only vulnerable. Soon, it didn't take long for this guy to lose. Immediately after, Universe 9th sent two werewolves one after another, and Sun Wukong won the warm-up match in one go. The power of Sun Wukong was seen by people from other universes, and he was really shocked. In response to this, Whis and Beerus in the audience couldn't help but glance at the faces of these guys, and smiled in their hearts. 137. There is no wild rice, only divine rice. T1 level combat power in the 7th universe, and Vegeta Sun Wuhan can be regarded as a very powerful existence. Not to mention, there is a perverted character like Suyi who is in control. It can be said that in this competition, it is absolutely impossible for him to lose in the 7th universe. The 7th universe completed the first victory, and then the other universes began to fight again. However, this is just a warm-up match. Maybe people in other universes retain their strength, and it is not impossible to fight people without using all their strengths. Soon, the preliminaries of the 12 universes have ended, and the next is the beginning of the main event. Suyi originally thought that the real start of this conference would take a while, just like the original book, but it turned out that the great priest had already set up the ring. Please come with me to the boundless world. The great priest had a smile on his face, raised his hand and clicked in the void, and then a dazzling light lit up in midair. The light dissipated, and a tunnel appeared. The great priest and King Quan first stepped into the tunnel, July 13 inches. Soon people from all universes also followed into this tunnel, and then reached the realm of nothingness. A total of 12 auditoriums correspond to all people from 12 universes, and they each come to the auditorium of their respective universe and sit down. Okay, then please let me tell you the rules of this conference. The great priest in midair began to talk about the rules of this power conference. After the end, a ring slowly rose from below. Now the power conference officially begins. Please quickly arrive on the ring with the contestants from 12 universes. The voice of the great priest resounded in the ears of everyone present. Come on, Dad. In the audience seat of Universe 7, the little girl pinched Suyi's clothes and cheered up. Ha ha ha. Don't worry, your father and my strength are standing at the top of this universe, you must believe me. Suyi reached out and rubbed the little girl's head, then kissed her on the forehead, laughing and flying to the ring. Grand Priest, he also wants to participate in the competition. At this time, the king suddenly opened his mouth and said a word. Yes, Quan Wong, he is a player in the 7th universe. The great priest turned around and smiled. Isn't that too bullying? King Quan blinked and suddenly laughed. Hearing this, the great priest was stunned for a moment, then shook his head and laughed, turned around. There is no doubt that with Suyi's participation in this competition, the victor must belong to the 7th universe. As for erasing other universes, the high priest believed that with Suyi's cleverness, he must have understood that their purpose for holding this conference was not just because King Quan wanted to watch martial arts. On the field, everyone in the 7th universe formed a group, and people from other universes around them had already begun to fight. Hey, I'm about to shoot, I want to see how powerful these guys from other universes are. Sun Wukong immediately became excited, then left the team and began to charge into the crowd. This guy really doesn't know the importance of the team. Beerus gritted his teeth in the audience seat of Universe 7, then shook his head and scolded with a smile. Sun Wukong's strength is indeed strong, but Beerus knows that there is a person in the universe whose strength is very close to him. This he did not refer to Sun Wukong, but to Beerus himself. It is conceivable that a person who can fight against the god of destruction in a 55-50 manner, how strong should that person be? Wukong, be careful! Krillin shouted, and the sound of explosions continued to sound around the arena. To be honest, as an Earthling, he was still a little flustered because his combat power was not very strong. Don't be afraid, Keelan, you have to believe in your own strength. You are now many times stronger than you used to be, so let's fight. Sun Wukong turned around and clenched his fists and laughed at Keelan. Seeing Sun Wukong's smile, Krillin fell silent for a while, then glanced at the battle around him, gritted his teeth, and then charged towards the person nearby with his fist clenched. If people have no dreams, what is the difference between them and salted fish? Now Keelan has regained his previous dream, that is, to catch up with Sun Wukong step by step. If he doesn't become stronger, he will never be able to catch up to Sun Wukong's footsteps for the rest of his life. Seeing Keelan rushing into the crowd, Piccolo said to Son Gohan, Gohan, Keelan's strength is still a lot worse for these people now, so you remember to take care of your uncle Keelan. Now Gohan's strength is only 1 point weaker than Vegeta, and he is even more powerful than Bic. After all, he is not the Nobifin in the original book. Son Gohan in a mysterious state can be said to be comparable to Sun Wukong's perfect Super Saiyan Blue strength, which means that the current Son Gohan's strength has at least 8 to 8 more than the combat power. Sun Wukong responded and followed Keelan away. Soon Klein fought with others, but his strength was not strong, and he was beaten and returned shortly after. Son Gohan hurriedly caught Krillin, then brought him back, and then went to the battlefield alone and began to fight with others. The 3 werewolves in Universe 9 saw Sun Wukong and walked towards him slowly. Humph, boy from Universe 7, today our 3 brothers must let you get off the ring. The Red Wolf in the 9th universe sneered, and the momentum was very arrogant. Son Gohan laughed at this, then turned into a Super Saiyan with a roar. Drink! Son Gohan, who turned into Super Saiyan 1, charged towards the 3 werewolves. Looking for death. The 3 werewolves sneered together. They may not be strong alone, but the combined strength of the 3 is not as simple as 3. Bang bang bang. The battle started completely. Son Gohan and the 3 werewolves fought back and forth. On the surface, it seemed that the 3 werewolves had been pressing Son Gohan to fight. But in fact, Suyi, who has been paying attention to Son Gohan, understands that these 3 werewolves are definitely not Son Gohan's opponents, because this is the first stage of Son Gohan's transformation, Super Saiyan 1. Son Gohan in Super Saiyan 1 state can fight back and forth with these 3 werewolves. If this turns into Super Saiyan 2, wouldn't these 3 werewolves be quickly defeated? Sure enough, just as Suyi guessed, when Son Gohan transformed into Super Saiyan 2, his aura suddenly exploded, his combat power also soared, he quickly eliminated the 3 werewolves, and then returned to the team. Gohan, that's good. You've really reached a very powerful level now. As Piccolo, who is Son Gohan's master, he is naturally very gratified. Hearing Piccolo's praise, Son Gohan scratched his head, smiled embarrassedly, and didn't say much. Suyi also nodded secretly on the side. Today's Son Gohan is not the Nobifin in the original book and still wears glasses. The current Son Wuhan belongs to the top ranks in terms of momentum and strength. Suyi did not teach Son Wukong to control the ultimate freedom, because in his opinion, the realm of the mysterious Gohan is equivalent to his unique cultivation realm. The power of Son Gohan in this life makes him very gratified, because he is no longer the Nobifin in the original book. In fact, he doesn't care if it's Shenfin, as long as it's not Nobifin. At least Suyi, who is a Dragon Ball fan, feels very happy from this point. While the small team in the 7th universe was chatting, people from other universes were already running towards them. Fight! Friends of the 7th universe. Son Gohan exploded in aura, transformed into a mysterious Gohan state, and then roared and ran towards the crowd rushing towards them. 138. The first universe to be cleared, the rest of the universes, let's fight. Compared to the excitement of Sun Wuhan and the others, Su Yi was too calm. This level of confrontation is of little interest to him. Except for Jiren, who can barely make him look directly, the people in other universes are just passers-by to him. Because it's too weak. Su Yi thought so, but people in other universes didn't think so. There is a person from the 7th universe who has been singled out. Seeing that he is trembling, he feels like a waste. It is better to let him fall. The god of destruction in the 12th universe, Jin, was removed from the position of the god of destruction because of Su Yi, which made some people who have a good relationship with the god of destruction in the 12th universe already have resentment. So, now they are ready to eliminate this guy first. Of course, before they were eliminated, they naturally wouldn't let this guy Su Yi feel better. Murder is clearly stipulated not to kill, so, deliberately did not let him fall off the ring and then beat him hard. They do not believe that the High Priest will blame them. While discussing, many players from the 12 universe slowly and orderly came towards Su Yi. Aware of the footsteps, Su Yi tilted his head and glanced. Boom! A shock wave just hit him. The explosion sounded, and the dust flew up. It's over, you shouldn't beat this guy to death, right? When several contestants in Universe 12 saw this scene, their expressions suddenly changed. If this guy from the 7th universe really died, then it would definitely not be good news for them in the 12th universe. If they kill people, they will be disqualified from the competition. I'm afraid it's hard to say whether their lives can be saved. The 12th universe contestant who shot Su Yi opened his mouth, not knowing what to say for a while. He also looked like a murloc, but with dark blue skin. From this point, it is not difficult to see that this guy should have something to do with Jin, the god of destruction of the 12th universe who was deposed before. What to do? If this guy from the 7th universe dies, we'll have to do it for him. At this time, a man sighed and said something. It's not fun on the battlefield. When everyone was extremely annoyed, a joking voice sounded in their ears. Immediately afterwards, everyone quickly came back to their senses, turned their heads to look, and a blue ball of light rushed towards them. That powerful breath made everyone's faces show shocking expressions. Flee! This guy from the 7th universe is an absolute strong enemy, not a terrifying existence that we can provoke. This group of people suddenly understood that this guy from the 7th universe is a shivering waste, but is super strong who has absolute strength and does not need to team up with others. However, it was too late to know all this. When they understood, Su Yi had already taken action to send them all back to the audience seat of Universe 12. Swish swish. Su Yi caused a wave of instant kill effects, and immediately most of the people around him turned their attention to him, and their eyes flashed with strange brilliance. Among them, in a small circle, most of these people are wearing strange red and black suits, ranging from high to short, strong and weak. The strength of this guy is very powerful. A man surrounded by the middle crossed his chest with his arms and spoke lightly. Hearing this man's words, the faces of everyone else showed shock. Jiren, how is this guy's strength compared to yours? A tall, fat, bald man whose entire chin was covered by a white beard frowned. The man called Jiren had no expression on his face and did not reply to the bald man's words, then stepped forward and kicked the nearest person off the ring. Drag, Jillian's temperament is still so arrogant. A few partners from the same universe nearby sighed and said in unison. Topo was silent for a while, his eyelids drooped, he stepped forward and followed behind Jillian, and a calm voice came, "We are partners, that's enough." Hearing Topo's words, the remaining few people in the 11th universe were slightly taken aback, then they all looked at each other, shook their heads and followed. ... Outside the arena, many people in the universe have been beaten out of the arena. The people of the 12th universe were wiped out and eliminated in advance. In the sky, the voice of the great priest reached everyone's ears. Not only the people in the audience heard it, but also all the contestants in the ring. Now, do the erasure. The great priest's face was expressionless, and his voice was the same as before, but to everyone's ears, it was so cold that his body couldn't stop shaking. No. On the side of the 12th Universe Auditorium, everyone roared unwillingly. Seeing this scene, Beerus and Whis in the 7th Universe, and Shampa and Vados in the 6th Universe could not help being silent. Not only the destruction gods and angels of these two universes fell silent, but soon, the destruction gods from other universes also fell silent. Clear. As the voice of the great priest sounded in the field, a ray of light fell on the auditorium where the 12th universe was located. As the unwilling roars of these people sounded, Beerus took the lead and stood up from the audience, Shampa followed, and the gods of destruction from other universes also stood up. Everyone has a sad look in their eyes, because they don't know whether they and others can be the last person to live. Therefore, at this moment, everyone's god of destruction has a feeling of sadness. The eliminated universe must be eliminated absolutely. Seeing the end of the 12th universe, everyone on the arena in the arena was condensed, and a colder atmosphere than before spread around. Only by victory can we survive. Roar. One after another roars rang out in the arena, accompanied by louder explosions. No one dared to retain their own strength any longer, and what strength they should be has fully demonstrated. To survive, to win, my friends. Although leave your back to me to guard for you, please believe me, my partner. Fight, everyone, fight for our universe. Words that were incomparably flammable broke out in the small circles of the universe. Su Yi, who was equivalent to a spectator on one side, heard that these words were different from the words of the second burning soul in the original Dragon Ball anime, and couldn't help but keep silent. To be honest, even he, who knows the follow-up plot, finds it very irritating. 710. This is a real world, not an anime. Su Yi sighed heavily as he looked at the contestants from different universes who were fighting hard. In the auditorium outside the stadium, everyone looked at the ring with a solemn expression. Beerus in the 7th Universe Auditorium looked a little better, because he knew that there was a big hand like Su Yi in control of the scene, so he was not too worried. Glancing at the auditorium of the 6th Universe next to him, the guy like Pa just turned his head and glanced at him, and the eyes of the two brothers met. Humph. Humph. Both Beerus and Shampa snorted arrogantly and sat in the audience with their heads tilted. Seeing this, the siblings Weiss and Vados also looked at each other, smiled and shook their heads, with a helpless smile flashing in their eyes. At this juncture, the two brothers haven't let go of their dissatisfaction with each other, which is really enough to make people feel helpless. At this time, people kept falling from the arena, the 6th universe, the 5th universe, the 11th universe, the 1st universe. So many. Fortunately, there are no people from our 7th universe. Beerus breathed a sigh of relief in the audience and whispered. Just as he finished speaking, Trunks and Sun Wushan slipped off the ring and fell into the audience seat of Universe 7. In this regard, the corner of Beerus' mouth twitched suddenly. This slap in the face is really fast enough. 139. The legendary Super Saiyan, 8th more. Damn, it's impossible for us to fail. Goten, let's go up and fight those insidious guys again. Trunks, who fell into the audience, shouted in disapproval. Hearing Trunks shouting, Su Luli frowned while looking at her father in the ring. Looking at this guy who had been complaining, she felt a little unhappy in her heart. However, with a good temperament, she didn't care about this kid's yelling. She just said, "You can't be too loud on this occasion, be careful to be remembered by other gods." Hearing Su Luli's words, Trunkston covered his mouth and swept his head in a circle, and found that there was indeed a god looking at him. He immediately shrank his neck and stopped talking. However, there was still a lot of anger in his eyes. You must know that after he merged with Sun Wushan just now, he has been looking for people to fight. Basically, many people in the universe were put in the arena by Gotenks in Super Saiyan 3 state. As a result, this attracted the attention of the people around, and they gathered together one by one to start a campaign against the more powerful Gotenks. Obviously, the strength of Gotenks, formed by the fusion of the two little guys, is indeed strong, and it is the state of Super Saiyan 3. However, the strength of Gotenks, the fusion of the two, is full of inflated and arrogant characters. There are a total of more than a dozen people in the union of several universes. You are strong, but others are not weak. A dozen people gathered around, and you punched me and quickly defeated Gotenks with the wheel tactics. No, there is a scene just now. I also want to go up again to find the game, but I heard from my father that if you lose, you will lose, and you can't go up again. Sun Wuxian rubbed his head with his hands. He fell from the ring and fell into the audience just now, but it hit his head. Damn, damn, damn. Trunks and Vegeta have the same personality, they both belong to the type of losing but not admitting defeat, not to mention how angry they are now. It's alright, you are already very good. Weiss squatted down to the side and communicated with the two little guys. At this age, he was also shocked by the power to reach this level. Humph. Of course we are great. When the two little guys heard that such a powerful character like Weiss praised them, they immediately became airy. Practice hard, and sooner or later you can become the top powerhouse in the universe without the power of fusion. There was a slight smile on the corner of Weiss' mouth, encouraging the two little guys. Definitely. The two little guys clenched their fists and shouted excitedly. The corner of Beerus' mouth on one side also evoked a slight smile, and then he put his hands behind his back and looked at the arena in the middle of the field. Everyone in the 7th universe. No, it should be said that except for Sun Wukong, Vegeta, and Suyi, the rest of the people are all hugged together. I'm afraid I won't be able to hold on. In the small circle of Universe 7, Krillin said this sentence with a wry smile. The injury on his body is already very serious, and if he persists, it is likely to cause death. Sun Wufan glanced back at Kaylin, nodded and said, Uncle Kaylin, are you going back to the auditorium or are you following us? Hearing this, Kaylin had a wry smile on his face and shook his head. If I continue to stay in the ring, you will definitely be distracted and take care of me, so I think I'll go back to the auditorium and serve you on the sidelines. Come on. Good. Sun Wufan didn't think that Kaylin was a cowardly act. If it was him, he would rather be considered a cowardly act by others than he would be determined not to drag his partners down. Soon, Krillin jumped out of the ring directly, and then returned to the audience seat of the 7th universe. Beerus didn't say anything when he saw Krillin jump down, because he understood that this guy was seriously injured, and if he dragged it further, it would definitely cause death. Uncle Kling, here are the super fairy beans that my father gave me, for you. Su Luli took out a small bag and handed it to Kaylin. Thank you. Krillin nodded gratefully, then glanced at Trunks and Sun Wuxian on the side and said, you two little guys have come down too, haha, I'm not too lonely. Hearing Krillin's words, Trunks raised his head and snorted. If those guys hadn't teamed up to deal with me and Goten, they would definitely not be able to beat us, right Goten? Yes, we are very powerful. Humph. This kid Sun Wuxian has stayed with Trunks for a long time. However, Kling doesn't think there is anything wrong if he doesn't admit defeat since he was a child. If you keep practicing hard, then maybe you won't be so bad. Come on, Wukong. Thinking of this, Kaylin tilted his head to look at the arena in the arena, smiled expectantly, and whispered. At this time, there were fewer and fewer people in the field. Basically, the powerful people were guarding the weaker people in the same universe. No, we have to work hard. If we can't defeat the most powerful person, then there is no way to win. In the small circle of the 6th universe, Gabe spoke with several other Saiyans. Hearing Gabe's solemn words, the female Saiyan warrior Caulifla sneered. Gabe, there is nothing to fear as a Saiyan, not to mention that we can transform into a Super Saiyan, what's there to be afraid of? In the past, she couldn't transform into a Super Saiyan, and her strength was very strong. Now that she can transform into a Super Saiyan, her strength is even stronger. In addition, she basically didn't need an opponent just now, so she is very strong now. Confidence. Caulifla, you don't know the power of the Saiyans in the 7th universe. In my opinion, I am afraid that the person who turned into a Super Saiyan to me will be able to sweep all of us except hit people. Gabe sighed, only by understanding, can he know the gap between himself and others. You must know that they can only become Super Saiyan 1 now, but Sun Wukong and the others can turn into Super Saiyan 2 or Super Saiyan 3, or even the more terrifying Super Saiyan God. The gap between a transformation state, Gabe is not clear, but it does not prevent him from understanding the truth. That is, the Saiyans in the 7th universe are definitely stronger than them, and they are not just twice as powerful. Crush. It can be said to be crushing. Not to mention the man. Thinking of this, Gabe tilted his head and set his eyes on Suyi, who seemed to be strolling in the garden. The strength of this man definitely belongs to the top level of the 12 universes. One person is enough to easily sweep their entire universe, and they are absolutely powerless to fight back. Diaresis Gabe, you're too timid to know how you turned into a Super Saiyan. Caulifla was fearless, not at all afraid that the gap between herself and Sun Wukong and others was too great. She glanced at the very fearful female Saiyan warrior Kair next to her, and said firmly, Kill, just now the 12th you have also seen the end of the universe. If we don't want everyone in our 6th universe to perish, then we, Zhao, must defeat the strongest enemy. Quote. Caulifla. Kair was sweating profusely, and his body trembled uncontrollably as he listened to the roar of explosions around him. Do you still want to be that trash Saiyan? Kaylee. Caulifla roared, then transformed into a Super Saiyan, and then rushed towards the nearest Son Gohan and others. Caulifla. Kale heard Caulifla's scolding, and his body trembled again. When I looked up, I just saw Sun Wufan throwing her fists and knocking her back. Seeing this scene, Kair roared, and the whole body grew in vain, and then the whole body exuded green and powerful fireworks. Looking at it again, her pupils are gone, and she is completely in a state of white eyes. Good. So powerful. Gabe, who was on the side, saw Kale's transformation, and his face was shocked. 140. Suyi's powerful, humanoid harvester. Kale in this state, Gabe feels that it is similar to the Super Saiyan 3 powers transformed by Sun Wukong of the 7th universe. Injuring Caulifla, I'm going to kill you. Kale's current state is the legendary Super Saiyan. This transformation is very powerful, similar to the rampant form of the 3rd form of Super Saiyan 1. However, the legendary Super Saiyan is more powerful than the 3rd form of the Super Saiyan, because the speed reaction will be slowed down in that state. But this legendary Super Saiyan does not have this problem, except that he is a little irritable and is not very clear about people. Both the response and the speed are very fast. What kind of transformation is this? Sun Wufan felt a strong breath, and immediately turned his head to look over. After seeing Kair's legendary Super Saiyan state, his eyes suddenly stared, and he exclaimed. That's the legendary Super Saiyan, and its strength is similar to that of Super Saiyan 3. However, in this state, the strength of this female Saiyan will increase with his rage, and his combat power will soar even more. Having felt the breath of the legendary Super Saiyan as early as just now, Suyi had already come over and heard Son Gohan's exclamation. Then he walked over and explained with a chuckle. Uncle Suyi. Sun Wufan snorted and said in surprise, is this a Saiyan from Universe 6? It's really powerful. It seemed that a female Saiyan rushed towards me just now. But, having said this, Sun Wuhan smiled embarrassedly, then scratched his head, and continued, I was blown away by my punch. If I noticed that she was a Saiyan at the first time, then I would definitely not be out a 717 hand. In general, Son Gohan will definitely not show mercy to his enemies. But this Caulifla is also of their Saiyan family, plus she has no killing intent and is a woman. Basically, he is more gentlemanly. Naturally, his first reaction is not to shoot, but to avoid her attack first. It's okay, this legendary Super Saiyan is pretty good, maybe you can use it to practice. Suyi smiled at Son Gohan. This 6th universe is nothing but cannon fodder, and the only stronger one is Hit, the killer. But it's only a little bit stronger. Now that Sun Wukong and Vegeta have mastered the ZZ Jigong, they can kill this guy in minutes. The combat power in the original anime is broken, but don't forget that this is a real world. Not to mention that the combat power gap of 1 Beijing is the combat power gap of 0.1 Beijing, and that is not something that can be overcome. Therefore, Hit, who is still strong in the past, is absolutely impossible to be the opponent of Sun Wukong, who has mastered the Lazizai Jigong now. I understand. Sun Gohan nodded and charged towards Kai, who had transformed into the legendary Super Saiyan. Drink. The two jumped up at the same time, roared, and then the two fists collided together, causing a dazzling light. Boom. The explosion sounded, which was the roar caused by the battle between the two. Gabby, come on. Not to be outdone, Caulifla saw that her primary school girl was so powerful, she called out Gabe immediately, and rushed towards Suyi and the others. Caulifla, don't. When Gabe saw Caulifla rushing towards Suyi, a helpless expression suddenly appeared on his face. He knew that this guy could instantly kill the strongest person in their 6th universe, Hit. Only Caulifla can transform into a Super Saiyan. Her strength is indeed good, but for a master of Suyi's level, she is completely a rookie. Sure enough, Suyi, who had no interest in fighting Caulifla at all, bounced the woman away with just one look. Okay, so strong. A shocked look appeared on Caulifla's face. He thought he was very powerful, but in the hands of this guy. Do not. It should be said that this man directly defeated her with just one look, which made the arrogant Caulifla really uncomfortable. Caulifla, as I said, the Saiyans in the 7th universe are absolutely impossible for us to compete with. Why don't you believe me? Gabe came over and lifted Caulifla from the ground, smiling wryly. In the past, Caulifla would definitely have to refute a few words, but now that she felt Suyi's strength, she couldn't speak at all, so she could only be silent. Boom. The sound of the explosion continued, and Jiren and others in Universe 11 began to clean up the weak people in other universes. At the same time, off the field, the Great Priest once again announced that the first universe was completely wiped out, and then used the clearing ability to clear this universe. There was another silence in the field, and all the people from the universe who were left in the ring all burst out with their most powerful strength. However, in the face of Jillian's group, and Suyi's group, there is no doubt that they are not hitting the stone with an egg, and they have no ability to resist. Too strong. Too strong. Outside the arena, some people in the other universes who were eliminated by the 11th universe and the 7th universe one after another couldn't help but turn pale and sweat profusely. These people are considered to be the top high-level, CFBH, hands in their own universe. Now that they have walked out of their own universe, they have discovered that there are really people outside of people, and there are heavens outside of heaven. Hey, I thought I was here at this power conference. I thought I could easily crush everything. Now it seems that I'm just a frog at the bottom of the well. There was a depressed mood on the face of a powerful master, and it was very uncomfortable. Seriously, if he can fight back and forth with Sun Wukong and the others, then he doesn't feel anything. The key is that he was killed in seconds. Crush. No resistance at all. This, how not to let people down. Everyone in the 4th universe is eliminated and eliminated. Call out. A ray of light swept out from the hand of the Great Priest and landed on the auditorium of the 4th universe, and immediately saw that everyone except the angels of the 4th universe, including the god of destruction, had been eliminated. Hey! A burst of sighs sounded in the rest of the auditorium, and it really felt like a rabbit died and a fox died. In the ring, Suyi was like a humanoid harvester. He was no longer ready to waste time, and started to clear the field. Weak people are not qualified to let him waste time. Do you want me to drop you, or to jump off yourself? Suyi looked at Caulifla in the 6th universe standing in front of her, and said indifferently. Giggle. This female Saiyan from the 6th universe clenched her teeth, her face full of dissatisfaction. Suyi stretched out his hand, just about to throw this woman off the ring. At this time, Kair, who had been knocked down several times by Sun Gohan without knowing it, ran over, guarded in front of Caulifla, and looked at Suyi angrily. Your strength is not bad, let's practice for another few hundred years. Suyi yawned, stretched out a finger and flicked his finger at the group of Saiyans in the 6th universe. Boom! A terrifying airflow rushed towards them, and in an instant, all of them flew out of the ring. Without these Saiyans from Universe 6 blocking the way, Suyi looked forward indifferently, while Jiren from Universe 11 was also looking at him with a very indifferent gaze. The battle seems to be imminent. Damn, these Saiyans in Universe 7 are really abominable. Do you think you are strong? Humph. It's just that they will transform into Super Saiyans earlier than us. Sooner or later, I will. Quote. Caulifla was sitting in the audience seat of Universe 6 and scolded, and Gabe, who was on the side, suddenly shouted in a low voice with a scolding tone. Coward, what's the matter? Caulifla turned her head over, but was greeted by Gabe's angry slap. Snapped. You dare to hit me. Caulifla was a little stunned by his slap, and then she came back to her senses, her face suddenly flushed, and she turned into a Super Saiyan with a bang, and it seemed that she was about to fight back. Enough. The deep voice of the 6th universe destruction elephant paw resounded in the ears of everyone in the audience. Caulifla, take a good look at the ring, and you'll know why Gabe slapped him. Having reached this point, Champa is not as irritable as before. After speaking in a deep voice, he inadvertently glanced at Beerus, who was sitting in the auditorium over in Universe 7, and sat down sullenly. Hearing this, Caulifla returned to normal, and then looked towards the ring. Dragon Ball Daily Gift Pack Chapter 141 to 160. 141. The decisive battle officially begins. Goodbye Zeg Gong. At this time, on the ring, it was the battle between the two teams of the 7th universe and the 11th universe. In Jillian's hand, he was holding a person, that person, officially the last remaining person in their 6th universe, hit. It's over. Caulifla didn't see anything else, but she saw the future of herself and the others about to be erased. Caulifla, if it wasn't for the 7th universe who kicked us down, I'm afraid we would have been wiped out next, you know. Gabe said coldly. Why? Caulifla was very puzzled. Oh, I still don't understand, it's so stupid. Gabe put his finger on the ring. Jiren had already threw aside Hit, who was beaten to death on his hand, and then he said, see, did you see, either the 7th universe kicked us down, or the 10th this gang kicked us down. Quote ? Caulifla still didn't understand. She was going to be kicked down anyway. Why should she and others be grateful to these people in the 7th universe? Seeing this woman's face still confused, Gabe was so angry that he didn't know what to say, sighed, shook his head and sat in the auditorium. At this time, Kair, who was on the side, woke up from the coma, got up and glanced around, his eyes widened, and then he looked at the field, and when he saw that there was still their last hope in the 6th universe in the ring, he suddenly relaxed. Took a breath. Fortunately, Hit was not left behind, otherwise, our 6th universe would really be over. Kair patted his chest while sighing. Hearing this, Gabe snorted coldly. Caulifla's expression was shocked, as if she had thought of something, and then she looked at the ring and saw Suyi winking at Sun Wukong, who was beside her. The latter also understood quickly, and hurriedly brought Hit back on the ground, and then waited in the encirclement of the 7th universe. Seeing this, Caulifla still doesn't understand. If the 11th universe kicked them off, then no one would be left. Thinking of this, the woman's face flushed red with a swoosh, and she sat down silently with her head down. Huh. Gabe sneered and said nothing more. On the field, on the ring. The Saiyan of the 7th universe, you are very strong. However, this is not the time for our final battle. Jiren folded his arms and faced Suyi with a very cold and arrogant attitude. Su Yi yawned. Jillian was not his opponent, and he had no interest. This level is just right for Sun Wukong and the others to practice. Brother Su Yi. At this time, Sun Wukong, who had had enough waves on the side, returned to the small circle, first said hello to Su Yi, and finally put his eyes on Jillian, who was on the side, with an excited expression on his face. The strong can often feel the power of the strong. Sun Wukong can see Jiren's extraordinary at a glance, and Jiren can naturally see how explosive power is contained in Sun Wukong's body. You are also very strong, but, you are not my opponent. Jiren glanced at Sun Wukong, and only halfway through his words, saw a dazzling blue light burst out from Sun Wukong. Drink. With the roar of Sun Wukong, this guy even rushed forward. Uncle Su Yi, what should I do? After Sun Wukong settled hit, he got up and came to Su Yi and asked. Ignore them, just clean up the people around you. Su Yi glanced at the battle of fate that these two guys were fighting, and laughed inwardly. This guy Jiren might be able to make Sun Wukong grow up faster. If he guessed correctly, the free-spirited extreme mind power that Sun Wukong in the middle and late stages of the original anime took control of should be in the third stage. Speaking of this, it is true that people have to be amazed that Sun Wukong deserves to be called the Hanging King. It took Su Yi a lot of time to perfectly control the Zizai Jigong, and this guy just got into a fight, and the experience value of the Zizai Jigong went up. People are more mad than people. However, in general, his golden finger is quite perverted, so Su Yi didn't feel too much imbalance. Su Yi turned into a Super Saiyan and began to clean the rest of the universe in the ring. After a while, in a burst of desperate wailing, he kicked the whole group off the ring. At the same time, there was also a large audience outside the venue, and all the people in the auditorium were also eliminated by the Great Priest. Soon there were only 3 universes left in the ring, the 7th universe, the 11th universe, and the only remaining lone wolf, Hit, from the 6th universe. Jiren and Sun Wukong fought back and forth, and Vegeta didn't know when to fight the future god of destruction. Immediately afterwards, Sun Gohan, Piccolo, number 17, and Buu also fought with the rest of the 11th universe. Obviously, everyone in the 7th universe is obviously stronger than everyone in the 11th universe, and the winner will soon be decided. Dad, do you want to help you? After dealing with the remaining people in the 11th universe, Sun Wukong immediately shouted when he saw Sun Wukong, who was being beaten all the time. Sun Wukong, who was in a fierce battle with Jiren, heard what Sun Wukong said, and even if he heard it, there was no time to answer him. No, let them fight. Katakana middle dot 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 katakana middle dot. Su Yi started walking around. Originally, he wanted to use the capsule to bring out something delicious, but after thinking about it, he still had to give King Quan a respect, so he quietly found a stone and sat down leisurely. At this time, Hit of Universe 6 finally woke up from the coma. Huh, are you awake? When Sun Wukong saw Hit wake up, there was no expression on this guy's face, and he stared straight at Jiren, who was fighting with Sun Wukong in the arena. He didn't know what it was like at the moment. For many years, he hadn't experienced such a powerless feeling. Moreover, he attacked Jiren with the assassination technique, which did not cause any harm to this guy, and was directly suppressed by the backhand. Seeing Hit was ignoring him, Sun Gohan didn't feel anything, shook his head and smiled, then turned his head to look at the place where Sun Wukong and Jiren were fighting. The 2 strongest people are fighting, and the aftermath should not be too terrifying. I feel like Dad is no match for this guy. Sun Gohan watched for a while, and found that Sun Wukong in the Super Saiyan Blue state was simply not enough for Jiren to fight. Don't panic, Wukong still has a stronger realm that he hasn't used yet. Su Yi reminded on one side, and then turned his head to look in another direction. He didn't need to watch the duel between Jiren and Sun Wukong for the time being, so in fact his eyes were always on Vegeta and Toppo on the other side. He discovered that this fellow Vegeta really had a powerful state, and he released it first. Just like now, he didn't even warm up with Toppo, and use the first stage of the free extreme willpower, so he was very violent at the beginning, but lacked continuous output in the follow-up. As a result, he was slowly Toppo began to counter-press back. A few minutes ago, there were only 3 spectators left outside the stadium. The 7th universe, the 6th universe, and the 11th universe. The god of destruction and the angels of the 3 universes showed shocked expressions on their faces when they saw Vegeta, who had used the first stage of the ultimate inspiration skill. When did Zizai Jigong become so bad? Beerus, a powerful god of destruction who had never understood this domain, suddenly smiled bitterly. On the other hand, Weiss understood that it was probably because of Suyi. After a few minutes, they looked at each other and shook their heads again. Vegeta, you are about to lose. Not only Beerus, but also Champa and the god of destruction from Universe 11 all shook their heads at the same time, and this thought came to mind. 142. Wukong's second stage of the ultimate free will power. In the arena, just like Suyi and a few gods of destruction outside the arena, when Vegeta showed signs of weakness, Toppo's offensive became stronger and stronger. In the end, Toppo beat Vegeta in one go. Seeing this, Suyi pursed the corners of his mouth. Vegeta's shortcomings are obvious. You know, Vegeta defeated Toppo in the original anime. But now, he who has mastered Zizai Extreme Intention skill should be stronger. However, it just didn't beat Toppo, which is indeed a bit intriguing. This is why Suyi said before that mysterious Gohan's strength is only a little weaker than Vegeta. Uncle Vegeta. When Son Gohan saw Vegeta flying backwards, he exclaimed, and hurriedly flew over to catch him. However, an astonishing brilliance suddenly erupted in Vegeta's eyes in midair, and the momentum grew again in vain at this moment. Drink. Vegeta froze for a while, turned around and saw a 147-eyed Son Gohan, and said coldly, "Go back. Let's see how I clean up this beard. Being beaten out and letting a junior come to support you. What a shame. As arrogant as Vegeta, I can't afford to lose this person." Although, in the past, he was often so embarrassed. But, that was once. Not now. Seeing that Vegeta's momentum was even more fierce, Son Gohan, who rushed over to catch Vegeta, stopped, stood still, and slowly showed a smile on his face. Toppo, which is another manifestation of the characteristics of the Saiyan race. The more Toppo fought with Vegeta, the more passive he found himself. It's not just the suppression of strength, but Toppo also finds that his every move, any small action, seems to have been known by Vegeta in advance, and it can't cause substantial damage to Vegeta. On the other hand, when Vegeta made a shot, he would basically not be empty-handed, and every blow caused Toppo pain. Over time, when Toppo felt that his physical condition was not very good, he was ready to stop dragging this guy with Vegeta, and began to explode his most powerful strength. He is the equivalent of a desperate fight. Anyway, either Vegeta fell off the ring, or he fell off the ring. Seeing this scene, Suyi on the side nodded secretly. At least this guy Vegeta is not stupid and knows how to use his strength. Here he knows that the outcome is completely divided. Then he put his eyes on Sun Wukong and Ji Lien again, and saw that Sun Wukong had entered the first stage of the ultimate inspiration technique, with silver-white fireworks rising all over his body. Of power. There was another guy who controlled Zizai Jigong, Champa on the sidelines, the god of destruction in Universe 11, and Beerus were all very shocked by this. How many monsters like this have come out of this guy in the 7th universe? The elephant in the 6th universe auditorium murmured in a low voice, with a wry smile on his face. First, Suyi's Zizai Jigong, then Vegeta, and now Sun Wukong, all of which show that these guys in the 7th universe seem to have regarded Zizai Jigong as the realm of the bad street. Jiren saw Sun Wukong's ultimate freedom, and his face showed a slightly shocked look. Compared with the calmness of Vegeta's ultimate power that he had inadvertently seen just now, Sun Wukong's ultimate freedom made him feel more calm. Really feel the pressure. Come on, let's fight the strongest battle. Sun Wukong jumped in place, but his mental state returned to good, hooked Jillian, and then made an attacking stance. Huh. Jiren sneered and pressed him directly. Bang bang bang. The battle between the two started again. This time the battle was very intense, causing explosions, and the floor of the surrounding arena was blown up by them, floating in the sky. So powerful. On one side, Piccolo and the others were stunned. This level of confrontation can really be said to be a once-in-a-century. When Sun Wukong and Jiren were fighting, Vegeta had already ended the battle. At this time, he was holding the broken neck in one hand and left him in the ring just like that. In the 11th universe, there is only one person left, and that is Jiren, who is fighting against Sun Wukong. Jillian, come on. Outside the arena, Topper and the others in the audience of Universe 11, as well as the God of Destruction in their universe, all looked at the ring with great concern, for fear that Jiren would not be Sun Wukong's opponent. But, even if Jiren defeated that Saiyan from Universe 7, wouldn't there still be several Saiyans? Even, there is one Saiyan who seems to be stronger than the one who fought against Jiren at this time. That guy. Just when everyone was looking forward to it, a voice sounded. Swish swish. Hearing this, everyone turned their attention to the person who was speaking. This guy was a small member of Universe 11, and his strength was not strong, but at this moment, everyone looked at him with angry eyes. Will you die if you don't speak? Everyone scolded them. Originally, they were expecting Jillian to explode and kick everyone off the ring, but now that this guy speaks, their hope is gone. The man smirked, shrank his neck, and sat down in the audience seat with his head down. At this time, in the field, on the ring, Sun Wukong, who entered the first stage of Zizai Ji Gong, exploded his fighting power and began to suppress Jiren in turn, and he couldn't beat him at all. Stable. Vic laughed on the side. He felt that the victory in this game was almost certain. Hearing Piccolo's words, Son Gohan on the side shook his head dignifiedly and said, Uncle Piccolo, don't look at Dad's pressure on that guy, but it didn't actually cause any substantial injuries. Hearing Sun Wufan's analysis, Su Yi, who was on the side, glanced at him and felt that this guy's eyesight was very good. That's right, although Sun Wukong seems to be suppressing Jiren, he did not cause substantial damage to this guy at all. He knew that in the original anime, Sun Wukong was regarded as the third stage of the ultimate freedom, and he couldn't defeat Jiren strongly. Now, with this simple master of freedom, how could it be possible to defeat this guy in the first stage? Oh, too weak Kakarot. Vegeta, who had already kicked Breakthrough off the ring, came over, folded his arms around his chest, and gasped for breath. At this time, he returned to normal, and now he was coldly watching Sun Wukong and Jillian fight. Hearing Vegeta's words, Su Yi shook his head and laughed. This guy is really the deadliest of invisible pretense. If Vegeta stepped forward to fight Jiren, I am afraid that within a few rounds, this guy would be defeated. However, it was naturally impossible for Su Yi to say such words that hurt Vegeta's self-esteem. He slowly got up from the ground and walked towards the field. Huh, is Mr. Su Yi ready to take action? At this moment, seeing Su Yi leaving, Beerus and Weiss' eyes suddenly lit up in the audience seat of Universe 7 outside the arena. However, what made them lose was 2.4. Su Yi didn't take action, but began to point Sun Wukong. Slowly, following Su Yi's guidance, Sun Wukong became more and more handy in the first stage of using the free-spirited extreme inspiration technique. Drink. After fighting each other again, Sun Wukong roared angrily, raised his head and burst into imposing manner. The silver-white fireworks around his body were deeper than before, and his pupils gradually changed from black to faintly silver-white. The second stage of Sun Wukong's free-spirited willpower has already inspired success. Everyone present felt the powerful momentum of Sun Wukong, and they were all moved by it, especially Vegeta, who showed an extremely shocking expression on his face. He who mastered the first stage of the ultimate free will knows how powerful this realm is, and now that Sun Wukong has mastered the second stage of the ultimate free will, the overall strength may be able to throw him a lot. 143. The fusion of Monkey King and Vegeta, Super Blue Gogeta. Sun Wukong's combat power is soaring, his momentum is growing, and he can't be more powerful. Feeling this breath, Jiren's body was shaking. That's not fear, it's excitement. Yes, that's excitement. If the Sun Wukong of the first stage of the ultimate free will let Jiren look at him a little, then the second stage of the Sun Wukong completely gave Jiren the will to fight. The seventh universe really deserves to be called the strongest universe. Outside the arena, in the auditorium of Universe 11, everyone fell silent, and this was what everyone had in mind. This is not the strongest person. Time is already so terrifying. If the strongest person, how terrifying his strength should be. Everyone has to believe in Jiren. At this time, Topo suddenly made a heavy voice, stood up and clenched his fists and roared, "Jillian. We can definitely win this time. We can't give him much help, but we can cheer for him. Jillian, come on." Seeing Topo's appearance, the rest of the people stared at him and opened their mouths slightly, obviously a little surprised by what he did. "Why are you standing still? Let's cheer for Jiren with Topo." 11 quickly came to his senses and shouted, "Jillian. Come on." Seeing that the god of destruction in their own universe began to cheer for Jiren, the other contestants in the 11th universe were silent for a second or two, and then they also started to cheer for Jiren in the ring. "Come on, Jiren. With our hope, keep fighting. We must let our 11th universe exist forever." Beerus in the auditorium of Universe 7 and Champa in the auditorium of Universe 6 heard that the guy in the auditorium of Universe 11 had been making noise, and frowned, but didn't say anything, because at this moment, this kind of refueling is worthy of recognition. At this time, in the field, on the ring, Jiren, who seemed to be feeling it, tilted his head and glanced at the side of the Universe 11 auditorium, and then saw the people who were cheering for him. Although he couldn't hear their cheering voices in the ring, he could tell from the expressions and actions of each of them that these guys were cheering for him. In this regard, Jiren retracted his gaze and remained silent for a while. "Don't desertion during the battle. You bastard." At this time, Sun Wukong rushed up and punched Jiren in the face, directly blasting him dozens of meters away, and fell into the waste rock pile. When fighting, Sun Wukong still hates this kind of distraction, because it will make him fight very unhappy, and this feeling is very unpleasant. Cough cough. Jiren got up from the pile of waste stones, a trace of blood spilled from the corner of his mouth. After he reached out and wiped it, he coughed twice, took a deep breath, and finally smiled. "You can't beat me." 6 words were spat out of Jiren's mouth, and then the words fell, and his whole person disappeared in place. Call out. When the next second appeared, Jiren's fist had already appeared on Sun Wukong's face. Boom. "This punch is for you back." Jiren's cold voice came into Sun Wukong's ears, and he was blown away with a punch. Immediately afterwards, Jiren, who was fully on fire, dodged and reached behind Sun Wukong, who flew upside down, and bombarded him with his fists. "This guy Kakarot." Vegeta, who had been watching the battle on the field, clenched her teeth, and her heart was burning with anger. Boom. Vegeta moved and charged towards the field. "Kakarot, if you can't do it, leave it to me." Vegeta roared, and then launched an attack on Jiren who was attacking Sun Wukong. Ah da 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 da. His fist attack speed is very fast. Ordinary people can only see afterimages, and they can't see where his fist is at all. Jiren sneered when he saw Vegeta shot at him, then gave up the bombardment of Sun Wukong, turned around and punched Vegeta. With this punch, Vegeta was blown away, but he liberated Sun Wukong, and the Sun Wukong who stabilized his body gave a loud shout, and his aura became even more inflated, and then sent out a turtle sect at Jiren. Qigong Wave. Jiren fights Vegeta, and when he has time, he comes out and confronts Sun Wukong. There is no winner or loser in the battle between the two, and the two have exploded by themselves in the middle. Boom! The explosion sounded. Vegeta, let's fuse. The smoke filled the air, and the sound of Sun Wukong's roar sounded in the field, followed by Vegeta's cold voice. Kakarot, don't think about it. Vegeta said that I will never do that again. Shameful move. Hearing Vegeta's flag, Suyi couldn't hold back, laughed, and didn't even have to think about it. This guy will definitely be in the True Fragrance series again, and he will definitely take the initiative to call Sun Wukong to merge. Sun Wukong can't do anything, and now the others who don't want to merge can only rush up to him and attack Jiren with both sides. However, Jiren's strength is simply terrifying. Sun Wukong in the second stage of Zizai Jigong, and Vegeta in the first stage of Zizai Jigong. The joint attack of the two can't make this guy take a half step back. On the contrary, Jiren alone suppressed it on the spot, and beat the two of them abruptly. What about Vegeta? Neither of our two individual combat capabilities are as strong as this guy, and we can't fight against this guy if we join forces, so there is only one choice, that is, let's fuse. Sun Wukong spoke up again. In fact, if Suyi made a shot, he could definitely defeat Jiren easily. But he didn't choose to let Suyi take action. The reason was naturally because he wanted to defeat Jiren with his own abilities. Although, merging into Gogeta can be regarded as getting help from others. But don't forget, there is his own experience in it, which is very helpful to his combat experience, and can greatly improve his combat effectiveness. Suyi understood this truth, so he didn't plan to take action from the beginning, and he also really wanted to see if Gogeta, a super soldier, could confront Jiren head-on. Who is the most powerful single soldier warrior in the original Dragon Ball anime? That must be the Fusion Warrior. Whether Vegeta is stronger than Gogeta is something that every Dragon Ball fan wants to explore, including Suyi, who are very curious whether Vegeta is stronger or Gogeta is stronger. Suyi's thoughts came to an end, because a blue dazzling light suddenly erupted in the field. Can Gogeta, a fusion warrior who has never failed, be able to fight against this guy Jiren? Suyi, I am looking forward to it. Moreover, this is not an ordinary fusion warrior Gogeta, but a super blue fusion warrior Gogeta. There is even a thought in the property, that is, how fierce will the battle between Fusion Warrior Gogeta and Earring Fusion Warrior Vegeta be? The fusion of Dad and Uncle Vegeta has appeared. On one side, Sunwoo 350 fan saw the appearance of the acoustic guitar, his eyes suddenly lit up, and he exclaimed. It should be stable. Piccolo and the others laughed lightly. At this time, everyone in the rest of the universe outside the field was moved by it, and the combat power after this fusion has soared. Grand Priest, why can this be merged? Gotenks also merged before, but the overall strength is not very scary, so the rest did not pay much attention. However, the powerful aura that the fusion warrior Gogeta burst out this time shocked everyone. The god of destruction of Universe 11 immediately got up from the audience and bowed respectfully to the great priest in the sky, and then asked aloud. Hearing the words of the god of destruction in Universe 11, the great priest's eyes flickered, he lowered his head to think for a while, and then turned his head to look at the location of King Quan. At this moment, King Quan had a smile on his face, and his two little hands kept slapping together. He looked very excited. Obviously, the appearance of the super soldier Gogeta made him very excited. The whole king did not refuse, so fusion warriors can exist. The great priest turned his head and said lightly. Hearing this, the god of destruction in Universe 11 changed his expression, sighed with a wry smile, and looked at the ring. Jiren was indeed strong, but the power of this fusion warrior was more deeply rooted in the hearts of the people. Will Jiren be able to defeat this fusion warrior? From the bottom of his heart, the god of destruction in Universe 11 didn't think Jiren could defeat this fusion warrior in Universe 7. 144. Super powerful Super Blue Gogeta, Jiren burst into clothes. I'm not Goku, I'm not Vegeta, I'm the one who is about to defeat you. The fusion warrior Gogeta, who has been in the game for thousands of years, spoke out. Huh. Jiren sneered, he doesn't care whether you are Goku or Vegeta. In short, he is not afraid of you at all. Come on, let me see how powerful you are as a fusion warrior. Jiren and Super Blue Vegeta rushed up at the same time, and the two fought, and there were bursts of explosions and roars all around. Drink. Drink. The two people collided with the strength of the flesh, without too many bells and whistles, which made people look very comfortable, because this is the collision of strength, and the senses are very strong. Too powerful. Son Gohan couldn't help sighing on the side. He felt that his current strength had reached a very powerful state, but after seeing the battle between the fusion warriors Vegeta and Jiren, he began to question himself. Is it really powerful? Indeed, the battle between fusion warriors Vegeta and Jiren was very terrifying. Not to mention Piccolo couldn't see the real fight between the two, it was Beerus and the others outside the arena, and the white light was always flashing in front of them, very confused. I can't see the live battle screen clearly. The battle continued in the arena. At this time, Suyi's figure, who was not noticed, slowly disappeared into the shadows, and then appeared outside the ring. He is not limited by the law, as long as he wants, he can even restore all the universes cleared by the Great Priest. Now, I suddenly recalled an idea that flashed when he saw this power conference when he was watching anime in his previous life. What if the gods of destruction of the 12 universes are fighting against each other? What kind of experience would this be like? Now, recalling this thought, the corner of his mouth twitched into a smile, and he was ready to implement the idea of this previous life. Let the 12 gods of destruction in the universe fight each other. Not only that, Jiren, Hit, Son Gohan, Son Goku, Vegeta, and even him, all end up fighting once. The thought came to an abrupt end here, and Suyi was very excited at the moment. Using the power of the universal law to hide his figure, he came to the side of the Great Priest. Since Suyi was using the power of the law of the universe, the Great Priest did not have the strength to see through Suyi himself, but felt that there was someone suddenly beside him. Is that Mr. Suyi? The Grand Priest glanced around him and found that King Quan on the seat on the high platform looked at him with a smile on his face. He already had a guess in his heart and asked in a low voice. It's me. Suyi responded. What's the matter with Mr. Suyi? The Grand Priest asked again. I have a great idea and I'm sure Ah Quan will be happier. Suyi smiled slightly. Oh, Mr. Suyi, please speak. The High Priest's eyes lit up and asked hurriedly. The duel between the top powerhouses in the 12 universes has already made Ah Quan so happy. What if it was a duel between the gods of destruction in the 12 universes? Suyi smiled. What? When the Great Priest heard this, he was stunned. Immediately afterwards, he reacted quickly, turned his head and glanced at Quan Wang, who was applauding on the seat on the high platform, his face full of excitement, and suddenly fell silent. Soon, he frowned. This is indeed a great idea, but what if King Quan doesn't like it? No, Ah Quan will definitely like it. Because, the top players in the 12 universes, after a break, will participate in a match without any pressure. Suyi said. In his opinion, this proposal is very good. When people are stressed, they do become stronger. However, sometimes fighting at will, may be more powerful. Then, I'll go and ask the King of Chenzhou. The Great Priest thought for a moment, then set off and flew towards King Quan on the high platform. All kings. The Great Priest came and shouted respectfully. What's the matter? The king looked at him suspiciously. The Great Priest came to King Quan's side, bowed down and whispered Suyi's proposal, and then said, What do you think of your thoughts? After listening to the proposal, King Quan blinked, and then the light in his eyes became more and more flickering, and the Great Priest who had been paying attention to King Quan had already understood. Excellent. The offer. King Quan's crisp voice sounded, applauding. I see. The Great Priest smiled slightly, bowed to King Quan, and returned to his position. The king thinks it's a great proposal. The voice of the great priest came, and Su Yi, who was hiding, didn't have too many surprises. Since that's the case, I'll go back. Wait a minute. The great priest's eyes flashed and he stopped Su Yi. Farewell. Su Yi said goodbye without turning his head. He didn't know what the great priest was thinking. This guy definitely wanted to fight him. When he was still in the ancient times, he was harassed by this guy every so often, so he had to test Su Yi's strength. However, at that time, where was Su Yi his opponent? He could only keep pushing away until he finally couldn't push it away, and then he used a bit of the law of the universe, just to beat him, and then he got rid of it. The entanglement of the great priest. Now, after so many years, the strength of the great priest has become deeper and stronger, and when he sees Su Yi again, his heart naturally rises to the idea of trying to compete with Su Yi. This guy really doesn't give a chance. There was a wry smile on the face of the great priest. He still remembered that he was defeated by Su Yi many years ago, and now he is so powerful that he is unimaginable. Naturally, he has the mind to fight again. However, if Su Yi didn't give him a chance for a duel, the grand priest couldn't do anything either. With a sigh, he looked towards the field again. At this time, the super blue Gogeta in the ring had already beat Jiren so much that he couldn't lift his head. Diaresis, wait. Maybe I can pretend. The great priest looked at it, his eyes suddenly shining. Su Yi doesn't give him a chance to fight, so he will find it by himself. Obviously, he pretended to be a contestant. Wouldn't he be able to fight Su Yi again? Thinking of this, the light in the eyes of the great priest became brighter and brighter, and in the end, he made a complete decision. Su Yi quietly returned to the ring and looked into the arena. The super blue Gogeta who had previously suppressed Jiren was gradually showing signs of fatigue. This guy Jiren didn't know the reason, and the offensive began to swell. For a time, the strength of super blue Gogeta was not able to fight against Jiren. In the end, after Jiren punched the super blue Gogeta, the battle ended in a short time. Su Yi felt a little strange seeing this scene. According to Zhao reasoning, Gogeta in super blue state should not be less powerful than Jiren. How? When Su Yi saw Jiren showing off his chest and showing off his clothes, he was suddenly stunned. Dragon Ball fans all know that the follow-up plots of Dragon Ball Super are all in the state of bursting clothes is the strongest state. Jiren is like this, so is Sun Wukong. The final battle between the two is a wonderful one. At this time, it was obvious that Jiren had already reached this state, and it was not impossible to fly away the exhausted super blue Gogeta. Boom! When Su Yi was thinking about it, a more powerful aura suddenly erupted from the position where the super blue Gogeta flew out. This breath made Su Yi's face a little shocked. Could it be super blue Gogeta? Can you still become Gogeta of the ultimate inspiration skill? As soon as this thought came out, Su Yi suddenly came to the spirit. If it is Wugita who is really free and extremely mindful, then the strength may not be simply that the super blue Wugita has twice the combat power. 145. The power of Zizai Jigong Wugita. Jiren is holding on. Wugita walked out of the waste rock pile, and his body was exuding silver-white fireworks. Looking closely, his pupils turned silver-white, and he looked extraordinary. Sure enough, this is Zizai Jigong Wugita. Su Yi looked at it with a shocked expression on his face, and asked in his heart, System, what is the combat power of Zizai Jigong Wugita? DDD. The system's voice resounded in his mind. Host, Zizai Jigong Wugita's combat power is around 18.5 Beijing to 20 Beijing. My darling, as expected of one of the most powerful single warriors in the Dragon Ball originals. Su Yi was indeed shocked. What is the concept of a combat power of 18.5 to 20 Beijing? Not only Beerus, but Wisna is no match for Gogeta. Moreover, the current Zizai Ultimate Intention Gong Wugita is not the complete Zizai Ultimate Intent Gong, but only the second stage of the control. What if this guy is in control of the third stage, and even the final stage of the ultimate freedom? So, how powerful should it be? Suyi was excited, indeed very excited. At present, the people who can become opponents with him are the Great Priest and the 2 guards around King Quan, but he will definitely not be able to beat them without using the power of the universal law. Therefore, people of these levels are definitely not a good opponent for him. But unfortunately, apart from these people, as far as he knows, no one else has the same fighting power as him. Now there is Gogeta of Zizai Jigong, which makes him see hope and thinks that this is a very strong opponent. 377. However, at this stage, the Gogeta is still too weak. It seems that it will be necessary to teach them the third and final stage of the ultimate freedom in private at that time. There is no reason why such a strong opponent Suyi should not be trained well. After all, this is also very helpful for his combat effectiveness. Zizai Jigong Gogeta walked out, and Jiren saw a shocked expression on his face. To be fair, it was the first time he had seen such a powerful man in a head-to-head battle. You are very strong, I am not an opponent. Jiren understood this very well, but he would not give up. He still has revenge to avenge, so he won't just admit defeat, and he won't just follow the 11th universe to perish. Drink. Jiren broke out again, and charged towards Gogeta, the ultimate power of freedom. Boom. Jiren was only rushing halfway, and Zizai Jigong Gogeta had already dodged and flew, and punched more than 100 punches in midair. Ah! The power of each punch is undoubtedly not as vast as a planet pressing on him, causing Jiren to suffer a lot. You are not my opponent, just admit defeat. If you go on like this, you will be disabled for life. Gogeta spoke up. Never admit defeat. Even if I die, I will not admit defeat. Jiren clenched his teeth, roared out, and threw a punch at Zizai Jigong Gogeta. Gogeta, the CGDI fighter, had no intention of evading, and took Jiren's punch directly. Your strength is too weak to even hurt me. Zizai Jigong Gogeta shook his head. Damn it, damn it, damn it. Jiren roared loudly, and punched the body of Zizai Jigong Gogeta with great force, with a very unwilling emotion. He is really unwilling. Obviously he is so powerful and has the power to fight against the gods of destruction in various universes, but he has nothing to do with this guy. It was as if he was facing the enemy of the year. He hates, he wants to shoot, but he doesn't have the strength to shoot. Ah! Jiren became crazy, raised his head and roared, and his momentum grew in vain at this moment. If he wanted to survive, he had to win this game, so he had to defeat everyone on the field. Seeing Jiren erupting again, Suyi sighed on the side. In the original anime, it was very difficult for him to fight Sun Wukong, who was in the third stage of Zizai Jigong, who was half-blood, although he was also in half-blood. However, now he is fighting a fusion warrior with at least 70% of his blood in a state of half-residual blood. Moreover, this fusion warrior still controls the realm of Zizai Jigong. This, what to contend with? Can't compete at all. Jiren was still struggling to support him, and Zizai Jigong Gogeta had no choice but to take a strong shot, knocking out the man who was carrying a lot of money, and then dropped him from the ring. Ended. This power meeting should end like this. Jiren fell on the auditorium of Universe 11, Topo was the first to run over to support him, and looked up at the sky. At this time, the Great Priest had activated his clearing ability, and the radiance shown on them, slowly disappeared in place. The 11th universe is eliminated and cleared. The voice of the Great Priest sounded in the field, causing Shangpa in the 6th universe auditorium to lower his head, and Beerus in the 7th universe auditorium also lowered his head. If you can see their fronts, you can definitely see the tears in the eyes of these two gods of destruction. Next, it's a winner. How could Hit of the 6th universe be the opponent of the 7th universe? Therefore, the 6th universe will definitely be eliminated. At this time, in the arena, Hit walked to the edge of the arena in silence, looked back at Suyi, and the moment he jumped off, the voice came, "Thank you." Their 6th universe survived for so long without being cleared, entirely because of Suyi. If it weren't for him, the 6th universe would have been kicked off the ring by the people of the 11th universe long ago, and it would have been cleared by the Great Priest long ago. As Hit jumped off the ring, the Great Priest in the sky also announced the elimination of the 6th universe, and then eliminated them as well. Elephant Paw. Before everyone in the 6th universe disappeared, Beerus from the 7th universe got up from his seat and shouted at the 6th universe. Goodbye. Shampa smiled and waved at Beerus. Slowly, everyone in the 6th universe disappeared. This contest of power is won by the 7th universe. The voice of the Great Priest rang in the ears of everyone in the field. Now, I will summon the Super Dragon Ball to make a wish for the winner. The Great Priest raised his hands, and 7 Super Dragon Balls the size of the planet rose up. He didn't use the divine language to summon the dragon for the first time, but squinted his eyes and glanced at the 7 Super Dragon Balls before shouting out. Divine language, summon the dragon. The dragon, which is exactly the same as the dragon god Salama, was summoned by the Great Priest. The size of this body shocked everyone present. The dragon summoned by this Super Dragon Ball is too big. Krillin and the others were shocked. Now, please state your wishes. The Great Priest's eyes were placed on Suyi and others, and the voice of Mu Chunfeng sounded. Hearing the words of the Great Priest, everyone turned their attention to Suyi to see how he would choose. Facing the gazes of so many eyes, Suyi smiled and raised his head. Grand Priest, please restore all the universes that were cleared by this power conference. Huh. Hearing Suyi's words, Son Gohan and the others around him were stunned, and Beerus in the 7th universe audience also showed a surprised look on his face. Whis and Vados, as well as all the angels of the universe, looked at each other with smiles on their faces. Are you sure about this wish? The Grand Priest asked with a smile. Okay. Suyi nodded. Good. The Great Priest raised his head and used the divine language to make a wish. After a while, a bright golden light flashed, and the dragon summoned by Super Dragon Ball turned into 7 Dragon Balls and flew out. The Grand Priest glanced at the 7 Super Dragon Balls, and a slight sneer appeared on the corner of his mouth. At the same time, the remaining 11 universes that had been purged were slowly forming, and eventually all of them were resurrected on their respective planets. Everyone was shocked, and soon, they all understood, and one by one, they were grateful to the 7th universe. It's over, but I have other things to say. The power conference officially ended, and the voice of the Great Priest continued. After a 10-day rest, all the gods of destruction in the universe and all the top masters will come to the boundless world again for a friendship power conference. 146. Release Mission. Save the Dragon Ball GT World. The voice of the Great Priest rang in everyone's ears, but these people were the top people who participated in this power conference. The weaker people couldn't hear the words of the Great Priest at all. As soon as the news came out, everyone who heard it was moved, and a panic rose in their hearts. Could this be the end of the second power conference? Grand Priest, I have a question to ask. Beerus suddenly gave a respectful salute and said. You said. The Great Priest put his eyes on him and smiled. In this power conference, will the losers be eliminated? Beerus raised his body and asked solemnly. No. Call. Hearing the words of the Great Priest, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. No is good, so that everyone has no pressure to fight. But. The voice of the Great Priest rang again. Boom. Hearing this voice change, everyone who was just relieved became nervous again, and everyone's heart beat very fast. But the universe with the worst grades must meet a requirement of the universe with the best grades. No matter what the requirement, as long as it can be met, it must be met. The voice of the Great Priest continued to sound, once again letting everyone's hearts be relieved. Compared with being cleared, no one thinks this is such a big deal. Then here comes the question. The overall strength of the 7th universe, I am afraid it deserves the first place. Then, it must be maintained for a while so that it will not be defeated and become the last one. Apart from the idea of people in the 7th universe rising up, the people in other universes have the idea of rising up. Don't ask for the first, but not the last one. ... The second power conference will be held 10 days later, during which you can naturally relax first. In Suyi's opinion, there is no suspense in the ending, but he really wants to realize the idea of his previous life. Back on Earth, Suyi wasn't ready to go straight into a state of cultivation. There was some relaxation and some slack. It was tight before, but now he should relax completely. Originally, Suyi wanted to teach Sun Wukong's follow-up Zizai Jigong, but the latter expressed that he wanted to practice hard and use his own ability to control the follow-up Zizi Jigong. Therefore, Suyi was naturally speechless. On the first day of the 10-day vacation, Suyi took the little girl to visit all the scenic spots in the whole Earth. Naturally, he didn't think too much about his daughter's intimate behavior towards him. After returning to Exedu with the little girl the next day, Suyi was still not ready to practice, and was going to take a look at the Dragon Ball GT world. Coincidentally, when he entered Dragon Ball GT, the sweet and beautiful voice of the system rang in his mind. Ding! Mission released now. Save the world of Dragon Ball GT. Hearing this, Suyi was stunned. What is the situation? This Dragon Ball GT world still needs him to save. What do you mean? Suyi glanced at the sudden task, his thoughts sank into the system, and then looked at the introduction of the task. Save the Dragon Ball GT world, because the host taught the protagonist of the Dragon Ball GT world to transform into Super Saiyan IV in advance, a butterfly effect was produced. Therefore, when fighting against evil dragons, each evil dragon mutated, and the combat power soared up, so you need the host to clean up the mess. Quote. The introduction of the task is so simple, but Suyi, who wants to take a vacation, will inevitably feel a little bit fucked. Okay, I did bad things with good intentions, and Suyi also expressed that he was helpless. There was no way, this must be helped. Therefore, Suyi took the quest directly without asking about the reward for completing the quest. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully receiving the mission. The system beep sounds. Okay, I got it. Next, what do you say? Suyi wanted to solve the problem as soon as possible. Fortunately, the time ratio of the Dragon Ball GT world was very slow for the main world, which would not make him feel that this holiday was too bad. Destroy all the evil dragons and restore the original plot. The system replied. Okay, then I want to ask, can my cosmic law power in the main time and space be used in this Dragon Ball GT world? Suyi suddenly recalled his abilities, and asked with curiosity flashing in his eyes. No, you can think of this Dragon Ball GT world as a copy of the game's strategy. Moreover, this is the worldview of the fandom, not the worldview of the main time and space. Except for some gods that exist the same, the rest are similar to the King of All, God of Destruction, and Angel. None of the great priests exist in this world. Quote. The system explained it. Hearing these words, Suyi's eyes narrowed. So, will this Dragon Ball GT world really follow the plot of the future Dragon Ball Doujin AF comics? Thinking of this, Suyi rubbed his chin with his hand, pondered for a while, and suddenly laughed. This can barely be said to be good news. Now his second form of Super Saiyan God is a combination of the 5 Super Saiyans and the realm of God, plus the ultimate freedom. And then, maybe he can reach Super Saiyan 6, 7, 8. And more among the fans in this world. If it is also reintegrated, then he can enter the 3rd form, the 4th form, and even the 5th form of the Super Saiyan God. How powerful would he be back then? It is truly unimaginable. After sensing the chi of Sun Wukong and others, he found that on a small island not far from Guixian Island, it was not only the chi of Sun Wukong, but also a very evil aura. Strange, this doesn't feel like the original plot of Dragon Ball GT world. Suyi thought for a while, and frowned. Logically speaking, most of the original Dragon Ball GT is in the city, but now it is on an island. System, which period is the current period? Or in which episode of the original Dragon Ball GT anime? While Suyi teleported towards the small island, she inquired about the system in her heart. Hearing Suyi's question, the system was silent for a while, and soon a slightly speechless voice sounded. Host, you don't need to ask so carefully, right? If you don't ask me carefully, how do I know which dragons I will fight in the future? Also, is the 4-star dragon a good dragon like the original? Suyi asked again. Please rest assured, the host, the plot is not much different from the original, but the most evil 1-star dragon is stronger in combat. Katakana middle dot 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 0. The system replied. That's it. Suyi nodded suddenly. At this time, he had already flown to the island where Sun Wukong was. After a little sense, he arrived at the specific location of Sun Wukong in an instant. Just when he arrived, Suyi saw the scene where the 4-star dragon was killed by a secret 1-star dragon and fell to the ground. 4-star dragon. The Monkey King in the Super Saiyan 4 state is like the original. At this time, his eyes are blind and he can't see the surrounding situation. He only hears the cry of the 4-star dragon falling to the ground, and his voice to dissuade Sun Wukong, Monkey King, run quickly. The 1-star dragon has mutated and is very powerful. What? 1-star dragon? Sun Wukong sensed it, and sure enough, there was a very powerful and extremely evil chi not far from him. Hey, scum, you can't even beat a wounded monkey, 4-star dragon, you're so embarrassing. Da da da. The footsteps sounded, and Yi Xinglong walked out from a corner, sneering at the 4-star Long who fell to the ground and the blind Sun Wukong. Call out. Boom. As soon as Yi Xinglong finished speaking, he stretched out a finger and fired a shock cannon at Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong, be careful. The 4-star dragon on the ground roared, and then jumped up from the ground, blocking the deadly shock cannon of the next star with his body. 4-star dragon. Although Sun Wukong couldn't see it, the aura of the 4-star dragon gradually disappeared. It was not difficult for him to guess what happened. Tears flowed from his eyes, and he slowly squatted down and came to the 4-star dragon's side. Monkey King, I really want to have a showdown with you. The 4-star dragon raised his hand and said these words, and then his neck twisted, and his body turned into a ray of light and dissipated, and then a 4-planet dragon ball fell to the ground. 4-star dragon. Sun Wukong roared and got up from the ground. At this moment, tears flowed from both of his eyes. At this moment, his eyes were miraculously able to see. I'm going to kill you, Yi Xinglong. Boom. The momentum erupted in an all-round way, and Sun Wukong slammed into a star dragon. At this time, Suyi on the top of a mountain squinted at the very calm 1-star dragon. Mutant 1-star dragon. Combat power 10 Beijing. Seeing this combat power, he couldn't help being a little surprised. You must know that the Super 1-star dragon in the original book is only 46,000 trillion, which is the strength of 4.6 Beijing. And this is just a simple mutant 1-star dragon, and it has reached the combat power of 10 Beijing. If it becomes a super mutant 1-star dragon, how powerful should this guy be? Boom. While Suyi was thinking about it, Sun Wukong, who was charging towards the mutant 1-star dragon, suddenly flew back upside down. Immediately afterwards, he reluctantly got up from the ground. Another burst of momentum towards the mutant 1-star dragon kills. 1-star dragon. 4-star dragon is your companion. Why did you kill him? Sun Wukong roared. Oh, let's not say that the 4-star dragon is a waste, and it is useless to live in the world, just say that he died to save you. The real culprit is not me. Ha ha ha. The mutant 1-star dragon laughed. 147. The power of the immortal body is fully reflected. As soon as the mutant 1-star dragon said this, Sun Wukong fell silent. Thinking about it carefully, if 4-star dragon hadn't blocked the shock cannon for him, I'm afraid he would have died. Therefore, it is not too much to say that Sun Wukong killed the 4-star dragon. Okay, I'll send you down to accompany that trash too. The mutant 1-star dragon twisted his neck, making a crisp, clicking sound, and then took a step. Before Sun Wukong could react, he had already been pinched by the mutant 1-star dragon and lifted up. Sun Wukong looked at this mutant 1-star dragon unwillingly, his face full of anger. Bang! 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 The mutant 1-star dragon saw Sun Wukong's angry expression. A cold smile evoked at the corner of his mouth, and then punched Sun Wukong's face with a punch, hitting his head with blood. Too weak, little monkey. Do you think you are very strong? No, I tell you, you are nothing but scum in my eyes. The mutant 1-star dragon tilted his head and glanced at the 4 planets on the ground, and then sucked in his mouth, and the 4 planets on the ground were directly sucked into his mouth by him. At the same time, a light flashed on his abdomen, and then he saw a roulette-like thing appear in his abdomen, with a total of 6 dragon balls forming a circle. It's a great feeling. The mutant 1-star dragon closed his eyes, shook his head in intoxication, opened his eyes after a while, glanced at the Monkey King in his hand, casually tossed it, and then a shock cannon shot from his fingertips came out. This shock cannon pointed directly at Sun Wukong, who was thrown out by him and flew in midair. Boom! The explosion sounded one after another, and the mutant 1-star dragon happily danced on the spot. Huh! A sneer sounded at the position where the bombing sound came. Huh! The mutant 1-star dragon, who was dancing happily, frowned, stopped dancing, and looked towards the location of the explosion just now. After a while, the smoke dissipated, revealing a tall figure. Who are you? The mutant 1-star dragon frowned and asked in a cold voice as he looked at the man who was several dozen meters across from him. Su, Big Brother Su Yi. At this time, Sun Wukong, who was lying on the ground, raised his head and glanced. After seeing Su Yi's back, the whole person relaxed. After shouting, he tilted his head and fainted. Su Yi looked back at Wukong, who had returned to normal, shook his head and smiled, then turned around to look at the mutant 1-star dragon, and said indifferently, "Give you a chance, hurry up to evolve, otherwise it will be too boring to fight." Tenjing's mutant 1-star dragon is not too powerful for a person at the level of Sun Wukong, but for Su Yi, it is really not even an appetizer. You can easily kill him with just one finger. Oh, arrogant fellow. The mutant 1-star dragon sneered. He didn't feel how strong this guy who suddenly appeared. He shook his body and said, "Anyway, I have nothing to do, so I'll play with you." Su Yi curled the corners of his mouth and transformed into the state of Super Saiyan 4. Oh, it turned out to be a dead monkey. Ha ha ha, it's useless even if you turn into a red monkey. The red monkey behind you is just waiting for your end. The mutant 1-star dragon saw Su Yi transformed into a Super Saiyan 4, and a sarcastic voice came. In this regard, Su Yi smiled lightly. He turned into a Super Saiyan 4's combat power, but it was not as low as Sun Wukong. In this state, he also had a full combat power of 12.5 Jing, beating a mutant 1-star dragon with a combat strength of 10 Jing, then isn't it as simple as drinking water? Drink. Su Yi's eyes became solemn, and the lion fought the rabbit with all his strength, but with all his strength, he would naturally have no fun in fighting. But he wasn't so inflated, and he still used the strongest combat power in this form to fight against the mutant 1-star dragon. Because, if you are not sure, you will overturn the water. Then he really didn't even have time to regret it. When Su Yi's breath burst out, the pupils of the mutant star dragon shrank for a while, and suddenly an inexplicable sense of panic rose in his heart. Su Yi didn't know the mental activity under the mutant star dragon's heart, so he rushed towards this guy after a cold drink. Wait. The mutant 1-star dragon only felt that the panic in his heart was getting stronger and stronger, and he noticed a very dangerous aura. He hurriedly reached out to stop Su Yi, and exclaimed, "Red Monkey, you have something to say." Seeing the attitude of the mutant 1-star dragon, several big black question marks appeared on Su Yi's forehead. Does this mutant one-star dragon still know how to admit it? Suddenly, Suyi felt a burst of laughter in his heart. However, he wasn't going to stop like the mutant one-star dragon said, but he was a little faster and arrived in front of him in the blink of an eye, with red fireworks on his fist hitting the mutant one-star dragon. Boom! With one punch, the mutant one-star dragon flew upside down. In midair, a blood arrow spewed out of his mouth. Suyi rushed over again and saw that the blood arrow turned out to be pitch black. Suyeben didn't care, but unexpectedly, the mutant one-star dragon that was flying backwards suddenly stopped in midair, with a sarcastic smile on the corner of his mouth. Huh! Suyi saw the sarcastic smile on the corner of the mutant star dragon's mouth, and suddenly felt that something was wrong. However, he didn't think much about it. In his opinion, no matter how insidious tricks were, it was not as powerful as his absolutely invincible strength. No matter how tricky you are, I will punch through it. In short, it is so rough and simple. Thinking about it, Suyi sneered, tilted his head to avoid the blood arrow spit out from the mutant one-star dragon's mouth, and just stretched out his hand to launch an energy cannon to kill this guy. Unexpectedly, a whirring sound came from the back of his head, and a frightening sense of crisis came, which made him turn around and look. Laugh. It was the blood arrow that he thought he had avoided that directly attached to his eyes, and finally melted deeply and completely entered his eyes. Ah! Due to his own carelessness, he was hit, and the pain in his eyes came, causing Suyi to scream in pain. Ha ha ha, your strength has indeed brought me a very strong pressure, but you dead monkeys are really insane. This kind of trick will catch you. It's too weak. Seeing Suyi screaming in pain, the mutant one-star dragon, who had completely stabilized his figure, folded his arms on the ground and laughed coldly. Hearing the arrogant voice of the mutant one-star dragon, Suyi frowned. He tried to open his eyes, but found that the pain was getting stronger, which shocked him. System, what's going on? Isn't my eye an injury? Why didn't my immortal body successfully prevent this kind of thing from happening? While Suyi was furious, he also felt very strange. From his point of view, as long as any part of the human body is injured, it will inevitably recover quickly. However, several seconds, or even more than 10 seconds, had passed now, and his eyes were still in constant pain, and they were even completely white, and he could not see the surrounding environment at all. Host, the immortal body is indeed powerful. In the face of the enemy's direct attack, you can choose to ignore it. However, this kind of trick is not the enemy's direct attack, but a penetrating ability that puts your eyes on the ground. Infection from the inside out. Quote. The system's voice sounded in Suyi's mind, causing him to frown again. 3.3 So, his immortality is not actually invincible. Master, you can think so, there is no absolutely invincible technique. The system continues. Okay. Suyi slowly calmed down. In general, this is the first time he has suffered a loss since his debut. However, it was an invaluable experience that gave him increased battle experience. Be careful, this is the absolute first thing to do. The pain quickly dissipated, and the coolness in his eyes made him feel comfortable, and even almost made him cry out. What's the matter? Su Yeqiang suppressed the refreshing feeling in his heart and asked. The immortal body is automatically perfecting its loopholes. The attack you suffered this time has been firmly remembered by it, and it is absolutely impossible to make the same situation next time. There was a hint of surprise in the system's voice, and it was obviously also very shocked. Hearing these words, Suyi's expression burst for a while. His undead body is simply a bug-level exercise, too powerful. 148. Chase and kill all the way, the mutant one-star dragon has evolved. Suyi's communication with the system seemed to last for a while, but in fact it only lasted a second or two. At this time, his eyes had completely recovered, and he could see the scene dozens of meters in front of him. However, if I really had to look a little further, my eyes would still have a slight tingling sensation. In a short time, the distance of tens of meters is not too bad, so Suyi directly charged towards the mutant one-star dragon, directly relying on the induction. Just a blind man, how powerful can he be? The mutant star dragon sneered, raised his hand, and a shock wave shot out from his palm. Feeling that Suyi was blind at the moment, he flew up and flew towards Suyi's right side. This guy is very smart and understands that Suyi's strength is much stronger than him, so he is ready to attack with his inconvenient shortcomings at the moment. But, is Suyi really blind? Not at all. Suyi is very clear about the mutated star dragon's careful thoughts, and he just smiled coldly and let him attack, as if he didn't notice the attack from his close body at all. 1 second. 2 seconds. 3 seconds passed quickly. The mutant one-star dragon was still very cautious, and it took Suyi a few dozen meters in the air for 3 seconds before choosing to start. For this, Suyi secretly nodded and praised this guy for his intelligence and caution. However, it is useless to be cautious, because Suyi is fishing. In fact, Suyi's full firepower can directly suppress this guy. However, the mutant one-star dragon is smart, and he is also trying to make fun of him. Boom. Soon, the mutant one-star dragon was killed, and at the same time he raised his hand and aimed at Suyi with an attack. Suyi also turned his head at the same time. The cold smile on the corner of his mouth made mutated one-star dragon startled for a while, and then a look of horror appeared on his face. You. Opening his mouth, the mutant one-star dragon just said a word, and then a flash of sword energy instantly reached his face. Laugh. The lightsaber turned into the six-veined divine sword, directly chopped off his head. Dong dong dong. The head of the mutant one-star dragon rolled some distance on the ground, but his body did not die immediately, but wanted to fly up and escape. However, how could Suyi let him escape? He threw the lightsaber in his hand and directly pierced the body of the mutant one-star dragon that flew into the sky. Thump. The body fell to the ground, causing a burst of dust. Suyi glanced at it and didn't notice the aura of the mutant star dragon anymore. He shook his head and chuckled lightly. Then he came to Sun Wukong, who had fainted before, and squatted down and fed him a super fairy bean. System, the mission this time has been completed, how about it? Let me see what the reward is. After feeding Sun Wukong a super fairy bean, Suyi got up and wanted to see what the reward for his mission this time was. As a result, after waiting for a few seconds, there was no system prompt sound in his mind, which made him stunned, and then his mind entered the system task space. Unfinished. Suyi saw that there were 3 black words unfinished after the task displayed in the system space, which made his eyes widen, and his mind hurriedly retreated from the system task space, and then headed towards the place where the mutated one-star dragon's body was located. Look in the direction. Ha tilde. A gust of wind blew, and there was still the corpse of the mutant one-star dragon. Not to mention the corpse, even this guy's head is gone. There was a wry smile on Suyi's face. This was really a painful lesson. The reward he received was temporarily flying away, which really made him very uncomfortable. Brother Suyi. At this time, Sun Wukong, who had eaten the super fairy bean, woke up, saw Suyi, hurried over and asked, "Where's the one-star dragon?" Escape. Suyi sighed, but did not throw the blame. Let this guy escape, that is escape. Escape. Sun Wukong sucked in a breath of cold air and panicked. It's over, this guy has infinite growth potential. If he really escapes, I'm afraid he will have grown to a very terrifying realm next time he appears. Hearing Sun Wukong's worried words, Suyi laughed, waved his hands and said without caring, "Don't worry, with me here, this guy can't make any big waves." A mutated one-star dragon with 10 capitals is only a 10-capital mutated one-star dragon. Even if the evolution is successful for him, could it be possible to increase the combat power by 10 times to reach the combat power of 100 capitals? He didn't believe it at all. Seeing that Suyi was so confident, Sun Wukong also let go of his heart. He looked back at the position where the 4-star dragon fell to the ground before, and sighed heavily. "Wukong, I'm leaving first. Don't worry, Yi Xinglong can't escape. Su Yi smiled lightly, pointed his index finger to the middle of his eyebrows, and used teleportation to leave the place. He is going to hunt down Yi Xinglong. Although this guy's aura is very well hidden, but he has practiced meditation, and his perception is amazing. Under careful sensing, he can still trace a small trace of the evil aura belonging to Yi Xinglong. Soon, it didn't take long for Su Yi to follow the evil aura of the mutant one-star dragon he sensed all the way to an uninhabited island. Su Yi suddenly felt a powerful evil aura burst out, which made his eyes condense, and a sense of horror rose inexplicably in his heart. Wait a minute. In the original book, the one-star dragon absorbed 6 Dragon Balls and increased its combat power tenfold compared to the previous one. Now, Su Yi's heart skipped a beat, suddenly recalling the original plot of Dragon Ball GT, his face suddenly changed. I have to kill this guy quickly and stop him from evolving into a super mutant one-star dragon. Su Yi gritted his teeth, and only then did he realize the importance and danger of the matter. Call out. Su Yi flew to the top of a big mountain, and then stepped on his feet heavily, only to see the big mountain shattered slowly from the top, and then exploded with a bang. Get me out. Su Yi let out a loud shout and directly transformed into the second form of the Super Saiyan God. His strength was still the same as the previous 40, and there was no change. This strength is indeed very terrifying, let alone a master at the level of Weiss. Even if there are a few more, he is not cowardly, and can easily crush it with one hand. However, if the strength of the super mutant one-star dragon is really 10 times higher than that of the mutant one-star dragon as in the original book, then he will be the one to be crushed. Boom! The roar of the explosion resounded throughout the island, a black light descended from the sky, and in a deep pit, an evil dragon rose into the sky. It was the mutant one-star dragon. Dead Monkey 943, chasing him all the way, I really don't know whether to live or die. The mutant one-star dragon rushed into the sky, and bright black and dazzling fireworks rose all over the body, and the momentum was even more terrifying. System, how strong is this guy? Su Yi stared at the one-star dragon, narrowed his eyes, and asked a question in his heart. DDD. The voice of the system rang in Su Yi's mind. The combat power of the mutant one-star dragon has been detected, 50 Beijing. Note, at present, there is still 50% progress before he transforms into a super mutant one-star dragon. Closing parenthesis quote. 50 Beijing's combat power. And this has not completely become a super mutant one-star dragon. Hearing the beep of the system, Su Yi sucked in a breath of cold air. 10 less than this one-star dragon. On the surface, it does appear to be an insurmountable chasm. However, don't forget that Su Yi has an immortal body. In a sense, he can fight a protracted war of attrition. Therefore, as long as you kill this guy quickly, you can successfully prevent the subsequent transformation of the mutant one-star dragon. However, it is indeed very difficult and challenging to have a combat power of 40 Beijing against a strong enemy with a combat power of 50 Beijing. This is another lesson. In the future, if you can cut through the mess with a quick knife, you must not procrastinate. Moreover, you must be sure whether you are dead before you can relax your vigilance. Su Yi taught himself a lesson in his heart, and after bursting, he killed the mutant one-star dragon in midair. 149. 18 Palms of Subduing Dragons. Kinglong has regrets. Su Yi quickly started a battle with the mutant one-star dragon. At first, he couldn't see anything. As the two fought, the difference in the combat power of 10 Beijing gradually became apparent. Although Su Yi has an immortal body and is not afraid of injuries at all, he can't stand the powerful explosive power of the mutant one-star dragon. The injury on his body healed in 1 second, but the next second, there were more than a dozen injuries. After a few minutes of repeated battles, Su Yi knew that it was not good for him to use the wear and tear to win the protracted battle. If that's the case, then let's be tough to the end. Su Yi burst out with a terrifying breath, roared, holding the lightsaber formed from the 6 famed divine sword in his hand, killing the mutant one-star dragon. Ping pong pong. The sixth Thane divine sword stabbed the mutant one-star dragon, arousing firelights and making a sound like iron. My dear, the physical power of this evil dragon is so terrifying. Su Yi was stunned inwardly. You must know that the lightsaber condensed with his 6th Thane's caliber is a super expert who can easily kill 30 Jing and 40 Jing. And this evil dragon, with the strength of his flesh, directly competed with his lightsaber, which was simply unimaginably terrifying. Monkey, I'll give you a chance to transform into a red monkey. When Su Yi was secretly shocked, the mutant one-star dragon sneered. He thought that the red monkey, that is, the Super Saiyan 4, was stronger than the Super Saiyan 2 form at the moment. In fact, he didn't realize that his own strength had increased a lot in vain. Hearing the words of the mutant one-star dragon, Su Yi's face sank, and he felt that the evil dragon was mocking him, and that his strength was not worth mentioning. Huh. Su Yi sneered and threw a punch. This was just a punch to attract attention. In fact, it was to cover him and fly back dozens of meters. Since you don't turn into a red monkey, then I'll kill you. The mutant one-star dragon laughed and flew towards Su Yi quickly. First kill you, and then kill Sun Wukong. You dead monkeys have too much potential, you need to clean them up as soon as possible. Seeing that the mutant one-star dragon was able to rush over, Su Yi showed a cold smile on his face, raised an attacking gesture, and slammed it out at him. The first style of the 18 palms of subduing the dragon has regrets. Along with Su Yi's roar, a 9-clawed golden dragon flew out from the center of his palm. Yan. The sound of the dragon's roar resounded throughout the entire island, and with this sound alone, the mutant one-star dragon that rushed over almost fell into the sky. The mutant one-star dragon is also a dragon, but this 9-clawed golden dragon is one of the top dragons in China, and its dragon might easily suppress other dragons. Boom. The 9-clawed golden dragon rushed over and hit the mutant one-star dragon, causing bursts of explosions. Su Yi didn't stop attacking and quickly played the second style of the 18 palms of subduing the dragon, the flying dragon in the sky, the third style seeing the dragon in the field, the fourth style. After a set of combo moves, he literally suppressed this mutant one-star dragon with a combat power of 50 Jing with a combat power of 40 Jing. The power of the 18 dragon subduing palms is indeed powerful, and it has a very strong repressive effect on this kind of dragon creature. Su Yi was very satisfied with the power created by his 18 dragon subduing palms, and nodded secretly with a smile on his face. Soon, the smoke and dust from the explosion area dissipated, revealing the body of the mutant one-star dragon lying on the ground. Su Yi didn't hear the system's beep saying that his mission was complete, so he didn't rush forward, but instead gathered chi and gave this guy a super large energy cannon. Boom. A very huge energy cannon was thrown from Su Yi's hand, and the speed was very fast. In the blink of an eye, it had already rushed towards the mutant one-star dragon lying on the ground. The roar of explosions sounded one after another, with great momentum. When Su Yi looked at it, there was a burst of flying sand and stone, which made his eyes narrow. Mission, still no prompt to complete. This guy's life is too hard. Su Yi still didn't step forward. He folded his arms and stared at the front. Soon the smoke, dust, stone and soil in front of him dissipated, and 7 figures appeared. He stared at the 7 figures, facing the 7 dragons. From the first to the 7th from the left, the evil aura on each evil dragon is very strong. The 4-star dragon appears to have been infected. Su Yi glanced at the 4-star dragon that was almost in the middle, and checked his introduction with the system. The signs were all called the evil 4-star dragon. Therefore, if he killed this evil dragon, there would be no embarrassment at all. Dead monkey, we are 7 evil dragons, it's better to be sensible and get out, otherwise 1 dragon and 1 energy ball will come down, and you won't be able to eat and walk away. The mutant 1-star dragon on the far left roared angrily. At this time, his combat power was not as terrifying as 50 Jing, but just the same as the previous 10 Jing. That's right, monkey, our 7 brothers are of one mind. We can merge and transform into a super evil dragon. You can't even run away. Now, I'll give you a chance to run. Another evil dragon opened his mouth. Suyi glanced at him, and there was a cold smile on the corner of his mouth. With the previous lessons, it is naturally impossible for Suyi to let go of these evil dragons. Thunder attacked, but in the blink of an eye, all the 7 evil dragons were beheaded by Suyi. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the task of saving the world of Dragon Ball GT. Ding! Quest rewards are being dispatched to the host. Ding! Congratulations, host, a quest package has been delivered to your system package space, please remember to check it. ... A series of system prompts sounded in Suyi's mind. He didn't immediately check what was in the quest package this time. Instead, he came to the 7 Dragon Balls that he slaughtered and turned into 7 Dragon Balls, and slowly crouched down. Down. According to what he meant, he was going to call Shenlong directly to restore the disaster loss this time, but after thinking about it, he was still going to hand it over to Sun Wukong and the others. Picking up the 7 Dragon Balls, since Sun Wukong couldn't detect his breath, Suyi sensed his position slightly and teleported directly to him. On Guixian Island, Monkey King, Vegeta, Sun Gohan, Piccolo. A large group of people gathered around, all waiting for the end of the matter. Diaresis, I can't sense Big Brother Suyi's breath at all. Hey, I don't know what happened. Sun Wukong sighed. The incident has been resolved. Suddenly, a voice accompanied a figure in the Guixian house. Brother Suyi. Hearing his voice, Sun Wukong looked back. A smile suddenly appeared on his face. Suyi, who was familiar with the others and considered strangers to Sun Wufan and the others, smiled, then took out the 7 Dragon Balls and gave them to Sun Wukong, and said, Dragon Balls for you. Sun Wukong took the Dragon Ball in his arms, glanced at the 4 planets, and sighed, make a wish to restore the hard loss of this disaster, Qianzhao. As for the 4 planets, I will find them back after a year. In the future, try to be as good as possible. If you don't summon a dragon, you can't summon a dragon. Suyi smiled slightly, knowing that the plot of Dragon Ball GT is almost over. Next, is the Doujin Dragon Ball AF. Dragon Ball AF is only in the form of comics, and it cannot be made into the form of anime. However, Suyi, who is a fan of Dragon Ball, still knows the general trend of this comic, so he will not panic in the future. Not to mention, when the AF story unfolds, it will be 5 years later, when the 3rd son of Sun Wukong, Jai Ko in the Western Realm King God invaded the Earth, then his strength will be more than that, just up a notch. Therefore, Suyi was not flustered. After that, Suyi stayed in Dragon Ball GT for a while, and then returned to the main space-time world. The 2nd day of the main time and space world was only a few minutes later. Use the time room to continue your practice, and soon, it will come to the 8th day of the 10-day period. 150. At the beginning of the 2nd Power Conference, the pressure brought by the 7th universe. On the 8th day of the 10-day period, Suyi walked out of the training room on this day. It is a pity that the time flow rate of 100 times is currently the limit. Otherwise, 200 times, 300 times, wouldn't that be nice? That's it, 100 times the flow of time in a few days. Suyi's combat power when he transformed into the 2nd form of the Super Saiyan God also increased from 40 Beijing to 45 Beijing. Don't think that the combat power of 5 Beijing has skyrocketed in a few days. If it is a few more days, wouldn't it have skyrocketed the combat power of 5 Beijing? First, this is the reason for 100 times the time flow rate. Second, in the Dragon Ball GT world before, Suyi gained some insights into the combat power of the mutant star dragon, which led to his combat power increasing so quickly. Oh, I forgot, that quest pack in the world of Dragon Ball GT. Suyi patted his forehead, then sank into the system package space. Soon, an ordinary variegated gift bag with a bad appearance appeared in his eyes. Task package. Converted to the level of the daily package, the package is greater than or equal to the diamond level. All this depends on the host's luck. Taking a look at the introduction of this quest package, Suyi's eyes suddenly lit up. To be honest, this quest package is really good. The minimum is a diamond level package, and if you are lucky, you may reach a master or a grandmaster or even a king level package. This alone made Suyi feel that he should give this gift package a compliment. Yes, this package is very nice, but I'm not going to open this package at 170 now, because I don't think today will be a very lucky day. Suyi smiled, put the gift bag in the system package space, and said, "System, you send me today's daily gift bag, I'll test my luck first." "Okay, please wait a moment, host." The system replied, and after a few seconds, it continued, "Ding. The gift package has been delivered today, please pay attention to check it, host." "Oh." Suyi responded with a deep thought, and the corners of his mouth twitched. Bronze level gift bag, he recalled. How many years ago was the last time he received a bronze level gift bag? 5 years, 7 years, 10 years. In short, after so many years, it was the first time that he once again received a bronze level daily package. So, in fact, in this case, I really don't know whether to say he is lucky or very bad. If I remember correctly, the bronze level gift bag can be stored indefinitely. If that's the case, why don't I just put this gift bag in the space and not open it in a hurry? Suyi asked. "Yes, host." The system responded. "Okay, I see." Suyi didn't care about this bronze level gift bag anymore. All in all, the gift bag he got from the quest in Dragon Ball GT World made him not a big loss recently. At least, it has to be a diamond gift package, doesn't it? There are still 2 days and 10 days to come. At that time, in the second power conference, he will completely reveal all his combat power. He stayed in the ancient times for so many years, how could he have no understanding of the high priest's careful thinking? He knew that this guy would disguise himself as one of the contestants to fight against him, there was no doubt about that. He came to his courtyard, stood for a while, and then the little girl ran over and jumped into his arms. The 2 double ponytails kept rubbing against the tip of his nose, and the fragrance of the hair and body made Suyi smell it, and it smelled good. "Dad, you're finally out, I miss you so much." The little girl rubbed Suyi's body, and she was already a young adult, which would inevitably make Suyi a little embarrassed as a father. After coughing twice, Suyi hugged the girl down, rubbed her head, and asked, "The second power conference in 2 days, do you want to come with me?" "Of course, Dad will take it wherever he finds it, and he will always follow you anyway." The little girl came up again, put her arms around her father's arms, and rubbed against him again. "You girl." Suyi smiled dotingly, then took her by the hand to the inner room. Today, Akatsuki didn't go to work in the company, so she had a hearty lunch during her break. "Oh right, Xiao, do you have time recently?" At the dinner table, Suyi suddenly remembered something and asked. What's wrong?" Akatsuki Mato stopped his chopsticks and looked at Suyi. "In a few days, our family will go out to travel again. This time, it is not our 7th universe, but other universes." Suyi smiled and said, "This power conference is over, CBFE, he must relax himself, and the best way must be to travel with the person he loves the most." Their family basically traveled to all the places in the 7th universe that should be visited, and if they wanted to travel again, they would definitely go to other universes. Just taking advantage of this power conference, he can follow the 6th universe, the 11th universe, or the 1st universe. Anyway, there are so many universes, he doesn't believe it, there is no fun. Hearing Suyi's words, Mato Akatsuki's eyes lit up, nodded hastily, and said, "Where is my husband going, where am I going?" "Haha, good. Since that's the case, don't be busy for a while. Join me in a conference in 2 days, and we'll set off after the conference is over." Suyi laughed. ... The 2 days passed by very quickly. The infusion did not rest in the past 2 days, but brought Bulma and the others to Guixian Island to have fun with everyone. As for Sun Wukong and the others, Suyi has not seen their actions since he came to Guixian Island for 2 days. On this day, Whis and Beerus arrive. At the same time, Sun Wukong and others also stopped their cultivation and came to Turtle Immortal Island. A group of people met, and then went to the boundless world together, and came to this familiar place 10 days ago, and many people had sighs on their faces. The people of the 7th universe appeared, and other universes cast their grateful eyes. If they hadn't made a wish to restore all the disappeared universes, they would definitely not appear in everyone's sight again. Humph. Humph. Brothers Beerus and Champa glanced at each other, both of them snorted very proudly, and then turned their heads in other directions. At this, members of both universes laughed. Suyi glanced at the people present. Most of them looked at them not only with gratitude, but also with fear. Because the overall strength of the 7th universe is too strong, it is not like the combat power of the same class as them. This is indeed the case. In the duel at the top levels of each universe, no matter who it is, they have to admit that the gap with the people of the 7th universe is indeed a bit big. Soon, King Quan came, and so did the Great Priest. Seeing the Great Priest, the latter also glanced at Suyi, with faint smiles on their faces, and each nodded as a greeting. Everyone, the second power conference of the 12 universes will begin soon. Next, I will build the ring. Everyone, please be ready to enter. The High Priest's voice like a spring breeze rang in the ears of everyone present, and then he waved his right hand, and a ring bigger than before rose in the air. The second power conference officially begins. As the voice of the Great Priest fell, the 12 gods of destruction from the universe and the top masters in the universe all entered, each standing vigilantly watching their surroundings. 151. Super Saiyan 1 actually increased 60 times. It has to be said that the pressure brought by the 7th universe is very strong. In the entire arena, basically no universe will set their sights on them first because if the challenge fails, they will be the first universe to be eliminated. Of course, the first universe to be eliminated is naturally the last one, so naturally there will be no pressure on these people in the future. Therefore, it is basically impossible for people who do not commit suicide to take the initiative to provoke the majesty of the 7th universe. Just like that, the atmosphere was deadlocked for about a few minutes, and no one moved. In the end, it was the destruction god Elephant Ka of the 6th universe that flew to the 7th universe, and then hooked his finger at Beerus, and then pointed his thumb to the side, which obviously means that we are going there, go for a fight. Beerus is the kind of person who is easy to be provoked by others, so he walked out immediately, ran aside and started a fight with this guy. With the beginning of the Beerus brothers, some people started to invite battles. In short, each universe has a bottom line, so that their universe will not be eliminated in an instant. To be honest, it doesn't matter if it is the last one. It is the most embarrassing and humiliating thing if whoever becomes the first to be eliminated or the first to be eliminated from the universe. Suyi found a stone pile and sat down, then looked around, thinking about when the Great Priest would come to fight him. But after waiting for a while, no one came to him, which made him very strange. After waiting for a while, Suyi got up from the pile of stones and ran to the field. The people in the field saw him coming and gave way. Some of the people who were fighting also stopped and moved out of the way. As he walked, he looked at the sky from time to time. When he saw the Great Priest was always in the sky, he frowned and thought, this guy Karen will not be cowardly, right? But think about it carefully, the strength of the Great Priest is very powerful, how can he admit it like this, and it does not match his temperament. After staying in the ancient times for so long, Suyi knew that the Great Priest was very gentle on the surface and seemed to not care about anything. In fact, once he suffered a loss or lost somewhere, he was very strong, indomitable mentality. Therefore, this time, such a good opportunity to fight, he did not believe that the Great Priest would not come to fight him. The battle in the surrounding area started completely, and various explosions roared in his ears, which made him inadvertently glance at the past, and found that Sun Wukong was fighting Jiren. These two guys are the top masters in their respective universes, and the collision between the two leaves them empty, because the aftermath of their battle at this level is enough to cause a weaker person to suffer a devastating blow. No one dared to confront him. Suyi found another stone pile and sat down, then nodded secretly while watching the battle between Jiren and Sun Wukong. For 10 days, he guessed that these two guys didn't stop cultivating and kept moving forward. The difference in combat power between the two is not too big now, which shows how terrifying Sun Wukong's improvement is. After all, Jiren could be said to be able to unilaterally crush Sun Wukong before, but now the two of them are in a similar state. In Suyi's view, this kind of even-handed confrontation is the most attractive. Originally, for Suyi, this power meeting was very worth looking forward to, but as a result, the great priest did not come off to find him for a duel, which made him really boring, because the others were even the best. The god of destruction couldn't match him with 1 or 2 moves. Then, can you give me some pointers? At this time, a voice rang behind Suyi. Hearing this sentence, Suyi had a smile on his face, got up hastily, and then turned around to take a look. When he saw the person in front of him, who thought it was a great priest, a look of disappointment flashed on his face. The person in front of him is the Saiyan Gabe from the 6th universe. Mr. Saiyan from the 7th universe, my name is Gabe, although I am weak, but I want to become stronger, in order to protect the people I want to protect, so I beg you to help me. Is it okay? Gabe, the Saiyan in Universe 6, is very sincere, and his eyes are full of anticipation and anxiety. Seeing the sincere expression on Gabe's face, Suyi frowned, then pondered for a while, then nodded. In this case, you are now in your strongest state, let me see your strength. After all, they are people of the same family. Although they are not in the same universe, Suyi can give some pointers, and try to give some pointers. The main thing is that he is very boring now anyway. Thank you so much. Hearing that Suyi agreed, Gabe was all excited, and kept bowing to Suyi and thanking him for a while. Finally, Gabe raised his body to look directly at Suyi, roared and transformed into a Super Saiyan 1. Bland. Suyi just glanced at it and made a definition in his heart. Gabe's Super Saiyan 1 is nothing more than a normal Super Saiyan 1 first stage, nothing special. Drink. Katakana middle dot katakana middle dot katakana middle dot asking for flowers katakana middle dot. When Suyi thought that Gabe's transformation was bland and not outstanding, the guy roared again. His aura was much stronger than before. Huh. Feeling the breath on Gabe's body at this moment, Suyi's eyes widened. Good guy, before this kid was obviously in the first stage of an ordinary Super Saiyan 1, and it was amazing to let him see it again just now. Originally, Super Saiyan 1 only had a 50-fold increase, but after this kid burst his anger, it turned out to be a 60-fold increase. But don't underestimate it, this is only a 10-fold increase. But in fact, think about Suyi's Super Saiyan 1, which can only have a 50-fold increase, while this guy's Super Saiyan 1 has reached a 60-fold increase. What is the concept? Boundaries are pushed. That's right, this kid named Gabe from Universe 6 broke the tradition and broke the limit that Super Saiyan 1 should only have a 50-fold increase in combat power. 0. How did you do it? Suyi was interested and asked curiously. I don't know, in short, because I couldn't break through Super Saiyan 2, and then I kept practicing in Super Saiyan 1 state, and slowly, I found that my combat power increased tenfold. Gabe scratched his head and replied embarrassedly. Hearing this, Suyi pondered, and continued to practice in the state of Super Saiyan 1. Could it be possible to increase the multiplier? Thinking about it, his eyes flashed. To be honest, he had never experienced such a thing, because after he transformed into Super Saiyan 1, it would not take long for him to transform into Super Saiyan 2. And the reason for Gabe is that he has been unable to break through Super Saiyan 2, so the reason why he deepened his realm in Super Saiyan 1 can he transform. After thinking about it, Suyi felt that something was not quite right. After all, before they were able to transform into Super Saiyan 2, whether it was Sun Wukong or Vegeta, there was no reason for these two to practice less than Gabe, and neither of them was able to increase their combat power tenfold. Therefore, the general reason Suyi still thinks should be Gabe's own physique. Okay, I see. Suyi nodded and stretched out his hand. He has the power to stimulate people's potential like the Great Elder and the Old Realm King God, so he intends to stimulate the potential of this kid Gabe. If he can transform into a Super Saiyan 2, and if there is a Super Saiyan 2, the increase in combat power should be 100 times more than 10 times, then this kid's physique is really abnormal enough. 152. Hidden Easter Egg Quest. Saiyan Mentor. Although Gabe didn't know what Suyi wanted to do when he reached out his hand, he still followed him and took a small step, getting closer to Suyi. Do you have any orders, sir? Gabe asked respectfully. I brought out a small portion of your potential, and I wanted to see if your Super Saiyan 2 would be 10 times more powerful than our Super Saiyan 2. Suyi smiled. Hearing this, Gabe's eyes lit up with a look of surprise on his face. Suyi saw Gabe, who had closed his eyes, and slowly put his hand on his head, and a 7-colored light flashed on his palm. Come over. Gabby. Khalifa of Universe 6 saw Gabe in front of Suyi, as if she was being baptized, and her brows furrowed. Go and see. After thinking for a while, the female Saiyan warrior from Universe 6 gritted her teeth, and then pulled Car towards Suyi. In her eyes, the strength of this guy Suyi made the May 20 people very unhappy. However, this absolute strength also had to convince her. Now this guy Gabe feels like he's getting something good, and she's thinking about it right away. What opportunities did you get? You know, she has also been stuck in the state of Super Saiyan 1 for a very long time. If she can enter the state of Super Saiyan 2, her strength will definitely be improved. So, thinking of this, Khalifa's heart suddenly became hot. Soon, Khalifa, who was pulling Kair, came to stand near Suyi and Gabe, and the two women's eyes were on Suyi. In this scene, in the auditorium outside the venue, Bulma saw two women surrounded her husband, and immediately got up from the auditorium, rolling up her sleeves and looking unhappy. Who are these two women? Look at this like this. What is my husband doing? While speaking, Bulma wanted to jump over the fence, but she wanted to fly towards the ring. Sister Bulma. Seeing her action, Lazuli showed a wry smile on her face. She hurriedly stood up and hugged her, whispering, Sister, don't embarrass your husband. After all, there are so many gods around here. If you let them know about us women with such a powerful husband are so jealous, isn't it a shame? Hearing Laslie's words, Bulma, who was holding the fence, frowned, thought for a moment, let go, turned around and glanced around, and found several angels of the universe and other realm kings. All the gods set their sights on her. Immediately, Bulma's pretty face blushed, coughed twice in embarrassment, and then returned to the auditorium and sat down. Seeing that Bulma was irritable and full of embarrassment, Kalinya Mucha and Tianjin Fan, who did not participate in the competition, immediately laughed. What are you laughing at? Is there anything funny? Bulma heard the laughter. Her pretty face blushed again, then snorted and glared at them, sitting in the audience seat and then looking at the field. After a while, it should be due to personality, let her wave her hand and shouted, Husband, come on. Send me all these women who want to soak in you. Ooh. Bulma spoke, and then called out excitedly twice. Seeing her true temperament, Weiss shook his head and chuckled, and then looked at the ring in the arena. At this moment, Suyi has already stimulated a small part of Gabe's potential, and the latter's momentum is skyrocketing wildly. Ah! The potential was fully stimulated, and as Gabe roared, the bland golden fireworks around him began to swell, followed by lightning bolts appearing around his golden fireworks, crackling loudly. Damn it! It's too good. On the other side, Khalifa saw Gabe's change, with a shocked expression on her face. She was originally from the Sixth Universe's little sister, and she uttered a foul language. Hearing Khalifa's voice, Suyi glanced sideways and found the little sister's shocked expression. When he saw his gaze coming over, he also met his gaze. That The shocking look on Caulifla's face instantly turned into a flattering smile. She hurriedly trotted to Suyi, rubbed her hands and stared at him, kicked a small stone beside her feet, and said, "That. Dear Mr. Saiyan from Universe 7, may I ask, how did you get this guy Gabe to transform into Super Saiyan 2? In the face of the temptation to increase her strength, Caulifla has no temper at all. Just like a dying person, in the face of survival, there is absolutely no dignity and temper." Suyi looked at this female Saiyan warrior in the 6th universe. She had a flattering smile on her face, but her eyes were very sincere. Generally speaking, it was just a yearning for strength, and her attitude did not show any disgust in life. Suyi rubbed his chin with his hand and thought. Caulifla was not in a hurry, and still looked at him expectantly without urging. She knows that she is now the one who asks for others. If she remains arrogant, isn't she completely killing herself? Not to mention, Suyi's strength alone, and the fact that the last power conference brought them back to life, made her unable to be arrogant in front of Suyi. Boom. Suyi had already thought about it, opened his mouth, and was just about to speak. At this time, Gabe next to him suddenly burst out with another powerful breath. Damn it, this guy's strength has skyrocketed again. Caulifla, who was waiting for Suyi to speak, felt Gabe's momentum, her eyes suddenly widened, and she exclaimed. Huh. Compared to Caulifla's shock, this aura is indeed powerful, but it's the same for him. He was surprised that Gabe turned into a Super Saiyan. People 2 is indeed more than 100 times the combat power increase. However, it is also not a 110-fold increase. Instead, 120 times the combat power increase. Great power, is this the power of Super Saiyan 2? The completely transformed Gabe clenched his fists tightly with a shocked expression on his face. Then he hurriedly came to Suyi and bowed deeply. If it weren't for your help, Mister, it is impossible to transform into Super Saiyan 2. Your strength is very strong. Gabe may not be able to help you do anything big, but if you have any orders, Gabe will go through fire and water, and he will do whatever he wants. Quote. Hearing this, Suyi shook his head and chuckled, waved his hand, just about to say nothing, but soon thought that he was going to take Bulma and the others to see other universes. So, at that time, you can actually let Gabe take them to play in the fun places in the 6th universe. Thinking of this, Suyi nodded and decided that the first stop on the trip would be Universe 6. Sir. Caulifla, who was on the side, saw that Gabe had obtained a huge benefit, and hurriedly shouted. Come here. Suyi hooked her hand at her, motioning her to come to him. Caulifla didn't think much, and jumped in front of Suyi as instructed. Suyi stretched out her hand and put it on Caulifla's head, and then inspired a small part of her potential. It's not that Suyi hides his clumsiness and doesn't give them full potential, but that he thinks it's better to go step by step. Besides, if their potential is stimulated all at once, then I am afraid that it is really hurting the 2.2s. Because the potential of the Saiyan race who can transform into a Super Saiyan is infinite, and to stimulate all potential in advance is to terminate his potential at his weakest moment in advance. This is also the reason why in the original Dragon Ball anime, Son Gohan was first inspired by the Great Elder of Namek, and then once again by the old Kaiwang God during the Majin Buu period. Inspire once, benefit for years. This is not nonsense. Soon, Caulifla's potential was also stimulated to completion. Her Super Saiyan 2 also broke out, and this woman's combat power increased a lot, just like their Super Saiyan 2 in Universe 7, 100-fold increase. In the end, Suyi also activated a small amount of potential for Kair, the legendary Super Saiyan. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the hidden Easter egg quest, Saiyan Mentor. Just when Suyi closed his hand, a system sound suddenly sounded in his mind, which made him stunned. 153. The third stage of Wukong's free supreme inspiration. System, what does this mean? Suyi was stunned for a while, then asked. Host, this quest is a hidden Easter egg quest. You need to inadvertently satisfy a certain point of this quest before it can be triggered. The system opened up to explain. Hearing this, Suyi pondered for a while, and then suddenly became stunned. It seemed that he had mentored most of the Saiyans he was close to before. Columns such as Monkey King, Vegeta, Monkey King. Now, add Gabe, Caulifla, and Kaylee, the 3 Saiyans from the 6th universe. So, have you completed this hidden Easter egg quest? That's right. System recovery. Okay, then let me see what this hidden Easter egg quest can give me. Suyi smiled, and then his mind sank into the system task space. Soon, a golden exclamation mark entered his sight. Clicking on the quest with a golden exclamation mark, Suyi glanced at the quest's introduction, which was similar to what he thought. He pulled it down and took a look at the quest reward. Seeing the reward for completing this task, 3 big black question marks appeared on Suyi's forehead. This Nima, just a title. Saiyan Instructor, a title that can be obtained by those who have taught more than 6 Saiyans. The specific function is to help their 28-year-old students to further improve their potential. Suyi saw the introduction of this title, and another series of big black question marks appeared on his forehead. What the hell kind of reward is this? System, let's come out and talk. To be reasonable, there is no quest reward. I'm afraid I really don't have any small emotions. You made a quest reward, that's all. No wonder Suyi was upset. What exactly is the reward for this task? Even he would rather not have this reward, he should be more comfortable teaching. Host, you haven't read the follow-up introduction to the title of Saiyan Mentor. After a long silence, the sweet and beautiful voice of the system suddenly rang in Suyi's mind. Hearing this, Suyi was stunned for a moment, then pursed the corners of his mouth in embarrassment, and continued to sink in his thoughts before taking a look at the follow-up introduction to the title of Saiyan Mentor. Hold the grass, hold the grass, hold the grass. After 3 seconds, Suyi, who had read the follow-up introduction to the title of Saiyan Mentor, couldn't help but burst out 3 swear words in a row. Host, do you still think this title is useless? The sound of the system's ridicule came, making Suyi really blushed and hot. He coughed twice to stabilize his emotions. Suyi took another look at the follow-up introduction to the title of Saiyan Mentor. Saiyan Instructor. I have taught more than 6. The specific function is to be able to help dogs. While the students taught are practicing, the title will automatically convert some of the combat power obtained from the practice to the instructor. So horrible. It's so scary. This title. To be honest, being able to obtain some of the results of the practice of the students he taught means that he is not only practicing alone, but also that several people are helping him practice at the same time. He almost lost such a heaven-defying title, and now he really wants to give himself 2 ears. It's really lost. That's the real waste of money. Do I need to wear it? Suyi asked a question, and his heart was hot at this time. Buff that increases the speed of cultivation of Biming Divine Art, and a bug that increases the speed of time 100 times in the time house. The effect of his practice in the future will definitely not be as simple as 1 + 1 + 1 = 3. Need. The system replied. Suyi nodded, just about to wear this title. At this time, there was a sudden explosion and roar around him, pulling him back to reality. A figure was blown away beside him. Who was this kid if it wasn't Sun Wukong? Boom. Another energy bombardment came. Suyi looked up. This time the rules of the power conference were not as strict as before, and it was possible to fly. Therefore, Jiren in the sky is now bombarding the position where Sun Wukong fell to the ground below. Suyi watched coldly, not ready to help Sun Wukong. First, he believed that Sun Wukong had the strength to escape. Second, not being able to escape is also a test for him. So in any case, Suyi will not help. The smoke and dust were filled, and after a while, it dispersed, and a silver-white light emerged from the place where Sun Wukong had been before. Suyi stared at the past, and suddenly there was a faint and gratifying smile on the corner of his mouth. This guy really surprised him. That's right, Sun Wukong has broken through to the third stage of Zizai Jigong. At this time, his whole person was in the silver white light. Boo! A sound like the cork being pulled out sounded in the field, and the silver white light and glass that wrapped Sun Wukong in it were shattered, revealing his figure. This guy Kakarot. On the other hand, Vegeta, who once again fought with the 11th universe Topo, suddenly changed his face and turned his head to look at Sun Wukong. After feeling the momentum in him, the originally very aggressive momentum was in vain at this moment. Fell down. Sun Wukong. In the sky, Jiren stared at Sun Wukong on the ground, gritted his teeth, and called out his name. Jillian. Sun Wukong looked up at the sky with a smile on the corner of his mouth. As he called out Jiren's name, he rose from the ground, rushed into the sky in an instant, and arrived in front of Jiren. Drink. Sun Wukong roared and punched out. In the original work, the strength of Sun Wukong in this state is similar to Jiren's, but don't forget, his strength is stronger than that of him in the original work. Don't underestimate the strength of these, enough to make Sun Wukong reach another level. Suyi on the ground glanced at Sun Wukong's combat power in this state, 12.5 Beijing. As for Jiren, it is 12.1 Kyoto. The strength of the two seems to be similar, but in fact, the strength of 0.4 Jing is enough for Sun Wukong to abuse Jiren a few times. Next, fully entering the time of Sun Wukong's counterattack, Jiren is not the opponent of Sun Wukong at all, and soon, Jiren is completely defeated. Sun Wukong thought about it for a while, but didn't directly throw him off the ring, because he needed this guy to recover, and then fight him again. A rare opponent, Sun Wukong is naturally reluctant to let Jiren leave the ring so soon. Brother Suyi. Sun Wukong returned to his normal state and flew to Suyi. Han Han smiled, and 447 shouted. Yes, your strength is now enough to fight against Beerus. Suyi nodded very gratified, thinking that Sun Wukong was only 70% of Beerus' strength not long ago, but now he has surpassed him. The speed of this strength growth is really fast enough. Hearing Suyi's compliment, Sun Wukong smiled embarrassedly, then scratched his head and turned his head to look at Vegeta. Seeing his breakthrough, Sun Wukong was already in a state of rage, madly hammering the original not the top of his opponent. Your breakthrough this time can be regarded as stimulating Vegeta. Suyi also glanced at Vegeta, shook his head and smiled. Sun Wukong clenched his fist and said, I believe that Vegeta will also be able to break through to the third stage of Zizai Jigong. Suyi smiled again. At present, Vegeta didn't even comprehend the second stage of the ultimate freedom, and was thinking about the third stage. At that time, I am afraid that Sun Wukong has completely controlled Zizai Jigong, and this guy can understand the second stage, right? Or, open a back door to this guy and pretend to teach it to him inadvertently. Suyi thought to himself, not because he didn't want to teach, but because Vegeta was too arrogant. He was more afraid that he wouldn't accept this love, and he would be embarrassed at that time. After all, this is not the same as the first teaching. Monkey King and Vegeta are on the same starting line, and it is the first time that Vegeta is willing to teach. In this second stage, everyone has no external help. If Vegeta asks Suyi to teach it to him, it will definitely leave a knot in his heart, and he will definitely think that he has fallen behind Sun Wukong in his entire life. 154. Suye vs. Great Priest. Super Duel. After thinking about it, Suyi also dismissed the idea of teaching Vegeta the second stage of the ultimate freedom. There have been several universes who have been kicked out of the ring, but so far no universe has been eliminated. Suyi took another look at the Great Priest in the sky. This guy also looked at him, and the faint smile on the corner of his mouth made his eyes flash, and it also evoked a slight arc. It seems that this guy Karen has a plan in mind. Suyi didn't wait any longer. He took a strong shot and turned into a humanoid harvester again. Every time he walked, someone was knocked off the ring by him. After a while, the first universe to be eliminated appeared, the 12th universe. This universe is exactly the group of guys who maliciously reported Su Yi before, and the first team to attack him. The god of destruction Jin also participated in this power conference again, but after this time, he really lost the priesthood of the god of destruction. Immediately afterwards, the first universe, the second universe, the third universe. Several universes were all cleaned up by Su Yi alone. Soon, there were only a few universes left in the field. The 6th universe, the 7th universe, the 11th universe. Like the first power conference, this time is also the remaining 3 universes. However, the number of people is not the same. In the 11th universe, there is only Jiren alone. All the people in the 7th universe are there, and all the people in the 6th universe are likewise. In fact, if it wasn't for Sun Wukong who wanted to continue fighting with Jiren, Jiren would have been kicked out of the ring. Universe 7 continued to fight with the people from Universe 6, and Jiren also continued to fight Sun Wukong. As for Su Yi, who was watching a play on the side, this game felt as if it had nothing to do with him. At this time, the high priest in the sky outside the field saw that the people on the ring were almost there, and turned around and flew to the seat on the high platform where King Quan was. King Quan, I want to step down and compete with Mr. Su Yi. What do you think? The high priest's eyes flashed with fiery light, and he asked. Is the grand priest going to compete with Su Yi? When King Quan heard the great priest's words, his eyes widened, and then he glanced at Su Yi, who was really bored in the arena, pursed his lips, nodded and said, yes. But, you are not going to hurt him. Hearing King Quan's words, the grand priest smiled and said yes, and then slowly flew towards the ring. Seeing the great priest flying towards the ring, everyone in the universe who were eliminated was stunned for a moment. Why is the great priest flying towards the ring? Someone asked in confusion. Isn't it right? The great priest is itching to find someone to fight. A man jokingly said this sentence. Swish swish. As soon as these words came out, everyone's attention turned to him. Murloc, are you really trying to die? You're making fun of the great priest when you say this, do you know that? A frogman stood up and looked coldly at the Murloc who had just spoken. That's right, with the status and strength of a great priest, would you participate in this level of battle? Another person jumped out, pointing to the Murloc who spoke before. For a time, the fish man was pointed at by thousands of people, and he couldn't raise his head at all. He hid his head and squatted down, his body shivering. Humph. Those who accused the Murlocs of various universes snorted coldly, and turned their heads to look at the arena in the arena. At this moment, everyone's eyes almost fell. My God! The sound of gasping for air resounded in the auditoriums of each universe, and everyone, including the angels in every universe, were shocked. Because, in their opinion, it is impossible for the great priest to participate in a duel of this level, and he really launched an invitation to a battle on the stage. Father In the 7th universe auditorium, Weiss' face was full of shock, and he said incredulously, Why? Why did you invite Mr. Su Yi to a duel? There was a strange brilliance in Vado's beautiful eyes. To be honest, she was also very shocked. In her eyes, the great priest with absolute strength is the real god. And now, an absolutely invincible god has actually issued an invitation to a duel against a human being. It's too suffocating to think about it. Vados shook her head in amazement. She had forgotten how many years ago she saw her father take action. At this time, in the arena. You're finally on stage. Su Yi looked at the great priest in midair with a smile and said. Seeing this scene, the faces of the people around were shocked. The great priest actually took the stage and invited Su Yi to fight. In particular, Shangpa and Beerus, who were fighting, immediately stopped fighting and fell to the ground. The two looked at each other in shock, not understanding why this big man appeared to invite Su Yi to fight. Come on. The great priest was concise, glanced at the open space beside him, and flew over there. Suyi naturally understood, and also flew to the open space on the side. Seeing this, Jiren and Sun Wukong, who were in the fierce battle, and the rest of the people who were in the fierce battle all stopped, and then each stepped back and returned to their own small circle. The battle between Uncle Suyi and the great priest must be very fierce. This is an unprecedented super duel. Sun Wufan's eyes flickered with excitement. He was no longer Nobifan, and completely released the militant factor in his father's bloodline, Sun Wufan. At this moment, he couldn't be more excited. Jiren, let's fight again next time. Sun Wukong cupped his hands, then flew back and went to the battle area of Suyi and the great priest to find a front position to watch. Soon, everyone from the 7th universe and the 6th universe arrived, staring at the two motionless people in the field. Diaresis, my combat power is only 50 kyo. Karen, you have to be a little bit cautious. Suyi put his hands behind his back and smiled. Hearing Suyi's words, the Grand Priest frowned, wondering why he was so combative. However, strange to strange, the Great Priest nodded, indicating that he understood. The combat power of 50 Beijing, in the hands of a high priest, can be more than just the combat power of 50 Beijing. Of course, the Grand Priest did not remind him. He believed that Suyi understood this truth. Since he has the confidence to fight against him in 50 Beijing, he will not deliberately lower his strength to make Suyi unhappy. Drink. A silver-white light flashed in Suyi's eyes, his pupils, hair, fireworks rising all over his body, and his tail turned silver-white at the same time. This is the second form of his Super Saiyan God, the final stage. When the Great Priest saw Suyi's form, his expression remained the same, very indifferent. Did you get it? When he reached his level, he felt that these so-called transformations were nothing but external forces. The real power is the power from the outside to the inside. In his opinion, Suyi's state at this time is just a simple external force. Of course, this just seemed a little weak in his eyes. In fact, with Suyi's current combat power, among the 12 universes, it can be regarded as a name that can barely be ranked. Come on, let me see how strong you are now, who was able to beat me back then. The Great Priest did not have explosiveness, and faced Suyi in a normal manner. As soon as he said this, the audience was moved. Especially the two gods of destruction, Beerus and Champa, their hearts couldn't help beating wildly. According to ancient legends, there is a Saiyan who is invincible in the world. That one, could it be this one now? As soon as this idea came out, the two of them were shocked again, and they were shocked by this idea. The first reaction was to reject the idea of myself, but other than this, what other explanation can there be? 155. Shock. How could Suyi's strength be so powerful? Beerus felt a little better at this time, while Champa was sweating profusely, and he was extremely glad that he didn't take care of this Mr. Suyi reluctantly. Otherwise, I am afraid that now he really has to start a road of escape. Good, really good. As the god of destruction in the 6th universe, it was the first time that Champa felt that the feeling of being alive was so good and so refreshing. In the field, Suyi has already moved. In the blink of an eye, he instantly arrived in front of the Great Priest. Boom! A short-range shockwave bombarded the face of the Great Priest, such a close distance, and the speed is so fast, if you are an ordinary person, let alone a master of the god of destruction level, even a master of the level of Wes is not necessarily able to react. However, at the Grand Priest, he just tilted his head to dodge, and easily avoided the shock wave from such a close distance from Suyi. Instead, he raised his hand and pointed it on Suyi's hand. Boom! In an instant, an explosion sounded, and Suyi flew upside down. Puff! One strike. With just one blow, a terrifying figure as powerful as Suyi vomited blood and flew out. Hiss! Seeing this scene, everyone outside the arena and in the ring exchanged glances with the people around them, and then a shock rose from the bottom of their hearts. Is this the power of the Great Priest? Suyi's strength is so deeply rooted in people's hearts that he is like a human-shaped harvester. Wherever he goes, people are thrown off the ring, and there is no power to fight back. 593 But, even with such a powerful character, he couldn't withstand such a random blow from the great priest. Too powerful. On the other side, the corner of Sun Wukong's mouth evoked a wry smile, and now he knew the gap between himself and the top-level people. Too big. However, I will definitely work hard to cultivate and slowly catch up with Brother Suyi and even this great priest. The stronger Suyi and the others are, the more aggressively Sun Wukong expresses a fighting spirit from the depths of his heart. Here, Suyi, who flew upside down, stabilized his body and stopped in midair. How? My strength. The great priest smiled and asked very peacefully. If this gesture was replaced by someone else, Suyi would naturally feel unhappy for a while. But when it was reflected on the face of the great priest, he was naturally very convinced. The strong must have the attitude of the strong. Obviously, the great priest is not just an ordinary powerhouse, but a small group of people standing at the top of the pyramid in the 12 universes. Besides, Suyi still understands this guy, and his expression is not much. Yes, worthy of being my opponent. Suyi smiled, reached out and wiped a small trace of blood that overflowed from the corner of his mouth, and then the fighting spirit burst out, and the momentum also burst out at the same time. Undoubtedly, after reaching the level of Suyi, CCEE, there are very few opponents who can play against each other. Now, after finally encountering a guy like a great priest who is very terrifying in terms of battle experience and strength, willing to be his sparring partner, he will naturally not give up such a good opportunity easily. In this battle, Suyi felt that he could break through his limits. Karen, with your current combat power of 50 Beijing, don't be merciful. Suyi became excited. At this moment, his aura burst out in full force. Coupled with the terrifying healing ability brought by his immortality, he recovered in the blink of an eye, and was even a little stronger than before. However, this little bit is not enough, and it can't even be translated into making his combat power 50.1. The great priest raised his brows when he heard Suyi's words, and suddenly became interested. This guy still makes him feel interesting. Okay, as you wish. The great priest's voice just fell, but he found that the figure of Suyi on the opposite side had disappeared in midair. Shish. One after another figure suddenly flashed by his side. Just when the great priest felt that he had found Suyi's trace, he was about to punch. As a result, suddenly a fist bombarded from the back of his head. With an amazing response, although he had already tilted his head subconsciously when he heard the fist style, he still couldn't dodge all of them, and he still took a solid punch on the shoulder. Boom. With this punch, the great priest was directly blasted out by Suyi. Karen, be serious. Suyi's indifferent voice rang in the ears of the great priest, making the latter look dazed for a while. Except for the time when Salama was trampled underfoot and rubbed against Suyi, he had forgotten that he hadn't been hit on the body for many years. Now, once again feeling this feeling, I have to say that the great priest also suddenly came to fight. As you wish. The great priest completely entered the state, and his face showed excitement. Haha, come on. Suyi is full of fighting spirit. In this battle, he will break through his limits. In the third form of Super Saiyan, why do you have to use Super Saiyan 6 as a pedal to enter? Bang bang bang. The two set off at the same time and fought in the sky. Not to mention that other people outside the arena could not see the live screen of the battle at all. Even the closest Sun Wukong and others were dazzled, and they also couldn't see the live screen of the two. It's terrifying. Beerus, who was on the side, had a shocked expression on his face from beginning to end. He couldn't imagine that someone could have fought against a top-level expert like the great priest for so long. Although, he knew that the battle between the two was suppressed by the combat power of 50 Beijing. However, he dared to guarantee that any person with the same 50 capacity combat power would come here to fight with any of the two. That will definitely be exploded in minutes, there is absolutely no suspense at all. Outside the arena, in the 7th Universe Auditorium. At this time, the angel Vados of the 6th Universe had come to the audience seat of the 7th Universe and sat down. "Excuse me, who is this Mr. Suyi?" There was a strange brilliance in Vados' beautiful eyes. She had never heard of such a powerful man, which made her very curious. "Why are you asking this?" Bulma didn't take this to heart at first, but when she looked back and saw such a beautiful woman asking her husband's identity, her tone became a little bad. "My husband is my husband, what kind of identity can it have?" Puff. Hearing Bulma's very jealous words, Kelling couldn't help laughing out loud. However, when he felt several unkind glances swept over, he immediately shrank his neck. After sneering twice, he hurriedly covered his mouth, and then slipped to the turtle fairy and sat down properly. Vados narrowed her eyes. Her temperament was not as good as that of Weiss. Don't look at the way she usually shows respect to Papa, the god of destruction in the 6th universe, but there are many things that make him embarrassed by teasing Papa. The most important thing is that sometimes she will lose her temper, and at that time, even Champa would be afraid. Sister Bulma. At this time, lazily, who was on the side, stretched out her hand and pulled Bulma, and whispered, "This is an angel, whose strength is higher than that of the god of destruction." "What about the angels? I don't care." What did you say?" Bulma was still very cold and arrogant, and after regaining her senses, her eyes suddenly widened. Razuri smiled bitterly and repeated what she said just now. Bulma's body softened, and then she swallowed, with beads of sweat already appearing on her forehead. Even though she practiced when she was a child, she also practiced when she grew up, and her martial arts talent was not too weak. However, in the follow-up, she did not always regard martial arts as her right path, but devoted herself to scientific research just like her original novel. Therefore, her strength now only maintains the combat power at that time. At most, it is less than 10,000 points of combat power. This little bit of combat power, in front of Vados, the god of destruction, is completely without the ability to resist. Suddenly, even Bulma was a little panicked at this moment. 156. Breakthrough in battle. Suyi. Don't worry, I won't shoot at a human woman who is helpless. Vados glanced at Bulma indifferently, not to mention that Bulma is too weak. Even if she is Suyi's woman, Vados also did not dare to do anything bad to this woman. Therefore, although she was a little unhappy in her heart, she just kept it in her heart and did not fully express it. I'm sorry, my sister is outspoken and thinks you are trying to think about our husband. Razuri said. Vados smiled at her and said, please rest assured, I have absolutely no idea about your husband. Vados's heart jumped inexplicably, and always felt that he would pay some price for this sentence in the future. However, this idea only flashed in her mind, and soon she stopped caring. Boom. Just when Vados wanted to ask another question, a deafening roar of explosions suddenly came from the ring. Immediately, this attracted everyone's attention. At this time, on the arena in the arena, inside the area where Suyi and the Great Priest were fighting. One after another was formed by the mushroom cloud generated by the explosion. The smoke and dust were filled with dust and scattered everywhere. It looked very terrifying. Ha ha ha. The loud laughter sounded in the mushroom cloud. It was Suyi's laughter. Suyi, your strength is really not covered. The voice of the Great Priest then sounded, with a tone of admiration. Hearing the sound, the nearby Sun Wukong and others reached their heads and looked at the field. The smoke slowly dispersed, revealing two figures. A few seconds later, the smoke and dust dissipated completely, and the figures of Suyi and the Great Priest were completely revealed. Suyi's body was covered in dust, except for some torn clothes, but at least there was no injury. As for the Great Priest, there were several traces of blood on his face, and the divine clothes on his body were also broken, and he looked very embarrassed. The Grand Priest has lost in this duel. Beerus, who was on the side, saw this scene, his eyes widened. It was thought that the high priest made Suyi vomit blood with the previous blow, and this battle would be a one-sided situation. But now it seems that it is far from simple. This guy Suyi really has the strength to compete with the most powerful priests in the 12 universes. But think about it carefully, if Suyi really didn't have any standards, how could he make this great priest condescend to invite him to fight? I think your strength is more than 50 Beijing, I think I need to improve some strength. The great priest snapped his fingers, and saw a turquoise light shrouded him for about 2 seconds, and when the light dissipated, he saw that he had recovered from both his magical clothes and his injuries. You said that you didn't improve your strength just now. Suyi glared at this guy. The destructive power caused by his blow just now is not something that a person with a combat power of 50 Beijing can follow. Even if this person with a combat power of 50 Beijing is a great priest, he can guarantee that this guy will never be accepted. Cough cough. Hearing Suyi's words, the great priest coughed twice, his eyes wandered, and he saw Sun Wukong and the others who had been watching their battle, frowned, raised his hand and waved gently in the air, a method to isolate the sound. A ray was released by him. Seeing this sound isolating magic circle, Suyi's mouth twitched into a smile. If he guessed correctly, this sound isolating magic circle was a little thing he threw to this guy back then. Seeing the chuckle at the corner of Suyi's mouth, the great priest also smiled, and then his aura suddenly exploded. 51 Beijing combat power. 52 Beijing combat power. 53 Beijing combat power. ... Soon, when the combat power of Beijing rose all the way to 60, the combat power of the great priest stopped. Are you the devil? Seeing that this guy's combat power suddenly increased by as much as 10 Jing, Suyi's eyes widened. You must know that the collision between the two just now did increase his combat effectiveness a little, but it was only 50.5 Beijing's combat effectiveness. Good guy, the great priest has directly improved his combat power by 9.5 capitals, this is simply bullying. No, I am an angel. The great priest smiled slightly and denied that he was a devil. Hearing this, Suyi, who was still complaining about the great priest in his heart, couldn't help but burst out laughing. After laughing, Suyi moved his muscles and bones in midair, and then once again transformed into the second form of the Super Saiyan God. This is his most powerful form at present. It is a powerful form formed by the fusion of Super Saiyan 5, the realm of God, and the fusion of perfect freedom and extreme will. According to his previous thoughts, the next Super Saiyan third form is a fusion of Super Saiyan 6 plus the realm of God and the perfect and free extreme will. However, just now, he put this thought aside. He remembered what he said in ancient times, Karen, the great priest, people are strong from the outside, and the real God is the unity of spirit and flesh, regardless of each other. Katakana middle dot katakana middle dot flowers katakana middle dot. To be honest, he still found it strange to understand before. Now, who has practiced meditation, he feels that this sentence is still very easy to understand. Ordinary human beings practice the external power. The real God, on the other hand, cultivates together with the outside and inside. To put it into easier to understand terms, it is the practice of the body and the soul at the same time. So, Suyi is thinking, is the real third form of Super Saiyan that he ideally combines with the power of the soul. Thinking of this ending, because the great priest attacked. A high priest with a combat power of 60 Beijing is not only stronger than the one with a combat power of 50 Beijing. It is as simple as that. From this attack, Suyi has already felt it. This powerful force, at least. The attack released by a person with a combat power of 80 Beijing. This old boy really doesn't let water. Seeing the fighting intent on the face of the great priest, Suyi complained in his heart. However, the complaints returned to the complaints, but he gathered his mind and seriously fought against the great priest again. For Suyi, this battle was really a little weak, because there was no way to fight back. If it wasn't for the fact that his undead body was too powerful, basically an injury occurred in seconds, and he would heal an injury in seconds. But the good thing is that whenever his damage heals well, his strength is a little bit stronger. Although it is only a little bit, but can feel that his strength is slowly increasing, then Suyi feels that it is all worthwhile. 5 minutes later, Suyi was still being beaten by the great priest. At this time, he no longer knew how many punches his body had been beaten by the great priest. If every punch hit a master of the same level, he felt that it was basically a punch to kill a child. The great priest went from strange at first, to surprise, to shock, and finally to numbness. He found that his 60 Beijing's combat power compared to 80 Beijing's combat power seemed like it didn't cause harm to this guy, but instead it helped him to practice. In just a few minutes, Suyi's combat power has soared from 50.5 Beijing to 55.5 Beijing. To increase the combat power of a Beijing every minute, is this not a pervert? Don't fight, don't fight, don't fight. The Grand Priest threw the last punch, and found that Suyi's battle had risen a little again, and he came to 56 Beijing, which completely broke his mentality. He flew back several dozen meters, waved his hand and shook his head. If we fight again, then I'm going to use more than 100 Beijing's strength. 157. The initial stage of Super Saiyan's third form. Hearing the great priest's words, Suyi secretly cursed, "Old guy," in his heart. Indeed, if this old guy just fought Suyi with a strength below 100 Beijing, he would definitely not have to fight. It can't cause substantial damage to Suyi at all, but what the great priest doesn't know is how perverted Suyi's undead body is. As long as there is no attack on his soul, then Suyi is in a state where it is absolutely impossible to be beaten to death. The strength of 100 Beijing, I hope you can completely explode the strength of this stage. Suyi smiled slightly, but did not object to the words of the great priest. For him, the most that a great priest with 100 Beijing combat power brings him is more physical pain. On the contrary, the more pain, the faster Suyi's combat power will grow, so he doesn't think this is a bad thing. Seeing that Suyi agreed so decisively, the great priest was stunned. Are you sure? My strength is 100 Beijing, are you sure that 143 can withstand my attack? The grand priest was a little uncertain, because he had a good relationship with Suyi, so he didn't want to kill him accidentally. And if that's the case, he won't be able to explain it to King Quan next. Although in this universe, King Quan was able to revive Suyi, but he really killed Suyi, and there was always a bit of a knot between the two of them. Karen, don't worry, you can use all your strengths to explode. Of course, all these strengths are limited to your 100 capacity combat power. Suyi laughed and didn't care at all. In fact, Suyi with a strength of more than 100 Beijing can also withstand it. The real reason is naturally that it will be very painful. With more and more powerful attacks on his body, there is no reason not to hurt more and more. Okay, then be careful. The great priest let out a loud shout, and at this moment, his aura exploded, and his combat power increased to 100 Beijing. Come on. There was a smile on the corner of Suyi's mouth. While he was being beaten, he was also passively practicing. He could even try to fight against a great priest who was so much more powerful than him. It was the best of both worlds. 56 Beijing combat power vs 100 Beijing combat power. 44 The disparity in Beijing's combat power is enough to make too many people in the world despair. However, Suyi did not despair. On the contrary, he was very excited. Yes, he was very excited. Drink. Suyi also let out a loud shout. At this time, the injury on his body has already recovered, and the state of the whole person has also improved to a higher level. The momentum exploded, and silver-white fireworks rose around him. If you take a closer look, it is not difficult to see that his transformation at this time has changed slightly from before. That is the silver-white fireworks around him, revealing a little golden light from time to time. This is not the golden light of Super Saiyan 1 or Super Saiyan 2 or Super Saiyan 3, but now, it is the big golden light. However, this big golden light is only a few, flickering Suyi didn't see it, and the others didn't notice either. 57 Beijing. Feeling his own strength, Suyi raised his brows. After such a little time has passed, he has once again increased the strength of 1 jing. What's the matter? Did I break through again? Suyi felt a little strange because he didn't notice anything different about his body. However, after thinking about it for a second or two, he didn't think about anything, so he didn't bother to think about it anymore. Turtle School Qigong Wave. No need to store qi, Suyi hit a turtle Qigong wave at the Great Priest. Boom! The explosion roared. Cough cough. The coughing sound came from the black smoke produced by the explosion, and it came from the mouth of the Great Priest. Soon, the black smoke dissipated, revealing the figure of the Great Priest. You guys' normal attack with a trace of soul attack really made me smashed. On the surface, the Great Priest did not seem to be injured, but his mental state was indeed worse than before. Hearing the words of the Great Priest, Suyi was slightly startled, but did not respond immediately. What did he mean by a trace of soul attack? After a while, he was suddenly surprised. Karen, you said that I brought a small trace of soul attack in the attack just now. This news made him a little shocked. If he really had a small trace of soul attack on the normal attack that he attached, then the initial stage of the third form of the Super Saiyan he should be able to test can be realized. Yes, there is indeed a small trace of soul attack. Although it does not cause any substantial damage to me, I think if you meet other people, you should be able to easily numb the other party's nerves. A smile appeared on the face of the Great Priest. Suyi's strength was beyond his imagination. Karen, if that's the case, just a moment. He believed what the Great Priest said, so Suyi was going to completely try to see if he could release the third form of the Super Saiyan God he was thinking of. Huh. The Great Priest looked at Suyi with some doubts, not knowing what he wanted to do. However, he didn't make another move. He put his hands behind his back, stared curiously at his hands and clenched his fists, as if he was condensing some momentum. The Great Priest didn't feel anything at first, but then Suyi's rising momentum made his eyes condense. This momentum is different from the previous violent. Everything seems very calm and steady. If the previous momentum was compared to a young man, then Suyi's current momentum can be compared to the calmness of a young man. Although this calm aura is still not very stable, it is more important than the previous momentum. Bang bang bang. The Grand Priest smiled and clapped, admiring. You can't say how powerful you are, but the potential is really endless. From the previous 50 Beijing to now, it has almost reached the combat power of 58 Beijing. This rapid growth, how can the Great Priest not be shocked? At this time, the big golden light in the silver-white fireworks around Suyi's body was no longer looming as before. At this time, it has been completely revealed. Seeing this scene, Sun Wukong and others on the side showed shocked expressions on their faces. Brother Suyi, is this breaking through the realm again? Sun Wukong exclaimed. This force suppressed his blood even more. The distance between the two is not too far. Just feeling this momentum now, he can't help but want to kneel on the ground. This is not to say how terrifying Suyi's strength is, but this kind of suppression from his bloodline makes him want to bow down. Not only 3.9 Sun Wukong has this feeling, but Vegeta Sun Wuhan and several Saiyans in the 6th universe also have this feeling. At this time, Suyi, who was in the process of advancing, showed a smile on his face. He understood that his thoughts were not wrong, and his direction was not wrong. Super Saiyan 5 in the second form of Super Saiyan, the realm of God, perfect and free extreme mind power plus the spiritual power of meditation. At this moment, he has initially stepped into the third form of Super Saiyan God. Not much has changed, but my current normal attacks should be able to attach attacks to the enemy's soul. Suyi felt that his actual combat power had not soared, but he understood that his combat power was by no means as simple as it appeared on the surface. He guessed for a while, with his 58 jins of combat power, he should casually explode a 100 jins of fighting power. That's no problem. Don't ask him why he is so inflated, because this is the confidence that strength brings him. 158. A battle without suspense, about the next battle. Karen, accept my whipping. Suyi set his eyes on the high priest, then laughed. The whole person suddenly disappeared from the place, and when he appeared again in the next second, he had already reached the face of the high priest, and punched it out. Boom! This speed was so fast that even the great priest could not react, and a fist had already landed on his face, blasting him directly. Seeing this scene, not only Sun Wukong and the others outside the field were moved, and felt a little incredible. Although Suyi had blasted the great priest once before, but this time, in their opinion, the great priest who improved his combat power was bombarded by Suyi again, so it was inevitable that they were a little shocked. Why did your speed suddenly increase? The great priest was very shocked by Suyi's speed. He was able to react to his attack last time, but now he was blown away before he could react. Guess. Suyi smiled and punched again. However, the great priest who has already kept his heart, naturally, it is impossible for Suyi to hit the next punch. However, 22 his heart was useless. Because, don't forget that Suyi's normal attack has the effect of a soul attack. And this time the soul attack, that is the paralysis effect. With the strength of the great priest, it is naturally impossible to be paralyzed for too long, but a delay of 1 or 2 seconds is still reluctant to do. A delay of 1 second is enough for Suyi to easily defeat the great priest, let alone 2 seconds. Therefore, Suyi came with a flaming punch and bombarded again. Boom! This punch landed firmly on the face of the great priest and blasted him out again. Da 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 da. Suyi blasted the great priest, but did not relax, rushed up again, and hit the great priest with a punch. This made everyone who saw this scene have expressions that they didn't know how to describe, especially the masters at the level of the Angel of Destruction. All of them were really dumbfounded, which shocked them too much. In the field, Suyi started again. Stop it! Stop it! Stop it! Being hit so hard by Suyi, the great priest couldn't hold his face anymore, and this guy didn't hit him too much anywhere. Most of them hit him in the face, which made him really uncomfortable. His great priest is shameless, shameless. Hearing the words of the great priest, Suyi laughed, but he did stop. A turquoise light flashed on the great priest, and soon he saw that his bruised nose was back to normal. Feeling the gazes around him, he coughed twice and said, "This time, it's me who lost." I know. Suyi nodded. How can I lose if I lower my strength? The great priest snorted coldly. Actually, I'll tell you a secret. I've actually lowered my own strength. Suyi glanced around and whispered. Hearing Suyi's words, several big black question marks appeared on the forehead of the great priest. Ha ha ha. Suyi laughed loudly. After all, he who controls the power of the law of the universe doesn't mean that he has lowered his strength. What is it? After the main event was over, Sun Wukong and others continued to fight each other. After a while, Jiren lost, and everyone in the 6th universe also lost, and the 7th universe won a big victory. Back in the auditorium of Universe 7, Suyi's wives greeted him, beating his back, pinching his shoulders and even rubbing his arms. As for the baby girl, she was fanning her father with a small fan on the side, and the sweet smile on her face was really heartwarming. Cough cough. After sitting down, the high priest's cough sounded in the sky, and then his voice rang out. The second power conference was successfully held, and everyone has worked hard to participate. A speech ended in about 2 minutes. With the departure of the Grand Priest and King Quan, this power meeting was completely over. The follow-up reward Suyi was not going to pay attention to. He was just about to go to the auditorium of Universe 6 and asked Gabe to be his tour guide, but a voice came into his ears. Hello, Mr. Suyi. A fragrant wind came into Suyi's breath, causing him to turn his head to see that the person who came was the Angel Vados of the 6th universe. Seeing her, Suyi's eyes lit up even more. To be honest, if he wanted to travel to the 6th universe, Gabe might not really be a good tour guide. After all, others also have to practice, and they are not necessarily familiar with the planets they travel to in the sixth universe. When Vados appeared, Suyi naturally thought carefully. "Hello, Vados." Suyi smiled at her, very kind. "Can Mr. Suyi have a chat here?" Vados glanced at the Bulma girls around Suyi and smiled. Suyi thought for a while, then shook his head and said, "If you have anything, just say it here." Humph. Hearing Suyi's words, Bulma raised her head and snorted. Vados coughed twice and said, "My father told me that he would like to invite you to meet him someday. When do you think you have time to go?" Hearing this, Suyi was stunned. Why didn't that guy from the Great Priest notify him directly? However, Vados is the daughter of a great priest, so naturally he would not doubt it too much. After thinking about it, he estimated the time, and said, "It should take a year or two. This power conference is completely over. I think travel to different universes with my wife and the others." As soon as Suyi said these words, a look of surprise flashed in Vados' eyes. Then she said, "I don't know which universe Mr. Suyi is going to go to first." "The sixth universe." Suyi said directly. This was the first decision he made. After all, the sixth universe and the seventh universe are brother universes, and there are many points that may be very similar. Like this. There was a strange brilliance in Vados' eyes. He nodded and lengthened his voice, and said with a smile, "Why don't I do this? How about I be a tour guide for you?" "In that case, thank you very much." Suyi had originally planned how to get Vados to help him as a tour guide, but the woman suggested it herself, and he naturally couldn't ask for it. As for Suyi's decision, Bulma and the others naturally would not veto it. 133 followed behind him and stepped directly into an aperture with Vados, and the group left directly. In the circle of light, Suyi asked curiously, "Shouldn't the angels worship the god of destruction? If you leave, are you sure there won't be any accidents?" Vados smiled and explained, "Shangpa's priesthood is about to take office. During this period, I am free, so there is no problem." Suyi was stunned, and then stopped talking to Vados, chatting with Bulma and the others. After about 10 minutes or so, Suyi had not reached the sixth universe, which made Suyi a little impatient, got up and patted Vados on the shoulder. Unexpectedly, he only patted her shoulder very lightly, but the angel's body softened for no reason. Then, under Suyi's shocked eyes, the woman's skin turned red. "What's the matter?" Suyi was stunned, not sure what the situation was. Vados bit his lip and looked back at Suyi with a blurred look. As a woman of the angel family, it is impossible for a man to touch him. Because angels are a race that represents purity, once a female angel is touched by a man, her body will be paralyzed, and even more. She will fall in love with the person who touches her for no reason. And now, it is clear that Vados, who is looking at Suyi's increasingly blurred eyes, has been poisoned by him. 159. Vados who has been poisoned. Second update, 6. Suyi, who saw Vados' gesture, expression and eyes, was completely stunned. She didn't know what happened to her all of a sudden. "Vados, are you all right?" Suyi squatted down. If he hadn't used the power of the universal law to maintain the space jump, otherwise they would definitely be thrown into the space turbulence. Suyi crouched down and reached out to help the woman up. But his touch again made Vados tremble, biting his lip, and looking at Suyi with delicacy. Seeing this, Suyi showed a strange expression on his face. Although he didn't know what happened to Vados, the way she looked now inevitably reminded him of how Bulma and the girls were deeply in love on the bed. Cough cough. "Vados, you." Suyi coughed twice, and hurriedly removed the hand on Vados' shoulder. "Husband, what's the matter?" At this time, Bulma, who was chatting with Leslie and Akatsuki, suddenly turned her head and asked Suyi and Vados squatting on the ground, wondering what they were doing. While speaking, Bulma got up and walked slowly towards them. Hearing Bulma's footsteps, Suyi secretly said something bad. To be honest, he really can't explain anything in this situation. Thinking of this, Suyi hurriedly snapped his fingers and directly used the power of the universal law to suspend the nearby local time. At this moment, Aperture continued to move forward to the 6th universe, but the difference was that Bulma, Razuri, Mato Akatsuki, and the little girl were all stopped in time. Vados, what's your situation? Suyi frowned and looked at the angel in front of her. With a face like a peach blossom, she was now more beautiful and more delicate than ever. To be fair, if any man sees her like this, he can't stand it. As a man who has tasted meat, Suyi naturally swallowed several mouthfuls down his throat. Vados is now a little delirious. In this state, she must need a man's redemption to recover her. Seeing Vados like this, Suyi became more speechless, and couldn't help asking, "System, what's going on? How can I make this woman recover?" It took a few seconds for Suyi to hear the system's reply. After listening to the system's reply, Suyi frowned and looked back at Bulma's daughter who had been locked in time by him. This is to make him do what he loves to do with the woman Vados in front of his wives and daughters. System, is there any other way to get rid of this woman's current state? Suyi looked at Vados, who was completely unconscious and groped towards him, and only felt a bit of fuck in his heart. To be honest, if Bulma and the others weren't here, with Suyi's personality, Vados might not be pushed. But, in this situation, even though Bulma's time was frozen, he still had an evil feeling. There is an elixir in the system mall space that can remove Vados' current state, but her complete love for you cannot be removed. The system was silent for a while before continuing to speak. Hearing this, Suyi didn't say anything more, and sank into the system mall space to search, and then exchanged a medicinal pill. As for Vados' love for him, he didn't think so much. There will be such a great scene next time. As long as Bulma and the others are not around, he will never be Lushahui. After all, in Suyi's world, men have sex with food. This is called following one's own ideas, hesitating, flinching, and it will never be a big deal. Feed Vados this medicine lip to lip, and soon, the woman's red skin and restless heart receded. After a while, she fainted. Suyi breathed a sigh of relief and was just about to get up, but out of the corner of his eye, he saw the woman's graceful figure, which was a little wet from the hot sweat, and swallowed unconsciously. From the perspective of a man, this Vados figure is indeed very good. Moreover, coupled with the fact that this woman was wearing a divine costume, it was inevitable that Suyi had a feeling of cosplay. It is natural to explain here that the cosplay that Suyi was thinking of at this time was not the simple cosplay of the comic exhibition in the previous life. Cough cough. Suyi's thoughts stopped abruptly, and he stopped thinking about other things. He should experience it, and it will be experienced by him after all. So, after he coughed twice, he stroked Vados' whole body with his right hand in the air, so that the magical costume on her body returned to its previous appearance, and then he snapped his fingers to release Bulma and the others. Da da da. The footsteps continued to sound, but Bulma didn't feel anything wrong. When she came to see Vados fell to the ground, she couldn't help but be surprised. Husband, what's wrong with her? I don't know. Suyi shook his head, turned his head and said to Bulma, you carry capsules with you, right? Let's see if there are any medicines. Hearing Suyi's words, Bulma was stunned for a while, and hurriedly checked whether she had brought a capsule, and soon she took out a capsule. Bulma, husband, Vados is a family of angels, not the same as the human body. You can't use medicines used by humans, right? Akatsuki Mato walked over and said speechlessly, in my opinion, I can only let her wake up naturally. Huh, she moved her eyelids just now. Following Akatsuki's exclamation, Vados slowly opened his eyes and let out a small moan. Vados opened his eyes, and the first thing he saw was Suyi. Bang bang bang. This is the heartbeat. Suyi, who was the closest, naturally heard the woman's heartbeat, and when he met her tender gaze, he couldn't help but feel a big mountain of yali. Diaresis, just wake up. Su Yeqiang suppressed the throbbing in his heart. The woman's eyes seemed poisonous, which made him unconsciously have that fire rising in his heart. He was really afraid to look at each other for a while, and he couldn't hold back the rectification of this angel on the spot in front of his several women and daughters. Of course, this kind of thinking is only after thinking about it, does he feel that his concentration is very strong. However, when he can go on and when he can't go on, he is very clear. Mr. Su Yi. Vados got up slowly and shouted softly. Su Yi turned around, looked at her with a smile, and waited for her to say the following. I saw Vados reached out and touched his lips, then bowed and thanked, thank you sir. Seeing Vados's action, Su Yi raised her brows. So, although this woman was unconscious at that time, she still remembered that he gave her medicine by lip to lip. This is a bit embarrassing. Su Yi touched his nose, and when he turned around, there was an embarrassing smile on his lips. However, this embarrassing smile only existed for a fraction of a second, and it was replaced by a faint smile, and his voice came at the same time, it's okay. Bulma and Akatsuki Mato walked back, but they didn't notice anything wrong. Vados turned around, and all that appeared in his mind was the figure of Su Yi. Poison, on this woman's body has been removed by Su Yi's medicinal pill. Poison, in my heart is already terminally ill. Taking over the space jump again, Vados also suppressed the throbbing in his heart and concentrated. After a while, the speed slowed down, and soon an aperture appeared in everyone's sight. As long as you pass through that aperture, you will reach the sixth universe. Vados turned back and said with a sweet smile. She, who has already fallen for Su Yi's love poison, has regarded Bulma as her future sisters, so this attitude is naturally worse than before. Don't. 160. Luli, my dad is so handsome. The aperture that entered the sixth universe seemed to be very close, but it actually took about 7 or 8 minutes to enter this aperture. Wow, is this the sixth universe? As soon as he entered the aperture, Bulma glanced around and exclaimed. Hearing Bulma's exclamation, Akatsuki Mato and Razuri also got up and glanced around. Because they are in the universe, all the planets are floating in the universe, some planets are red, some are blue, some are purple, brown. A variety of colors are centered together, and it does look a bit gorgeous. Su Yi glanced at random, but didn't find anything interesting, so he quickly retracted his gaze and turned to the little girl beside him, and found that she had been staring at him, and couldn't help but feel a little strange. Luli, you have been, what are you staring at Dad for? Seeing that her father's eyes suddenly turned on her, the little girl suddenly panicked, and her pretty face blushed inexplicably. No, nothing. The little girl's subtle voice sounded, similar to the buzzing sound of a mosquito flapping its wings. If it wasn't for Su Yi's amazing ear, he would definitely not be able to hear it. You girl. Su Yi reached out and rubbed her head, then got up and came to Vado's side. 910. Su Luli, who was sitting on the side, pouted and looked at her father's back, puffed out her cheeks, and then came to Bulma's side and hugged her arm, which also looked like a starry sky in the sixth universe. Vados, is there any interesting planet in the sixth universe? Su Yi came over and asked. His eyes were very aggressive, sweeping up from the bottom of Vado's graceful figure. Gudong. Seemingly feeling Su Yi's fiery gaze, Vados swallowed involuntarily, glanced shyly at his sweetheart, and whispered, there are too many planets suitable for travel in the sixth universe. You can't imagine. After all, it is a universe with many planets, and there are simply not too many places suitable for life to live. Therefore, there are naturally many planets that can travel. Okay, pick one and take us on a tour. Su Yi leaned forward slightly and blew a breath in Vados' ear. Hiss. Blowing out this breath, Vados's body trembled immediately. Not only did his cheeks instantly turn red, but his earlobes were as clear as emerald red. It was perfect. You, don't do this. Vados shyly said, this is not her pretentiousness, but the race of angels, which is indeed a buff that is as pure as paper in this kind of thing. Ha ha ha. Suyi laughed twice, then came to Bulma's side, holding her in her left hand and holding the little girl in her right hand. In fact, the right-hand side was originally where Akatsuki Mato was, but this little girl was abruptly occupied. In this regard, Suyi is naturally very helpless, because this allows him to experience the enjoyment only with his left hand. As for what to enjoy, people who understand it naturally understand. Soon, the space jump made by Vados has completely stopped, and they have arrived on a planet. Before entering this planet, Suyi casually glanced at it. The blue planet seemed to have the feeling of the Earth. However, Suyi knew that although the 7th universe and the 6th universe were brother universes, the two universes probably had the races they should have. However, it is absolutely impossible to be completely identical. Therefore, this blue planet in the 6th universe can only be regarded as a planet similar to the Earth in the 7th universe at most. The halo under the feet of several people disappeared, and they all used the air dance technique to float in midair and glanced below. Because the height is not high, and the little girl is wearing a princess dress, so he is worried that the little girl will disappear, so he naturally holds the little girl in his arms in the posture of a princess. And the little girl hooked her hands around Suyi's neck and snuggled happily in his arms. Bulma's girls saw this scene. They laughed for a while. Lu Li, you are so old and still sticking to your father so much. HMPH, Lu Li likes to be in Dad's arms. The little girl immediately replied, and once again made the girls laugh, and no one cared. After all, it is indeed a very normal thing for a daughter to stick to her father. This planet is called Blue Star. It is the central planet of the 6th universe. It is rich in materials, and the CCFC place you want to travel to is also very good. Vados opened his mouth to introduce Suyi. The staff in his hand lightly tapped in the air, and a ray of light burst out. Immediately afterwards, a mirror appeared in the air, and scenes appeared in the mirror. It's really beautiful, these environments. Suyi glanced at it, nodded and praised, looked down at the little girl, and asked, it's up to you to decide which place Lu Li likes. Mom and Dad will listen to your opinion. Hearing Suyi's words, the little girl raised her head slightly and glanced at the mirror summoned by Vados, and she couldn't make a sound when the scenery passed by. In the end, when the scenery was drawn for 2 minutes, the little girl saw a beach-like place. Her eyes lit up, and she said, that's it. Suyi looked over and saw that it was a sandy beach. Her brows furrowed immediately. This kind of place is very crowded, and they will definitely wear bikinis. He must say no. In his world, he can see the bikini worn by other people's wives and daughters, and others want to see the bikinis of his wife and daughter. No need to think about it. Su Yejun killed the guy he wanted to see in minutes. This kind of place is not the western capital of the Earth in our 7th universe, and we naturally can't book a venue. Suyi politely refused, but heard Vados interrupt him with a smile. Mr. Suyi, please rest assured, please leave these things to me to handle. In the 6th universe, the god of destruction is considered a higher status, but in fact the status of the angel family is even higher than that of the god of destruction. This blue star also has a god, who is in charge of the order of the world. And the gods, just like the gods in the 7th universe, who would not be afraid to see the powerful Beerus. Hearing Vados' words, Suyi pondered for a while, and when he saw the beautiful big eyes of the little girl blinking and blinking, his heart was naturally melted, and he would definitely not object. However, what surprised him was, why does this little girl like to go to the beach so much? Soon, a group of people came to the sky where the little girl wanted to play on the beach. Everyone, please wait a moment. Vados smiled slightly, then she tapped the staff on her hand lightly in midair, like a stone thrown into the water. The ripples swayed, and then her figure disappeared from the sight of several people among. After a while, she reappeared where she was standing just now. Clean up immediately, everyone will be dispersed. Vados said with a smile, and at this moment, the little girl suddenly frowned and shook her head. Forget it, this place is too dirty. Originally, Su Luli still liked the environment of this beach very much, but just now she glanced down inadvertently and found that there was a lot of garbage in the sea, and it was even more unsanitary. She was naturally unwilling to be here. Hearing the little girl's words, Suyi reached out and tapped her on the forehead lightly, then laughed and scolded, "It's just you. Okay, since Luli doesn't like it, let's change it. But this time, let Bado Antsi gives you the choice, and you are not allowed to refute it." Quote. Hearing her father's words, this time, the little girl didn't refute, she just stared at Suyi's chin from her angle with her mouth puffed out and her cheeks puffed up, her beautiful big eyes shining like starlight. "My dad is so handsome." Suyi leaned forward slightly and blew a breath in Bado's ear. Hiss. Blowing out this breath, Vados's body trembled immediately. Not only did his cheeks instantly turn red, but his earlobes were as clear as emerald red. It was perfect. "You, don't do this," Vados shyly said. This is not her pretentiousness, but the race of angels, which is indeed a buff that is as pure as paper in this kind of thing. Ha ha ha. Suyi laughed twice, then came to Bulma's side, holding her in her left hand and holding the little girl in her right hand. In fact, the right-hand side was originally where Akatsuki Mado was, but this little girl was abruptly occupied. In this regard, Suyi is naturally very helpless, because this allows him to experience the enjoyment only with his left hand. As for what to enjoy, people who understand it naturally understand. Soon, the space jump made by Vados has completely stopped, and they have arrived on a planet. Before entering this planet, Suyi casually glanced at it. The blue planet seemed to have the feeling of the Earth. However, Suyi knew that although the 7th universe and the 6th universe were brother universes, the two universes probably had the races they should have. However, it is absolutely impossible to be completely identical. Therefore, this blue planet in the 6th universe can only be regarded as a planet similar to the Earth in the 7th universe at most. The halo under the feet of several people disappeared, and they all used the air dance technique to float in midair and glanced below. Because the height is not high, and the little girl is wearing a princess dress, so he is worried that the little girl will disappear, so he naturally holds the little girl in his arms in the posture of a princess. And the little girl hooked her hands around Suyi's neck and snuggled happily in his arms. Bulma's girls saw this scene. They laughed for a while. "Luli, you are so old and still sticking to your father so much." HMPH, Luli likes to be in Dad's arms. The little girl immediately replied, and once again made the girls laugh, and no one cared. After all, it is indeed a very normal thing for a daughter to stick to her father. This planet is called Blue Star. It is the central planet of the 6th universe. It is rich in materials, and the CCFC place you want to travel to is also very good. Vados opened his mouth to introduce Suyi. The staff in his hand lightly tapped in the air, and a ray of light burst out. Immediately afterwards, a mirror appeared in the air, and scenes appeared in the mirror. It's really beautiful, these environments. Suyi glanced at it, nodded and praised, looked down at the little girl, and asked, "It's up to you to decide which place Luli likes. Mom and Dad will listen to your opinion." Hearing Suyi's words, the little girl raised her head slightly and glanced at the mirror summoned by Bados, and she couldn't make a sound when the scenery passed by. In the end, when the scenery was drawn for 2 minutes, the little girl saw a beach-like place. Her eyes lit up, and she said, "That's it." Suyi looked over and saw that it was a sandy beach. Her brows furrowed immediately. This kind of place is very crowded, and they will definitely wear bikinis. He must say no. In his world, he can see the bikini worn by other people's wives and daughters, and others want to see the bikinis of his wife and daughter. No need to think about it. Su Yejun killed the guy he wanted to see in minutes. This kind of place is not the western capital of the Earth in our 7th universe, and we naturally can't book a venue. Suyi politely refused, but heard Vados interrupt him with a smile. "Mr. Suyi, please rest assured, please leave these things to me to handle." In the 6th universe, the god of destruction is considered a higher status, but in fact the status of the angel family is even higher than that of the god of destruction. This blue star also has a god, who is in charge of the order of the world. And the gods, just like the gods in the seventh universe, who would not be afraid to see the powerful Beerus. Hearing Vado's words, Suyi pondered for a while, and when he saw the beautiful big eyes of the little girl blinking and blinking, his heart was naturally melted, and he would definitely not object. However, what surprised him was, why does this little girl like to go to the beach so much? Soon, a group of people came to the sky where the little girl wanted to play on the beach. Everyone, please wait a moment. Vados smiled slightly, then she tapped the staff on her hand lightly in midair, like a stone thrown into the water. The ripples swayed, and then her figure disappeared from the sight of several people among. After a while, she reappeared where she was standing just now. Clean up immediately, everyone will be dispersed. Vados said with a smile, and at this moment, the little girl suddenly frowned and shook her head. Forget it, this place is too dirty. Originally, Su Luli still liked the environment of this beach very much, but just now she glanced down inadvertently and found that there was a lot of garbage in the sea, and it was even more unsanitary. She was naturally unwilling to be here. Hearing the little girl's words, Suyi reached out and tapped her on the forehead lightly, then laughed and scolded, "It's just you. Okay, since Luli doesn't like it, let's change it. But this time, let Bado Antsi gives you the choice, and you are not allowed to refute it." Quote. Hearing her father's words, this time, the little girl didn't refute, she just stared at Suyi's chin from her angle with her mouth puffed out and her cheeks puffed up, her beautiful big eyes shining like starlight. My dad is so handsome. Dragon Ball Daily Gift Pack Chapter 161-180. 161. Someone actually uses the turtle Qigong wave. In the end, the group was taken by Vados to a food country on the blue star of the sixth universe. Here, Suyi and others really swelled their belly. However, this country is worthy of being a country of gourmet food, so Suyi really swelled his stomach after eating. I still want to eat it very much. Remember this place, have time, next trip, let's keep going. When leaving, Suyi licked his lips and said these words. Hearing his words, the girls all rolled their eyes. In their opinion, after today, I'm afraid they will grow a few pounds of meat again. Men can't tell how many pounds of meat they grow, and how many pounds of women's meat grows. It is completely equivalent to the horror of gaining more than 10 pounds. In short, when I left this food country, the sky was completely dark. The next step is to find a place to live. After looking for a while, I finally found a hotel and sat down. Vados is still very powerful, not only for the food but also for the owner, and it seems that he is really a good boss. In the dead of night, Suyi, who had just finished his business, walked out of the inner room, came to the balcony, looked up at the night sky, and found that the blue star looking at the starry sky was the same as he was looking at the sky on Earth in the seventh universe. The sky is not much different. Well, it's brother universe after all. Suyi shook his head and smiled. Suddenly, a black figure flashed in front of him, and then two figures flashed past, which made him reach out and rub his chin, ponder for a few seconds, and glance back at the inner room, and then flew after him. With Suyi's strength, the people he followed naturally couldn't sense his existence, so they followed all the way, and finally stopped in a remote building in the city. Come out. The whole unfinished building was silent, except for one figure. There was no other figure or a trace of movement. At this time, the master of the figure on the bright side said lightly. Suyi must know that this person is not talking to him, so he did not go out. Have the guts to follow, but don't have the guts to show up. In the field, the figure appeared. Under the moonlight, it was a young man who didn't look very old. However, in this young man, Suyi felt the vicissitudes of life. Obviously, this kid is not as simple as it seems on the surface. Without the help of the system, Suyi took a few more glances at this kid, and then sensed it, and easily found his combat power. 1000. It seems that I haven't seen such a weak guy for a long time. Suyi whispered, shook his head and laughed. Da da da. There was a sudden sound of footsteps in the quiet unfinished building, followed by two people walking out of the shadow area. I didn't expect your senses to be so amazing. Bang bang bang. The person walking in front spoke. It was a woman's voice, and the tone was full of charm and charm. As soon as this person appeared, Suyi raised his brows, and a look of surprise appeared on his face in the darkness. For Suyi, this level of Mayan is naturally immune directly, and it cannot have any effect at all. However, what surprised him was that the woman who spoke was from a demon race. He has seen too many demons of the demon family in ancient times, and at the same time killed too many demons of the demon family. Just like Frieza and the others, they belong to the Frozen Demon clan, and this race naturally belongs to the Demon clan. Moreover, it is also a group of king leader level among the Demon clan. However, Suyi thought about it. After all, this is the 6th universe, and it is the brother universe of the 7th universe, so it is not too strange that a race unique to the 7th universe appears. Succubus, you want to stop me from sealing the great demon king. This is absolutely impossible, you'd better give up this plan. In the field, the young man had his hands behind his back. Suyi's eyesight was amazing and he could see through everything. Seeing his indifferent and arrogant expression, it seemed that he felt very confident in his own strength. Tian Wuzi, I know that you are the patron saint of Blue Star. You are very powerful. With you, it is very difficult for us in the demon world to invade the human world. The succubus, swinging body slowly walked to the side of the boy named Tian Wuzi. The whole body slowly pressed against him, and he leaned into his ear and breathed softly. Boom. At the moment when the succubus was posted, the Tianwuzi raised his hand and punched it out, a powerful chi attached to his fist, and then he saw that the succubus was directly blown up on the spot. After killing this succubus, Tianwuzi set his eyes on the front. This succubus was just an appetizer, and this person shrouded in darkness was worthy of his attention. It's boring. Suyi, who was hiding in the dark, yawned and prepared to leave. At this moment, a faint blue light flickered behind him, and he sensed the incomparably familiar chi, which made him stop, and slowly turned around to take a look. That is Turtle School Qigong Wave. Suyi looked at the Tianwuzi in the arena in astonishment. He was in a half-squatting position with his hands on his waist in a calyx shape. This gesture, coupled with the familiar blue light just now, was not a turtle-style Qigong wave. Katakana middle dot 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 o. Call out. The battle in the unfinished building was over, and Suyi flashed and arrived in front of the Tianwuzi in an instant. Huh. A person suddenly appeared in front of him, and Tianwuzi felt a burst of horror hit him. The whole person was so frightened that he stepped back 10 steps before stopping, and then looked at Suyi sweating profusely. Who are you? These words were not asked by Tianwuzi, but by Suyi. If the Turtle School Qigong Wave is like the original Dragon Ball, then it must be created by the Turtle Immortal. And now, this guy can actually use the tricks of the Turtle Immortal. If this is the 7th universe, that's okay to say. However, this is the 6th universe. Even if it is Brother Universe, this trick can be the same, which is too suspicious. My lord, Wuzi, dare to ask who your excellency is. Tianwuzi knew that he was definitely not the opponent of the person in front of him, and Suyi did not reveal any malice, so his attitude was very good, and he responded with a fist. How can you be a turtle-style Qigong wave? Suyi didn't answer him and asked lightly. Turtle School Qigong Wave. Hearing Suyi's question, Tianwuzi blinked, then squatted halfway, put his hands on his waist to make a calyx movement, and said, Did you mean the trick I used just now? Suyi nodded. Huh, it looks like you know the master. Tianwuzi's eyes suddenly lit up, and then he stepped forward quickly. On the way, he looked at Suyi twice. When he saw his tail wrapped around his waist, his face showed shock and exclaimed, You You are also a Saiyan. Am I a Saiyan too? Suyi was stunned when he heard this. In the afternoon, he and Vados learned about the planet where the Saiyans of the sixth universe lived, but it was very far away from this blue star. Therefore, it is absolutely impossible for this blue star person to know the race of Saiyans. And, what's most important? It is this guy named Tien Wuzi who can use the unique trick of the turtle immortals in the seventh universe, the turtle Qigong wave. How did you know about the Saiyan race? Suyi squinted his eyes and asked. He felt that he seemed to have discovered some pivotal plot besides the plot. 162. The Resurrected Frieza and the Legendary Super Saiyan. Hearing Suyi's words, Tien Wuzi's eyes widened, then a smile appeared on his face, and he said, because my master is a Saiyan. Hearing this, Suyi's eyes suddenly narrowed. A Saiyan, will the turtle send Qigong waves? This is indeed a bit false. What's your master's name? Suyi asked casually. Tien Wuzi thought about it, and after a while, his eyes lit up and he said, my master told me that his name is Bardock. What? Bardock? When Suyi heard this, he was stunned for a moment, then his eyes widened and he exclaimed. If the person who taught this Tianwu Zigui Qigong wave was really Bardock, it would be shocking enough. Because, if nothing else, Bardock has traveled from this era to the ancient era. So, a person who has survived from ancient times, how terrifying his strength should be. Yes, my master's name is Bardock. Tien Wuzi nodded. 273, for sure. He was Bardock who he met by chance when he was a child. It has been hundreds of years since now, and being able to remember Bardock's name is already very powerful. I see. Suyi glanced at him and didn't ask any more questions. He knew that this Tianwuzi was just a lucky guy. Really become a disciple of Bardock? Impossible. Suyi turned around and left directly. He thought he had caught a pivotal plot other than the original plot. Now it seems that what kind of pivotal plot is this? It does not follow the rhythm of the original book at all. But speaking of it, he doesn't know the plot direction of the Dragon Ball Super Power Conference himself. At that time, on the eve of time travel, he heard that the follow-up plot was to fight Yamoshi, the ancestor of the Saiyans. As a result, it was rumored that there were several unofficial animations for a few minutes. At that time, he was bored and watched the trailer, and after watching the feature film, it really made him feel bad enough. Too low. That's right. These unofficial characters are doing okay, but the subtitles team and the plot really make him look awkward enough. I don't know every next step, so maybe this is more exciting. Suyi, who teleported back to the hotel balcony, looked up at the starry sky again, with a smile on the corner of his mouth, and murmured softly. After staying on the balcony for a while, Suyi returned to the bed in the inner room and fell asleep. The next morning, the body clock automatically woke Suyi up. Yawning, he slowly got up and went to the bathroom to wash. After a while, Suyi left the bathroom and saw that the three girls of Bulma were fast asleep with their mouths open. This scene made him smile knowingly. Arriving at the door of the room, Suyi was about to go out to have something to eat. Unexpectedly, just as he opened the door, a room next to him also opened the door. Good morning, Dad. The little girl looked at him with a smile, leaned against the door and reached out and swung at Suyi twice. Good morning. Suyi smiled and glanced at her, only to notice that she had a little dark circles under her eyes, which made him slightly stunned. Why do you have dark circles at such a young age? What? Dark circles? Hearing Suyi's words, the little girl glared, then took out a small mirror and glanced at herself. Ah! A very high decibel voice sounded, and then the little girl hurried back to her room with her face covered. Bang! The door to the room was closed by her backhand. In this regard, Suyi shook her head and looked at the door dotingly and smiled. This girl really follows Bulma very much, and attaches great importance to her appearance. After leaving the hotel, Suyi ate something casually and came back early with some. Several women woke up, and after eating breakfast, they started a new day of play. Just like that, after a month, almost all the places that this blue star can play have been visited by a few people, and then they were taken to the next planet by Vados. Second month, third month, fourth month. Soon, a year has passed. In 1 year, Vados took Suyi and others to play the entire sixth universe. On this day, when Suyi was about to go to the next universe, the staff in Vados's hand suddenly flashed light. Weiss, is something wrong? This is the communication method of the angel family, Vados asked lightly. Sister, is Mr. Suyi by your side? Weiss, slightly anxious voice came. Vados's eyes flashed, handed the staff to Suyi, and said, it's Wes who is looking for you. Suyi nodded, took the staff, and was about to ask what was going on, but Wes spoke first. The Earth has been invaded, and Lord Beerus and I can't enter the Earth for some reason, so let me inform you, sir. Well, I see. Suyi nodded, responded briefly, then cut off the communication, handed the staff to Vados, and said, Vados, do you want to go back to the seventh universe with me? For a year, the two had little chance to get along with each other. Although their relationship development was good, they had not taken the last step. Speaking of which, Bulma, a woman who was full of vigilance against Vados from the beginning, to the sisters in the back, really surprised Suyi. If there is any communication between the two women, he still feels normal. The key point is that in the past year, he just couldn't see any communication between these two women, and this could make their relationship better, which really made him feel very strange. However, the relationship between the two is good, it must be a good thing, so Suyi is too lazy to think about it, and at this time, he asked Vados with a hint of meaning. Hearing Suyi's words, the clever Vados couldn't understand what he meant, tears flashed in his eyes, and nodded, I do. Ha ha ha, well, I'll take care of it for you with the great priest. I don't believe in your angel family, so you are the only angel left. Suyi took Vados's hand, pulled her into his arms, looked at Bulma, and found that her eyes were full of jokes, and it seemed that she had already guessed the scene where they would have a leg. As for the little girl Luli, if she had only opened for the first time before, then she had opened up completely and became more and more beautiful when she was 1 year older. At this moment, she stared at Vados, who was held by her father in her arms, with her beautiful big eyes, with a hint of envy on her face. If... 2 minutes later, the seventh universe, on Earth. Your ability. Snuggling in Suyi's arms, Vados looked at the surrounding environment in shock. 1 second he was still in the sixth universe, and the next second he came back to his senses, and he had already arrived in the seventh universe. What your angel family will know, I will. Even, a lot of abilities are taught to your father by me. Suyi smiled, moved instantaneously, jumped space, and controlled time. Many abilities were taught to the Grand Priest by Suyi in the ancient times, which is why the Grand Priest was actually very respectful to Suyi. Hearing Suyi's words, Vados' face showed shock. First solve the disaster of the Earth. A golden light appeared under Suyi's feet, and a second later, the scene changed, and Bulma and the others found that they had arrived on the immortal Turtle Island. Uncle Suyi is back. Seeing the sudden appearance of Suyi, the younger generation of Sun Wufan and others on the island of Guixian 2.3 hurriedly stepped forward to say hello. Huh, why are you the only people? What about Goku and Vegeta and Piccolo? Suyi glanced at it. In addition to the juniors like Sun Wufan, Sun Wuxian and Trunks, the only ones left were Tianjin Fanyamucha and Keelan, who were not very powerful warriors. Dad and Uncle Vegeta and Uncle Piccolo are all practicing in the universe. We haven't been back for too long, and we can't get in touch with them. Son Gohan smiled wryly and shook his head. Tell me what's going on. Suyi glanced at Sun Wufan and frowned. Logically speaking, Sun Wufan, who is not Nobifan in the original book, is not weak, and shouldn't be defeated by the enemy's invasion, right? Speaking of 9 serious things, Sun Wufan said solemnly, Uncle Suyi, this time the enemy is Frieza, who was killed by you. He has come back to life again. His strength is also very terrifying. Not only that, but the person walking with him, there is also a very powerful Saiyan. The transformation of this Saiyan is the transformation of the legendary Super Saiyan. 163. I don't know if Frieza is dead or alive, Broly. Frieza is back again. And a guy who can transform into a legendary Super Saiyan. So, is it the joint invasion of Frieza and Broly? How strong are they? Su Yi asked. It's very strong. One-on-one, neither of them will benefit from my hand. But the combination of the two makes me no opponent at all. Sun Gohan said. Hearing Sun Wufan's words, Su Yi thought about it, and was about to speak when an explosion roared outside the Guixian house. Come on. Sun Wufan's face showed a cold look. These two guys have been harassing us near the Guixian house for the past 2 days. Then kill them. Su Yi smiled coldly, walked out of the Turtle Immortal house, and looked up at the sky. Broly and Frieza floated side by side in midair, staring down with hatred. Frieza, did you feel the pleasure of dying? Resurrection once, come to die once. Su Yi dodged, came to Frieza in an instant, stretched out his hand to squeeze his neck, and asked coldly. Su Yi. Su Yi's speed was so fast that Frieza didn't react to transform, so he pinched his neck. Boom. Seeing Su Yi attacking and pinching Frieza's neck, Broly on one side roared, and then transformed into the Super Saiyan of Legend 22, with turquoise fireworks circling and flying around him. Su Yi tilted his head to glance at him and raised his brows, thinking that this guy has never appeared, and if he appears again in the future, he will be eliminated. But now it seems that this guy has been eliminated. His combat power is as high as 9.5 Beijing, and the full outbreak can be close to the combat power of 10 Beijing. He is completely standing at the top of this 7th universe. As for this Frieza, he's nothing but a little guy with soy sauce. Su Yi felt embarrassed if he didn't let him die twice. If you have the ability, let me go and fight with dignity. Although there was some panic in Frieza's eyes, he quickly calmed down and said coldly. Bang! Su Yi raised his hand and punched Frieza on the head. This time, he was hit with gold stars, and a lot of birds were twittering on his head. Looking for death. Broly, who was on the side, saw that Su Yi didn't look at him at all, roared and rushed over. Where to stay where it's cool. Su Yi still didn't look straight at Broly, and slapped it out with a slap, slapped the rushing Broly away. Boom. With a very simple slap, Broly fell into the sea. What a powerful force. Just being normal, he can so fiercely suppress Broly, who turned into the legendary Super Saiyan, which makes Frieza, who has been pinching his neck, look terrified. He seems to have seen that he is about to be death scene. Die. Su Yi turned his head to look at Frieza, pinched him to death, and blasted his body into ash with an energy cannon. Speaking of which, Frieza is really pitiful. Every time they are resurrected, they come to Earth to find trouble for them. People haven't enjoyed a happy life, but they are slaughtered again. Poor people must have something to hate. Su Yi shook his head and smiled. He glanced down, but Broly escaped. This guy understood the difference between himself and Su Yi. After being knocked into the sea, he left the place silently. I said how much stronger than Broly in the original book. It turns out that this guy can control his own consciousness. Su Yi rubbed his smooth chin with his hand, and a faint smile appeared on his face. A legendary Super Saiyan who can control his own consciousness, that strength is not weak. Therefore, it is no wonder that this guy Broly is now advancing by leaps and bounds, reaching a level comparable to the God of Destruction. After a while, a streamer passed by. This is the spaceship, and this guy Broly escaped. Su Yi raised his hand and was about to stretch out his hand towards the stream of light in the sky, but when a flash of light flashed in his mind, he put his hand down and whispered, "Okay, let go of you first." This time not to kill this Broly, he naturally has his own plans. This guy can control his own consciousness, plus Frieza's resurrection, he thinks there must be some behind the scenes. So, He is going to fish. Can he find out who is behind Brawly and Frieza? He even suspected that it might not be long before Frieza could be resurrected again. But this resurrection is really useless. With his Suyi's strength, he can easily blow up all dissatisfaction. No matter how many you are, it is useless. You know, this is a year later. A year ago, at the end of the second power conference, he had a combat power of 60 Beijing. Wearing the title of Tutor of the Saiyans, he independently grows up to hundreds of trillions of combat power every day. He counted his disciples, Monkey King and Vegeta in the Dragon Ball GT world. Monkey King, Vegeta and others in the main time and space world, as well as the 3 Saiyans in the 6th universe, and the most powerful is the Saiyan he once taught in ancient times, Amoshi. That's right, this ancient Saiyan is still alive in the world, and every day is much stronger than the previous day. He can increase his combat power by hundreds of megabytes every day, most of which are provided to him by this Yamosi. A year later, with his self-increased combat power and his own cultivation achievements, he has now reached 80 Beijing combat power. 100 to 120 Beijing per minute, or even higher. Turning around and returning to Guixian Island, the matter has been temporarily resolved, and Suyi is not worried that this Brawly will invade in a short time. Uncle Suyi, thanks to you. Sun Wukong stepped forward and thanked him. If Suyi didn't come back in time, everyone would be in danger. After all, his strength is limited to self-preservation, and it is indeed difficult to be able to kill a strong enemy every time like Sun Wukong. Suyi's family stayed on Guixian Island for a while, and they returned to the western capital. Vados was completely integrated into Suyi's wives. Although the two hadn't taken the last step, some intimate actions they should have made, even if they were seen by Bulma and the others, it didn't seem embarrassing. That night, 4 women, Bulma, Akatsuki, Leslie, and Vados, set up a 977 show, and completely served Suyi to the sky. After a night of indulgence, Suyi still woke up very early the next morning. After eating something, he went to the training room and entered the world of Dragon Ball GT. If he remembers correctly, the follow-up plot of Dragon Ball GT, that is, the plot of Dragon Ball AF, is coming. He recalled the plot of Dragon Ball AF, which probably happened 5 years after the follow-up plot of Dragon Ball GT. The third son of Sun Wukong, Jaiko, made by the Western King God who stole Goku's blood gene, and the Western King God invaded the Earth thing. The strength of this Jaiko, in the comics, there is indeed a feeling of invincibility on the Earth, and the warriors such as Son Gohan can't raise their heads or hands. The current Dragon Ball GT world should not be called Dragon Ball GT world, it should be said to be Dragon Ball AF. When he came to the Earth, Suyi sensed that there was no Wukong's breath on the Earth. He must have left the Earth with the dragon, just like the original work, and went to the Dragon King God realm to practice. Sun Wukong, who arrived at the Dragon King God realm, cannot be forced out, so this is why the Earth was invaded by Jaiko and the Western Realm King God and he never appeared. Soon, Suyi teleported to Guixian Island, which was basically the base camp in Dragon Ball Warriors. As soon as he came to the sky above Guixian Island, Suyi looked down and saw that Guixian Island had been razed to the ground at this time. Do not. It should be said that the sea area near Turtle Immortal Island was directly razed to the ground. Boom. At this time, there was a roar of explosion in the distance, which immediately attracted Suyi. 164. Jaiko and the Western Realm King God Attack. Chapter 2. After a while, Suyi rushed directly to the place where the explosion roared just now. He followed his gaze and saw that a man and a woman were bombarding the island below with energy cannons. Ha ha ha, too weak, too weak. Mother, don't you think these Saiyans are very powerful? Why are they so weak in my opinion? After the man in the sky bombarded for a while, he stopped and laughed and asked the woman beside him. They are indeed strong, but my son, you are stronger. The woman laughed too. The man and the woman are Jaiko and his mother, Layla, the god of the Western Realm. Suddenly, the two of them turned their eyes to the other side and saw a Saiyan in the sky, looking at them indifferently. Who is this Saiyan? Jaiko's eyes narrowed, and he felt a very strong pressure on Suyi. Layla, the god of the Western realm, also frowned, pondered the memory in her mind, and shook her head. I don't know, I have never seen this guy before, he must be just a nobody. In the eyes of Layla, the god of the Western realm, if this Saiyan is very powerful, she will definitely be noticed by her. She has no impression of Suyi at all, because she ignores everyone who is not powerful, so she does not think Suyi is a powerful person. Mother, this is a very powerful person. Your intelligence is wrong. Jaiko narrowed his eyes, watching Suyi's heart agitated. He had never felt this kind of inexplicable pressure, and he felt that even if he attacked with all his strength, he might not be this guy's opponent. What? When Layla, the god of the Western realm, heard the voice of her son Jaiko, her eyes widened and she said in shock, impossible. Sun Wukong is the most powerful in the entire Saiyan family, and he is also the most powerful. If there are other competitions, if the potential or strength of the demi-human is stronger than that of Sun Wukong, it is absolutely impossible for me to not be impressed. Indeed, the potential and strength of the Saiyan family and Sun Wukong are very terrifying. Therefore, at the beginning, she deliberately approached Sun Wukong and stole his blood gene, and this was the birth of Jaiko. This guy Jaiko was born by combining the blood and genes of gods and Saiyans. His potential is even more terrifying than Sun Wukong. This is equivalent to the combination of gods and Saiyans. Once he grows up, he will directly become the god of Saiyans. Once Jaiko transforms into a Super Saiyan, he is a Super Saiyan god in a sense, combining the blood and genes of the gods. This point, Suyi also thought of this reason, so a series of combinations were born to give birth to his first form, the second form, and then to the third form he now controls. Mother, don't doubt my eyesight, my strength is very strong, and there are very few people who can make me stand by. And this really put me under inexplicable pressure, so I think he is very strong diaresis. Jaiko spoke solemnly. He was also very surprised by Suyi's strength, because he had also known how strong the people of Earth were. After getting to know him, he only knew the power of Sun Wukong, and the first time he saw this man, he understood that perhaps the information he understood was not comprehensive. Hearing Jaiko's words, Layla, the god of the Western realm, gritted her teeth. She knew the strength of her son. At this stage, it was no problem to sweep all the gods in the universe. The Devil Boo from many years ago, in front of her son, was completely a scumbag, and had no ability to resist at all. However, as powerful as Jaiko, after seeing Suyi, he actually said such a thing. One can imagine how powerful this guy is. If this guy's genes were stolen back then, how powerful my son would be now. Layla, the god of the Western realm, set her eyes on Suyi, and was very annoyed. The key is that she has never heard of or seen this guy, otherwise she will definitely make a two-handed preparation. What should I do, Jaiko? Layla, the god of the Western realm, was a little flustered. She came to Earth this time to conquer all Saiyans on Earth. She felt that this race was too terrible. If it could not be conquered, it must be destroyed. Mother, run away. This guy's strength is definitely not something I can compete with. Jaiko's face showed fear. He didn't want to die, he wanted to become stronger. In this regard, he inherited the genes of Sun Wukong. But at the same time, he also inherited the treacherous and forbearance of the Western realm king god. He is by no means brainless like Sun Wukong. Hello, Mr. Mighty Saiyan, Jaiko said hello to Suyi not far away, and then spoke, but before he finished speaking, he disappeared. This is Sun Wukong's teleportation ability. This guy has inherited the treacherousness of Layla, the god of the Western realm, and has a lot of personality. Naturally, he can run by himself, and he will never run with a fuel bottle. Jaiko, my son. Layla, the god of the Western realm, changed her expression and roared angrily. However, it was of no use at all. With Jaiko's strength, he could use his teleportation ability to span the distance of a planet in the blink of an eye. You don't have to be too sad, because he can't escape at all. Suyi Feifei came to this woman and smiled lightly. He would not let Layla, the god of the Western realm, let go, and it was equally impossible for him to let this Jaiko go. With the incident of the mutant one-star dragon, he already understood the reason why the grass is not eradicated, and the spring breeze blows. Layla, the god of the Western realm, was stunned when she heard Suyi's words. Immediately afterwards, under her shocked gaze, Suyi reached out and grabbed his hand in the void, and then a white-haired man was directly grabbed by him. Who was it if it wasn't Jaiko? Diaresis, what ability did you use? Why can't I leave the earth even when I teleport? Jaiko's face was full of horror, and he was very scared at this time. Suyi smiled lightly and did not explain anything. When he arrived, he had already used the magic circle to cover the entire earth. Without his permission, who could go half a step out of this earth? Please let me go, I can be your dog, my strength is very powerful. Seeing that Suyi ignored him, Jaiko turned pale and began to beg for mercy. Suyi still ignored him and turned to look at Layla, the god of the Western realm. This woman was slaughtered by the demon Boo in his master time and space world. But he knew that in the setting of Dragon Ball AF, she was seriously injured, and then drifted in the universe for a long time, and even, in the setting of Dragon Ball AF, Frieza was still her son. Who the hell are you? Why have I never heard of you, let alone seen you? Good, the god of the Western realm, looked at Suyi with a white face, with a very flustered expression. I want to ask you, how should Jaiko's follow-up advance be advanced? Suyi asked. He just asked tentatively, if he could get some related points from her, it might also be helpful to his subsequent advancement. If not, of course it doesn't matter. Anyway, he has slowly perfected the third form of Super Saiyan, waiting for the opportunity, or a flash of inspiration, the method to obtain the advanced fourth form. Hearing Suyi's question, Layla, the god of the Western realm, flickered. Although she was afraid of death, her intelligence was beyond doubt. From Suyi's words, she could guess that this guy might be involved with Jaiko. The steps are pretty much the same. Don't kill me, I'll tell you everything I know. Layla, the god of the Western realm, calmed down inexplicably and said. Give me what I want, and of course I won't kill you. Suyi smiled lightly, then turned around and looked at Jaiko, who was staring at him with resentment. With his hands, he directly pinched this guy to death. 165. Trunks of the future world has disappeared. Jaiko's invasion of Layla, the king of the Western realm, was stopped by Suyi. Naturally, he did not meet Sun Wukong and the others again, and returned to the main time and space world with the Western realm king god. At this time, in the training room, Suyi sat on a stool, crossed Erlang's legs and folded his arms, looked at Layla kneeling in front of him indifferently, and said indifferently, tell me everything you know. If I am useful, I will definitely not kill you. If you tell me something useless, you will understand the consequences. For this kind of woman, Suyi doesn't have much kindness. You give me what I want, I can abolish you, and then let you go. If you deceive me, then he will naturally not show any sympathy and will kill you directly. My lord, I need to think hard and sort out what I know. Layla lowered her head and whispered. Hearing this, Suyi narrowed his eyes and said lightly, okay, I'll give you 3 days. After 3 days, if you can't give me what I want. Suyi stood up directly without saying a word of nonsense. He didn't say the follow-up words, but he understood that this woman should understand. Since only Suyi himself can enter this training room, he is not afraid of Xiaoluli or Bulma coming in, let alone Layla going out. 3 days, it only takes 3 days for him to know if this woman has what he wants in her mind. Walking out of the training room, 637 Suyi glanced at the time. It was still early, and Layla occupied his training room, so he temporarily stopped his practice and prepared to live a leisurely and comfortable life for the past 3 days. However, a sudden powerful breath made his eyelids twitch. Call out. After thinking for a while, Suyi teleported to the location where the powerful aura was revealed. This place was the immortal Turtle Island. At the same time, in the next second, Suyi appeared on Guaxian Island. Listen to me, everyone, Trunks suddenly disappeared. As soon as Suyi arrived, he glanced at a person hidden in the void, his eyes narrowed, and an exclamation suddenly came from his ear, making him have no time to pay attention to the guy, and then landed on the immortal Turtle Island. Who are you? Sun Wukong Vegeta was not there, but Sun Wufan was there. He walked out and saw a woman running towards them, and asked with a frown. My name is Xiao Wu, and I am the lover of Trunks in the future world. The woman who came to this world from nowhere was out of breath, looked at Sun Gohan and said. Huh. Sun Wufan was stunned. At this time, when he saw Suyi falling from the sky, he hurriedly greeted him, and then whispered, Uncle Suyi, this woman. She is right, she is indeed the lover of Trunks in the future. Suyi nodded. CBDG then glanced at Trunks, whose eyes widened, and said lightly. What? She's my future lover. After being confirmed by Suyi, Trunks exclaimed. Hearing Trunks' voice, Xiao Wu from the future glanced at him and confirmed her eyes, but it was not the right person. What Xiao Wu of the future world likes is naturally Trunks of the future world. No matter what, the Trunks of this era cannot compare to him in the future world. So, after just one look, Xiao Wu retracted her gaze. Your name is Xiao Wu, right? Then I want to ask, what happened to Trunks in the future world? Sun Wufan asked aloud. Sun Wukong and the others were not on Earth. As the most powerful person among the Z warriors, he naturally began to lead the army. Xiao Wu was about to say something. At this time, a man with purple skin, short white hair, and glasses appeared in the sky with his hands behind his back. I saw him slowly descend, smiled at Suyi who was staring at him, then smiled at everyone, and said, let me tell you, my name is Fu, and I'm a friend of Trunks. Huh. Hearing what this suddenly appeared guy said, everyone turned their attention to him. As for Suyi, he squinted at this guy. He felt that this guy was very weird. On his face, he didn't know if it was because of his illusion. He even felt that this guy was very similar to Son Gohan. Then, Trunks' friend, do you know what happened to Trunks? Sun Wufan hurriedly shifted his gaze to that Fu and asked with a frown. Trunks is now trapped in Prison Star. Fu was quiet. Prison Star. Everyone was stunned when they heard this, and had never heard the name of this planet at all. How did you know about this Prison Star? Suyi stood up, looked at this Fu indifferently and asked lightly. His aura was extremely oppressive, causing a few beads of sweat to appear on the latter's forehead. Just before he came, he saw the man hidden in the void, that is this Fu. No problem, why is he hiding? This alone made Suyi very suspicious. Oh, don't put on such a terrifying expression. Trunks is my friend, and my friend is in danger. As a friend, I naturally want to investigate. Fu spread his hands, a faint smile tugged at the corner of his mouth, and said, Prison Juxing is a terrible place to imprison cosmic people. Many evil people are imprisoned in it. Hearing this, Suyi and the others frowned. From this Ephraim's words, we can understand that the prison star is equivalent to a place in a prison, and the people in it are all vicious cosmic beings. So, what crime did Trunks commit? You know where this place is, right? Suyi asked. Of course I do, but it's up to you to find it yourself. Fu smiled slightly, but after saying this, he just disappeared in place with a bang. This guy. Sun Wufan clenched his teeth, and said with some displeasure, he said he was a friend of Trunks, so he knows why he didn't take us there. It's all right. Suyi waved his hand and said lightly, this prison star should be in the future world. If you know the approximate target, it will be much easier to find it. But, this guy named Fu must not be trusted too much. Understood. Son Gohan nodded. The words of the prison star, I should know. At this time, Xiao Wu, who was on the side, suddenly spoke. Hearing this, Suyi put his eyes on her and said in surprise, "How did you know?" "That French took me there secretly, so I probably know the location." Xiao Wu hurriedly said. "Okay, but don't worry too much, I will bring back Vegeta and Goku, let's go to the prison star in the future world together." Suyi closed his eyes and spread his perception ability. After a while, he sensed the location of Sun Wukong and Vegeta, who were practicing on 2 planets in the 7th universe. Call out. Suyi's figure disappeared in place, and the people on Guixian Island didn't wait for a few seconds before he appeared again, followed by Monkey King and Vegeta. "Let's go." With a wave of Suyi's right hand, a time-space tunnel appeared in front of everyone, and then he stepped into the time-space tunnel first. Sun Wuhan and the others wanted to follow, but Sun Wukong asked them to stay on Earth, and the future world was left to them. "Okay, Dad, Uncle Vegeta, you must be careful." Sun Wufan thought for a while, then nodded. "Haha, don't worry, after more than a year of practice, I have become much stronger." Sun Wukong laughed and stepped into the space-time tunnel. "HMPH, Kakarot, do you think my practice for more than a year is in vain? I will definitely surprise you." Vegeta narrowed her eyes, and then stepped into the space-time tunnel. 166. Zizai Jigong vs Super Saiyan IV. The future world, on the prison star. Suyi, Sun Wukong, Vegeta, and Xiao Wu have come to this planet. What a big lock. On the ground, Sun Wukong looked up at the sky and found that many chains were crossed in the sky, which looked very spectacular. "Hey, what's the matter with this anger tilde?" Vegeta frowned suddenly, feeling a very powerful breath. "Ah, this gas." Suyi, Xiao Wu, Sun Wukong and Vegeta turned around and came back together, and saw a man who looked exactly like Sun Wukong was flying towards them, with a shocked expression on their faces. "How is it possible?" Suyi also stared. This guy not only looks the same as Sun Wukong, but also has the same anger, which is the most shocking. Soon, Wukong in the sky flew down and landed in front of several people. Kakarot. Vegeta looked at the man in shock, with a wish-fulfilling stick on his back, a red coat, a black short-sleeved inside, a blue belt and his very sharp eyes, which made him feel familiar and at the same time strangeness. When everyone's eyes were on this, Wukong, he suddenly said coldly, "Finally found you." Hearing what he said, Suyi and the others were at a loss. Boom. This, Wukong, suddenly exploded, and circles of red fireworks erupted all over his body. "This is..." Suyi's face showed shock. "This, Goku, transformed into Red Monkey, that is, Super Saiyan IV. No way. Is this Goku from Dragon Ball GT? Suyi was really shocked and didn't know what to say. It was the first time he had seen such a situation. However, he felt something was wrong. If this guy is the Goku from the Dragon Ball GT world, it's impossible not to know him. Moreover, this guy's breath is indeed very powerful, much stronger than the current Goku and Vegeta's breath. Of course, the premise is that this red monkey is stronger than them if these two guys have not entered the state of Zizai Extreme Intention. Drink. The red monkey Goku gritted his teeth and rushed forward. Seeing this scene, Sun Wukong also hurriedly transformed into Super Saiyan Blue, and also punched. Boom. The fists of the two collided, causing waves of shocks, and the two flew back 10 meters at the same time. So that's the case, are you me in another time and space? The red monkey Wukong looked at Sun Wukong with a look of surprise on his face. Hearing this, Suyi's eyes narrowed again. At this time, a breath suddenly came from behind him, which made him look back. It was the mysterious Franz who said he was Trunks' friend in the main world just now. Who the hell are you? Vegeta looked back, her cold eyes fell on this guy, and she asked. Vegeta, you don't need to ask who I am. I just want to tell you that I've been waiting for you too long. Fu had his hands behind his back, and the expression on his face looked very gloomy. From the first impression, this was the appearance of a sinister villain. Vegeta immediately roared, turned into Super Saiyan Blue, then rose from the ground, and rushed towards Fu. Boom! A second later, I saw Vegeta flying back upside down again, landing on the ground and smashing a deep pit. So strong. On the other side, Xiao Wu's face showed shock. She was still a little impressed by Vegeta's strength. This guy named Fu slapped him down and killed him who was as powerful as Vegeta. So, how powerful is this guy named Fu? Xiao Wu, leave first and find Trunks. On one side, the Red Monkey Wukong and Sun Wukong are fighting, and the fight is very fierce. Vegeta here was instantly killed, and Suyi immediately ordered this Xiao Wu to do her own business. Good. Good. When Xiao Wu heard Suyi's words, she was stunned for the first time. Although she didn't know Suyi, she also understood that her strength would definitely not help in this situation. Therefore, the only thing that can be done is to look for combat power. And this combat power is naturally Trunks. Well, you go. Suyi waved his hand, transformed into a Super Saiyan 1 state, rushed straight into the sky, and punched this Fu with a punch. I know you are very powerful, but I have no interest in fighting you for the time being. Fu easily avoided Suyi's attack and smiled. Suyi raised his brows, he was really grumpy about this guy. System, what is the combat power of this guy? Suyi flew back and stared at the guy named Fu and asked the system in his heart. Drip drip. There were a few sounds in my mind, and then came the system's sweet and pleasant voice. Host, this guy is very powerful. Oh, how much combat power is that? Suyi asked blankly. In fact, he was still a little surprised in his heart. Host, this guy's combat power is 150 kyo. Please note that this is his normal strength, and he has 150 kyo. The system is dignified. Hearing the system's words, several big black question marks appeared on Suyi's forehead. Is this not human? A master with a strength of 150 Beijing appeared. Moreover, this is just the normal strength that is so terrifying. If the gas is in a state of explosion, even this guy will transform. Katakana middle dot flowers katakana middle dot. At this time, Fu glanced at Suyi lightly, then smiled and disappeared, and finally disappeared from his sight. Suyi raised his hand and rubbed his smooth chin. A smile suddenly appeared on Ben's dignified face. It's challenging, isn't it? Suyi laughed, his eyes flashing with excitement. The Grand Priest is not an opponent. After all, he will not fall into the dilemma of a life and death duel. And the gloomy face of this Fu's face, at least on the surface, this guy may be a villain, and he is also a very powerful enemy. Boom! The roar of the explosion sounded, pulling Suyi, who was thinking about it, back to reality, and looked towards the direction from which the roar of the explosion came. The Red Monkey Wukong and Sun Wukong had a lot of fights. Since Sun Wukong didn't enter the ultimate inspiration technique, it really seems that he was actually suppressed a little bit. Goku, don't waste your time. Suyi shouted, that Fu didn't know what the idea was. At this stage, it was natural to find Trunks first, otherwise it would be impossible to point out any perverted characters. After all, it is indeed a bit difficult to participate in this level of duel with the strength of Sun Wukong, Vegeta and Trunks. Hey hey. Hearing Suyi's voice, Sun Wukong tilted his head and laughed twice, then took 2 steps back, suddenly bursting out with a powerful momentum, entering the ultimate freedom art. In this state, he can't keep the Super Saiyan Blue, so except for the fireworks all over his body and the slightly silver-white eyes, the rest of him looks no different from the normal state. What state are you in? The Red Monkey Wukong saw Sun Wukong's free and extreme willpower, and his face showed a shock, because he felt not only a powerful breath from Sun Wukong, but also a kind of oppression. Moreover, this oppression is not the oppression brought by that kind of strength, but a kind of oppression that comes from the blood. This made the Red Monkey Wukong feel very shocked. This is Zizai Jigong, a very powerful state. Sun Wukong explained a sentence for the Red Monkey Wukong, then stepped out, reached him in an instant, and then punched out. Boom! The speed was so fast that the red monkey Wukong did not react at all, and was directly blasted out by Sun Wukong. Call out! The red monkey Wukong flew out backwards. Sun Wukong flashed, rushed forward again, folded his fists with both hands and punched his abdomen heavily. Boom! The red monkey was knocked to the ground, causing a shock, and the power of Wukong, who was free and extremely mindful, was so terrifying. 167. Fu's plan will be a fierce battle. Brother Su Yi, I have completed the task perfectly. Sun Wukong waited in the air for a while, and found that the red monkey Wukong did not rush out again. He had a kind heart, so he was not ready to kill him. Turning around and coming to Su Yi, Han Xiao scratched the back of his head. Not bad. Su Yi nodded and glanced at the big pit plain where the red monkey Wukong was over there. If it was normal, he still had the mind to comment on this battle. Now, he didn't have the time to comment on the battle, so he nodded, and when a dodging came, he squatted down in front of Vegeta, who had just been slapped to the ground and fainted. I gave him a super fairy bean, and soon he regained consciousness. Vegeta's face was flushed red, and she felt very ashamed that she was killed again. Don't worry, that guy named Fu is very powerful. As far as I am concerned, I am afraid that under full firepower, if I don't use other powers, I can only draw a tie with this guy's normal state. Su Yi said solemnly, Fu's strength is that he has to face it with 740, let alone weak. He is not only a Vegeta of 2 grades. Hearing Su Yi's words, Vegeta's first reaction was naturally disbelief, thinking that he was comforting herself. However, when she saw Su Yi's solemn expression, Vegeta fell silent. He has never seen such a solemn expression on this Mr. Su Yi's face before, so it is not difficult to see that these words are by no means comforting him, but very real. Is that guy named Fu so powerful? Sun Wukong suddenly became interested, his face revealed a surging fighting intent, and it seemed that he really wanted to fight with Fu after listening to his tone. Although, he knew that he was afraid that he would be killed in seconds. However, he still wanted to play against Fu once. Don't worry, you are not without the strength to fight him. Su Yi smiled, this is not for comfort, but he has 2 fitting earrings in his hand. If the 2 fit together to become Veget, they can definitely have a relationship with Fu. Because, the fighting strength of the super soldier Veget with the combined earrings is multiplied by the combined fighting strength of the 2. Therefore, once the super soldier Vegeta appears, he can definitely fight against this Fu. When Sun Wukong and Vegeta heard Su Yi's words, they also regarded it as comfort and did not take it to heart. Several people left this place, and soon, the red monkey Wukong who fought with Sun Wukong before suddenly flew out of the deep pit. Strange. This guy's strength is really powerful and terrifying. The red monkey Wukong frowned, and Wukong's strength was enough to crush 2 of him. Do not. Even if there are 3 of him, I am afraid they cannot be his opponents. This point, the red monkey Wukong is still very self-aware. Follow up and have a look, this guy didn't kill them all, it doesn't feel like I'm on the same team as that guy the first imagined. The red monkey Wukong's eyes flashed, and he hurriedly chased after Sun Wukong and the others. After a while, the red monkey Wukong caught up and looked forward. Su Yi and others were confronting a guy. That person is the frozen demon family, or Gyula, who died at the hands of Su Yi twice. However, Gyula in this time and space did not know Su Yi. Are you Gyula? Sun Wukong had an impression of him and asked aloud with a frown. Sun Wukong. Gyula folded his arms around his chest, glanced at Su Yi and the others lightly, and finally fixed his gaze on Sun Wukong, with a cold smile on the corner of his mouth. Seeing this smile, Su Yi's eyes narrowed. He doesn't care about killing this guy a 3rd time, even though the 2 Gyulas are not from the same time and space. Me in another time and space. At this moment, the red monkey Wukong shouted aloud from behind. Hearing the sound, Su Yi and Monkey King Vegeta turned around, and behind them came the red monkey Goku. Time Patrolman. Gyula saw the red monkey Wukong. His eyes widened, and a surprised expression appeared on his face. You are a time and space patrolman. Why were you arrested in prison, Huoxing? I wasn't caught. I came here on my own initiative to find the guy who disturbed time and space. The red monkey Wukong came to the crowd and said coldly. Compared to the gentle temperament of Goku in the main world and Goku in the Dragon Ball GT world, the temperament of this time and space patrolman, Goku, is a little more violent, and he belongs to the kind of person who will go to work if he disagrees. By the way, what is a time-space patroller? At this time, Sun Wukong, who was on the side, scratched his head and asked. Time and Space Patrolman Wukong took a step forward and said indifferently, I am Sun Wukong from a different time and space than you. I am Wukong from another time and space, and my duty is to deal with the bad guys who disturb time and space, so this is called it. Time Patrol. Hearing this, Sun Wukong blinked and stared, surprised. So, you are a good person. Of course he's a good guy. Time Patrolman Wukong nodded. Then, do you know where this prison star is? It was said before that the prisoners here are all the most vicious and vicious people in the universe. Is that true? Vegeta asked suddenly. I don't know that. Time and Space Patrolman Wukong shook his head and said he didn't know. Huh. A sneer came from Gyula's mouth. So, you know what? Sun Wukong immediately turned his attention to Gyula and asked. This is a proving ground for a strong guy. He likes fighting very much. However, this fight is not his own fight, but very fond of watching other people's battles, the kind of decisive battle between life and death, which he is very obsessed with. Gyula opened his mouth to speak, and his eyes were full of fear. This guy has captured powerful people from all time and space here. As long as he comes to this prison star, he will continue to fight. What if I die? Suyi frowned and asked, listening to what this means, does this guy still have the ability to control the corpse and continue to let the corpse continue to fight? If you die, you will die. If you don't die, you will continue to fight. Gyula glanced at Suyi and said lightly. Bang bang bang. At this moment, a figure appeared in the sky, and it was the Fu who had appeared several times before. Who the hell are you? Where's Trunks? Seeing Fu, Vegeta hurriedly roared. Shish. Fu made a silent gesture towards Vegeta, then sat down cross-legged in midair, rested his chin with his hands and looked at the person below, and said with a smile, where is Trunks? Of course you are very fast. Just know, but before that, I hope you can show me a very good duel. Are you the guy who disrupts time and space? Sun Wukong frowned and looked at the sky, and said coldly, it seems that you are the bad guy. No, I'm not a bad person, but a very powerful person. Fu shook his fingers and laughed, then slowly got up from the air, his body slowly rose again, and he said, if you want to leave this place, you must collect 7 Dragon Balls. Dragon Ball. Hearing this, Suyi was also stunned. I have a Dragon Ball here, and this guy gave it to me. At this time, Wukong, the time and space patroller, took out a Dragon Ball, which is a one-planet. 5.9 Suyi glanced back, and then heard Fu's voice in the sky continue. There are 6 Dragon Balls in the prison star, all in the hands of 6 very powerful characters. If you want to leave this place, just these 6 have to be defeated to get the remaining 6 Dragon Balls. So please show me a great showdown. Quote. Call out. After saying this, Fu disappeared immediately. Hey. Sun Wukong made a trumpet-like cry on the ground. Suyi's brows furrowed, and at the same time, there was a surge of excitement in his heart. After the excitement, Suyi felt unhappy again. To be honest, he used the power of the universal law more than once to give a lesson to this guy named Fu, but after thinking about it, he still resisted the use of this power. If you want to beat violently, you naturally have to use your own strength to beat violently, that is the most enjoyable. 168. Evil Saiyan Kamba vs Suyi. Super Duel. Suyi and the others started to walk. Gyula followed behind them. He understood that the strength of one person was far less than that of several people combined, so he was naturally willing to join Suyi and the others. After walking for a while, suddenly a very evil aura came, which made everyone's faces show surprised expressions. What an evil smell! Besides, it seems to be a Saiyan. Suyi frowned, and suddenly a roar came from the right side, and then the person wrapped in a black-red fireworks fell on the top of a high mountain not far from them. That guy's anger is too strong. Sun Wukong exclaimed. Vegeta stared at the guy who was wrapped in a cloud of black and red fireworks, folded his arms around his chest, clenched his teeth, his eyes flashed, and he didn't know what he was thinking. Roar! Boom! With a roar, the man on the top of the mountain exploded, and then black and red fireworks exploded around him. This powerful momentum blew up wind blades one after another, attacking them towards Suyi. A few people escaped easily, and there were bursts of explosions next to them. Is this guy also a Saiyan? It's the first time I've seen such an evil aura. It's so powerful. Gyula swallowed his saliva on the side, and beads of sweat appeared on his forehead, shocked. 22. From the perspective of breath, it is indeed a Saiyan. Suyi narrowed his eyes and sensed it, then nodded. Moreover, he also asked the system in his heart, and learned that this guy is not only a Saiyan, but also very powerful, with a normal combat power of more than 100 Beijing. I'm afraid he is the powerful person that Fu said, so he must have a Dragon Ball on him. Vegeta, let's go. An excited smile appeared on Sun Wukong's face. He was never afraid of a strong enemy, because the stronger he was, the more he felt that this was a good opportunity to break through his own limits. Humph, I want you to say it. Boom. Vegeta burst out with a powerful momentum. This time, it was not a Super Saiyan Blue, but a realm that came directly from the second stage of Jigong. Hey, Vegeta, you actually controlled the second stage of Zizai Jigong. Sun Wukong glanced at him with a surprised expression on his face. HMPH, don't think you're the only one growing up. I'm the prince of the Saiyan family, how could it be? Boom. Vegeta was still talking, and Sun Wukong burst out with a more powerful aura. This was the third stage of Zizai Jigong. Feeling this momentum, Vegeta did not speak with a gloomy face, and turned to look at the guy on the top of the mountain who exuded a very evil aura, ready to disperse the anger in his heart on this guy. However, when he rushed over, he found that the guy on the top of the mountain suddenly disappeared. Drink. Before Vegeta could react, he heard a burst of shouting in his ears, and then a casserole-sized fist slammed into his face. Boom. With one punch, Vegeta was blown away directly. Spike. Another spike. Suyi was really speechless as he watched from the side. Couldn't this guy link up with Sun Wukong? But to be honest, it is indeed a bit difficult to make Vegeta and Sun Wukong cooperate. After all, this guy is too reluctant to admit defeat, and always feels that he can defeat the enemy alone. However, he is often the first to be defeated by the enemy. Suyi glanced at Vegeta who flew out, and after thinking about it, he still didn't want to pay attention to him, and rushed into the sky in conjunction with Sun Wukong and the Time-Space Patroller Wukong. Drink. Several people exploded their momentum at the same time, and this powerful momentum showed a shocking color on the face of Gyula underground. Time and Space Patrolman Wukong's aura is not bad. Sun Wukong is slightly stronger. As for Suyi's aura, he completely changed his color. At the first moment when the two sides met before, he still looked down on this boy who couldn't sense the breath and looked bland. As a result, it was this humble guy who was the most powerful. This made him feel a sense of happiness. Fortunately he didn't provoke this guy, otherwise once there was a dispute just now, this guy could easily kill him in seconds. In the sky, Suyi and the others were fighting fiercely with the Saiyan who exuded an evil aura. At this time, somewhere in the prison, Fu was watching their battle with live pictures in a small room. Two Saiyans, Sun Wukong, plus a Saiyan who doesn't know who they are, and the evil Saiyan Kamba. Tisk tisk, what a wonderful infighting. Fu pushed his glasses, His eyes flashed with strange brilliance, and a very excited expression appeared on his face. Fight, fight, let me see which side is stronger. The camera turned back. Suyi had entered the third form of the Super Saiyan God. His combat power at this time was around 80 Beijing. The terrifying momentum and strong coercion made Sun Wukong and the space-time patroller reluctantly give up their positions. Looking at Suyi, who was fighting fiercely with the evil Saiyan Kamba. Brother Suyi's strength is still so powerful. Sun Wukong sighed. Just now, when the three besieged Kamba, Suyi always led them to fight. If it were him and the time-space patrolman Wukong, it would be absolutely no suspense. Moreover, it can be seen that there is still some big difference between Suyi and this evil Saiyan. However, his super combat power has narrowed the gap even more than this guy. Boom. While Sun Wukong was thinking about it, Suyi in the sky began to burst out, punching the evil Saiyan Kamba with a punch, and the roar of his beating burst into a frenzy. The power of the great priest is strong, right? There is no doubt about that. The strength is at least above 1000 Beijing. His strength of around 100 Beijing was beaten by Suyi and he couldn't take care of himself, not to mention the 100 Beijing combat power at the level of Kamba. Don't forget, every ordinary attack of Suyi has the effect of soul shock or paralysis. How can this guy compete with this double attack? Soon, the results of the battle were divided, and Suyi easily stepped on this guy. He thought that Kamba would transform into something, but he was very disappointed. Where did this guy transform into? He was completely a reckless man, except for the no-brain rush and no-brain attacking him. The speed was completely crushed by Suyi. At this moment, a full moon rose into the sky from nowhere, and Kamba, who was stepped on by Suyi, saw the full moon fall into a violent state instantly. Roar. With his roar, he directly transformed into a giant ape. Suyi raised his head and glanced at the full moon. Now he can naturally suppress himself and forcefully transform into a giant ape without seeing the full moon. Therefore, he even looked at the full moon in the sky 2 more times, and then set his eyes on Kamba. Now he understands what the system said, that this guy's normal strength is 100 Jing. It seems that when he transformed into a giant ape, his combat power immediately increased tenfold. At that time, the combat power of 1000 Beijing. This 783 thought came out. Suyi suddenly took a breath of cold air, turned his head hastily, and roared at Sun Wukong. You guys run, after this guy turns into a giant ape, we can't compete. Roar. As soon as Suyi's voice fell, a roar sounded in the field, followed by black and red flames falling from the sky, like meteorites, rushing towards everyone. Oops, there's no escape. Suyi's eyes narrowed, just about to use the power of the law of the universe. Unexpectedly, a figure suddenly appeared in the sky, directly blasting the full moon, followed by a horn sound that was very tortuous. Suyi looked up and saw that the giant ape incarnated by the evil Saiyan stopped attacking, then hugged his head and roared angrily. Then, his body slowly shrank, and finally returned to his previous appearance. The person blowing the horn was naturally Fu. He glanced at Suyi, and then mentioned that the evil Saiyan Kamba disappeared into the sky. Brother Suyi, what does this guy mean? Sun Wukong frowned and came over and asked strangely. I don't know, but this evil Saiyan should be the one who came to test our strength. Now we should have some understanding of our strength. I am afraid that the next level should be an opponent of a certain level. Suyi pondered for a moment and said these words. Moreover, he discovered that this Fu seems to know the characteristics of their Saiyans. The more brave they are, the more powerful they are, so is the reason for doing this to train them to become stronger. As soon as this idea came out, Suyi's eyes suddenly narrowed, and an unpleasant feeling in his heart slowly rose. 169. The third form of the super race god. The runaway state. To be honest, Suyi has had unpleasant thoughts once and for all over the years. You want to run, right? Bro. Let you run, but if you can run away, then I will consider you to win. Immediately, Suyi's eyes narrowed, and at this moment his third form of Super Saiyan had returned to normal. He is not going to suppress himself anymore. In the end, the flags set up by everyone can't escape the True Fragrance series. Because, he said before that he wanted to use his strength to beat this guy. After understanding it, he found that this idea is still quite difficult to realize at present. After all, even an evil Saiyan can't beat him, so how can he beat this suspected final boss Fu? Brother Suyi, that Fu's strength is too strong. Sun Wukong came at this time, and just opened his mouth. He suddenly found that Suyi's breath began to slowly expand. Suyi blinked, looking confused. What does this mean? Just when he was about to use the power of the universal law and felt that he could control it, he found that his power suddenly sank. System, could it be that I can no longer control the power of this cosmic law? Suyi asked inwardly, feeling very strange. Host, this is not the main time and space world. The sound of the system sounded, causing Suyi to be stunned, wondering why this future world is not the main time and space world. It was indeed the main time and space world when you came, but have you forgotten the identity of Fu? This guy is a criminal who specializes in time and space. The sound of the system continued, causing Suyi to open his mouth. He didn't know what to say for a while. It was too uncomfortable for him to be meowing. So, I've had to do it so far. The corners of Suyi's mouth twitched. He thought that no matter how bad he was, he would still have the biggest trump card, but now it seems that his biggest trump card doesn't work at all. What matters is his own strength. No, at present, the time and space where the prison star is located is constantly rotating. The system cannot come to a conclusion for the time being as to how it rotates. However, once it rotates to the main time and space world, the system will inform the host of your situation as soon as possible. Hearing this, Su Yebiaji twitched her mouth. After all, do you still want to ask him to go? Host, take it easy. The system believes that it will be transferred to the main time and space world soon. The system persuaded it. It was very afraid that Suyi, who had never suffered a loss, would get angry, choose to be reckless in this place, and finally kill himself. At this time, a terrifying and evil aura came again. Suyi turned his head to look. A sneer gradually appeared on his face, and the person who came was Kamba, the evil Saiyan just now. Go is impossible, a real man is only reckless. Suyi soared into the sky, and the third form of Chaosai God burst out with a bang. Brother Suyi's breath is much scarier than before. Feeling this amazing breath, Sun Wukong's face changed and he was shocked. Wukong, the time-space patrolman on one side, didn't know what to say, and suddenly found that he, who was relatively powerful in their time-space, was actually so weak in this other time-space. Hey, how did you cultivate? Why are you so powerful? After all, Wukong, the time-space patroller, couldn't bear it any longer, and asked about himself in another time-space. Hearing his question, Sun Wukong turned his head and said with a smile, if there is no big brother Suyi, I will not be as strong as me. This has already been said very clearly. His strength was taught by Suyi. This is indeed the case. Suyi has taught Sun Wukong too many things, and the relationship between the two seems to be worthy of brothers. In fact, Sun Wukong regarded Suyi as his own master in his heart. Hearing Sun Wukong's words, the time-space patrolman Wukong's eyes flashed and he looked up at the sky. It was hard to imagine why this man could be so powerful. Moreover, he has only noticed now that this man's transformation is different from Sun Wukong and the others, but is very similar to his Super Saiyan IV transformation. If so, the follow-up transformation of Super Saiyan IV, does this man understand? Thinking of this, Wukong's eyes suddenly lit up. Boom! Boom! At this time, a person was blasted into the sky, and the two of them looked at Sun Wukong, and the one who was sent flying was Kamba, the evil Saiyan. At this time, the silver-white fireworks all over Suyi's body in the sky seemed to condense into reality. The silver-white fireworks are even more with some big golden arrogance. Brother Suyi in this state is so irritable. Sun Wukong's eyes were straight. Since he met Suyi, he looked like a big brother in his eyes. Although he occasionally showed a bit of sternness, it was the first time he attacked people so violently. C. At the same time, Fu, who was watching the live battle somewhere in the prison, stared at Suyi and narrowed his eyes. Diaresis, this Saiyan has pure divine power in his body, and his realm is a fusion of many aspects. He is really a genius. Fu has traveled through too much time and space and universe. He has also seen too many Saiyans, and he has also met very powerful Saiyans with great potential. However, he had never seen such a comprehensive Saiyan. Powerful, with unlimited potential, and a very smart brain. Perhaps, he is qualified to let me take a good shot. Fu's eyes flashed with excitement, and he whispered. On Suyi's side, he slowly flew down from the sky and looked down at Kamba, the evil Saiyan who was deep in the ground. This guy was attacked like this without dying. This shows how much this guy is. Of power. Fight, power, strength. A dull sound came from the deep pit, followed by a burst of black and red light, and a more powerful momentum than before. Suyi took a step forward and glanced, his eyes suddenly narrowed. He found that Li Chenjiao, this guy's combat power has reached 200 Beijing, which is a normal state of explosiveness, and his strength has doubled. Brother Suyi, Vegeta woke up. Why don't I fuse with him and defeat this guy with you? Sun Wukong came forward. Vegeta was silent with a cold face behind him, and looked very upset. No need to fuse, you two wear these 2 earrings each, and then do the earrings together. Suyi took out a pair of earrings from the system package space, turned around and threw them to Sun Wukong. Earrings. Seeing this earring, Sun Wukong and Vegeta were stunned at the same time, then took the earring and put on their ears tentatively. Rub. A dazzling golden light burst out from the two of them, and then a figure appeared. It was the Super Saiyan Blue Fit Super Soldier Vegeta. 170. Free Extreme Intentional Vegeta. The appearance of the integrated Super Soldier Vegeta made Suyi on the side show a thoughtful expression. To be honest, he still thinks that Vegeta in Super Saiyan IV is a little more handsome than Super Saiyan Blue. I think I can still be stronger, but I don't think you need to pay too much attention to this evil Saiyan. Super Soldier Vegeta tilted his head to look at Kamba the evil Saiyan who was emitting black and red fireworks all over his body, raised his head and spoke arrogantly. Seeing this guy's arrogant attitude, Suyi shook his head and smiled. Vegeta was indeed much more inflated than Gogeta, a fusion warrior. Boom. As he was thinking about it, Vegeta, who was in super blue color, rushed towards Kamba, and the combination of the earrings multiplied the fighting strength of the two. The combat power of the two is 15.5 and the other is 13.1, which naturally can be much stronger under the state of Zizai extreme willpower. Now, in Suyi's opinion, this guy's combat power is around 203. He guessed for a while, and estimated that with the blessing of Zizai's extreme will, I am afraid that Vegeta's strength will rise to a very terrifying level. When Vegeta appeared, Suyi also saved his snacks, ready to reminisce about the runaway state he fell into in the third form of the Super Saiyan God just now. In that state, he found that his mind was a lot more tyrannical, and he felt like he was in the state of a giant ape. Listening to the name, it seems that it may be similar to Sharu's runaway state, Trunks in the future world, and Vegeta's Super 2 runaway state. But in fact, the effect is very different. In the third form of Super Saiyan, his speed is not only not slowed down, but he is much faster. That's not all, his strength, reaction, and explosive power in all aspects are not even a little bit stronger than the third form of the ordinary Super Saiyan God. That feeling just now is not very good to say. Suyi rubbed his chin with his hand and kept thinking about how he got into this state just now, and finally found that he seemed a little angry, and then more upset. Thinking of this, Suyi looked at the field. Vegeta was arrogant, but he did have the capital to expand and be arrogant. At this moment, he was only in the super blue state of 203 Beijing and easily beat the evil of 200 Beijing. Saiyan Kamba. It's too weak, can you be stronger? Super Blue Vegeta knocked Kamba flying with a punch, then flashed his figure, stepped directly on his head, and said lightly, "Roar." Super Blue Veget is so arrogant. Kamba is obviously very unhappy, and with a roar, the black and red fireworks around his body skyrocket, and then he sees his combat power from 200 Beijing to 250 Beijing. With this powerful fighting power, even Suyi now feels that he may not be an opponent. However, now that there is Super Blue Veget supporting the field, even if he can't beat it, he believes that Vegeta, who is free and extremely willing, can definitely easily crush this evil Saiyan. Therefore, Suyi found a place and immediately began to practice on the spot. He knew that if he could successfully control the rampant state of the third form of Super Saiyan, then his strength would be even higher. At the same time, somewhere in Prison Star, Trunks and Xiao Wu of the future world ran fast, and after leaving a small city, they flew directly into the sky. "Xiao Wu, do you think there are two Wukong uncles?" In the sky, Trunks solemnly faced Xiao Wudao. That's right, the strength of the other Uncle Wukong is also very strong. When fighting fiercely, he has been suppressing Uncle Wukong who is in Super Blue state. Xiao Wu had a look of amazement on her face. She left earlier, so she only saw the scene of the Super Blue state of Sun Wukong being suppressed. I understand, and I don't know if that Uncle Wukong is good or bad. Trunks was very worried that this time there would be no disaster in the future world. It was as simple as he was kidnapped to this planet. The two flew at a very high speed, and they soon sensed the powerful aura coming to the battlefield of Super Blue Veget and the evil Saiyan Kamba. Beulah. Trunks glanced at the two Vegeta who were fighting fiercely in the arena. He didn't notice for the first time that this was a combined warrior different from Vegeta. Instead, he turned his gaze to another place and saw the A fellow of the Frozen Demon clan with golden skin. He recognized who it was Frieza's brother Beulah. Another Saiyan, hee, I don't know how strong this Saiyan kid is. Beulah also saw Trunks who came later, glanced at him lightly, secretly said something in his heart, and then put his eyes on the field again. At this time, Super Blue Veget was slowly suppressed, and finally directly entered the realm of Zizai Jigong, which once again formed a counter-suppression. Too weak. The strength of Vegeta, who is free and extremely willing, is more than just the combat power of Beijing 203. At this moment, he has come directly to Beijing 406. Of course, Vegeta himself does not know how much his combat strength is, but he understands that he is very strong at this moment. That's it. Fighting again. No, it should be said that the beating started again, and Vegeta, who was extremely free, was invincible, and he couldn't beat the evil Saiyan at all. What a powerful force. Is this the fusion warrior Gogeta of Dad and Uncle Goku? However, it doesn't feel like it. Trunks on the side whispered. Da. Sound of footsteps sounded, and the Time-Space Patrolman Goku came to Trunks, glanced at him, and said in surprise, a hybrid Saiyan of humans and Saiyans. Your potential seems to be very high. What he felt from Trunks was not the fighting power of an ordinary Saiyan, but a very terrifying explosive power. He knew that the strength of this kid was not bad. Uncle Wukong. Trunks turned around and saw Goku, the Time-Space Patroller in the Super Saiyan 4 state, and said in surprise, No, you should be Uncle Goku from another time-space, right? Your transformation is so strange. Strange is indeed strange, but I have to say that Trunks feels that the transformation of this state is stronger than the Super Blue state. This is Super Saiyan 4. It is different from the Super Saiyan Blue Pursuit of God after you Super Saiyan 3. This is the realm that we have gradually perfected and grown by following the blood of the ancient Saiyans. Time Patrolman Wukong smiled. That's it. Trunks' eyes lit up, and he suddenly became interested, and asked, Then can I ask you how Super Saiyan 4 transformed? It's very simple. Transform into a giant ape form, and then control your senses to transform into a Super Saiyan 4. But before that, you need to reach enough energy to transform into a Super Saiyan 4. Quote. Time Patrolman Goku pondered for a moment and explained it to Trunks. Trunks' eyes flashed with a thoughtful look on his face. To be honest, he felt that this transformation should not be easy given his current abilities. However, it is not easy to transform, and he also wants to give it a try. Maybe it will be a success. Wait, you don't have a tail. Time and Space Patrolman Goku suddenly noticed a detail, that is, Trunks does not have a tail, and his brows furrowed immediately. If you don't have a tail, let's not say that you can't transform into Super Saiyan 4, you will become a Super Saiyan IV. It is also unlikely to be in the form of a giant ape. Quote. Hearing this, Trunks' face changed, he really did not have a tail. Unlike Son Gohan and Son Goshen when he was a child, Trunks has no tail since he was a child. So I have no chance. Trunks was slightly lost and sighed. Boom. At this moment, there was an explosion and roar in the field, which made several people's eyes project away, and saw that the evil Saiyan Kamba had been beaten by Zizai Jigong Veget. Look at that. He was seriously injured and looked like he was on the verge of death. Too weak, too weak. Is there no opponent who can play against me? Zaisen Jigong Veget put his hands on his waist, watching Kamba, who was not far away, shaking his head and talking. 171. Dangerous. The most powerful warrior Veget is infected. Hearing the words of Zizai Jigong Veget, a few people on one side looked at each other in dismay. This sex is simply. If it wasn't for his super strength, his inelegant personality would definitely be beaten back and forth by powerful people a few times. Space Patroller Goku appeared. Vegeta. Dad. The voices of Time and Space Patrolman Wukong and Trunks sounded at the same time, and the former was stunned when he heard the sound of Dad, and said in surprise, "What is your name, Vegeta?" Dad. Trunks was also stunned. He didn't understand why Uncle Wukong from another time and space would ask such a question. Could it be the father of that time and space isn't the child born to him? As soon as this thought came to him, an embarrassed look appeared on Trunks' face. If it wasn't him, then he really didn't know what to call the Time Patrolman Vegeta. Ha ha ha. Hearing Trunks' father again, Time Space Patrolman Goku immediately hugged his stomach and laughed. What the hell is going on? Could it be Daddy, Mr. Vegeta from another dimension? Hey, isn't his son me? Trunks asked, and was very confused for a while, not knowing whether to call Time Patrol Vegeta Dad or what. Ha ha ha. Time Space Patrolman Wukong laughed, and his tears almost came out. At this time, Time Space Patroller Vegeta had already flown over. His eyes were fixed on Time Space Patrolman Wukong, and he said coldly, "Kakarot, I tell you, where did you go? It turns out that you found a very good planet by yourself and are honing your strength with others." Vegeta, didn't you hear a voice just now? Time Patrolman Goku stopped laughing and looked at Time Patrol Vegeta rode with a solemn expression. What's the sound? Well, it seems like someone called Dad. Time Patrol Vegeta blinked and frowned. His eyes suddenly turned to Trunks, who had a strange expression on his face, and his expression suddenly changed. Who are you? Why do I feel something in you? A very familiar aura, and, inexplicably very kind to you. As the prince of the Saiyan family who is also another time and space, his strength and arrogance are very high. The strength of the Time and Space Patrolman Wukong made him admire him, and naturally he looked at him a little more. Beyond that, know that he looks down on any Saiyan, even his father, King Vegeta. In his eyes, strength is paramount, and without strength, there is no qualification for status. Now, he finds that he somehow feels a kinship with a half-blooded Saiyan whom he has just met once, which makes him not shocked. Vegeta, his name is Trunks, your son from another dimension. Seeing Vegeta's shocked look, the Time Space Patroller Goku couldn't hold it any longer. He burst into laughter, and explained it to the Time Space Patroller Vegeta. After a quick explanation, Time Space Patroller Vegeta glanced at Trunks, and then snorted coldly. I didn't expect my eyes to be so low in another time and space, and I actually fell in love with an ordinary Earth woman. Between the words, it is not difficult to hear that Vegeta, the Time Space Patroller, has some contempt for Vegeta in the main time-space world and Trunks' mother Elu. Hearing this, Trunks stepped forward and took a step forward, his aura exploded, and at the same time he transformed into the full power state of Super Saiyan 2 that belonged only to him. Although you are my father in another time and space, I can't tolerate you slandering and insulting my parents. Trunks' face was full of icy expressions. He wouldn't be angry if he knew that this guy was Vegeta from another dimension. Seeing the aura of Trunks, Time and Space Patrolman Vegeta first flashed a look of surprise in his eyes, then a funny smile appeared on his face, nodded and praised, "Okay, as expected of the most beautiful Saiyan family. Noble blood, your name is Trunks, right? Let me see your strength." Boom. As soon as Vegeta, the Time-Space Patroller, finished speaking, a powerful burst of energy suddenly erupted, and at the same time, he transformed into Super Saiyan IV. Seeing Time Patrol Vegeta transformed into Super Saiyan IV, Trunks did not hesitate at all, took out the divine sword behind him, and rushed towards Time Patrol Vegeta. He was taught by Suyi when he was in the main time and space world, and he even obtained a top swordsmanship that Suyi taught him, pure yang swordsmanship. You must know that this pure yang swordsmanship is one of the legendary 8 immortals, Lu Dongban's swordsmanship, and its power is self-evident. The two fought fiercely, and the Time-Space Patrolman Wukong on one side returned to his normal appearance, and the other side watched the battle. At the same time, while Trunks and Time-Space Patrolman Vegeta were fighting fiercely, the evil Saiyan on the other side stood up from the ground again, fell into a frenzy and began to entangle with the free-spirited Vegeta. Fight. For a time, on such a field, the battle of the 4 people attracted Gyula, Xiao Wu, and Wukong, the Time-Space Patroller, to glance back and forth. In a certain corner, Suyi, who has been immersed in the perception of the berserk state of the 3rd form of Super Saiyan, entered a very strange state. He felt as if his time had stopped at this moment. Inexplicably, he had spent at least several years in this state. Katakana middle dot katakana middle dot flowers 0 katakana middle dot katakana middle dot katakana middle dot. From the first day, he started from the emotional aspect. Now, he has gradually mastered the 3 emotions of joy, sadness and joy. In his opinion, human emotions are naturally divided into 8 emotions: joy, anger, sadness and depression. At the same time, he also divided these 8 emotions into 2 stages. One is the initial stage, joy and sorrow. The second is the final stage, sorrow and depression. Now, after several years, he has only mastered the 3 emotions in the initial stage, but he has found that his realm is much deeper than before. This kind of realm brings not a substantial increase in combat power, but a realm that is unclear and unclear. I think that if I can control the emotion of anger and let it go freely, then I can easily enter the berserk state of the 3rd form of Super Saiyan. Suyi understood very well, so he rested a little and continued to realize it. 0. At this time, the battle between Vegeta and Trunks, the space-time patroller in the field, was over, and Trunks was naturally defeated in the end. However, he forced out 50% of Vegeta's strength, which alone made Goku of Vegeta, the time patroller, amazed. Roar. A violent roar suddenly came, and several people were about to talk about something. An evil and very powerful breath came, which made everyone look, and their faces suddenly changed. At this moment, Vegeta, who was absolutely invincible before, was emitting black and red fireworks all over his body, exactly the same as the breath of the evil Saiyan Kamba. Oops! Was the combined warrior infected by that evil Saiyan? The Time and Space Patrolman Wukong exclaimed. Yes. Vegeta, the space-time patroller, looked at them and found that the eyes of the integrated warrior Vegeta were looking towards them at the same time. This oppressive gaze made several people's faces pale. Vegeta, what to do? Time and Space Patrolman Wukong's face is solemn, and they are not strong when they are alone. This guy is still a combined warrior, how could they possibly be able to compete? They are earrings that fit together and can only last for an hour. They must have been together for a while before that. So, if you only need to kill their time, maybe you can defeat them. Time Patrolman Vegeta suggested something. But, hearing his words, the time-space patroller Wukong showed a wry smile on his face. He was about to shake his head to express his thoughts, but he saw the time-space patroller Vegeta take out 2 earrings from his arms, which made his eyes suddenly widened. 172. Super 4 Vegeta vs ZZG Gong Vegeta. Is this a Portara earring? The Time and Space Patrolman Wukong exclaimed. Yes, Kakarot, let's see how powerful the combined warriors of another dimension are. Vegeta, the Time and Space Patroller, was very excited. Good. The two put on the Potara earrings, and then a golden light flashed, and the two were attracted to move closer, and finally merged into one, becoming a Vegeta of Super Saiyan IV. On one side, Trunks and Xiao Wu saw that another Super Soldier Vegeta was born, and their eyes widened. 2 integrated warriors fight. This scene is really a once in a century. Beulah, who was on the side, came over and folded his arms around his chest. At this time, he had returned to normal, with a shocked expression on his face, and said, "Who will win?" Xiao Wu thought about it for a while and asked a question. "I don't know, but judging from the strength of Qi, the combined warrior born in another time and space is not as strong as the one born by Dad and Uncle Wukong." Trunks squinted at the field, where the Super Saiyan 4 Vegeta had already been fighting with the ultimate inspiration Vegeta. 5-finger airsoft gun. 5-finger airsoft gun. In the sky, the 2 Vegetas launched the same move, and suddenly bursts of explosions and roars rang out one after another. It's scary. The faces of the Trunks below changed. Just the aftermath of the impact just now caused several mountains around them to explode. Moreover, Beulah saw that some of the chains in the sky were even shattered by the aftermath of the fierce fight between the two, which made him seem to see the hope of escaping. Try harder. Like this, maybe all these chains will be broken, and that is the moment when the imprisonment of this prison star is released. Beulah roared in his heart. Ah da 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 da. In the sky, the two have no longer attacked Bo, but fought against each other. However, it is not difficult to see who is stronger and who is weaker from the comparison between Super 4 Vegeta, who is sweating profusely and with a relaxed expression on his face. Damn, this Vegeta from another dimension is too strong. With one blow, the two flew away. Super 4 Vegeta was sweating profusely, and was very shocked by the strength of Zizai Jigong Vegeta. Also a fit warrior Vegeta, he felt that he was just a simple Vegeta, but that guy could be called a Super Vegeta. The 2 Vegetas continued to fight again, but this time Vegeta did not lower his strength, and instantly killed the Super 4 Vegetas in seconds. After all, the strength of Zizai Jigong Vegeta has reached the combat power of more than 400 capitals, and the strength of Super 4 Vegeta is still far behind him, so it is very normal to be killed in an instant. The Trunks at the bottom saw that Super 4 Vegeta was defeated, and then a confused look appeared on their faces. In their opinion, the only one who had the most strength to fight against Vegeta was the most powerful. This Super 4 Vegeta. And now this Super 4 Vegeta has also been killed in seconds, so who else can stop this free extreme intention Vegeta? Wait a minute, isn't that Uncle Suyi? How can I forget him? Trunks saw Suyi who was entering a state of cultivation, and then a surprised look appeared on his face. In his eyes, this uncle is very powerful, so he will definitely be able to turn corruption into magic and defeat this infected free-spirited Vegeta. He seems to be practicing, and it feels like a long time has passed. Beulah reminded. Then what should we do? I'm afraid we are the only one to fight against this infected Vegeta. Trunks said with a wry smile. Boom. Just as the two were communicating, a very powerful aura radiated from the sky, which was the chi of Zizai extreme intentional vegetation. He's ready to do it again. Damn it. Trunks and Beulah roared in a low voice, bursting into the sky with their most powerful energy. Trunks, be careful. Xiao Wu gave a worried cry. Hearing Xiao Wu's worried voice, Trunks looked back at him, then showed a smile, and then burst out with a powerful force and charged towards Vegeta. The strength of Beulah and Trunks is not bad, but in front of Zizai Jigong Vegeta, they are nothing at all. In just a few seconds, the two were knocked back and their injuries were very serious. Nearly died. Trunks. Xiaowu burst into tears and ran towards Trunks quickly. During this time, Vegeta, who was in the sky, gave her a casual glance, and then turned her eyes away without focusing on her. Fixed on Suyi, who was sitting cross-legged on the top of a mountain in a state of cultivation. The evil Saiyan glanced at the time-space patrolman Vegeta and Sun Wukong, and slowly fell from the sky, stretched out his hand, and a black-red energy ball appeared in the palm of his hand, which seemed to be ready to be obliterated. Drop these two people. Boom. At this moment, an astonishing chi burst out from the top of the mountain on one side. It was this powerful chi that made the evil Saiyan Kamba look over there, and when he saw Suyi slowly getting up from the ground again, the black-red energy ball in his hand disappeared. What a powerful chi, this guy should be very strong. He can indeed be my opponent. The infected Zizai Jigong Veihit saw Suyi, with an excited look on his face, and nodded secretly in his heart. They all lost, and Zizai Jigong Veget has the same evil aura as that evil Saiyan. Suyi, who had woken up from the state of cultivation, turned around and looked at the field. He first glanced at the defeated people, and then set his eyes on Veihit, who was in the sky. Surprised expression came. Uncle Suyi, the integrated warrior Veget, is infected by the evil Saiyans and has become a powerful opponent of the enemy faction. Xiao Wu's voice came from not far away. Suyi's ears moved, received the news, and then burst into an aura, instantly transforming into a runaway state of the third form of the Super Saiyan God. In this state, he tripled, reaching a combat power of around 240 Beijing. 400-odd combat power of Zizai Jigong Veget. From the data point of view, he is naturally not an opponent. However, don't forget that Suyi's real combat power is not the same as his apparent combat power. However, the opponent is also a free-spirited Vegeta who cannot measure his combat effectiveness by his apparent combat effectiveness, so Suyi's 240 capital combat effectiveness is only used to test his strength. Boom! The silver-white fireworks around Suyi's body were filled with golden light. This was the rampant state of the third form of the Super Saiyan God. In this state, it could triple the combat power of the previous realm. In the past life, Vegeta was only in the hearts of the major Dragon Ball fans, but now, this super soldier has actually appeared in front of him, which made Suyi really excited. Come on, let me see how strong Zizai Jigong Veget is. 5.7. Suyi rose into the sky and flew towards Vegeta in the sky. Vegeta was naturally also very excited. He could feel the power of Suyi. Just as the two were preparing to fight, the evil Saiyan Kamba also flew into the sky, and it seemed that he was preparing to join forces with Zizai Jigong Veget to fight Suyi. However, immediately afterward, Vegeta's shot of Zizai Jigong directly blew away the evil Saiyan Kamba, which made Suyi stunned on the spot. How can anyone intervene in the battle between me and you? Zizai Jigong Veihit looked at Suyi and laughed. Hearing this, Suyi also laughed. Zizai Jigong Veget vs Super Saiyan, this fierce battle is coming soon. 173. The full power of the third form of Super Saiyan. Like the demonized Vegeta in Boo's time, his arrogance is not controlled by Babidi. Now the same is true for Chicken Rooster Vegeta, and his arrogance does not allow himself to be completely infected by the evil breath. So even if Vegeta is infected now, he must be a powerful master of the enemy. In fact, he just wants to fight with more powerful people. Boom! Boom! Zizai Jigong, Veget and Suyi's aura exploded at the same time, and then both rushed towards each other. Boom! The two fought, their fists collided, and there was a loud explosion, as if at this moment, the space was shaken by their powerful force. Zizai Vegeta's power is really powerful. Suyi's heart trembled, and the two fists collided. He found that his fist hurt slightly, knowing that his physical strength is also very powerful. At this moment, his power was slightly underwhelmed by Veget. Drink. After the two fought each other, they faced off again. At the same time, Somewhere in Prison 22, Fu was in a small room, watching the battle between the two, with the same excitement on his face. The strength of the super soldier Veget and the Saiyan named Suyi is too strong. This showdown really made me want to end up and fight with them. Fu looked at the battle in the picture with fiery eyes, and the blood in his body boiled. If he hadn't suppressed his impulsive heart, he would have teleported to the field and fought these two guys once. We need to wait a little longer. Their strength has not yet reached the peak. In this state, fighting with me is still a lot weaker. Come on, Saiyan, I hope you can show me your true potential. When you are strong, join me with you. Let's have an earth-shattering showdown. Fu's body was trembling, obviously excited to the extreme. He looked at the field again. At this time, the two of them were fighting back and forth, and it was impossible to see who could suppress the other. For this, he couldn't help but look at Suyi. The strength of this Saiyan is the real terror. The combat power of more than 200 capitals, the combat power of more than 400 capitals is not at a disadvantage. This guy can focus on training and hope to reach the point of confrontation with me as soon as possible. The corners of Fu's mouth twitched, and he whispered in his heart. At this moment, in the area where Suyi and Zizai Jigong Vegeta were fighting, Time and Space Patrolman Goku and Vegeta, as well as the seriously injured Trunks, Beulah woke up at the same time. Xiao Wu, I have a bag of super immortal beans in my arms, take out a few super immortal beans for everyone to take. Trunks coughed several times, spat out several mouthfuls of blood, and then weakly said a word to Xiao Wu. Good. Xiao Wu knew the power of the super immortal bean, so the worry on her face was much less at this time. She nodded and put her hand into Trunks' arms. Soon, she took out a small bag containing super fairy beans, took out 4, and fed one to Trunks, and then gave them to Beulah and Time Space Patrolman Goku Vegeta. After they were barely able to move, they took it on their own, then returned to Trunks and whispered, Uncle Suyi fought with the super soldier Veget, the two of them are on a par, no one can belong to them. Defeat the opponent. Boom. Before Xiao Wu could finish her words, a person was blasted to the ground, causing a burst of spatial vibration. Uncle Suyi can fight against the super soldier Veget, and even form a powerful suppression ability. The person who was blasted away was not Suyi, so naturally it was Vegeta, so Trunkston was excited and saw the hope of victory. Don't be too optimistic, Veget's strength is far more than that simple. I admit that the guy's strength is indeed very strong, but the gap in combat power is too significant. I guess what Suyi is called, it is absolutely impossible. Vegeto's opponent. Hearing Trunks' excited voice, Vegeta, the time-space patroller on the side, stood up, folded his arms and looked at Suyi in the sky, said lightly. Hearing his words, Time and Space Patrolman Wukong showed a wry smile on his face, then he glanced at Trunks, shook his head and said, This guy is like this, don't take offense. Trunks smiled lightly, but did not take the words of Time-Space Patroller Vegeta to heart, because he knew that this guy would eventually be slapped in the face by Uncle Suyi. Therefore, he didn't answer the words of Vegeta, the Time and Space Patroller, and looked up at the sky. Suyi's strength had penetrated into his heart. It can be said that Trunks is the little brother of this man, and he can be regarded as his fan. Only those who have been taught by him can understand how powerful Suyi is, as if his mind is not loaded with things from this world. Just like the pure young swordsmanship he is currently in control of, if it wasn't for this swordsmanship, he doubted that he would not be able to force 30% of Vegeta's strength, let alone 50% of his strength. Soon, Veget, who was blasted to the ground, rushed out of the deep pit. His aura was stronger than before. Obviously, when he faced off against Suyi, his strength improved a lot. The two looked at each other in midair, with admiration in their eyes. You are indeed powerful, but you will eventually lose to me. Vegeta put his left hand on his hips and pointed Suyi with his right hand. Hearing this, Suyi smiled, clenched his fists with both hands, and roared angrily. At this moment, the inner circle of silver-white fireworks around him all turned into big golden fireworks. What form are you in? Seeing Suyi's form, Vegeta was stunned. This is my realm. The third form of Super Saiyan is different from the previous runaway state. This is the full power state of Super Saiyan's third form. Suyi smiled slightly. The normal state of his third form of Super Saiyan was around 80 Jing, and the rampant state was tripled by about 240 Jing. Now this full power state is a 5-fold increase, and now it has reached a combat power of 400 Jing. From the data point of view, Suyi's combat power at this time has reached the same level as Vegeta, who is in the state of free will. However, in terms of real combat power, Suyi dared to guarantee that he would be able to easily crush Vegeta in the state of Zizai Jiyigong. So powerful. Trunks, Xiaowu, and Wukong, the time-space patroller, all had shocking expressions on Beulah's face. They never thought that such a powerful person would exist. Beulah tilted his head and looked aside the look of Vegeta, the time-space patroller, with a playful smile on the corner of his mouth. Vegeta, what did you just say? That Suyi is definitely not an opponent of a fit warrior. You want to die, don't you? Time and Space Patrolman Vegeta has a very irascible temperament and belongs to both righteous and evil people. Hearing Beulah's sarcastic voice, he immediately transformed into Super Saiyan IV, and the powerful breath made Beulah's eyes narrow. He can transform into a golden Beulah, and his strength can also skyrocket a lot. He can guarantee that he will not lose to Vegeta, the Time and Space Patroller, in hard power. However, there is an important point that he is guarded against. That is, there are several other Saiyans in this place, and in this place, he is the only one from the Frozen Demon family. Therefore, he naturally did not dare to collide with Vegeta. Humph! Beulah snorted coldly and flew away to another place. Obviously, he didn't want to have a dispute with Vegeta, the Time-Space Patroller. Seeing that Beulah wanted to run, Time-Space Patrolman Vegeta immediately wanted to chase after him, but was stopped by Time-Space Patrolman Goku, and opened his mouth to remind him, "Be careful, he is cheating, and guide you to go alone. And, the next fighting is very important to us." The third form of Suyi's Super Saiyan God was advanced by the Super Saiyan 4 in our time and space. Hearing this, Vegeta, the Time-Space Patroller who was going to chase Beulah, blinked for a moment, then returned to her normal appearance, raised her arms and folded her chest and looked at the sky. 174. Vegeta, the Time and Space Patroller. Despite being slapped in the face by the fact, Time-Space Patroller Vegeta still didn't show much expression. He was actually more unhappy in his heart, but he still didn't show it. Let me see how strong this guy is. Vegeta, the Space-Time Patroller, folded his arms and said lightly, "The difference in combat power between Suyi and Zizai Jigong Vegeta is not too obvious now, so he is still looking forward to it. Because, it is possible that he will not necessarily be slapped in the face." Soon, Suyi, who was in the full power state of Super Saiyan's third form, and Zizai Jigong Vegeta fought again. This time the battle seemed more intense than before, and at the same time, the battle results appeared faster than before. Suyi, who is in the full power state of Super Saiyan's third form, has no suspense at all when he crushes Vegeta. Vegeta, who was blasted out, recovered, and then separated into Vegeta and Sun Wukong. The two sat on the ground shaking their heads, their faces full of confusion. "It's okay, just hand over the Dragon Ball from this evil Saiyan." Suyi returned to his normal appearance, flew to Sun Wukong and Vegeta and threw it to the two of them, Super Fairy Bean, and smiled. The combination of the two's earrings is indeed powerful, and the combat power is 400 Beijing, but the hard power is definitely not only the combat power of 400 Beijing. "Brother Suyi, your strength is too terrifying, and Vegeta, who incarnated after me and Vegeta merged, couldn't defeat you." Sun Wukong, who had eaten the Super Fairy Bean, got up and scratched his head, and said to Suyi-han with a smile. In the combined state, although the two have become a new character, they can still feel the senses around them. Suyi's strength really made them feel very oppressive. Ha ha ha. Suyi laughed twice, but did not choose to take Sun Wukong's words. He turned his head and glanced at Trunks on the other side, just about to speak. At this time, he noticed Vegeta, who was also a time-space patroller, and his brows suddenly raised, because this guy was a little uncomfortable looking at him. Uncle Suyi. Trunks waved at Suyi, his face full of excitement. His lifelong goal is to keep up with Suyi's footsteps and progress. Suyi smiled at him, then pointed to Vegeta, the time-space patroller, and said to Vegeta on his side, "This guy is you from another time and space, and that look, is exactly the same as when you first came to Earth." A gesture of you. Vegeta followed Suyi's fingers and turned his eyes to look over. His eyes were fixed on himself in another time and space, and his brows suddenly wrinkled. To be honest, same-sex repulsion, let alone oneself and oneself, are very exclusive. In Vegeta's view, the only person who can do it is Sun Wukong. In short, Vegeta couldn't get along with himself in another time and space anyway. Moreover, when he saw this self in another time and space, there was indeed a desire to beat this guy up in his heart. Mr. Suyi's words made me feel very embarrassed, but they were very reasonable. Even myself, when I saw this guy's appearance, I wanted to beat him up. Vegeta nodded, flew directly in front of Trunks, crossed her chest with her arms, and said lightly, "Trunks, are you all right?" It's obviously carrying words, but when he said it in the mouth of this arrogant man, it would give people a feeling of indifference. However, when he heard it in Trunks' ears, he was very moved. Bowing deeply to Vegeta, Trunks said very embarrassedly, "I'm sorry, Dad, I'm asking you and your uncles to help." Vegeta responded indifferently, then set his eyes on Vegeta, the time-space patroller, looked up and down, and said lightly, "You or me in another time and space. Che, it doesn't look too strong." Vegeta in another time and space frowned and laughed suddenly, but the smile became colder and colder, and after that, he burst into a powerful momentum and transformed into a Super Saiyan IV. Super Saiyan 4. Hey, it feels very powerful. Vegeta waved his hand, very contemptuous. He had seen Sun Wukong and Wukong from another time and space fight before. Knowing that the Super Blue state may not be the opponent of Super Saiyan 4, or the two are similar and belong to the kind of equality line. However, once Zizai Gong is released, it can completely form a crushing trend. Therefore, Vegeta despised this self in another time and space from the bottom of her heart. "Oh, it seems that your personality is similar to mine. Even if you are in another time and space, you have an attitude of contempt." Time and Space Patrol Officer Vegeta said coldly, "Blow out your aura, let me see how powerful you are." He was really unhappy about the fact that the Super 4 Veget that he and Kakarot had merged into before could not beat the Veget of another time and space. However, for one-on-one, he is still very confident in himself, and feels that he can definitely beat himself in another time and space. Boom. Vegeta obviously didn't want to say anything more, and directly exploded his momentum, and the Super Race God Blue appeared. "That's it." Time-Space Patrolman Vegeta sneered, his face full of sarcasm. "If you are at this level, then kneel down." "Hey, let yourself kneel, it really makes me feel a little weird." Boom. When Vegeta, the Space-Time Patroller, had just finished speaking, another aura burst out from Vegeta, causing a look of shock on his face. "Oh, your proposal, this uncle has accepted. Kneel down for me." Vegeta rushed forward, his fists slammed out, and lightning bolts landed in his hands, which looked very lethal. This is indeed the case. Vegeta's speed, reaction, and even strength in the first stage of the state of free will power are 2 or 3 times stronger than the state of Super Saiyan Blue. But don't underestimate the 2 or 3 times growth, that ratio is very scary. It can be said that Vegeta, who is in the state of the first stage of free will, with his strength, can definitely easily torture him to the death of the Super Saiyan Blue. Not to mention, this Super Saiyan 4 him. Boom. Vegeta's speed was so fast that Vegeta, the Time-Space Patroller, didn't react at all, and was blasted out with a punch. Diaresis scumbag, I really don't know what your strength is to be proud of. Vegeta dodged, and instantly came to the sky above him in another time and space, then stretched out his foot and stepped directly on his chest, leaned slightly, and looked at him with a very disdainful look. I think, you need to let people teach you a good lesson. Speaking of this, Vegeta thought back to when he first came to Earth and the various trainings that followed. Of course, the most important thing is that with Suyi's teaching, he can become so powerful. Shut up. Time-Space Patrolman Vegeta roared, and his momentum grew, but it was not enough. Vegeta slammed down with a punch, directly destroying the momentum that he had just raised. All right, followed by one punch after another. There was no mercy on him at all. So, what is your strength? It's just scum. You have to remember my warning from another time and space. If you don't have the best strength, don't look down on people. When Vegeta threw the last punch, he let out a roar. Boom. Vegeta, the time-space patroller, was blasted away and hit a big mountain, directly pretending to collapse. Vegeta, you are still thinking of your previous experience to teach others a lesson. Ha ha ha, I am a little surprised. Vegeta returned to normal and came to Suyi and the others, and Sun Wukong, who was on the side, burst into laughter. Kakarot, do you want to fight me once? Vegeta tilted her head, glared at Sun Wukong fiercely, and said coldly. Vegeta, come on. It just so happens that the evil Saiyan has been defeated, and I'm bored too, let's have a fight. Sun Wukong twisted his head and made a crisp sound of click bang bang bang, and his face was full of excitement. 175. Help and reminders from Ephesus. Cough cough. Seeing that Sun Wukong and Vegeta wanted to fight, Suyi coughed twice and said, don't make trouble, that evil Saiyan hasn't completely died, so you are sure not to appear again. Did he transform into a giant ape form before? Hearing this, the two guys who were raising their anger suddenly fell down. I can't believe that Vegeta in another dimension is so powerful. It's surprising. The time-space patrolman Wukong shook his head, chuckled and sighed. Kakarot, in another time and space, find an opportunity for us to fight once in the future. If I defeat you, I will defeat Kakarot. Ha ha ha. When Vegeta heard his voice, she turned her head to look at him, and laughed out loud. Good. Wukong, the time-space patrolman, nodded and said, however, with my current strength, I'm definitely not your opponent, so let's make an appointment next time to see if we have a chance to defeat you. He is very self-aware, and knows that in the state of free will, whether it is Sun Wukong or Vegeta, it is absolutely impossible for him to compete. Therefore, he only put his hope in his next advancement. Perhaps, he will have a very high hope of playing against these two guys, or even defeating them. Boom. While a few people were talking, Vegeta, the time-space patroller who had been blasted by Vegeta before, suddenly flew out of the pile of stone 473 in the mountain. Vegeta from another time and space, another battle. This guy refused to admit defeat, flew to the sky above everyone, and roared loudly. Huh. In response, Vegeta just sneered. Vegeta, don't be convinced, these two guys who are parallel to us are not on the same level as us. We are not their opponents for the time being. Time and Space Patrolman Wukong raised his head and shouted, reminding him. Kakarot, shut up. Vegeta, the time-space patroller, was obviously in a state of rage. At this time, he felt that he did not recognize his 6 relatives, and he was very irritable. This guy is really helpless. Time and Space Patrolman Wukong shook his head, a wry smile and a helpless smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. It's okay, this kind of guy will let them fight it out on their own. Vegeta, don't be too lenient, as long as you don't kill him, my super fairy beans can save him at any time. Suyi said lightly. Okay, with your words, Mr. Suyi, I'll throw off my arms and not give him face. Vegeta laughed, and then directly transformed into the second stage of the ultimate free will, looked up at himself in another time and space in the sky, and soared into the sky. His speed was very fast, and in the blink of an eye, he came to Vegeta, the time-space patroller in the sky, and punched it out. "CCCC, you must be too weak." Vegeta punched the guy in the face, and the powerful force directly interrupted the bridge of his nose instantly, and a stream of nosebleeds rushed out. "Disgusting, disgusting. In another time and space, why are you not only weak, why are you so disgusting? Are you really like me, a noble prince of the Saiyan family?" Vegeta did not give any face to the self in another time and space. Double-sided suppression was not only suppressed by force, but also mentally equivalent to attacking. Seeing this scene, Suyi couldn't help laughing. When did this fellow Vegeta learn the ability to speak up? Sun Wukong couldn't help laughing. No matter who was beaten and heard such words at the same time, who wouldn't be mad? Not to mention, the person who beat him is still himself in another time and space. Moreover, he used to look down on others very much, which is the most emotional thing. Obviously, Vegeta, the time and space patroller who has been passively beating, has completely broken down. From the beginning to the end, Vegeta beat him hard, but he could only be beaten passively, and he had no strength to fight back. The time-space patrolman Wukong below saw this scene, shook his head and sighed. He was very familiar with this Vegeta, and he naturally understood that this guy didn't even have the idea of fighting back. Now, he knew that he was definitely vetoing himself in his heart. Hateful people must be pitiful. Suyi also saw that Vegeta, the time-space patroller in the sky, had fallen into a state of collapse, shook his head and said a word, and then flew towards the place where the Saiyan of evil was. In a deep pit, the evil Saiyan was lying in it, looking dead and alive, with serious injuries all over his body and face. Who the hell is this guy? Suyi took a closer look at the evil Saiyan's face. Since there was a mask covering most of his face, he couldn't see the guy's appearance. Thinking about it, Suyi was about to jump into this deep pit to lift this guy up, but Fu's figure suddenly appeared in the air, which made him turn around and frowned. "This is the second Dragon Ball. You already have 2 in your hands, and there are 5 more Dragon Balls that you need to work hard to find. So please work hard." Fu looked at Suyi with very kind eyes. This guy has regarded him as his future opponent, and now he is eager to train him. Suyi's brows furrowed even tighter at Verna's kind gaze, and said, "I can't kill this guy, can I?" "That's right, you can't kill him. The other 5 people who have Dragon Balls, you can kill them if you want, I don't care." Fu smiled and nodded, explaining to Suyi, "I have a map, and this map marks the locations of the remaining 5 people who have Dragon Balls. Moreover, I also marked for you which one is stronger. You must do what you can. Call out." After Fu's words, he threw a small map out of his arms, and then the whole person disappeared directly into the air. At the same time, a cold wind blew past Suyi's edge, and he saw that the evil Saiyan in the deep pit had disappeared. "This guy is really weird." Suyi turned his head and glanced at the deep pit, then turned back to look at the midair where Fu was before, and whispered, "I always feel that this guy is not the most evil guy. On the contrary, he is born to fight. Combat enthusiast." After whispering a few words, Suyi shook his head and laughed. He doesn't have to worry about it too much now. At this stage, his most important purpose is to improve his strength violently. Sun Wukong and Time-Space Patrolman Wukong came over. The relationship between the two was very harmonious, not like the 2 guys from Vegeta at all. "Brother Suyi, can I call you that?" Time and Space Patrolman Wukong came over and respected Suyi very much. "It's okay." Suyi smiled slightly, "He is what you do to me, and I will do to you." The Time-Space Patroller Wukong was very kind and polite to him, so Suyi naturally couldn't face him coldly. "Brother Suyi, I would like to ask, what is the realm after Super Saiyan 4? I don't know, can you tell me?" The Time-Space Patroller Wukong hesitated for a while, and with the encouragement of his son, Sun Wukong, he gritted his teeth and asked, as if he felt that he was being too direct, and then he hurriedly said, "Of course, Suyi, it's okay if you don't say anything. After all, it's okay, Super Saiyan 4 is Super Saiyan 5 after Super Saiyan 4. Quote. Suyi interrupted him with a smile, and then directly transformed into Super Saiyan 5 in front of them. This is Super Saiyan 5. Seeing Suyi's transformation, Time and Space Patrolman Wukong showed a look of shock on his face and exclaimed. That's right, your transformation in that time and space is a transformation that follows your bloodline, so naturally you also follow your physical transformation. Suyi said with a smile. The silver-white tail swayed behind him, and then suddenly lifted up and smashed to the ground. Boom! Just smashing the tail, the ground shattered directly, and the destructive power caused by the two of them was probably comparable to their strongest blow. It's too powerful. Time and Space Patrolman Wukong was so shocked that his speech became incoherent, his face was full of shock, and he exclaimed. 176. Demon Master from different time and space. The tail can cause such a powerful destructive power, so how abnormal is the increase in combat power provided by this transformation realm? Time and Space Patrolman Goku immediately looked forward to it very much. If he succeeded in transforming into Super Saiyan 5, then he would not be unable to fight Son Wukong and Vegeta. Brother Suyi, how can you transform into Super Saiyan 5? Time and Space Patrolman Goku asked. It's easy to say it's easy, and it's difficult to say it's difficult. However, the premise is that you can suppress your emotions. For example, when you are angry, whether you can control your emotions and reach a state of freedom. Suyi thought for a while. The method he transformed into Super Saiyan 5 was not very practical for Goku in another time and space, picked out the memories and impressions in his mind and explained it to him. After a while, Wukong, the time-space patroller, showed a hint of enlightenment on his face, as if he understood something. 5 seconds later, the boy straddled his shoulders, then scratched his head and glanced at Suyi embarrassedly. He lowered his head and said embarrassedly, Brother Suyi, I'm sorry. I still don't quite understand what you said about controlling your emotions. It's okay, in short, you just have to remember what I said. Specifically when you really fall into the realm of rage, recall what I said to you, then maybe you can try to transform into Super Saiyan 5 of. Suyi smiled slightly. No matter which time and space Wukong is, it seems that he has a single-minded personality and doesn't like to use his brain very much. However, that doesn't matter. At present, he sees that the energy of Goku in another time and space is enough, so as long as he has a chance, then maybe he can take the opportunity to step into the realm of Super Saiyan 5. Thank you, Big Brother Suyi. Time Patrolman Goku thanked him. It's all right. Suyi waved his hand indifferently, then tilted his head to look at the sky. Vegeta was communicating with Vegeta in another time and space. Vegeta, it's time for us to hit the road. Suyi shouted, took out the small map that Fu gave him before, and glanced at it. On this small map, there is a small dot that is flashing light. He walked 2 steps and found that the small flashing dot on the small map also moved 2 steps. Looks like this little flash is where we are now. Suyi nodded secretly, and took another look at the pattern on the entire small map. He found a total of 5 small black dots, 4 in 4 directions, east, west, north and south, not too far from the flashing dots where they were. The last little black dot is in the center, and then there is a sentence behind it. The strongest person among the prison stars, with a normal combat power of 500 Beijing. Normal combat power of 500 Beijing. Seeing this little reminder, Suyi raised his brows. Now he is somewhat sensitive to this normal state of combat effectiveness. Like the evil Saiyan before, as long as he does not change into a giant ape form and his strength reaches 1000 or more, then defeating this guy is still very easy for him. However, once he transforms into a giant ape form, it is still very stressful for Suyi at the current stage. Unless he goes further in the full power state of the 3rd form of Super Saiyan, then he must have the confidence to break through to the next stage, or even break through to become the 4th form of Super Saiyan. By then, his combat power will have a surge. The combat power of 1000 Beijing. What does it count? Vegeta and Time-Space Patrolman Vegeta flew down at the same time. The two looked at each other very unhappily, but they didn't know what agreement they had reached. Gita's mentality was also inexplicably stabilized. Suyi glanced at the two of them at random, but didn't pay much attention to it, and told them with a small map in hand. In the end, several people walked in the east direction. The signs on the minimap indicated that the 5 people were ranked in order of their combat effectiveness from east, west, north, south, and center. The fighting strength of this powerful man in the east is 200 in the normal state, 400 in the explosive state, and 600 in the rampant state. The strength is like this. For Su Yi, this combat power is so-so, but for Sun Wukong and the others, it is a huge test. If it wasn't for Su Yi's fear that these guys would die on the spot, he would probably split up and fight with them in order not to waste time, so as to obtain Dragon Balls more efficiently. The location of the first powerful person is not too far away from them. Under the high-speed flight, several people arrived at this place very quickly. In the sky, Su Yi looked down and saw a very large arena below them. He stared at it, and there was a person in this very large arena. System, what is the combat power of this guy? Su Yi asked in his heart. The heart of guarding against others is indispensable. If that guy Fukuda deliberately reported false news to him, causing him to underestimate the enemy, and then be wiped out by the entire army, that would be the worst. Although, he knew this guy didn't have to. However, it is still the same sentence. The heart of defending people is indispensable. It's that simple. Drip drip. The system beeped for a few seconds, and then said, Host, the normal combat power of that guy in the underground arena is 200 Beijing. 200 Beijing. Hearing the system's notification sound, Su Yi's brows furrowed. It was naturally impossible for the system to deceive him. Therefore, the normal 200 capital combat power that the guy said was not false. Go down and have a look. He didn't ask the system whether he knew how much combat power this guy's gas burst was, and he greeted a few people and flew straight down. Soon, several people came to the arena of the arena. You are finally here. The person who had been in the shadows on the ring slowly turned around. It was a ferocious demon man with blue skin and red eyes, which looked very terrifying. You've been waiting for us. Su Yi was surprised. Yes, as long as I kill you, I will be able to return to my time and space, and even more to the devil world. He promised me that he will help me become the king of the devil world. Katakana middle dot katakana middle dot ask for flowers katakana middle dot katakana middle dot. The man said lightly. Hearing this, Su Yi's mouth twitched. This guy must be too confident. Come on, I'll save the field. 200 Beijing's normal combat power. Su Yi is completely disdainful now, but for Sun Wukong and the others, he is a very strong opponent. Even if they fight for a few rounds, it is a very good training for them. Therefore, Su Yi is not going to take the shot first. Hearing Su Yi's words, Sun Wukong and the others instantly burst into a powerful momentum, and then rushed forward one by one at the same time. Ah, a bunch of scum. This demon man glanced at the people present, and did not take it seriously. After all, except for Sun Wukong and Vegeta, who were at the level of angels, the strength of other people was generally close to the level of God of Destruction. Ah da 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 da. Sun Wukong and others were very excited and attacked this demon man frantically. As for the demon man, he was indifferent, he didn't fight with all his heart, and dealt with them casually. Boom. Sun Wukong's fist bombarded his face, making his face suddenly gloomy. Boom. So, the guy counterattacked with a punch. Suddenly, Sun Wukong was instantly killed by him and flew out. Seeing this scene, Su Yi, who had just found a stone and was about to sit down, immediately lifted the butt that had just fallen, with a speechless expression on his face. The battle is over too soon. While he was complaining, the demon man punched and kicked Trunks and Vegeta. In the blink of an eye, the space-time patrollers Goku and Vegeta were left on the field. Oh, the scum also dares to challenge me. Die. The demon man raised his hand and grabbed Vegeta directly. He slapped the other hand and slapped the Time-Space Patrolman Goku flying. Damn. Time Patrol Vegeta was pinched by the neck, and her face was flushed red. Boom. Seeing this scene, Suyi hurriedly transformed into a berserk state of the third form of the Super Saiyan and arrived in front of this demon man in an instant. Boom. One punch directly blew this guy's head off. However, what surprised him was that this guy's head was obviously blown off by him, but his body was still moving, pinching the neck of Vegeta, the Time-Space Patroller, with all his strength. Seeing this, Suyi chopped off his right hand with a knife, chopped off the demon man's hand, and threw aside Vegeta, the space-time patroller who had passed out, and looked at the side with his head and body slowly slowing down. The demon man who slowly regrouped. Boom. When the demon man reunited as an adult, a shocking situation broke out. Rampant state, the combat power of 600 Beijing. Suyi saw it in his eyes, and his eyes flashed, so it seems that this Fu's information is not false. 177. More and more powerful level masters. However, even if this demon man's combat power is 600, he is definitely not Suyi's opponent now. Not to mention his full power state in the third form of Super Saiyan, even in this rampant state, he believes that he can easily destroy this guy. Therefore, in his eyes, this demon man was nothing but a scumbag, not worth mentioning at all. This is indeed the case. The two fought for a while, and Suyi, who was serious, easily blew this guy up. This time, he didn't let the demon man recover, and killed him directly. This is reflected in the power of the meditation technique he practiced. No matter who it is, once the soul is not annihilated and killed, then the spirit and soul must be annihilated and will not exist in the world. Therefore, this time Suyi used his soul attack to easily kill this guy. Soon, Suyi found a dragon ball from this guy's lair, a 3-star ball. Now, he has collected 3 dragon balls. 1 planet, 2 planets, 3 planets. Next, there are only 4 dragon balls to go. Come on, keep going. 593, Suyi gave the super fairy beans to Sun Wukong and others to eat, then took out the small map and glanced at it. This guy in the west is called Moshe, and he is also a demon master from a different time and space. His normal combat power is 300 Jing, his gas-bursting state combat power is 600 Jing, and his rampant state is 900 Jing. The combat power of 900 Beijing. There was a smile on the corner of Suyi's mouth. This level was close to the Saiyan of evil who turned into a giant ape. Soon, Suyi took Sun Wukong and a group of people to the west area. Looking down from the sky, the sprawling mountains made him frown. This kind of combat zone, to be honest, didn't make him very fond of it. Because, if this guy can't beat him, he will run away. If he completely restrains his breath, then he is really not very good at finding this guy. Looks like it needs one hit to kill. Suyi nodded secretly, and at this moment, an imposing manner rose into the sky, followed by a man flying into the sky. You are finally here. This time, the man looked like an ordinary human, but the aura around him was black and red. Seeing this color of aura, Suyi didn't have to guess to know that this guy belongs to that kind of evil person. Similar to what the last time Space Demon Man said, Suyi smiled lightly after hearing this, and burst into awe, ready to take a strong shot to kill this guy. Unexpectedly, this guy felt Suyi's breath, his eyes suddenly stared, and then he said, "You killed Moshe just now." Mosh, who is that? Suyi frowned, not knowing who this guy was talking about. Mosh. Master, my strength is not strong, you want this thing in my hand, right? Moshe didn't take Suyi's words again, and then took out a 4-planet Dragon Ball from his arms and sneered. Seeing this guy's gesture, Suyi frowned, feeling a little strange. Obviously so powerful, why did you choose to face him with this attitude? What do you mean? Suyi asked. Master, I'm very domineering regardless of the name, but I'm actually very low-key. You want this thing in my hand, it's totally fine. As long as you don't kill me, that's fine. The magic break said. Hearing this guy's words, Sun Wukong and the others couldn't help looking at each other for a while, feeling very strange. Brother Suyi, beware of deceit. Sun Wukong's brain became smart at this moment and whispered something. Well, I know. Suyi nodded. To be honest, this guy started a fierce fight as soon as he came up, and finally begged for mercy, which he felt was reasonable. And this guy, as soon as he came up, confessed before a fight. Suyi couldn't believe that someone who could be regarded as a strong guard would take such a gesture. Okay, as long as you give me this Dragon Ball, then I won't kill you. Suyi said lightly, approaching this guy named Moshe step by step. He knew that there must be some fraud. But he is not afraid at all, because he has strong strength to support. He can react instantly, and then kill this guy. Seeing Suyi approaching him step by step, Moshe sneered and said secretly, it really is a group of two-legged sheep with low IQ. It seems that it is of no use value except as food for our demons. Thinking cunningly in my heart, this Moshe has a very kind smile on his face, and with his human face with the national character, if it is replaced by another person who is more vigilant, I am afraid that he will really be caught. However, how could Suyi be overshadowed by this kind of guy? Soon, he was only a dozen meters away from the magic break. Come on, I'll give you this. The magic break also moved and walked towards Suyi. 7 meters. 6 meters. 5 meters. Soon, the distance between the two was only 3 meters away. Boom. At this moment, Moshe suddenly burst into aura, took back the Dragon Ball he took out, skipped the bursting gas state, and the guy directly entered the rampant state. Power as powerful as 900 Beijing moved everyone except Suyi. What a powerful guy, tisk tisk, but I don't understand why he doesn't directly crush us with his powerful strength. Trunks on the side shook his head and said with some contempt in his tone. Crushing. How could Mr. Suyi's strength be crushed by this kind of guy? Trunks, take a look at how this guy crushed him with a lot of combat power. This guy Vegeta is also a fan of Suyi. Hearing Trunks say such words, he immediately corrected him in annoyance. Hearing his father's words, Trunks opened his mouth, but didn't say anything. He shook his head and smiled wryly, then kept his mouth shut and looked into the field. At this time, Suyi, who had transformed into the third form of the Super Saiyan God with full power, raised his hand and bombarded Moshe with a punch, not giving this guy a chance to fight back at all. The soul attack and its own violent attack will instantly kill the magic break with a combat power of 900. Soon, when Suyi pierced a ray of light from his right hand, he slaughtered the magic break just like that. Too weak. Suyi shook his head and sighed. To be honest, how strong he thought the 900 capital combat power was. Now it seems that they are simply weak and outrageous. Brother Suyi, what is your current fighting power? After the battle was over, Sun Wukong and the others arrived. The guy looked at Suyi with a shocked expression and asked in amazement. My current combat power is around 400 Beijing, but in fact my hard power is more than that. Suyi smiled. My god, Brother Suyi, you actually used 400 Beijing's combat power to fight against a supermaster with 900 Beijing's combat power. Sun Wukong and the others were once again shocked. Hearing what everyone said, Suyi blinked and suddenly laughed. It seems that it is not that the guys he is facing are too weak, but the reason why he is too strong. To be honest, if the combat power gap of 500 Beijing can win, I am afraid that only a pervert like Suyi can make such a feat. For the first time, Suyi was also frightened by his own strength. But think about it, he practiced meditation. This is a hidden combat power, at least it can bring the combat power of 300 Beijing to 400 Beijing. Adding the two attacks together is not as simple as adding them together. Therefore, Suyi didn't care too much. Soon, he took the 4 planets floating in the air in his hand. Now, they have 4 Dragon Balls in their hands, and only 3 Dragon Balls are left. 2.1 are in the north and south directions, as well as in the middle. Suyi took out the small map and glanced at it, frowned, and the people in the north and south directions were very powerful. The person from the south is called Tai. Under normal circumstances, the combat power is 400 Jing, the gas burst state is 800 Jing, the rampant state is 1200 Jing, and then this guy has a transformation state, which is 4 times the normal combat power. Therefore, the final combat power of this Tai is in the terrifying 1600 Beijing. The combat power of 1600 Beijing. This guy named Tai is not something I can compete with for the time being. Suyi's brows furrowed. The third level alone is so powerful, so how powerful should the fourth level and the last level be? Thinking of this, Suyi took a deep breath, turned his head to look at Sun Wukong and others, and said solemnly, "The next opponent is not easy to deal with. Let's take a rest on the spot, and then enter the time house to practice for a while." If you want to pass this level, Suyi can only think of this way. As long as he can control the remaining 4 emotions of sadness and depression, then he feels that he can definitely pass this third level. 178. Another evil Saiyan appeared. As soon as the time house appeared, Suyi walked in directly. 100 times the flow rate of time is enough to speed up the time, which allows him to spend more time to comprehend, and at the same time, it can also make Sun Wukong and the others practice faster. In the blink of an eye, 3 days passed. 100 times the flow of time, they have passed 300 days in the time house. In the 300 days, Sun Wukong and others grew very fast. It is worth mentioning that in this time house, Vegeta, the time-space patroller, was completely subdued and completely lost his previous arrogance. Suyi also broke away from his comprehension, and his combat power has reached 150 Beijing in the normal state of the third form of Super Saiyan. In the past 300 days, it has grown by as much as 70 Beijing. Suyi is still very satisfied with this. As for the 4 emotions of sadness and depression, Suyi has completely controlled it. He felt that he should have completely controlled the third form of the Super Saiyan God. This is the final state, and it is also his most powerful state at present. He thought about it for a while. The Berserk state of Super Saiyan's third form is 3 times the increase in combat power, and the full power is 5 times the increase in combat power. Now, the final form of the third form of Super Saiyan is a 10-fold increase in combat power. 22. That is to say, if he currently enters this form, his final combat power will reach a terrifying level. 1500 Beijing. It's so scary. This is 1500 Beijing, not 15 Beijing, nor 150 Beijing. Suyi couldn't help but marvel in his heart. Now, he has absolute confidence to defeat the gatekeeper of the third pass. After returning the time house to the system package space, Suyi and Sun Wukong walked south. Next, for Suyi, who has completely mastered the third form of the Super Saiyan God, everything is so simple and rude. 3 punches, using only 3 punches. This powerful master with a final combat power of 1600 was beaten to death by Suyi on the spot. The 5th Dragon Ball was in hand, and Suyi and others flew towards the farthest north again. This guy with a final combat power of 2000 Beijing was also easily hammered by Suyi and obtained the 6th Dragon Ball. At this point, only the last of the 7 Dragon Balls remains. At this time, in this area in the center, Suyi and others were looking solemnly at a small island ahead. On the island, there is a black and red evil atmosphere all around. This aura is similar to the evil aura emanating from the previous evil Saiyan Kamba, but the current aura is much stronger than the previous one. This air. Sun Wukong glanced at Suyi and said stunned, "Why does it feel like the anger of the evil Saiyan who fought before? It's not about the same, but it's completely a person's anger." Suyi took out the small map and glanced at it. On the small map was the name of the last guy, Naba, with a normal combat power of 500 Jing, a gas burst state of 1000 Jing, and an incomplete Super Saiyan with a 3000 Jing combat force. Seeing this message, Suyi frowned immediately. The combat power of 3000 Beijing is by no means comparable to that of ordinary people. From the data point of view, the guy on this small island is 1500 more powerful than him. What is this concept? The people in this prison star are too powerful. Su-yi couldn't help sighing. To be fair, he even had one. Could this planet be a cosmic planet outside the 12 universes of his main time-space world? From the very beginning, he had an idea, that is there any other universe besides the 12 universes? Space-time can have parallel space-time, so does this universe also have parallel universes? However, so far he has not been able to confirm this idea. Therefore, no matter how much Su-yi doubts, it is difficult to know whether it is as he guessed. Roar. Just as Su-yi was thinking about it, a roar came from the small island in front of him. Immediately afterwards, a black and red imposing wind blade blew out from the small island. Call out. A sound of breaking the air rang in everyone's ears at the same time, and before everyone could react, a denser and more terrifying black-red wind blade sprayed out of him than before. This person is not the evil Saiyan from before. Only he was not affected by the black and red wind blades. He looked up at the sky, and a man who was stronger than the previous evil Saiyan floated in the air, glaring at them below. As soon as it came up, it was in an explosive state of 1000 Beijing combat power, and it seemed that he was also impatient. Su-yi sneered, flew directly into the sky, and looked at the evil Saiyan in front of him. Saiyan, hee, I finally saw a Saiyan again. This evil Saiyan, Nabas, did not have his face covered by a mask like the previous evil Saiyan. He could see his appearance completely. He was ordinary, and he was not the Saiyan in the play that Su-yi was familiar with. Su-yi looked at this guy very calmly, and suddenly turned his head to the other side in midair. Fu sat cross-legged and looked at them with a very interesting look in midair. You fight, I'll just take a look. Seeing Su-yi's gaze, Fu smiled at him and said. Su-yi felt relieved when he saw that he didn't play small tricks. It's not that he is afraid that this Fu will shoot at him, but that Sun Wukong and others are too weak. If they shoot at them, then he really can't keep them. Boom. When Su-yi was a little distracted, the evil Saiyan Nabal suddenly shot and hit him with a black-red energy ball. Su-yi's reaction was astonishing. Turning around and raising his hand, he smashed the black-red energy ball into the air, then turned passive into active, and rushed forward. Sword come. Su-yi grabbed his hands in the void, and he held a 7-color lightsaber tightly in his hand. Laugh. Su-yi's speed was very fast, and in just one breath, he had already arrived in front of Nabal, and stabbed his sword straight through his heart. I always think this guy is really weird. Su-yi then punched out, knocked Nabal away and backed away, frowning at Nabal who flew out backwards, and whispered. Logically speaking, in this case, he should pursue the victory, but he had an inexplicable feeling of panic, which made him reluctant to pursue. Roar. Nabal, who flew upside down, roared angrily, his body suddenly stopped in midair, and then his limbs stretched out, and at this moment, an incomparably astonishing breath erupted. Super Saiyan 1. Su-yi narrowed his eyes and looked at this guy. At this time, Nabal had transformed into a Super Saiyan 1 state. The inner circle of black and red fireworks around his body was glowing with golden light, and he looked like Suyechao. The realm of Saishan's third form is quite similar. The most important thing is that this guy has a combat power of 3000 Beijing. 179. Turning to the main time and space world, Su Yeqiang is invincible. Although I don't know why this guy's Super Saiyan 1 has only increased its combat power by 6 times, the combat power of this 3000 Beijing has to be said. This is indeed a bit scary. Bang bang bang. At this time, Fu, who was on the side, applauded. Su-yi looked at him, and the guy who was sitting cross-legged slowly stood up from midair, smiling. Saiyan Su-yi, your potential is far more than that. This evil Saiyan is what I do for you. The gift you prepared, I think, the combat power of 3000 Beijing is absolutely impossible to inspire your next form. So. Before he finished speaking, Fu raised his hand and stretched out a finger, and then a ray of light shot out from his fingertips, and then attached to Navel. Roar. With the roar of Nabas, the evil Saiyan, his aura suddenly grew. 3,100 Beijing combat power. 3,500 Beijing combat power. 3,900 Beijing combat power. In the end, his fighting power stopped at 5,000 Beijing. Gudong. This terrifying fighting power made Sun Wukong and the others on one side swallow their saliva, and a lot of cold sweat broke out on their foreheads and backs. Su Yi's whole person is also dignified, not because of the strength of this evil Saiyan, but this Fu, what is his true fighting power? Ding! At this moment, a pleasant sound suddenly sounded in Su Yi's mind. Immediately afterwards, the system's voice continued. Host, the main time and space world has been rotated, and you can now use the power of the universal law. Hearing the system's notification sound, Su Yi's mouth evoked a beautiful arc. The combat power of 5,000 Beijing was 3 times higher than his combat power, which was 500 Beijing. Unless you are a fool, you will use your own strength to confront people of this level head-on. Su Yi raised his hand and grabbed it, directly sucking the evil Saiyan in front of him. Huh! Seeing the scene of 9, Fu's eyes flashed on one side, and a look of shock appeared on his face. Boom! Su Yi punched the evil Saiyan on the head, and saw that the Saiyan was directly blown up. In front of him with the power of the law of the universe, no one other than King Quan could stand his attack. A master with a combat power of 5,000 Beijing died just like this, and the key is that it was not only the Monkey King 8 on one side, but also Fu who was shocked. Who would have imagined that a person with a combat power of 1,500 Beijing could kill a person with a combat power of 5,000 Beijing in seconds? Brother Su Yi, you are too scary. To be honest, Sun Wukong really doubts whether he is dreaming now, because Su Yi's current strength is too terrifying, even more terrifying than usual. Su Yi looked back at Sun Wukong and the others with a faint smile, then set his eyes on Fu and said, Fu, how is your current strength better than mine? Hearing Su Yi's words, this fellow Fu smiled casually, then looked at him up and down. Your strength is too casual, you are so powerful just by fighting against the weak. Now he has mastered an unknown power. It is indeed a bit perverted. Fu was indeed very surprised by Su Yi's strength, which would definitely be very surprising to anyone. Want to try to fight me? Su Yi smiled and said, as long as this cycle is not over, then he can use the power of this universal law without limit. And, don't forget, now he belongs to an absolutely invincible level. As long as he wants, he can give this time and space here at any time, and then let it not continue to rotate. I don't know what power you control now, but I don't think I should be your opponent in this state. I admit defeat. Fu didn't see any panic and smiled at Su Yi. Aren't you afraid of me? Su Yi stared at him. Will you kill me? Fei asked back. No. Su Yi shook his head. That's right, ha ha ha, looking forward to the next time, I will fight with your true power. Fu folded his arms and smiled. Call out. The voice fell, and the guy disappeared. This guy. Su Yi clearly felt that Fu had jumped into space and went to another time and space. It is a time and space, but rather another universe. This universe is other than the 12 universes in the main space-time world. Sure enough, as I imagined, in addition to the 12 universes in the main space-time world, there are other universes that exist. Su Yi's eyes flashed with a strange brilliance, and he was looking forward to it. However, he understands that with his current strength of 1500 Beijing, once he leaves the universe of the main time and space world, he may only be regarded as a nobody. It's too weak, maybe wait for me to become stronger. Break through to become a guy-level powerhouse, and then there will be capital to take risks outside. Su Yi has already made up his mind that the outside world is the most expansive. The most important thing is that the Emoshi he taught in the ancient times, and the Bardock who traveled through time and space back to the past and controlled the ability of precognition will also enter the universe where Fu is located. Thinking of this, Su Yi narrowed his eyes, feeling that his thoughts were not without this possibility. Because neither Yamozi nor Bardock has appeared again in the 12 universes of the main time and space world. Therefore, his idea is also very possible. Diaresis let us go, but, are these 7 Dragon Balls useful? Suyi glanced at the 7 Dragon Balls in his arms and frowned. This is the Dragon Ball of the future world, right? Sun Wukong guessed. It should be. Suyi nodded, gave Trunks the 7 Dragon Balls in his arms, and said, take these 7 Dragon Balls back and see if you can make a wish. Okay. Trunks took the 7 Dragon Balls and nodded. Suyi set his sights on the Time-Space Patrolman Bay, good enough, Gita and Wukong, and found that the strength of these 2 guys was stronger than before, and nodded secretly. Don't let it go. With a wave of Suyi's right hand, a time-space tunnel appeared in front of them. Suyi stepped in directly, and his figure disappeared in front of everyone. Goodbye. I hope next time we meet, you can transform into Super Saiyan 5, I think we should be able to fight very happily then. Sun Wukong said excitedly to the Time and Space Patrolman Wukong and Vegeta. After saying this, Sun Wukong waved to the 2 of them, and then walked into the space-time tunnel. As for Vegeta, he glanced at Vegeta, the Time-Space Patroller, and snorted coldly, followed Sun Wukong into the time-space tunnel. Vegeta, it seems we need to practice hard. Time and Space Patrolman Wukong murmured softly with fighting intent in his eyes. 180. Little girl wants to practice with Suyi all the time. The main space-time world, on Earth. At this time, everyone gathered on Guixian Island. Brother Suyi, after taking control of Zizai Jigong, how should we advance in the next step? Sun Wukong surrounded Suyi and wanted to improve very much. Vegeta folded her arms and leaned nearby, her ears were shaking, and she was obviously listening very carefully. After this prison time, everyone felt that their strength was not enough. Hearing Sun Wukong's question, goodbye Vegeta and Sun Wufan, they were all listening. Suyi laughed. Actually, I don't know about your follow-up advanced methods. At present, it is a very high-level realm for you, and there is a saying that the one that suits you best is yours. Quote. It's not unreasonable for him to say this, because it's like his super god competition realm, which combines several transformation stages and realms. This is the most suitable advanced method for him, and after Sun Wukong and the others have reached the realm of the ultimate freedom, they need to comprehend the follow-up advanced method on their own. This point, Suyi can only see, but cannot say. Because, first, his path is not suitable for Sun Wukong and them. Second, Suyi believes that Sun Wukong and the others can walk their own way. Just like Sun Gohan, his mysterious Gohan realm is his own path. Don't you see 477, can't he advance to Super Saiyan 3 or Super Saiyan Blue yet? The realm of the mysterious Gohan is his exclusive realm. Hearing Suyi's words, Sun Wukong and the others nodded solemnly and began to think about his words. Thinking about it carefully, everyone also understands. Everyone's path is different. If they follow in the footsteps of their predecessors, or if they keep following in Suyi's footsteps, then they will never be able to break through the barrier of self. Thank you, Big Brother Suyi. Thank you, Mr. Suyi. Thank you Uncle Suyi. After Sun Wukong and others understood, they bowed respectfully to Suyi. For them, these words did not allow them to find their own way to advance. However, this can be regarded as a wake-up call for them. In Suyi's opinion, this is far better than the next step-up method he taught them. Suyi nodded with a smile. He is not busy at the moment, so he is not ready to continue practicing. Since that's the case, you should practice well, leave first. Suyi pointed his index finger to the middle of his eyebrows, and then disappeared in place. After Suyi left, Sun Wukong and others went to start their own cultivation. Exodus, Suyi's house. Suyi, who hadn't come back for a few days, wandered around in her own house and really missed it. Dad. At this moment, the little girl's surprise cry came from Suyi's ear, and then a fragrant wind hit, and then the little girl rushed directly into his back. You little girl, did you miss class again today? Suyi shook the little Luli on her back. This girl is still light, and it is naturally no pressure for him to carry her on her back. Humph. Dad, you're so dizzy. The weekend starts today, and I don't really want to go to class anymore, it's too boring. The little girl leaned on Suyi's back and gently touched her father's ear with a braid of her double ponytail, and suggested with a smile, why don't you do this, father? The girl said, and paused. Huh. Suyi turned his head and responded. It's not as good as Luli. Cultivation with Dad. I also want to become stronger. The little girl's beautiful big eyes flashed with a strange brilliance, like the stars twinkling in the starry sky, very charming. Hearing this, Suyi blinked and was stunned for a while. To be fair, this girl suddenly fell in love with cultivation, which really surprised him. You're Dad's precious daughter, do you need to practice? Dad protects you, and practice is still too hard. Suyi put Xiaoluli down, then reached out and rubbed her head, doting on her. Hearing Suyi's words, the little girl pouted and looked very unhappy. Seeing the little girl like this, Suyi took a deep breath and let it out softly. She shook her head helplessly and said with a smile, okay, but Dad doesn't allow you to focus too much on your practice, and then get tired of yourself. He, CCAG, was afraid that this little girl didn't know the importance and didn't increase her combat power much, but instead cultivated herself. Okay. Thank you Dad. Seeing that Suyi agreed, the little girl jumped up and kissed his cheek, then hopped to the inner room, and a pleasant voice came. From tomorrow, Luli will follow Dad. We practiced together. Where are you going now? Suyi asked in surprise. Luli is going to prepare a martial arts costume. The little girl jumped up and down, turned around and said a word with a smile. Suyi looked at the back of the little girl and showed a doting smile again. He is just such a descendant. If he does not dote on her, who else will dote on her? When he came to his training room, Suyi walked in with an indifferent face, and a woman knelt in front with her hair disheveled. Now, do you think back clearly? Suyi came to Layla, looked down at her, and said lightly. Hearing Suyi's voice, Layla looked up at him, her pale face hung on her face, her lips were chapped, and it seemed that she hadn't drank water for a long time. Suyi was unmoved, this kind of woman did not deserve sympathy at all. My lord, I think about it clearly. Layla's voice was very low, and if it wasn't for Suyi's amazing ears, I'm afraid he wouldn't be able to hear it. Go ahead. Suyi grabbed his right hand, a small stool was in his hand, he threw it on the ground and sat down slowly, looking at the woman with an extremely indifferent gaze. The follow-up advancement method is very simple, as long as you can control all your emotions, you can complete the advancement. Layla spoke up. Hearing this, Suyi's eyes flashed with light. Go on. Su Yejung was really interested. This Layla really has something, and she was actually caught in the follow-up advanced method by what she said. Follow-up, I don't know. Layla looked directly at Suyi and smiled bitterly. Hearing this, Suyi frowned. To be honest, if he had known the news a few days ago, it would have been useful to him. Although it is completely useless for him to learn this news after a few days. But after all, it was useful, so he was not going to kill this woman. Please don't kill me please. Layla screamed when she saw Suyi slowly getting up from the stool and walking towards her. Suyi glanced at her indifferently, ignored her scream, and reached out to put her hand on her head. Base. A light flashed above her head, and she was seen fainting. I am a person who keeps my promises. If you say what I want, then naturally I won't kill you. Suyi said lightly, with a wave of his right hand, a space-time tunnel appeared in front of him, and then threw the woman into it directly. If you don't kill, you won't kill, but he still understands the principle of cutting grass and not eradicating the roots, and the spring breeze blows. However, Abolishing all her power and memory and throwing her into other time and space would be no problem.